In the 12th year since his transmigration to the Naruto world, Sato fan finally accepted the harsh reality. He had no bloodline limit, no tailed beast power, and no inherited clan techniques. Relying on the mental advantage of his previous life as an adult, his chakra level was only slightly higher than his peers, placing him at an above-average level in the Ninja Academy. His ninjutsu talent was mediocre, his taijutsu was decent, but far from top-notch. His only asset was his complete knowledge of the entire Naruto plot. It was now Konoha year 60. 12 years had passed since the Nine-Tails attack. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze had long been sacrificed, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had resumed control of the village. On the surface, Konoha was peaceful and prosperous, but underneath various forces were stirring, and the shadow of war had never truly dissipated. Others who transmigrated into Naruto saw it as a stage to grow freely and dominate the ninja world, but in the eyes of ordinary Sato fan, it was clearly a survival nightmare with an extremely high mortality rate. He understood the cruelty of this world better than anyone. On the battlefield, a single jutsu could claim multiple lives. Genin were cannon fodder. Chunin could become expendable at any time, and even a high-ranking jonin could die in an unexpected. Countless talented ninjas didn't survive a few missions, and countless scions of prestigious clans fell into conspiracies and died miserably. The Konoha Crush and the 4th Great Ninja War. Each catastrophe left the battlefield strewn with corpses. He had once fantasized about possessing overwhelming power and living freely, but reason ultimately overpowered his wild thoughts. Educated with normal values, he wouldn't become paranoid or crazy. Even if he longed for a peaceful life, he didn't want to get involved in conflicts. Rather than pursuing power and fame, his only wish now was to survive safely, stay away from the battlefield, and not become an anonymous cannon fodder. Sato fan chakra extraction pass. Ninjutsu progress behind. Taijutsu overall rating class. Irika looked at the report card, frowning with regret. You have a calm mind and are smart enough, but your ninjutsu foundation is at this rate, let alone graduating smoothly. Even if you barely become a ninja, you'll only be assigned the lowest level trivial tasks for years. The surrounding classmates snickered and whispered. Sato fan stood with his head lowered, his expression calm, only helplessness in his heart. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person. After transmigrating, he remained ordinary. Sato was a common surname in Konoha with countless duplicates. His given name, fan, meaning ordinary, perfectly matched his unremarkable life. He certainly wished he could crush strong enemies and roam the ninja world, but with his talent, he probably wouldn't even survive to the key plot points. Fortunately, he wasn't born in the chaotic times of great wars. Otherwise, with such talent, he would have silently perished on the battlefield. But peace was just an illusion, a danger was imminent. Shortly after Naruto's graduation, the Shippuden era would begin, followed by pain destroying Konoha and the 4th Great Ninja War sweeping the world. Each event was enough to annihilate countless ninjas. Sato fan pondered quietly. In the ninja world, what kind of person could avoid the flames of war and survive safely to the end? Prestigious clans. No. The Uchiha Hyuga Ino Shikacho. They always charged to the front in every war with extremely high risk. And he had no connection to these clans. A regular combat ninja. Even worse. His talent was limited. When high-level combatants clashed, ordinary jonin were powerless. Not everyone was Kakashi or Might Guy. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, a roar suddenly rang out. What are you laughing at? Sato just had an off day. Naruto Uzumaki, his face flushed red, stepped forward to defend him, only to receive more mocking laughter. The dead last sticking together, how funny. The scene grew more chaotic. Sato fan stepped forward to pull back the impulsive Naruto. Forget it, no need to argue. Naruto was full of reluctance, but seeing Sato fan's calm expression, he finally held back his anger. A warm feeling quietly arose in his heart. Truly, Naruto was born warm-hearted. When he first transmigrated, everyone ostracized and isolated the Jinchuriki. He had stayed out of trouble and never intervened. The Jinchuriki was surrounded by ENBU surveillance. Making friends rashly would only invite trouble. Until one time at Ichiraku Ramen, he saw Naruto staring longingly at him, slurping noodles inside the shop. Feeling a pang of pity, he asked, "Want some ramen?" Naruto was surprised and delighted, scratching his head nervously, his voice filled with disbelief. "No one has ever offered to treat me." "Really?" After a brief moment of loneliness, he nodded excitedly. "I want an extra large bowl of chashu ramen with extra green onions." At the table, Naruto wolfed it down, eating with great relish. After filling his stomach, he cautiously approached Sato fan and whispered, "You don't hate me." Before he could answer, he hurriedly added, "Everyone avoids me. Only you talk to me and treat me to a meal. Can we be friends from now on? He'll protect you. When I become Hokage, everyone will acknowledge us. Next time it's my treat, and he'll pay you back double." Having said that, Naruto skipped away happily. From then on, he always actively clung to Sato fan. But after recognizing his own mediocre talent, Sato fan had been deliberately distancing himself from Naruto. Staying by the protagonist's side was like being in the eye of a storm. Irika had been caught in life-threatening situations many times, nearly dying on several occasions. The Konoha 12 had followed Naruto on missions which were always full of twists and frequent crises. He was just a background character with no role. Following the protagonist would only lead to an early death. So during school he maintained distant relationships with everyone except Naruto, who genuinely regarded him as a close friend. Perhaps because he was Naruto's first friend, or perhaps because they were both dead last they felt a natural affinity. However, he had long made up his mind, he would never follow the ordinary ninja promotion path. He would choose a completely different safe life path for himself. Zwitting Fan took a year to fully master the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. Mornings usually consisted of theory classes, ninjutsu history, tactical principles, intelligence analysis, interspersed with basic chakra control training. Afternoons were practical classes, taijutsu, sparring, shuriken, throwing, ninjutsu practice, and occasional wilderness survival training. Theory class was the only subject where Zwitting Fan didn't have to pretend. He had received a proper education in his previous life, so his logical thinking and analytical skills were far above those of these. Moreover, with his complete memory of the Naruto storyline, he could see the answers to many questions at a glance. But he dared not score too well. Irika looked at the test results and said, Zwitting Fan above average again on the theory test. Irika looked at the test paper in his hand, brows slightly furrowed, his tone full of regret and helplessness, his expression complex. You're not stupid, how come you just can't get it in practical classes? Zwitting Fan lowered his head, hands gripping his closed lips pressed tightly, with a guilty expression, pretending to be ashamed. But he could not show his true feelings. An ordinary young boy with no background, no bloodline limit, no backing. Being too conspicuous would only invite trouble. Being an excellent genin meant more missions, and more missions meant higher risks. Among those brilliant geniuses at the Ninja Academy, how many survived to adulthood? Look at the Uchiha clan's geniuses, each one dazzlingly talented. Which one didn't fall early? So what he needed to do was not to become stronger, but to make everyone think he was not worth noting. Score above average in theory. Not conspicuous, but not enough to be eliminated as a waste. As for practical classes, that was where he would perform well. The teacher in charge of evaluation held a clipboard and announced flatly, shuriken throwing pass. Hit rate 50%, barely passing. Zwitting Fan, expressionless, walked forward slowly and pulled the shuriken from the target, while calculating in his mind 50% hit rate, slightly lower than last time. He could actually achieve an 80% hit rate. This was the result of his secret practice in the outskirts. 80% was exactly the upper limit a normal person could reach after training, which would not arouse anyone's suspicion. But he chose to fluctuate around 50%, because 80% was still too high. Better to be bad from the start so everyone loses interest in him. Taijutsu sparring, Zwitting Fan versus Inoue Yuhiko. Zwitting Fan loses. The referee teacher announced the result loudly with a tone of familiarity. He deliberately slowed his reaction speed, letting the opponent's attacks just graze his defenses. He deliberately stumbled, then fell heavily to the ground, brows tightly furrowed, lips parting in a pained and embarrassed expression, but ensuring the injury was only a scratch. Don't really get hurt, that's what fools do. Ninjutsu practice. Son. Irika watched Zwitting Fan's stiff and clumsy hand seals while forming the clone technique, shaking his head repeatedly, his tone full of frustration. Clone technique fail? You got the order wrong again. I'm sorry, Iruka Sensei, I'll practice harder next time. Zwitting Fan lowered his head further, his voice small and soft with just the right amount of dejection and self-blame. His fingers could actually perform the seals correctly. He had been able to 2 months ago. At this rate you might not even graduate. Irika's eyes were sincere, full of worry. Even if you barely graduate you'll only get drank missions. Zwitting Fan smiled inwardly. Drank missions? Catching cats, weeding, babysitting. That would be perfect. He'll work hard, Iruka Sensei. He slowly raised his head, letting a deliberate flash of stubbornness and unwillingness shine in his eyes, his tone firm, with a hint of clumsy determination. This was the expression management he had learned from textbooks. The look of a mediocre but diligent student. The kind that teachers would care about a little but not invest too much energy in, the below-average type. This kind of person was safest in any system, not pushed to the front lines as a key training target, nor eliminated as the only thing that made him feel a bit sorry was Naruto. Sato, did you get scolded by Iruka Sensei again today? During break Naruto was lying on the desk, leaning over the aisle, mouth full of snacks, cheeks puffed out. Zwitting Fan nodded lightly, his voice faint, pretending to be listless. Since he had treated Naruto to ramen once, the kid had taken him as a friend. But he wasn't worried Naruto would see through his disguise. Naruto was thick-headed, and his judgment was proved right. Once during taijutsu class he deliberately let himself be knocked down, and Naruto was so anxious he stomped his feet, shouting, Sato, you could have dodged that just now. Zwitting Fan's heart skipped a beat at that moment. But he soon realized that Naruto just thought he should have been able to dodge, a kind of blind confidence between friends, not that he had actually noticed anything. Like a fan saying, even my grandma could make that shot. Pure emotional bias. Wanna go for ramen after school? Naruto's eyes sparkled, full of expectation as he leaned in closer, his tone eager. I'm treating. I promised next time my parents are waiting for me at home. Zwitting Fan declined softly, his tone warm but apologetic. That's right, Zwitting Fan's parents were alive, two commoners in Konoha who had worked hard all their lives to send their child to the ninja academy, hoping he would become a respected ninja. This damned ordinariness. Unlike those protagonists whose parents are dead, leaving them with no choice but to succeed. Unlike himself, who could only enjoy this useless parental warmth and family happiness. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes dimmed for a moment, his eyelids drooping a flash of strong envy, then he forced a smile, waving his hand generously. Next time then. Going home to be with family is more important. After the afternoon practical class ended, Zwitting Fan did not go straight home. Instead, he took a detour to a small forest east of Konoha village. This was his training ground. Remote and usually deserted, perfect for some unseen practice. After confirming no one was around, he took several kunai from his backpack and took a deep breath. Throw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 kunai precisely hit the tree trunk 20 meters away, all bullseyes. Then the second set, the third set. He looked at the dense kunai marks on the tree trunk, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His current hit rate in static conditions had reached 80%. Moving targets were at 60%. After all, to become a master marksman, you need to feed with bullets. To become a master of throwing weapons, practice makes perfect. This score would rank in the top 10 at the Ninja Academy, since few kids his age had the patience to practice after school except for those from ninja clans. Can't use kunai anymore, too much noise. He muttered to himself, frowning, carefully calculating, and pulled the kunai from the tree trunk, putting them away. Then he took out a stack of paper from his backpack and began practicing chakra control, attaching chakra evenly to the surface of the paper, making it stick to his palm without falling. This was the most basic chakra control training, and also his most important cultivation content at the moment. His chakra reserves were only average. He couldn't rely on quantity over quality. What he could do was to use every bit of chakra to its maximum effect. It was like two people moving bricks. One strong can carry 10 at a time, the other weak can only carry 5. But if the weaker person learns to use tools, find techniques, and plan routes, the bricks they move might end up being more than the stronger. He wanted to be that person who uses tools. The paper stuck steadily to his palm, motionless. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Sweat began to form on his forehead, his arm trembled slightly, but the paper still didn't fall. Almost there. He whispered, put the paper away, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Today's training was over. He couldn't overdo it. What if his hands trembled in class tomorrow and got discovered? He packed up, checked the forest for any traces, then left. At home at the dinner table there sat a man and a woman. Zwitting Fan's parents, Zwitting Lu and Zwitting Maisie. Xiao Fan, come eat. Mom made your favorite hamburger steak. Zwitting Maisie smiled warmly, her voice gentle and loving, waving him over. Zwitting Fan silently ate, quickly finishing his meal, then put down his bowl and said, I'm full. He turned and went to his room. Zwitting Maisie watched his hurried back, frowned slightly, her voice full of confusion and worry. What's that child so busy with all day? Zwitting Lu stroked his chin, chuckled, his tone broad and gratified. The child is grown, he needs his own space. Xiao Fan will soon graduate and become a ninja, already a man who can stand on his own. Back in his room, he closed the door and opened a hidden compartment under his bed. He had spent a week making it well hidden, hard to find even if someone searched his room. The hidden compartment held several items, neatly arranged, 12 kunai, found from the academy training ground. After each training session, some kunai were always left scattered around the ground. He took a few. No one would notice. He had collected this many over 3 months. 6 shuriken, same method. 3 blank sealing scrolls, bought with real money, costing him 2 months' allowance, but he thought it was worth it. A small packet of military rations pills. Accidentally took too many while helping organize supplies in the school warehouse last week. The loss report said damaged by moisture, so a few missing pills wouldn't be noticed. This was all his belongings after 3 months. Pathetically little, but at least it was a start. He picked up a sealing scroll and began studying it intently. Sealing techniques were the most underrated skills in the Naruto world. They didn't require large chakra reserves or bloodline limits, just precise chakra control and lots of practice. If he could master basic sealing techniques, he could hide things more discreetly, even carry more supplies with him. And the advanced version of sealing, like the kind that could seal a person, was tailor-made for someone like him who feared death. If he ever encountered danger, could he seal himself into a scroll and wait until it was safe to come out? He made up his mind and muttered, next time he'll go to the library to find sealing technique materials. He couldn't borrow them out, too conspicuous. He would read them in the library, memorize them, and practice at home. He sealed the hidden compartment again, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. 12 years. From the time he transmigrated into this world until now, exactly 12 years. He was still that ordinary Zwitting Fan, no cheat, no lucky encounter, no benefactor. The only change was that he had finally accepted his ordinariness and began to use ordinary person methods to pave a path. Although I am clumsy, I must hide my clumsiness. This sentence sounded a bit contradictory, but upon reflection, it was the smartest way to live. True stupidity is not lacking talent, but not knowing one's lack of talent and rushing to die. He was just an ordinary person trying to survive. In this world where ninjas are as common as dogs, and the strong are everywhere, living is the greatest victory. Let the tall ones take the lead. Outside the window the moon slowly rose, casting a cold, clear light. Zwitting Fan closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow would be another day of hiding his clumsiness. The graduation exam was set for March. The spring sunlight lazily spilled over the playground of a ninja academy. The corridors were crowded with students. Some nervously flipped through their notes, some leaned against the wall in a daze, and some paced back and forth. An atmosphere of restless anticipation filled the air. Zwitting Fan leaned against the corridor window, staring blankly outside. 6 years. 6 full years since he had entered the academy. He had started at age 6, and now he was 12. An age that was neither too young nor too old, a perfect age to go unnoticed. Over these 6 years, he had perfected the art of hiding his true abilities. His shuriken always missed the target, his taijutsu was always a half-step too slow, and his ninjutsu always had the wrong hand seals. Teacher Yaluka had gone from disappointed that iron couldn't become steel to this kid may not be talented, but at least he has the right. No one suspected him. A dead last who had been at the bottom since enrollment. What was there to suspect? Group 7 entered the examination room. The examiner's voice came from inside the classroom. A stir went through the corridor as several people hurried in. Zwitting Fan continued to gaze out the window. On the playground, a few lower-grade students were chasing each other, their laughter muffled through the glass. In a few hours he would officially, of course the lowest rank. Hazwa. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw Shirtion, a civilian student from the same class who was equally unremarkable. Are you nervous? Not really. I'm terrified. Shirtion rubbed his hands together. I've been practicing the clone technique for 3 months, and it's still shaky. What if I fail during the exam? You won't. You've been practicing well. Really? Shirtion's eyes lit up. You think I can pass? Yes. Zwitting Fan wasn't just comforting him. Shirtion's clone technique was indeed decent, at least much better than his own dead last performance. Group 9 Xuanhua Mingren. Zwitting Fan's gaze followed the voice. Mingren was crouching in a corner of the corridor, muttering something to himself. Hearing his name he jumped up, but his leg was numb, and he stumbled dangerously. Idiot. Uchibo Zwaju spat out 2 cold words beside him, then strode into the classroom first. Who are you calling an idiot? Mingren leaped up limping after him. Zwitting Fan watched this scene, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No matter how many times he saw it, the 3 of them together were always entertaining. Unfortunately, he wasn't in that class, and of course he didn't want to be. Teacher Yaluka's voice came from the classroom. Xuanhua Mingren clone technique. Then Mingren's loud voice clone technique. A few seconds of silence. Fail. Teacher Yaluka's voice carried clear helplessness. What? Mingren's wail pierced through the walls. Give me another chance. He'll definitely. Silence. Next Uchibo. Whispers spread through the corridor. Some were glad of his misfortune, some showed sympathy, but most just listened as if it didn't concern. Zwitting Fan didn't look back. He knew what would happen. Mingren would fail the graduation exam, be tricked by Shuamu into stealing the sealed scroll, learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu, and finally pass the makeup exam using shadow clones. That was the turning point of Mingren's fate. It had nothing to do with him. Group 14 Zwitting Fan, Shirtion, Jianjing Shang Xiongyan. My turn. Zwitting Fan took a deep breath and pushed open the classroom door. Inside, only Teacher Yaluka was present. On the desk lay a stack of grade sheets, and the scoring table beside it was densely filled with writing. Sunlight streamed through the window, making the dust in the air clearly visible. Zwitting Fan. Teacher Yaluka looked at him. You're here. Yes. Over the years your theoretical scores have been decent, but you're practical. Teacher Yaluka paused. How should I put it? Very stable. Zwitting Fan knew what stable meant. Stable at the borderline of passing. Today if you can pass the clone technique you'll graduate. Yes. Zwitting Fan stood in the center of the classroom, raised his hands, and began to form hand seals. Boar, snake, tiger. He deliberately slowed his fingers by half a beat, as if hesitating. Chakra surged from within his body, coalescing into a humanoid figure beside him. The figure was crooked like a lump of poorly kneaded dough. It lasted less than 2 seconds before dissipating, but during those 2 seconds it did move. Its leg took a step, its arm. That was evidence of solidity. Teacher Yaluka stared at him for a few seconds, then wrote a single character on the scoring sheet. Zwitting Fan breathed a sigh of relief inside, but on his face he wore an expression of finally let loose mixed with a hint of I know, I just got lucky shame. Thank you, Teacher Yaluka. You are the most. Teacher Yaluka searched for the right words, the most measured student I've ever seen. Zwitting Fan's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Nothing. Teacher Yaluka waved his hand. Go back and wait for the team assignment notice. Zwitting Fan bowed and turned to leave the classroom. As he stepped out he heard Teacher Yaluka let out a soft sigh. He felt a twinge of guilt. Teacher Yaluka was a good teacher, conscientious with every student. But he had no choice. He couldn't let anyone hold expectations. In the corridor Shirtion was waiting for him. How did it go? Shirtion asked nervously. I passed. Great. Shirtion sighed in relief. I barely made it too. Almost lost control, but luckily the last one worked. Zuo-tung Fan's lips twitched. Was this the kind of humble brag that existed in every world? The two walked toward the playground chatting. As they passed a classroom door, Zuo-tung Fan saw Mingren crouching alone in a corner, hugging his knees and burying his face in them. No one paid him any attention. Zuo-tung Fan hesitated for a moment, then walked over. Mingren. Mingren looked up, his eyes red, but he hadn't cried. This stubborn kid probably wouldn't cry in front of anyone. Zuo. His voice was a bit hoarse. Did you pass? Yeah, that's great. Mingren forced a smile. I didn't. Teacher Yaluka said my clone technique was no good. What are you going to do? I don't know. Mingren buried his face in his knees again, his voice muffled. Maybe he'll take the makeup exam, but he'll definitely pass. I'm going to become Hokage. How can I fall here? Zuo-tung Fan looked at him, a complex emotion rising in his heart. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what. He couldn't tell Mingren, you'll steal the sealed scroll and learn a forbidden technique, or Shuemu is a bad person. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what. He couldn't tell Mingren, you'll steal the sealed scroll, and Mingren looked up at him, then broke into a smile. Not the strained smile from before, but a real grateful one. Yeah, when I learn a cool jutsu, I'll show it to you first. Zuo-tung Fan nodded, and turned to walk toward the school gate. When he reached the edge of the playground, he glanced back. Mingren was still crouched in the corner, but he had lifted his head. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and walked toward the other side of the school building. Standing there was a person, Teacher Shuemu, who was waving at him with a smile. Zuo-tung Fan withdrew his gaze and quickened his steps. As he walked out of the school gate, the setting sun hung low in the western sky, dyeing the entire street orange-red. Zuo-tung Fan took a deep breath and smelled the aroma of ramen broth. Yao ramen was just ahead. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over. Boss, 1 bowl of miso ramen. Coming right up. Sitting at the counters, Zuo-tung Fan slowly ate his noodles, his mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. Graduated. Now a genin. Then team assignment, then a jonin instructor, then missions. He knew that with his grades he would likely be assigned to a random team, that was exactly what he wanted. But the problem was that in the next few years major events would come one after another: the Chunin Examda, Shiwan's invasion, Zozu's defection, the Shippuden era Peen's attack, the Fourth Great Ninja War. He needed to find a path to live a peaceful life amid these events. Relying solely on hiding his abilities wouldn't be enough. He needed more. More supplies, more trump cards, more means of survival. And all of that required money. A genin's salary was pitifully low. With that amount, he couldn't even buy a sealing scroll, let alone eat ramen every day. He had to find a way to make money. After all, he wasn't a talented ninja. The path of becoming stronger through ninjutsu was out of the question. Good ninjutsu required either family inheritance or a large number of missions to earn village rewards, which didn't align with his low-profile approach. As for taijutsu, there was the 8 gates of the Bodhis limit. But leaving aside whether he, a transmigrator from a peaceful era, had the willpower to endure the train until you die, or become stronger intensity, those 2 bowl-cut guys were already too eye-catching. Still, it could be considered. After all, Kai was such an oddball that both the 3rd Hokage's Umbu and Tuanzang's Root had explicitly refused his recruitment. That left the Peidoan path, the ninja tool style. Tian from the 12 Young Rookies was a perfect example. In the early stage, she used sealing scrolls to carry a large number of weapons, pure military firepower. Later she acquired the legendary tools of Jinjiao and Injiao, which greatly boosted her combat power. And Sister Zionin's 600 billion explosive tags were practically the nuclear weapon of the Naruto world. This path was the easiest to replicate, but it was expensive. The total population of Mai was about 1,000, with ninjas accounting for only 1/10. During the allied shinobi forces there were about 8,000 ninjas, and Mui's contribution was about 1,500 to 2,000. That included even logistics ninjas. So the supply of ninja students was definitely tight, given the high mortality rate of the profession. It was impossible to send them back to repeat the year, as Kakashi had said. That would be too extravagant. Basically, those who were sent back by their jonin instructors and deemed unfit to be combat ninjas would be assigned to medical, administrative, or other support roles based on their personal preferences and specialties. Medical ninjas required precise chakra control and extensive professional knowledge, and they often had to accompany missions for rescue. Pass. The administrative department was managed by the 2 Hokage advisors, Shua Hominyin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun Mui's stewards. Their work included financial management, receiving budget. Could it make me live longer? After finishing his ramen, he paid and left the shop. The sky had completely darkened and street lamps were lighting up one by one. When he got home, his parents had already finished dinner. His mother was washing dishes in the kitchen, and his father was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper. Back. Zuo-tung Lu looked up. How did it go? Passed. Great. Zuo-tung Lu laughed heartily, patting the sofa. I knew you could do it. My son is a ninja. Zuo-tung Maisie poked her head out of the kitchen, her eyes a bit red. Xiao Fan, you're amazing. Zuo-tung Fan looked at his parents' happy faces and felt a pang of guilt. His parents were the most ordinary civilians in Mai. His father worked at a village grocery store, and his mother was a seamstress. They had scrimped and saved to send him to the ninja academy, hoping he could make something of himself. "I'm going to my room," he said. "Rest early's what tongue," Maisie reminded him. "You have to go to school tomorrow to see the team assignment." "Okay." Back in his room, he closed the door and opened the hidden compartment under his bed. 7 kunai, 3 shuriken, 2 blank ceiling scrolls, and a small bag of military rations. This was all his savings over 6 years. Pathetically little. But he knew this was only the beginning. Once he was assigned to a logistics position, once he had access to the real material system. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Outside the window the moon was slowly rising, casting a cold, clear light. Zhuatung Fan closed his eyes, and the image of Mingren crouching in the corner flashed through his mind. That kid was probably going to steal the sealed scroll tonight. Should he get involved? The sealed scroll, just one peek at it would bring a huge boost in strength. This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. He estimated that the audience for this drama would not be small. A sealed scroll of such importance couldn't possibly be stolen by a freshly graduated student and a chunin. Had better not wade into this muddy water. He silently said this to himself, then drifted into sleep. Tomorrow was the day of team assignment. Early in the morning, all the young ninjas gathered in the classroom. It was their last day at the Ninja Academy, yet every single one of them was brimming with excitement, showing no trace of sadness. The classroom was buzzing with noise. Some were chatting loudly, others exchanging graduation souvenirs, while a few pointed at the graduation photo and made remarks. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the room in a golden glow. Sato Fan sat in the last row by the window, his feet propped up on the chair in front of him, watching the lively scene with a bored expression. 30 people. Exactly 30 graduates this year. No more, no less. It had taken him 7 years to steadily perform from over 40 peers, finally scraping by to graduate. He had a good idea of most people's team assignments. Team 7 would definitely be Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, led by Kakashi. Team 8 was Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, led by Kurenai. Team 10 was Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, led by Asuma. The rest were all background teams. And he would be assigned to some background team, with 2 background teammates taken away by a background jonin. Perfect. Bang. The classroom door was suddenly flung open and Naruto burst in like an orange cannonball. "I'm here," he announced loudly, a signature goofy grin on his face. Right behind him was Sasuke, expressionless with a steady gait, as if he were walking into a battlefield rather than a classroom. Behind them came Sakura, her face flushed, stealing glances at the back of Sasuke's head. "Uzumaki Naruto. Today is the team assignment day, and you didn't even pass the exam, yet you dare to come. I don't care. I'm already a genin of Konoha." Naruto pointed at the headband on his forehead. "Didn't you fail the graduation exam?" "Naruto, so what? He'll still become Hokage and show you all." The classroom erupted in laughter. Sato Fan watched this scene, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Same old Naruto, always full of energy no matter what. Naruto chuckled and made his way to his seat. As he passed by Sasuke, for some reason he stood on the desk and stared at Sasuke, and a passing background classmate gave an assist. "Whoa." Sasuke turned his head instinctively, but it was too late. Their faces collided solidly. More precisely, mouth to mouth. The entire classroom instantly fell silent. It wasn't ordinary silence, it was a time-freezing kind of silence. 30 people, including Irika, all stood frozen, as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. Every gaze was fixed on the 2 faces pressed together in the center. Naruto's eyes were as wide as bells, his pupils shrunk to pinpricks. Sasuke's eyes were also wide. This ever-expressionless Uchiha genius now wore an expression that could only be described as horror. 1 second. 2 seconds. Both of them sprang apart, as if hit by an electric shock. Naruto stumbled back several steps, landing on the ground with a thud, his face a whirlwind of expressions. First bewilderment, then terror, and finally an indescribable shame and anger. His mouth opened and closed like a frog zapped with electricity. Ew. 3. Sasuke's reaction was even more. He violently wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, the motion so forceful it seemed he wanted to rub off a layer of skin. His face, usually as cold as ice, now visibly reddened from his neck all the way to his ears. "You idiot." Sasuke's voice was low, as if squeezed through clenched teeth, his eyes looking as if they could flay Naruto alive. "I didn't mean to. Something tripped me on the floor." Naruto scrambled up from the ground, his face bright red, his voice sharp and frantic. "Then why weren't you watching where you were going?" "I was watching. You didn't dodge." "Why should I dodge? You were the one who crashed into me. Couldn't you have just dodged, eh? How was I supposed to know you'd trip in the classroom? Are you a child?" The 2 stood face to face like 2 fighting cocks, red-faced and thick-necked, accusing each other. Naruto clenched his fists and Sasuke's hands also tightened. The air was thick with a volatile tension. Finally someone in the classroom reacted. Someone started laughing first, and then like a domino effect the entire classroom exploded into chaos. Some doubled over with laughter, some covered their mouths, and others let out inexplicable screams. Sakura sat in her seat, her face undergoing a complete transition from shock to stupor to daze. Her mouth slightly open, her eyes staring straight ahead, as if her soul had been sucked out. Ino beside her wore a similar expression. Then, Aya. The girl's screams nearly lifted the roof. The sound was piercing, mixed with cries of, "Oh my god, no way, and what did I just see?" The boys were hooting and hollering. Some whistled, some banged on desks, and one yelled, "Naruto, you scored big. Kiss. Kiss." Some fearless guy started the chant, immediately drawing a chorus of agreement. "Shut up." Naruto and Sasuke shouted back in unison, then glanced at each other, and turned away simultaneously. Sato Fan did not join in the ruckus. He sat in the last row while everyone's attention was on those two unfortunate souls. His right hand had already silently slipped. There was a hard object inside. A camera he had splurged on. Not the advanced kind used by ninjas, but the most ordinary civilian model available at the Konoha general store. The image quality was average, but it was enough. This thing had cost him 2 whole months' allowance. When he bought it, he told himself it was for recording life. But at this moment he knew clearly. This investment was worth it. The corner of his mouth curled up in an almost imperceptible... The photo was in his hands. He needed to think carefully about its value. Sell it to someone. A gossip magazine. A black market information broker. Or keep it to blackmail Naruto and Sasuke later. A photo of the Uchiha genius and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki kissing. If he took this to the black market, he wondered how many exploding tags he could get. But now was not the time to cash in. He had to wait. Wait until both of them became big shots, then the value of this photo would be max. In his mind, he labeled this photo long-term investment. Quiet. Iroquois roar finally overpowered the classroom. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked like an enraged lion. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Both of you sit down. Now. Immediately. Right now. Naruto and Sasuke glared at each other, then returned to their seats sulkily. A full 3 rows separated them, but the air was still thick with awkwardness. Alright, enough of that. Iroquois wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up the list on the table, and said, "Now well assigned." The classroom finally quieted down, and everyone pricked up their ears. The team assignments are based on a comprehensive consideration of your abilities, personalities, and team balance. From today you will operate in 3-person squads carrying out missions under the guidance of your Jonin instructor. Iroquois, Team 1. Names were called one after another. Sato Fan didn't listen carefully. He mentally ran through the list, confirmed a few key pieces of information, and then began to zone out. His fate wouldn't be in the first few teams anyway. When Team 4 was called, Sato Fan finally heard his own name. Team 4 Sato Fan Inuzuka Kenji Kazumori Rin. Team 7 Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura Uchiha Sasuke. As expected, Team 8 Hyuga Hinata Inuzuka Kiba Aburame Shino. Team 10 Nara Shikamaru Yamanaka Ino Akimichi Choji. Sato Fan leaned back in his chair, his fingers fiddling with the camera in his pocket, savoring the scene from earlier. He mentally reviewed the names of his 2 teammates. Inuzuka Kenji, a branch member of the Inuzuka clan, not a main fighter, average grades. Kazumori Rin, a commoner skilled in shuriken jutsu, below average grades. Neither were named characters in the original story. Mediocre existences, 2 average ones plus himself at the bottom of the barrel. Looking at the Ino Shikacho combination, the Dogby combo, this team arrangement was indeed perfect. A background team, background teammates. Like a drop of water falling into a pond. Not even a ripple. Team assignments are... Iroquois put down the list, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. From today you are all official ninjas. Your Jonin instructors will come to pick you up. Your Jonin will give you the specific arrangements. He paused, his voice suddenly softening a little. One last thing. No matter which team you're assigned to, no matter what path you take in the future, you are all the best students I've ever taught. Good luck. A sparse round of applause echoed in the classroom. A few girls started wiping their tears. Soon one by one the Jonin instructors came to take their teams. Team 4 assemble on the training ground. A voice came from the doorway, but before anyone could react the person was already gone. He stood up, pushed his chair back into place, and walked out of the classroom. Sato. Naruto called out. Which team are you on? Team 4. Oh, so we're not together. Naruto looked a little disappointed, but quickly perked up again. It's okay. We'll meet on missions. Sato, do your best. Don't hold your teammates back. You're the one who shouldn't hold anyone back. Sato Fan said. I'm gonna be the Hokage. Sato Fan chuckled, and didn't say anything more. He walked in that direction, crossing the training ground. The sunlight shone right on his face, warm and pleasant. When he reached the open space, 2 people were already waiting there. Inuzuka Kenji leaned against a crooked tree, a blade of grass in his mouth. A gray-brown ninja dog crouched at his feet. The dog was not large, its fur somewhat mixed, ears drooping, looking listless. When he saw Sato Fan approaching, he gave him a once-over and nodded. You're Sato. Yes. Kenji seemed uninterested in chatting. He nodded and fell silent. His ninja dog Xiao Hui came over to sniff Sato Fan's pant leg, sneezed, wagged its tail, and ran off. Kazumori Rin leaned against the wall not far away, hands in her pockets, eyes gazing distantly. She wore a dark blue ninja outfit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking neat and sharp. A bulging ninja tool pouch hung at her waist. Hearing footsteps, she only slightly turned her head to glance, not even offering a greeting. Sato Fan didn't mind. This kind of personality was best. She wouldn't meddle in others' business. The three of them waited in silence, no one speaking. After about 10 minutes, a man's voice came from behind. All here. Sato Fan turned to see a man in his 30s approaching leisurely. He wore an ordinary green vest, but it hung loosely on him, as if 2 sizes too big. His face was expressionless, his hair messy, eyes half-closed, looking like he had just crawled out of bed. Kuzabe Takashi, I'm your team leader, Kuzabe Takashi. He stopped in front of them, his gaze lazily scanning the trio. Inuzuka Kazumori Sato. Yes. Kuzabe stared at them for 2 seconds, then yawned. Alright, all present. Let's start. Start what? Kenji asked. The test. Kuzabe pulled a form from his pocket, glanced at it. You all passed the graduation exam, but that's just a paper qualification. Whether you become true genin depends on today's performance. He took out 3 bells from his pouch and jingled them in his hand. The rules are simple. Grab one of these bells from me before noon, and you pass. If you don't, he put the bells away. You go back to the academy for retraining. Kenji's expression changed instantly. He straightened up, a fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Rin's expression also shifted slightly, her body leaning forward. Sato Fan's expression remained unchanged. He had known this was coming. You can prepare in advance or discuss tactics. Kuzabe stepped back a few paces, leaning against the wall. Time. The test had begun. Sato Fan stood still, watching Kenji and Rin charge at Kuzabe, calculating in his mind how he should perform when the time came. Sato Fan stood still, watching Kenji and Rin charge toward Kuzabe Takashi. What? These two didn't even consult each other. He quickly calculated in his mind. In this assessment, he must perform with just the right measure. Not so poorly as to be eliminated on the spot, nor so well as to make Kuzabe deem him worthy of training. Xiao Hui was the first to pounce before Kuzabe. The gray-brown ninja dog was swift, but Kuzabe Takashi merely sidestepped, slightly causing it to miss. Inuzuka Kenji's kunai thrust in from the side, but Kuzabe raised a hand to block it, using only his index finger. With a clink, the kunai was deflected. Kenji's arm went numb, and he staggered back several steps. Not bad strength, Kuzabe Takashi remarked. Then Rin, 2 shuriken arced through the air, 1 left and 1 right, sealing off Kuzabe Takashi's retreat. The timing was precise, just as Kuzabe had deflected Kenji's attack and had yet to regain his balance. Beautiful, Kuzabe Takashi praised, but his body twisted like boneless, contorting at an impossible angle. The shuriken grazed his clothes and embedded themselves in the wall behind him. Fujin Rin's expression changed. She had never had anyone dodge this move in school. Anything else? Kuzabe Takashi asked. Sato Fan took a deep breath. It was his turn. He pulled a kunai from his pouch and jogged forward. He deliberately slowed his steps and kept his center of gravity unstable, as if his legs were weak from nervousness. When he reached Kuzabe Takashi, he raised the kunai and thrust. The angle was off by about 15 degrees, and the force was clearly insufficient. Kuzabe Takashi casually blocked, nearly knocking the kunai out of his hand. Sato Fan frantically caught it and retreated 2 steps. That's all you've got? Kuzabe Takashi glanced at him. Sato Fan gritted his teeth and charged again. This time his thrust was even more off target, which Kuzabe easily dodged, giving him a slap on the backside as he passed. Too slow, too weak, and your reactions are poor. Kuzabe shook his head. How did you pass the graduation exam? Luck. Sato Fan answered honestly. Kuzabe Takashi's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds before he said no more. The assessment continued. Kenji and Rin attempted several more coordinated attacks, but never managed to touch Kuzabe's clothing. Kenji's breathing grew rapid and Rin's forehead was beaded with sweat. Sato Fan made 2 more efforts, each time charging forward, being dodged, and then pushed back. The second time, he even deliberately tripped, landing on his knees in the most pathetic posture possible. 40 minutes passed. Inuzuka Kenji crouched on the ground panting, while Xiao Hui lay at his feet, tongue hanging out. Fujin Rin had used most of her shuriken, and her hair was plastered to her face with sweat. Sato Fan, however, was perfectly fine. After all, each of his charges ended in a fall, so he had barely expended any energy. But he pretended to be out of breath, fanning himself with his hand. Time's almost up, Kuzabe Takashi said, checking his watch. Do you think you can grab the bells? No one answered. Kenji lowered his head, and Rin bit her lip. Then let me ask another question. Kuzabe Takashi leaned back against the wall. What do you think is the most important quality for a qualified ninja? Strength, Inuzuka Kenji said without thinking. Speed, Fujin Rin replied after a moment. Kuzabe shook his head and looked at Sato Fan. And you? Sato Fan was silent for 2 seconds. He wanted to say survival, but that clearly wasn't the right answer. Kuzabe stared at him for a few seconds, his usually half-closed eyes suddenly opening a bit wider, his gaze like a dull blade. Not sharp, but heavy. Each of you 3 has your own problem. Inuzuka, you're too impulsive, charging in with full force without even gauging your opponent. Each of you 3 has your own problem. Inuzuka, you're too impulsive, charging in with full force without even gauging your opponent's strength. You're overly hot-headed and don't know how to conserve your stamina. Fujin, your cooperation awareness is good, but your close-quarters combat is completely lacking. He paused and looked at Sato Fan. As for you, You're simply not suited for combat. That sentence hit harder than "you're really no good." Both Inuzuka Kenji and Fujin Rin were taken aback. Your basic taijutsu is too weak, your reaction speed too slow, and your strength insufficient. Kyusuke Takashi's tone was calm, as if stating facts. In those attacks, just now you didn't even brush my clothes. If you continue like this, you won't be able to help your teammates, you'll only become a burden. Sato fan's head dropped lower, his shoulders slumping slightly. But, Kyusuke Takashi shifted his tone, your judgment is good. Just now though you didn't land a hit, the timing of your attacks was right. You know when to strike, and when not to. Sato fan remained silent. Unfortunately, judgment alone isn't enough, Kyusuke Takashi sighed. On a real battlefield, being half a second too slow means death. He took 3 forms from his pocket and handed them out. Today's assessment, none of you 3 managed to grab the bell. But my standard isn't whether you can grab the bell. It's whether you show potential worth my time cultivating. He looked at Inuzuka Kenji and Fujin Rin. You 2 fail. Then he looked at Sato fan. As for you. Sato fan's heart leaped into his throat. This was the critical moment. You also fail, Kyusuke said. But your failure is in a different direction. He continued, handing the form to Sato fan. Your traits are not suited for being a combat ninja. Konoha has many departments. Combat units, A&BU Medical Division, Logistics Division, Administrative Division. Everyone has their own place. My suggestion is, you could consider the logistics direction. Logistics direction. Those 2 words were exactly what he had dreamed of. Logistics. Sato fan asked, his voice tinged with just the right amount of confusion. Yes, Kyusuke Takashi nodded. Material management, equipment allocation, warehouse management. These jobs don't require strong combat ability, but they need someone with a clear mind and attention to detail. Your judgment is good and your personality is steady. You are well suited for this. He patted Sato fan on the shoulder. Inuzuka, you can directly join the Inuzuka clan's Ninja Dog and Reconnaissance Special Unit. Fujin, your chakra control is good, but your physical stamina and taijutsu are weak. Both can be improved, but I suggest you enter the hospital and become a medical ninja. Of course, these are just my suggestions. The specific path is up to you. But no matter which road you take, basic training must continue. Even if you go into logistics, you still need to have basic self-defense capability. I understand, Sato fan said. Alright, I'll report your situation truthfully. Kyusuke beyond. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, report to the Hokage building. Someone will guide you to your assigned positions. If there are no objections, even if you can't take missions as combat ninjas, you can still contribute to Konoha. He turned and left. Don't be late. The 3 stood there looking at each other. Kenji sighed, and put his kunai back into his pouch. That's it. I thought I'd pass and go on missions tomorrow. Fujin Rin said nothing, silently walked over, pulled the shuriken from the wall one by one, and put them away. Sato fan stood still, watching Kyusuke Takashi's receding figure, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What are you smiling about? Inuzuka Kenji looked at him puzzled. Nothing, Sato fan suppressed his smile. I was just thinking of something happy. Kenji eyed him suspiciously, then left with Xiao. Rin gave him a slight nod as a farewell, then turned and left. Sato fan stood alone on the empty ground, waiting until both were far away before slowly walking toward the school gate. Today's assessment, he had perfectly maintained his mediocre persona. He had revealed no strength, nor did he have much to reveal, and had not attracted Kyusuke Takashi's special attention. Most crucially, Kyusuke had proactively suggested he transfer to logistics. This wasn't something he had proposed himself, it was the team leader's recommendation. And Kyusuke was a special jonin, his words should carry some weight in the administrative department. He felt the urge to laugh again, but held it back. Not yet. It wasn't time to laugh. He quickened his pace and headed home. When he arrived, his parents had already prepared dinner. His mother had made his favorite hamburger steak, and his father had opened a rare bottle of sake. To celebrate my son becoming a ninja. Sato Lu raised his cup. Xiao fan is amazing. Sato Mise's eyes were red. Sato fan looked at his parents' happy faces, a complex emotion welling up inside him. Thank you, Mom and Dad, he said, raising his glass and taking a sip of juice. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest, preparing for the next day's assignment. But he knew this was only the beginning. Outside the window, the moon slowly rose. Today was a good day. Kyusuke Takashi thought him unfit for combat, and suggested he transfer to logistics. Kenji and Rin also thought he was too weak. No one suspected him, no one paid him any attention, no one had any expectations of him. He was like a drop of water falling into the pond of Konoha, silent and unnoticed. This was exactly what he wanted most. He murmured to himself, then closed his eyes. Tomorrow was the first day of his ninja career. I'm off, he called out to his parents, bidding them farewell. Sato fan dashed out of the house with light steps, his youthful figure disappearing around the corner of the alley in an instant. Watching his brisk retreating figure, Sato Miko's eyes reddened slightly. She murmured softly, filled with emotion, this child. In the blink of an eye, he's become a self-reliant ninja. I still remember when he first started at the Ninja Academy, his backpack was bigger than he was wobbling as he walked. Sato Lu, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa, glanced at his wife's reddened eyes, chuckled twice, and deliberately teased her. How about we have another child to contribute to the village? Why don't you say it's for the will of fire, you old rascal? Sato Miko instantly blushed, shooting him a reproachful glare, her eyes full of bashfulness. Having only made a casual joke, seeing his wife like this, Sato Lu became genuinely interested. He abruptly folded the newspaper, slapped it on the sofa, and leaned in closer. Miko, I think this is something we can seriously consider. Don't talk nonsense in broad daylight. Sato Miko's cheeks burned crimson. She turned and fled into the kitchen. I'm going to wash the dishes, leave me alone. The dishes can be washed tonight too, Sato Lu. At that moment, Sato Fan, standing in front of the Hokage building, suddenly shivered inexplicably. A chill ran down his back and goosebumps spread from his neck to his arms. He instinctively looked back. The streets were bustling with people, and the warm sunlight bathed the rooftops. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Strange, why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? Could someone be plotting against me? He rubbed his numb arms, scanned the surroundings suspiciously for a few seconds. Seeing no suspicious figures, he turned and stepped into the Hokage office building. Well, maybe it was just the morning breeze. The interior of the building was far more spacious than it appeared from outside. The entrance opened into a high-ceilinged lobby with dark brown wooden floors polished to a mirror shine by the constant flow of people. On the left were a row of service counters where staff hurried back and forth. On the right were a few wooden benches where a few ninjas waiting to hand over missions were conversing in low voices. At the far end of the lobby, stairs led directly to the second floor. Portraits of past Hokages hung on the walls, with the third Hokage's portrait in the center, his smile both kind and imposing. Sato Fan quickly walked to the reception desk and handed over the file in his hand. Seated at the desk was a short-haired female ninja in her early 20s, wearing thin-rimmed glasses with a sharp and efficient demeanor. She took the file, pulled out the documents, scanned them quickly, then looked up to verify Sato Fan's appearance. She then read aloud, Sato Fan, Genin of Squad 15, recommended by Squad Leader Jonin Kusakabe Takashi, assigned to the logistics department. With that, she recorded the information in a thick ledger, put down her pen, and stood up. The recommendation letter and assessment records are all in order. Follow me. The female ninja led him through the lobby and up the wooden stairs to the second floor. The second floor was far quieter than the first. Plaques reading Mission Management Section, Document Archive Section, and Financial Audit Section hung beside the closed doors along the corridor. The air was tinged with the faint scent of paper and ink. Occasionally, a chunin in a ninja vest would walk past, briskly, eyes straight ahead, utterly oblivious to others. The female ninja stopped at the door at the end of the corridor, raised her hand, and knocked twice. Yamada-senpai, the new recruit is here. Come in. A lazy male voice came from inside. She pushed open the door, stepped aside to let Sato Fan enter, then gently closed the door and left. The office was not large, with simple furnishings, a desk, 2 chairs, and a mountain of papers and forms on the desk. A bookshelf against the wall was crammed with manuals and account books, some of their spines worn until the lettering was illegible. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a rumpled chunin vest, his hair slightly thinning. This was Yamada, the head of the logistics section. Sit. Yamada pointed to the chair opposite him, casually swept aside the messy papers on the desk, clearing a small space. Sato Fan sat down, as instructed, back, straight expression, respectful. Yamada looked him over, his gaze gentle without any sharpness, and asked, Kusakabe Takashi recommended you. Yes. He said you have a steady temperament suitable for logistics. Captain Kusakabe did say that. Yamada pulled a job preference form from a drawer, slid it in front of him, and said bluntly, I want beat around the bush. Logistics is divided into 4 areas. Choose your own direction. He leaned back in his chair, counting on his fingers as he explained, first is materials procurement. You'll liaise with suppliers outside the village, purchase ninja tools, medicine, food, frequent trips outside the village. You'll handle negotiations and inspections. The perk is extra income, but the downside is the travel and the fact that outside the village is less safe than inside. Sato Fan immediately crossed that option off in his mind. He had been scheming to stay safely within the village and develop steadily. Going on adventures outside the village was not the choice for now. He could consider it later when he was strong enough. Second is materials distribution. You'll manage the allocation of supplies to various departments. Ninja squads get their equipment, mission consumables are approved. All that falls under this. You'll be in the office all day, sheltered from wind and rain, but the work is complicated, dealing with all kinds of people every day. You need high emotional intelligence to handle it. Sato Fan made a mental note. The distribution post involved too many interpersonal interactions, not suitable for his plan to keep a low profile. Third is warehouse management. You'll be in charge of the entire village's ninja tools, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, their in and out inventory maintenance and write-offs. You'll stay in the warehouse, not much interaction with others. The only requirement is meticulousness. You can't afford any mistakes. Any loss of materials is your full responsibility. Hearing the words, weapon warehouse, Sato Fan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. This was exactly the position he had his heart set on. Fourth is administrative internal affairs. You'll handle accounts, make reports, write work summaries. Sounds easy, but it's actually the most tiring. The forms are endless, and advisor Utatane Koharu conducts spot checks from time to time. The margin for error is extremely low. After finishing, Yamada took a sip of tea and waited quietly for Sato Fan's response. Sato Fan was silent for a few seconds, weighing the options rapidly in his mind. He had already decided the weapon warehouse located in the logistics area was remote and sparsely populated, required no trips outside the village, and the controlled ninja tools and explosive tags were exactly the resources he urgently needed at this stage. Especially the term write-off. It held enormous potential for manipulation. I want to go to the weapon warehouse. Sato Fan's expression was earnest, his tone resolute. A flicker of surprise crossed Yamada's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and asked, the warehouse. Are you sure? This job is extremely dull. You'll be facing weapon racks every day. Nowadays, except for standard issue gear for graduating genin and impoverished ninjas, hardly anyone comes to collect standard weapons. Yet you still have to count and register documents every single day with no one to talk to. Few people are willing to do it. I'm not afraid of monotony. Sato Fan put on a simple, honest expression and replied softly. I'm an introvert, not good with people. The warehouse work suits me perfectly. Yamada stared at him for 2 seconds, saw the sincerity in his eyes, and asked no further. He picked up a pen and wrote, warehouse management, on the form. Then he took a set of keys from a drawer, selected a copper key, and tossed it to Sato Fan. The third warehouse on the east side is the weapon depot. Report to the warehouse keeper, Tanaka Kazuhiko. He'll teach you the specific procedures. The first 3 months are probation. Do well, and you'll be formally employed. Fail, and you'll be eliminated directly. Not back to your original squad. You'll be out of the ninja system entirely. I understand. Sato Fan caught the key firmly, the cool metal pressing into his palm. Also, Yamada dropped his lazy demeanor, his tone turning serious. Every item in the warehouse has a ledger. In and out wear and tier write-offs must be recorded clearly. If the monthly inventory doesn't match the books, there will be a thorough investigation. Don't bring trouble on yourself. Sato Fan nodded solemnly. I will remember your advice, sir. Don't go to the wrong warehouse. Yamada waved his hand and leaned back in his chair. Sato Fan stood up, bowed deeply, then turned and left the office, walking steadily toward the eastern logistics area. From the Hokage building to the third warehouse on the east side was only a 10-minute walk. The path was lined with neatly arranged warehouses, gray walls, and gray tiles looking ordinary. Each door bore a colored label indicating the type of materials inside. He counted the door numbers as he went. The first warehouse stored grain, the second stored medicine, and the third was the weapon depot he was looking for. The warehouse door was partly open and rustling sounds came from inside. Sato Fan pushed the door open and was greeted by a strong mixture of metal and anti-rust oil. The warehouse was far more spacious than he had imagined. Tall shelves stood in neat rows with kunai shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills, and sealing scrolls sorted and stacked in designated areas, each with its own number. Sunlight streamed in through high windows, casting a cold gleam on the iron and paper. An elderly man over 60 was crouched on the ground, organizing a box of brand new kunai. He wore a faded old ninja vest, his hair white and face deeply lined, his eyes calm and unremarkable. Hearing the noise, the old man slowly raised his head and looked at Sato Fan. You are the new logistics recruit. His voice was hoarse, carrying the weight of years. Yes, I'm Sato Fan. Section Chief Yamada told me to report to you. Tanaka Kazuhiko. I've been watching this warehouse for 25 years. The old man stood up, dusted off his pants, and spoke in a flat tone, neither warm nor cold. You're the third one assigned to me. What happened to the previous two? Sato Fan asked casually. Old Tanaka glanced at him, paused, and didn't continue. He just waved his hand. Let's not talk about them. He took a thick ledger, several centimeters thick, from a shelf, and shoved it into Sato Fan's hands. Within 3 days you need to master this ledger. Memorize all types of materials, their placement, and the reasonable margin of error between book and actual inventory. If you can't do it, pack up and leave. Sato Fan opened the ledger, dense numbers and codes filling his vision. Yet he felt no complexity. What do I learn? In and out procedures, inventory methods, filling out write-off forms. Old Tanaka picked up a kunai, weighed it in his hand, and ran his fingers along the blade. These are the village's wartime supplies. If you lose any, your salary won't cover it. Sato Fan's eyes fell on old Tanaka's hands. Rough as tree bark, thick knuckles, calluses covering the base of his thumb, unmistakable marks of years of wielding ninja tools. He was no ordinary warehouse keeper. Senior, were you a combat ninja before? Retired jonin. Was injured and sent to watch the warehouse. Old Tanaka cut him off flatly, his tone as calm as if he were talking about someone else with no trace of regret. Wisely, Sato Fan asked no more questions. Old Tanaka pointed to a small cubicle in the corner of the warehouse. That's your temporary workstation. A desk and a chair. The thermos is in the corner. Get hot water from the next warehouse. Lunch is on your own. Work from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening. 3 late arrivals, and Yamada will hold you accountable directly. The so-called office was nothing more than a small room converted from a storage closet, just big enough for a desk and chair. A small window in the wall offered a view of a patch of sky. A thin layer of dust covered the desk, clearly and used for a long time. Sato-fan found a rag, wiped it clean, placed the ledger on the desk, and sat down to study it quietly. The ledger was far more detailed than he had expected. He spent the entire morning reading it from cover to cover, silently noting 3 key pieces of information. First, there was a tacitly accepted, reasonable discrepancy between book and actual inventory, and old Tanaka's eyes had been meaningful when he mentioned it. Second, material write-offs were routine. Broken kunai blades, deformed shuriken, damp explosive tags, worn scrolls, all went into the write-off batch. 4. Processing, a word that held enormous flexibility. A third, warehouse. Supervision was far looser than Yamada had implied. Old Tanaka was old and limited in energy. Yamada rarely came by in months, and the higher-ups would never set foot here. Sato-fan closed the ledger, leaned back in his chair, and gazed at the blue sky outside the window. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A smile only he could detect. 7 years of hiding his true abilities, deliberately throwing shuriken off target, pretending to form hand seals, incorrectly feigning exhaustion, all to avoid combat positions and stay safely in logistics to develop quietly. Now he had finally reached his true starting point. The sunlight outside was just right, and a few sparrows chirped and played under the eaves, full of life. At 5 in the afternoon, as soon as the bell rang, Sato-fan packed up and left on time. Old Tanaka had already left, leaving only a message: tomorrow at 8, don't be late. He walked slowly home along the same route. Passing the Hokage building, he ran into Naruto bouncing out. Sato. Naruto waved from afar, ran up to him, and asked with a puzzled look, "What are you doing here? Didn't you get assigned to Squad 15? I transferred to logistics. I manage the warehouse." Sato-fan scratched his hair lightly, his tone calm. "Logistics? Manage a warehouse?" Naruto tilted his head, utterly confused. "Isn't that boring? Naruto didn't understand, but he didn't dwell on it. His eyes lit up, and he clapped Sato-fan on the shoulder. "So can you give me more explosive tags now? I really need them for missions." "Not according to the rules," Sato-fan replied honestly. "Then when will you have the say?" "When I become the head of the logistics section." Sato-fan brushed it off casually. "Then hurry up and become the section chief," Naruto said seriously, his eyes full of anticipation. "When I go on missions, you give me 100 explosive tags, and I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen." With that, Naruto laughed, turned, and ran off without waiting for a reply. After a few steps, he turned back and shouted, "Don't forget the 100 explosive tags." Sato-fan watched his lively back, smiled helplessly, but secretly calculated in his mind 100 explosive tags were just a drop in the bucket. He thought of Conan's 600 billion explosive tags, a staggering formation. His accumulation had only just begun. The setting sun bathed the entire street in a warm orange glow. A gentle breeze brushed by. Sato-fan gripped the warehouse key tightly in his hand, the cool metal transmitting through his palm. He knew clearly that this brief peace would not last long. The Konoha crush plan, Sasuke's defection, Pain's assault, the fourth great ninja war. One storm after another would eventually engulf the village. All he could do was to amass enough capital to secure his foothold before the storms arrived. Tomorrow would be the day his plan of. At 7:50 in the morning, Sato-fan stood at the entrance of the Eastern Third warehouse, inhaling deeply the cool dawn air. It was his first day officially stepping into the workplace. There was no thunderous roar of explosive tags, no sharp whistle of kunai slicing through the air, no piercing enemy attack alarms, and certainly no life-threatening missions that could end him at any moment. Only the cool breeze carrying the scent of grass and trees, the hoarse cawing of crows from the distant forest, and the crisp, clean click of the key precisely turning the warehouse lock. Oh, how blissful the days of peace were. He slowly pushed open the heavy warehouse door, and a mix of metallic cold and the faint pungency of anti-rust oil rushed toward him. The interior of the warehouse was still dim, with only a few strands of morning light filtering through the narrow windows high above, barely illuminating the towering shelves in the corners. He groped his way to the wall, found the old light switch, and pressed it gently. With a click, the fluorescent tube flickered 2 or 3 times before finally casting a pale white light, revealing the entire vast warehouse. Old Tanaka Kazuhiko had not yet arrived. Sato-fan set his bag lightly on the office desk in the corner, picked up the thick yellowed ledger, turned to the page he had read yesterday, and continued to peruse it patiently. This ledger had long been dog-eared from his handling. The code specifications, precise storage locations, and book quantities of the various supplies were already etched into his memory. But what he planned to do today was far more than just reading the ledger. At 8:10, old Tanaka Kazuhiko slowly pushed open the warehouse door and entered. Today he wore a faded gray old coat with slightly pilled edges, carrying a clean cloth bag containing his lunch. Old Tanaka casually placed his cloth bag on his own desk. A worn wooden table at the other end of the warehouse cluttered with Old Tanaka casually placed his cloth bag on his own desk. A worn wooden table at the other end of the warehouse cluttered with various documents, and a thicker, more tattered master ledger than the one in Sato-fan's hands. "It's my first day. I was afraid of being late and causing trouble." Sato-fan promptly stood up with a respectful air, hurried to the desk, poured a cup of freshly boiled hot tea, and handed it over with both hands. Alright, let's get to work then. Old Tanaka pulled out a stack of densely written inventory sheets from a drawer and casually handed them to Sato Fan, instructing in a steady tone today, "Well, start with the material inventory. Every item in the warehouse must be checked one by one. You take this inventory sheet, go through each shelf, and carefully verify the book quantities against the actual stock. If anything doesn't match, note it down carefully. They'll tell you how to handle it later." Sato Fan took the sheet with both hands and looked down at it closely. The sheet listed neatly the names, codes, and book quantities of various materials with blank columns left for recording the actual inventory numbers. The entries were numerous but clearly organized. Start with Area A. Old Tanaka pointed to the row of neatly arranged shelves on the east side of the warehouse and said slowly, "Area A holds kunai and shuriken. Area B holds explosive tags and soldier pills. Area C holds sealing scrolls and special ninja tools, and Area D holds miscellaneous supplies. Don't mix them up." "Understood, I will be thorough in my count." Sato Fan replied respectfully. He picked up the sheet and a pen and walked straight to the Area A shelves. Area A had 6 rows of shelves, each with 5 levels, with all kinds of kunai and shuriken neatly stacked in their designated spots, perfectly orderly. Standard kunai, weighted kunai, practice kunai. Each type had its own specific location and unique code arranged with meticulous precision. He compared the records on the sheet, counting box by box with serious attention. Standard kunai book quantity of 1,000. He carefully opened the wooden box and counted each one meticulously. Midway through he paused, looked up at the sheet, then down at the kunai in the box, and silently calculated in his mind. The quantity matched exactly. He continued to count the rest. The entire morning he paced back and forth among the shelves in Area A, carefully checking every box of kunai and shuriken. The final result was very normal. The book quantities and actual quantities were basically consistent, with only minor discrepancies within the acceptable range. What exactly did this acceptable discrepancy mean? Old Tanaka had explained it earlier. For example, if a batch of kunai had a book quantity of 500, but the actual count was only 498, the difference of 2 was considered loss, a common occurrence in the warehouse. Kunai might accidentally fall during transport, get damaged, or be taken by a ninja without proper registration. As long as the error did not exceed 0.5%, there would be no problem. Sato Fan silently noted the key figure, 0.5%. For 1,200 kunai, 0.5% meant 6. This meant he could legitimately make 6 kunai vanish from the records without arousing anyone's suspicion. But he did not rush to act. It was his first day on the job. His priority was to understand all the rules and details of the warehouse, to stay patient and proceed step by step. At noon, old Tanaka called a halt to work. "Let's take a break for lunch." He picked up his cloth lunch bag, sat down on the bluestone steps at the warehouse entrance, and opened the lunchbox. Inside were simple rice balls and a small dish of pickled radish. Sato Fan also took out his lunch from his backpack. A bento box his mother Sato Miko had prepared early that morning, filled with fluffy white rice, a tender hamburger patty, and a few golden soft rolled omelets. He sat down on the steps next to old Tanaka, preparing to eat quietly. The two ate in silence for a while. The warm sunlight bathed the open space in front of the warehouse, warming the bluestone slabs. In the distance by the wall, a few lazy cats were curled up, dozing, their tails swaying slowly, exuding leisure. Sato Fan chewed the tender hamburger patty, slowly, his mind racing to organize his thoughts, nurturing an idea he had long contemplated. This idea had kept him tossing and turning for several nights, using the shadow clone technique to shorten tedious work hours, freeing up time for cultivation and strengthening. He did not intend to learn the forbidden multiple shadow clone technique. That technique was listed in the seal book as a dangerous jutsu requiring immense chakra, and ordinary people had no access to it. But the ordinary shadow clone technique was different. It was a brank jutsu mastered by most Chunin and Jonin of Konoha. The third Hokage could even use it to handle multiple tasks simultaneously. However, the problem was that although the shadow clone technique was not a top secret in Konoha, it was not something anyone could easily. Ninjas from common civilian families only learned the basic 3 techniques at the Ninja Academy: clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, along with rudimentary taijutsu and escape techniques. The shadow clone technique. That was a high-level jutsu one could only encounter after graduating from the academy, usually requiring guidance from a senior, or spending a large sum to purchase a scroll. Now he had 2 options. First, ask old Tanaka Kazuhiko to teach him. This old man had been a retired jonin in his early years, and must have mastered the shadow clone technique. Second, save up money to buy a scroll, but he was currently short of funds. Obviously the first option was faster and, more importantly, would save a lot of money. But he needed a plausible reason, one that would never let old Tanaka suspect he had ulterior motives. Senior Tanaka Sato Fan finally spoke softly after much deliberation, breaking the silence. Old Tanaka bit into his rice ball, not looking up, mumbling in response. "I have a question I'd like to ask you, if I may." Sato Fan's tone was sincere, carrying the respect of a junior toward a senior. Old Tanaka continued, eating his tone flat, without any impatience. "I wonder, Do you know the shadow clone technique? Sato fan asked cautiously, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Old Tanaka's chewing abruptly stopped. He slowly turned his head, looked at Sato fan beside him, and a clear surprise flickered in his cloudy eyes as he scrutinized him for a moment. You little rascal, you want to learn this jutsu? Old Tanaka asked in a deep voice with a probing tone. Yes. Sato fan nodded solemnly, his expression perfectly controlled, earnest, but not eager. Captain Kusakabe said, I have a steady temperament, and am suitable for logistics work, and I genuinely think this job is great. But I've thought it over. If one day the warehouse is attacked, I can't be completely defenseless. As you can see, my current taijutsu and ninjutsu foundations are too weak. He paused, his face showing a warm and earnest expression, and continued, I want to learn the shadow clone technique. First, if I ever encounter danger, I can use shadow clones to distract the enemy and escape. Second, if work gets busy, I can use shadow clones to share the load, so you can rest more and not overwork yourself. Old Tanaka stared at him silently for a few seconds before slowly swallowing the rice ball in his mouth. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, his expression still unreadable. The shadow clone technique isn't something you can learn overnight. If your chakra control isn't up to par, you can't even produce a clone. Old Tanaka reminded him in a flat tone. I understand. Am not in a hurry, am willing to learn slowly no matter how long it takes. Sato fan responded promptly, his attitude very earnest. Old Tanaka fell silent again, finished the last bite of his rice ball, wiped the rice grains off his hand, stood up, and said flat, after we finish the work this afternoon, I'll teach you. Sato fan's heart leaped with joy, but he dared not show it on his face. Instead, he feigned relief and bowed deeply to old Tanaka. Thank you, Senior Tanaka, for your willingness to teach me. I am deeply grateful. Don't thank me yet. Old Tanaka packed up his lunchbox and waved his hand casually. If you're too clumsy to learn, don't blame me for not teaching properly. The afternoon's work was still material inventory. Sato fan calmed down and went through the supplies in areas B and C one by one. Explosive tags, soldier pills, sealing scrolls. Carefully checking quantities, expiration dates, and storage conditions for compliance. Explosive tags had extremely strict storage requirements. They must be kept away from moisture, heat, and pressure. Each box of explosive tags was sealed in a special waterproof bag with clear labels indicating grade, quantity, and date of entry. Sato fan carefully opened a box of drank explosive tags and pulled out a few to inspect. The paper was slightly yellowed, but the formulas on them were still clear and neat, indicating they were still usable. He silently noted the precise location and stock quantity of this box of explosive tags. Soldier pills had a shelf life of 1 year. At the corner of the shelf, he saw a few boxes that were about to expire in a month, with labels clearly marked pending disposal. Old Tanaka casually mentioned that these expired supplies would be processed uniformly at the end of the month. The word processed silently lit up in Sato fan's mind, sparking further contemplation. But he still showed no abnormality, simply writing down the actual inventory numbers on the sheet, carefully placing the boxes back in their original positions, remaining completely obedient, without any deviation. At 4:00 p.m. the inventory work was basically complete. Sato fan handed the finished sheet to Old Tanaka with both hands. Old Tanaka took it, flipped through, confirmed it was correct, and signed his name at the bottom. You did pretty well today. No major problems found, and you're quite meticulous. Old Tanaka closed the sheet, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Tomorrow continue with the inventory of Area DS miscellaneous items, and then we'll start learning the process of material entry and exit. Take it slow. Yes, I'll follow your arrangements. Sato fan replied respectfully. Sato fan sighed inwardly. He never imagined that in his past life he was just an ordinary person, but in this life he had become a logistics civil servant of Konoha in charge of military supplies. This stability was truly rare. Don't you want to learn the shadow clone technique? Old Tianzhong slowly rose to his feet, stretching his stiff shoulders. His voice was low. Since there's still time, upon hearing this, Sua Tingfan immediately followed Old Tianzhong to the open space behind the warehouse. This place was far more secluded than the front yard. Enclosed by walls covered in lush green ivy with scattered weeds growing on the ground, it was an ideal spot for training. Old Tianzhong turned to face Sua Tingfan and began explaining in detail. The shadow clone technique is a branch ninjutsu entirely different in principle from the clone technique you learned at the Ninja Academy. The clone technique merely creates an illusion without substance, incapable of attacking. But the shadow clone technique produces physical clones, flesh and blood, capable of offense and defense, and able to share your workload. As he spoke, he raised his hands and demonstrated the hand signs. The sequence is rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake. 6 signs, none can be omitted. Once you've mastered it to perfection, you can simplify it to a single sign. But for now you must follow the sequence strictly. Sua Tingfan watched Old Tianzhong's gestures intently, memorizing them silently again and again in his mind. Try it yourself. Old Tianzhong waved his hand, his tone flat. It's fine if you fail the first time. For this technique, if a normal person can master it within a month or two, that's already considered fast. Sua Tingfan took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and completed the 6 signs exactly as shown. He then began to channel his chakra, attempting to separate it and shape it into an independent form. But nothing happened. No white smoke rose, no clone appeared, not even a ripple of chakra fluctuation. He stood frozen, his hands still and the snake sign fingertips slightly stiff. The scene was rather awkward. Old Tianzhong glanced at him and pointed out the problem with a blank expression. Your chakra didn't keep up. While forming the hand signs, you must draw chakra up from your dantian, let it flow through your arms to your fingertips. You only moved your hands without moving your chakra. It's just an empty shell. Zhou Tengfan silently lowered his hands, adjusted his breathing, and once again focused his mind and calmed his spirit. He had trained hard at the Ninja Academy for 6 years, never slacking on the basics of chakra control, tree climbing, water walking, paper sticking. All were solid. But the logic of the shadow clone technique was entirely different. Previous training involved retaining chakra within the body and manipulating it. The shadow clone technique required completely separating chakra from the body to form an independent entity, a wholly unfamiliar method of control. He raised his hands again. As he formed the hand signs, he steadily drew chakra from his abdomen, channeled it through his arms to his fingertips. The chakra gathered at his fingertips like compressed air ready to burst forth. Bang! A dull thud. White smoke exploded suddenly. When the smoke cleared, a blurry figure appeared beside Zhou Tengfan. But it was not a complete shadow clone. Just a translucent outline, without facial features or substance, like a puff of smoke shaped into a human form. The phantom swayed twice, then vanished like smoke scattered by the wind. Zhou Tengfan stared at the spot where the illusion had dissipated, silent for 2 seconds, then asked, "What exactly was that?" "It's a failure," Old Tianzhong said bluntly without mercy. "The chakra distribution was uneven, the amount you separated was insufficient, and you couldn't stabilize the form. Try to sense it. How much chakra did you release just now, eh?" Zhou Tengfan closed his eyes, feeling the chakra consumption within his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "About 1/3. 1/3 is far from enough. You're only a genin. To form a shadow clone, you must release at least half of your chakra. If it's too little, the form won't solidify. But you can't use too much or you'll drain yourself completely." Old Tianzhong crossed his arms and spoke in a low, earnest voice. "You need to find the precise balance. Enough to solidify the clone, but not so much that you collapse." Zhou Tengfan nodded and tried again. This time he released nearly half his chakra, skillfully forming the hand signs, drawing the energy and releasing it. Bang! The white smoke dissipated. The shadow before him was clearer than the previous attempt, at least a recognizable human shape. But it lasted only 2 seconds before collapsing like a burst bubble, vanishing without a trace. Lasted 2 seconds. Half a second better than last time, Old Tianzhong commented flatly. Zhou Tengfan wiped the sweat from his brow. The 2 attempts at the shadow clone had already consumed most of his chakra. His forehead was beaded with sweat, his arms slightly sore, and his breathing had grown rapid. The consumption of the shadow clone technique was far greater than he had anticipated. Not just chakra depletion, but also a drain on his mental energy. It felt like running for a long time, leaving him completely hollow. "That's enough for today." Seeing his poor condition, Old Tianzhong called a halt. "The shadow clone can't be mastered in a day. Go back and practice the hand signs until they're flawless. Don't bother releasing the clone. Just practice the hand gestures. Do it hundreds of times a day until you can execute the 6 signs automatically without thinking." "About how long will it take to form a solid clone?" Zhou Tengfan pressed. "It varies from person to person." Old Tianzhong turned and walked toward the warehouse, speaking as he went fast. "A month slow, 3 to 5 months. Your foundation in chakra control is solid, so you might be quicker. But don't expect instant success. This isn't as simple as the 3 basic techniques from the academy." Zhou Tengfan followed behind him, replaying the details of his 2 failures in his mind. The first time the chakra flow had lagged, the second time the distribution was off. Training the shadow clone tested his patience and precision far more than he had imagined. In the days that followed, Zhou Tengfan's life became extremely regimented. Every day at 8 o'clock sharp, he arrived at the warehouse, helping Old Tianzhong check inventory, process incoming and outgoing goods, and fill out reports. During lunch break, he never rushed to eat. Instead, he first ran to the open space behind the warehouse to practice the shadow clone. After work, he didn't hurry home, but stayed an extra hour to train the 3 basic techniques and physical skills, never daring to slack off. He carried a notebook with him, the cover labeled Inventory Ledger, to avoid suspicion. The first few pages contained warehouse inventory lists, but the rest were densely filled with his practice notes on the shadow clone. Every failure, every insight recorded in detail. He carried a notebook with him, the cover labeled Inventory Ledger, to avoid suspicion. The first few pages contained warehouse inventory lists, but the rest were densely filled with his practice notes on the shadow clone. "Senior Tianzhong, the clone always wobbles when walking. Why is that? The chakra isn't evenly distributed throughout the body. You've only focused on the limbs, leaving the torso empty. Senior Tianzhong, the clone's voice sounds different from mine. How do I adjust it? The vocal cords aren't solidified. When you split the chakra, your attention was all on the limbs, neglecting the throat's meridians." The answer to every question pointed to the same core issue. His chakra control was not yet refined enough. This path of training was far more difficult than he had anticipated. 1 month later, Zhuo Tengfan stood again in the center of the open space, his hands suddenly raised. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake. The 6 hand signs were completed within 1 second, his fingers moving so fast they became blurs. Chakra was precisely drawn from his dantian, flowing through his arms to his fingertips, evenly split into 2 streams. One retained in his body, the other released in a smooth motion. Bang! The white smoke cleared. A complete shadow clone stood steadily before him. Not a translucent phantom, not a blurry outline, but a solid entity identical to himself. The same height, the same hairstyle, the same headband tied around the left arm, even the folds of his clothes were exactly the same. The shadow clone turned its head, looked at the original, and asked, "It worked?" Its voice and tone were indistinguishable from Zhuo Tengfan's. Zhuo Tengfan gazed at the clone before him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, unable to conceal the joy in his heart. He tried to have the clone walk forward a few steps. The clone obeyed, its movements coordinated and perfectly natural, indistinguishable from the original. At some point, old Tianzhong had already arrived at the edge of the open space. Watching the formed shadow clone, he gave a slight nod. 1 month and 3 days. Faster than I expected. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Tianzhong. Zhuo Tengfan quickly bowed in gratitude. Don't thank me. It's all the result of your own. Old Tianzhong turned and walked back, casually adding, "Next you need to practice endurance. How long can your current clone last?" Zhuo Tengfan sensed the chakra consumption in his body and replied, "About 20 minutes. Too short. You need to train it to at least 40 minutes. And don't use it inside the warehouse. If you run out of chakra and collapse, I'll have to take you home." Old Tianzhong's voice drifted from afar, fading into the wind. Zhuo Tengfan acknowledged the instruction and continued his practice diligently. He began to try using the shadow clone to share the workload, having the clone inventory the lower shells while he handled the higher ones, letting the clone carry light boxes while he shouldered the heavy ones. At first their coordination was clumsy and they often bumped into each other. Gradually, as they became more practiced, their division of labor grew clearer and their work efficiency increased several times over what he could achieve alone. But the duration of the shadow clone remained a shortcoming. At most it lasted 25 minutes before the clone vanished with a bang. The moment it dissipated, all the fatigue and memories of the clone flooded back to the original. He would suddenly feel soreness in his arms and weakness in his legs, and his mind would be filled with the clone's experiences, clear as if he had lived through them himself. He remembered the clone crouching by the shelf counting kunai, the sting when the clone's finger was bumped by a box corner, while carrying the boredom of the clone standing in the open space awaiting orders. Those memories were not his own first-hand experiences, yet they were etched into his mind, strange and real. Another half-month passed, and the duration of the shadow clone finally extended to 40 minutes. Zhuo Tengfan began to experiment with new uses. During lunch break, he would send the clone to eat while he stayed in the open space to practice physical skills. When the clone returned and the technique was released, he not only gained the memory of eating, but also the genuine sensation of being full. This trick was useful, but he couldn't rely on it too often. The clone's fatigue accumulated entirely on the original body. If the clone worked hard all day, the original would be exhausted when the technique was released. He once tried to have the clone continuously carry boxes for 2 hours. The instant the clone vanished, his lower back ached so badly he couldn't straighten up, and it took a long time to recover. Gradually, he found a rhythm that suited him, using the shadow clone for repetitive, low-intensity physical tasks, while focusing on checking ledgers, filling reports, and training physical skills himself. Fatigue was shared, but knowledge and experience were pooled, achieving twice the results with half the effort. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhuo Tengfan locked the warehouse door and pocketed the key. Old Tianzhong had long since left, leaving only his footprints in the open space. The quiet was broken only by the sound of wind rustling the vines. He walked home slowly along the familiar path, his mind still pondering the techniques of the shadow clone. Having mastered it in 1 month and 3 days was smoother than expected. But he knew it wasn't due to extraordinary talent. It was the result of 6 years of solid chakra control foundation. Those once tedious basic exercises had finally paid off at this moment. As for the future uses of the shadow clone, he hadn't planned them out yet. But at this moment he had gained another trump card, a confidence to do more in limited time and improve himself. Back home, Zhuo Maisie was busy in the kitchen, and Zhuo Lu was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Back. Zhuo Lu put down the paper and looked up. How did things go at the warehouse today? Fairly smoothly. Zhuo Tengfan changed his shoes and replied casually. I also learned a new ninjutsu. Zhuo Lu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and praised, not bad. My son is making progress. Zhuo Maisie poked her head out of the kitchen, curiosity all over her face. What ninjutsu did you learn? The shadow clone technique, Zhuo Tengfan answered. Shadow clone. What's that? Zhuo Maisie looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with ninjutsu. It creates a person exactly like me, Zhuo Tengfan explained simply. Isn't that similar to the clone technique? Zhuo Maisie said with a smile. Zhuo Tengfan thought for a moment, but didn't elaborate on the differences. He replied softly, yes, something like that. He washed his hands and sat down at the table. The aroma of curry rice wafted from the kitchen, mingling with the steam of freshly cooked rice, filling the room with warmth. He ate slowly, his mind still turning over the training and applications of the shadow clone. He didn't know how far he could ultimately take it, but at least at this moment he was stronger than he was a month ago, and had a little more confidence to survive. It was yet another ordinary evening. Sato Bon rose from the vacant lot behind the warehouse, brushing the dust off his trousers. The sun had already dipped behind the enclosing walls, leaving only a final streak of orangered light clinging to the western sky. His shadow clone had just vanished with a puff, and the residual fatigue surged through him like a tide. Aching arms, weak legs, a dull throb in his back muscles. Today he had practiced 4 sets of taijutsu, and the shadow clone had shared half the burden, but the fatigue still returned to him. Yet he was accustomed to this level of exhaustion. A few minutes rest would suffice. He picked up the water bottle resting on the steps, and took 2 large gulps. The water was lukewarm, having been heated by the sun all day, and tasted faintly of rust. More than half a month had passed since he learned the shadow clone technique. Every day, without fail, he practiced during his lunch break and before the end of work, unwavering in his routine. Old Tanaka, who had occasionally checked on him at the beginning, now left him completely alone, so long as Sato Bon did his job well. Sato Bon screwed the cap back on the water bottle, leaned against the wall, and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. His mind began to review his current strength. First, his chakra reserves. In his past life, he had been an ordinary person. Since transmigrating, no heavenly cheat had fallen into his lap. His chakra at the start had indeed been merely the average level of a ninja academy student. But that was 6 years ago. Over these 6 years, though he hadn't pushed himself to the extremes like Guy or Rock Lee, he had never been. Every morning, he woke at 6, performed a set of physical training before school, and after school continued practicing until dark. On weekends, he didn't rest. Either he went to the library to research or to the woods to practice ninjutsu. More importantly, chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy. His physical energy was only average, but his spiritual energy, a soul of an adult having lived 12 years in the Naruto world plus over 20 years from his previous life, far surpassed that of his peers. This was an innate advantage, no training required, it simply grew as long as he lived. Combining the 2 energies, his current chakra reserves were already a notch higher than those of civilian ninjas his age. He closed his eyes and sensed the chakra within his body. Compared to when he first graduated, it had increased by at least 30%. It wasn't a qualitative leap, but enough to allow him to do things he couldn't before, like maintaining a shadow clone for 40 minutes or performing the body replacement technique 3 times in succession without losing his breath. Compared to a Jinchuriki like Naruto, he was far behind. Compared to a genius like Sasuke, also far behind. But compared to ordinary civilian ninjas, he was definitely above average. Next, ninjutsu. The 3 basic techniques taught at the academy: clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. He had already mastered to the point of using them without thought. The clone technique, Rank, created an illusory copy without substance. He had practiced it for 6 years, from a shaky, distorted image to one so convincing it could fool anyone, purely through sheer repetition. His clones now moved fluidly with natural expressions, and ordinary people couldn't tell the difference. The transformation technique, Rank, allowed him to take the appearance of others. He had practiced this one the most, because it was the best disguise. He could complete the transformation within 2 seconds, becoming any classmate's image. The body replacement technique, Rank, substituted a log or other object for himself to take an attack. It was a life-saving technique, and he practiced it most diligently. Now he could perform the technique in the instant before being struck. Though it was a divine skill, it required a replacement object, like the 2 demon brothers using snow rabbits as substitutes in the land of waves. In an open area with no objects, it couldn't be used, and he had to react before the attack landed. Later on, someone who could react in time might as well just charge in instead of using a substitution. Finally, the shadow clone technique. A brank ninjutsu it had taken him nearly 2 months to truly master. His hand seal speed had been compressed from 3 seconds to 1, the clone duration extended from 2 seconds to 40 minutes, and the clone's quality had improved from a blurry silhouette to a solid duplicate capable of independent work. The shadow clone was his most practical ninjutsu at present. During work, the shadow clone could help him carry boxes and inventory supplies. During training, it could share the physical load, and in future danger, it could buy him time. This was his current arsenal: 3 rank techniques and 1 brank. Compared to the clan geniuses who could use Fireball, 8 trigrams, or Insect Jutsu, he was no match, but at least he was a bit stronger than civilian genin, who only knew the 3 basic techniques. Taijutsu was his weakest link. It wasn't because he didn't want to train, but because his natural talent was truly limited. His reaction speed, explosive power, and flexibility were all at an ordinary person's level. To hide his true strength, he couldn't display much, and he had rarely fought. 6 years of training had only taken him from very poor to barely passing. But he had found his own path, not pursuing flashy moves, but practicing only the fundamentals. Punches, kicks, dodges, blocks. Every movement repeated until it became muscle memory. Overall, what level was he at now? Sato Bon mentally scored himself. Chakra reserves above average for civilian ninjas, his age close to the threshold of a chunin. Ninjutsu mastery of the 3 basic techniques beginner in Shadow Clone. Taijutsu passing. Combat experience 0. Tactical awareness good. After all, he was older and didn't act rashly like the young. If he ranked the 30 genin who graduated in Konoha year 67, he would probably be in the top 10. This might sound unbelievable. Someone who always hid his true strength and deliberately scored just passing marks. How could he be in the top 10? But that was the truth. Because the overall level of this graduating class was lower than he had imagined. Among the 30, only a few could truly fight Sasuke Naruto when the Ninetales rampaged Shikamaru with his brains Kiba, Hinata Shino Choji Ino, after acquiring clan techniques Sakura rich in theoretical knowledge average in combat. The remaining 20-odd civilian students were mostly at the same level as his shown ability, barely passing the 3 basic techniques mediocre taijutsu, inaccurate kunai, throws, and terrible chakra control. But his real level was far above those civilian students. 6 years of chakra control training had not been in vain. Tree climbing, water walking, paper sticking, palm. He had practiced these basic exercises countless times in secret. His chakra control precision was even stronger than some chunin. But no one knew. He stood up, hung the water bottle on his belt, and walked toward the warehouse. Old Tanaka had already left. The warehouse was empty, with only neatly arranged ninja tools on the shelves. Sato Bon picked up the ledger on the desk, flipped through it, and put it down. The day's accounts were already done, the records of incoming and outgoing items were clear, and the damage report was written in detail. He leaned back in his chair and began to think about the future. His training direction was clear. First, improve taijutsu at least to the point where his physical fitness and basic moves wouldn't hold him back. Then learn some practical ninjutsu, not a rank or strength techniques. He couldn't learn those anyway. He had once fantasized that as a transmigrator he might have talent for space-time ninjutsu, but a civilian with talent couldn't access such techniques, and without access he couldn't know if he had talent. I'll see later. He meant the ones truly useful in combat, like Earth Release Headhunter Jutsu, pulling an enemy into the ground, Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire, Area Attack, Water Release, Hidden Mist Jutsu, creating mist to escape. Though these techniques weren't high-ranked, they were practical. And he didn't need to master them perfectly, just enough to be useful. As for equipment, now that he managed the weapons warehouse, he had more access to supplies than anyone. But he wasn't in a hurry. Old Tanaka was still there, and Yamada visited occasionally. He needed to first understand all the rules, know which items were accessible and which were untouchable. He needed a long-term plan. Not a day or two, not a month or two, but measured in years. He still had time. 4 years until the 4th Great Ninja War broke out. 4 years was enough for him to grow from a barely passing genin to a chunin capable of self-defense. Of course, that was on the condition that he didn't slack off. He put the ledger back on the desk, stood up, and locked the warehouse door. When he walked out of the logistics area, the sky was completely dark. Street lamps lit up one by one, and the aroma of ramen drifted from an alley. Sato Bon walked home along the familiar route. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, he saw Naruto's silhouette through the curtain. The boy was eating noodles with big mouthfuls, his cheeks puffed out, his eating habits as messy as ever. Beside him were Sasuke and Sakura. That kid wasn't alone anymore. Sato Bon didn't go in. He didn't feel like eating ramen now, he just wanted to go home, eat dinner, take a bath, and then sleep. Tomorrow he still had to work, train, and continue to grow stronger. When he got home, Sato Meizi had already prepared dinner. Tonight's dish was beef stew with potatoes and carrots, the aroma filling the entire house. Sato Lu sat at the dining table, already poured 2 cups of tea, one for himself, one for his son. Back. Wash your hands and eat. Sato Meizi said. Sato Bon washed his hands and sat at the table. Sato Lu pushed the teacup over. Why so late today? Worked a bit of overtime. Overtime on your first day? Sato Lu frowned. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health comes first. It's fine. Sato Bon picked up his bowl, took a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth. The beef was braised until tender, melting on the tongue. His mother's cooking was still so good. As he ate, his mind was still on training. What to do after dinner? First take a bath, then practice hand seals. No need to release ninjutsu, just practice the hand shapes, making the 6 seals muscle memory. Before sleep, head go over tomorrow's plan in his head, jog to the warehouse. In the morning, practice chakra control. On the way up, practice shadow clone. During lunch break, practice taijutsu. After work. After dinner, Sato Bon helped his mother clear the dishes, then returned to his room. He hung his jacket over the back of the chair, sat on the edge of the bed, and raised his hands. His finger movements were now so fast he could complete them without thinking. He held the hand seal, closed his eyes, and felt the flow of chakra within his body. From the abdomen, it rose along his arms to his fingertips, where it gathered, ready to be released at any moment. He didn't release it, he just felt it. Once, twice, 3 times. He practiced until his fingers ached, then stopped. Then he lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. 4 years from now, whether he wanted it or not, the 4th Great Ninja War would erupt. 100,000 white Zetsu, each at the level of a chunin. By then the entire ninja world would become a battlefield with no absolutely safe place. He had to, before that day, become capable of defeating a white Zetsu and escaping from a jonin. In the morning when Sato-fan arrived at the warehouse, he noticed that old Tanaka hadn't shown up. At exactly 8 o'clock, the warehouse door was locked. He used his key to open it, and stepped inside, finding the place empty. Old Tanaka's desk was spotless. The general ledger was gone, the old teacup that had been used for who knows how many years was missing, and the ashtray on the desk had been removed. The surface was bare, not even a single piece of paper left behind. Was old Tanaka late today? No. That old man had worked as a warehouse keeper for 25 years and had never been late. Every morning at 8:10, he would appear at the warehouse entrance with a margin of error no greater than 2 minutes. This was a conclusion Sato-fan had drawn after observing for over a month. He set down his backpack and began the inventory check, deciding that whether old Tanaka came today or not, the work still had to be done. In Zone A, the Kanai 120 on the books, but only 1198 in reality. A difference of 2 within the acceptable margin. In Zone B, the explosive tags were all within their shelf life, and the moisture-proof bags had intact seals. In Zone C, the ceiling scrolls, 40 blank scrolls, and 15 low-level ceiling technique scrolls, all matching the records. As he inventoried, he recorded the data on a form, his movements no longer as clumsy as on his first day. Over a month was enough time for him to familiarize himself with every item in the warehouse. Around 9:30, the warehouse door was pushed open. Sato-fan looked up and saw old Tanaka standing at the entrance. But he wasn't in his usual attire. Today he wasn't wearing his old vest, instead he had changed into casual clothes, a gray-blue jacket, black pants, and his hair seemed to have been combed. In his hand, he carried a cloth bag that was bulging. "Tanaka-senpai, today, I'm not working anymore," old Tanaka said as he walked in and placed the cloth bag on his own desk. "I'm retiring." Sato-fan was momentarily stunned. Although old Tanaka was indeed advanced in years, the word retirement, coming from his mouth, still felt somewhat abrupt. "When did you decide?" "Yesterday." Old Tanaka pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at his now bare desk, as if confirming that nothing had been left behind. "I wanted to tell you in advance, but then I thought there's nothing much to say. When you can't do the work anymore, you just can't." He leaned back in his chair and looked at Sato-fan. "In this past month, you've become familiar with everything in the warehouse. Inventory checks, incoming and outgoing goods, damage reports, paperwork. You can handle it all on your own." "I'm just redundant here." "You're not redundant," Sato-fan said. "All right, spare me the pleasantries." Old Tanaka waved his hand, his tone just as indifferent as ever. "I came today to hand over the responsibilities. You already have the warehouse keys. The general ledger is with me, I'll give it to you in a moment. Starting tomorrow, this warehouse is yours to manage." Sato-fan looked at him, silent for a few seconds. "Alone?" Old Tanaka nodded. "This arsenal isn't very big, and not many people come to draw supplies. One person is enough. If you're overwhelmed, ask Yamada for extra help, but I think you'll manage." Sato-fan said nothing. In his mind, he quickly calculated. Managing a single warehouse alone, the workload was indeed inventory checks, incoming and outgoing goods reports. He could handle all of it by himself. Moreover, the advantage of being alone was no one watching over him. When this thought flashed through his mind, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Still that honest, simple look, betraying no "What about your health?" Sato-fan asked. "Nothing serious, just old age." Old Tanaka pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and lit it. The smoke rose between them, sliced in half by the sunlight streaming through the window. "My legs aren't as steady anymore, though I can't lift boxes. The work in the warehouse might look easy, but it's all physical labor. This old bones of mine, I don't want to push them anymore." He took a drag and exhaled. "Besides, the village has more and more young people. If I, an old fellow, cling on and take up a position, it wouldn't be right. You've contributed to the village," Sato-fan said. Old Tanaka was a retired jonin, although it was unclear what he had been through in his day. The scars on his body were no fake. "So what if I contributed?" Old Tanaka gave a faint smile tinged with self-mockery. "The village has supported me for 25 years. That's enough. From now on, I'll live my own life." They fell silent for a while. The warehouse was very quiet, save for the ticking of the old wall clock. Old Tanaka finished his cigarette, stubbed it out on the sole of his shoe, then opened the cloth bag and took out a few items. First, a thick ledger, the same general ledger that had always sat on his desk. Then 2 sets of keys, one set for the spare locks of the warehouse doors, and the other for the locked boxes on the shelves. "These are for you." Old Tanaka pushed the items towards Sato-fan. "Take good care of the general ledger. Yamada will come to audit it at the end of every month. Record all incoming and outgoing goods clearly, and don't leave any openings for others to exploit." "I understand." Old Tanaka reached into the cloth bag again. This time he didn't pull out a ledger or keys, but 2 scrolls. The scrolls were not thick, with characters written in brush ink on the covers. Sato-fan took them and glanced at them. Sato-fan raised his head, looking at old Tanaka. "This is for you." Old Tanaka said, his tone as flat as usual, as if he were remarking on the weather. "You said you wanted to learn things, didn't you? The body flicker technique is for escaping, and the earth-style wall is for blocking. Master these 2 and you'll have enough to stay alive. There's also my combat notes. Look through them yourself." Sato-fan opened the cover of the first scroll. Inside were old Tanaka's handwritten notes. The handwriting wasn't particularly elegant, but every stroke was clear and distinct. From the sequence of hand seals to the method of chakra circulation and common mistakes during training, everything was written densely covering every detail. When did you write this? In my spare time at night. Old Tanaka lit another cigarette. When you were practicing the shadow clone technique, I saw it. You're not the type who needs someone watching over you. Give you a scroll, and you'll learn on your own. That's better than me nagging you. Sato Fan looked at the scroll in his hands, a strange feeling welling up inside him. In the 12 years since he had crossed into this world, no one had ever taken the initiative to teach him anything. The teachers at the Ninja Academy taught the whole class, not him. Kyuzabe taught the coordination of three-man teams, not him alone. Only old Tanaka, a retired jonin who had been a warehouse keeper for 25 years, on the last day before he was set to leave, had taken out the things he had kept hidden and given them to him. Thank you, Tanaka-senpai, Sato Fan said, his voice low but earnest. Don't thank me. I'm not teaching you for your sake, old Tanaka said, taking a drag. I've taught 3 people. You're the third. What about the first 2? The first couldn't take it after 3 months. Said it was too hard, and since he was in logistics anyway, he didn't need it. The second studied for 6 months, thought he was good enough, and transferred out. Later he died on a mission outside. Old Tanaka flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone as calm as if he were talking about what he had for lunch. I don't know how far you'll get or how long you'll live. But if you really want to learn this stuff, we'll keep you busy for a while. Sato Fan carefully stored the scrolls on his desk. Old Tanaka fell silent again. Smoke curled between them, and through the haze, he looked at Sato Fan with an expression that was different from his usual lazy indifference. More serious, more weighted. Sato, I have a question for you, old Tanaka said. Go ahead. You've been practicing the shadow clone technique for over a month, right? Sato Fan nodded. How long can you maintain it now? About 40 minutes. Old Tanaka stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. 1 month and 3 days, and you've reached 40 minutes with the shadow clone technique. Do you know what level that is? Sato Fan remained silent. He knew his progress wasn't slow, but he hadn't really thought about where he stood compared to others. It took me 2 months to learn the shadow clone technique, old Tanaka said. Not to tell you this, but you're more talented than you think. A genius can learn it in 1 to 3 weeks. An ordinary person takes 1 to 3 months. You're at 1 month and 3 days, right in the middle, average aptitude. He took another drag. I've been watching this past month. You skip lunch every day to practice for half an hour. After work you stay an extra half hour. On weekends you go alone to the back of the warehouse and train. You've got calluses on your hands and marks on your tiger's mouth, from holding kunai for a long time. You didn't just scrape by on luck in the academy, did you? Sato Fan was silent, saying nothing. I'm not trying to expose you, old Tanaka said, stubbing out his cigarette and meeting Sato Fan's eyes. I'm telling you, hiding your strength is fine, but don't hide yourself out of existence. You've been practicing the shadow clone technique for over a month every day on that open ground, thinking no one saw you. There's a hole in the wall behind the warehouse. From the path in the logistics area, you can see the clearing. What did you think it was? A dog hole. Sato Fan was stunned. He had never noticed that hole. This past month, dozens of people have passed by that hole. Some stopped to watch for a bit, some glanced, and walked away. But no one came to ask you, what are you practicing? Do you know why? Sato Fan shook his head. Because Konoha doesn't lack geniuses, nor does it lack hard workers, old Tanaka said, standing up and picking up his cloth bag. Hiding your strength is fine. Practicing in secret is fine too. But remember, you hide your strength to live better, not to live like a rat. A rat hiding in its hole. Anyone can step on it. He turned and walked toward the door. Sato Fan watched his retreating figure, his heart skipping a beat. Old Tanaka knew he knew about his hidden strength, but he didn't call him out. No scolding, no lecturing about becoming an upright ninja. He just gave him 2 scrolls, said a few words, and left. Tanaka-senpai, Sato Fan called out. Old Tanaka stopped, but didn't turn around. Why are you helping me? Old Tanaka was silent for a few seconds. Because you're not a genius. With that he pushed the door open and walked out. The door closed behind him with a click as the locked tongue slid into the frame. Only Sato Fan remained in the warehouse. He stood in front of old Tanaka's desk looking at the 3 scrolls and 2 sets. Sunlight streamed through the small high window, illuminating the scroll covers, making the words, Introduction to Body Flicker Technique and Advanced Applications, shine. Old Tanaka's last words echoed in his mind. Because you're not a genius. Not a genius. Sato Fan pondered the meaning of those words. Then he put the scrolls and keys away, sat back at his desk, opened the general ledger, and began reading page by page. The numbers were dense, but every entry was clear to him. Over the past month he had gone through these accounts with old Tanaka countless times. Every incoming and outgoing shipment, every loss report, every reasonable discrepancy. He knew them all by heart. Now all of this belonged to him. A warehouse, a general ledger, 2 sets of keys, 3 ninja technique scrolls. This was what 12 years of effort had earned him. He closed the ledger, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. Starting tomorrow, he would be in charge of the warehouse alone. No one watching him, no one checking his accounts, no one asking where did you go during lunch break. Or why aren't you leaving after work. The demon pill descends. On the third day after old Tanaka left, Sato Fan had already sorted through all the accounts in the warehouse. The general ledger recorded the entire inventory of the... He spent a full 2 days page by page, line by line, engraving every number into his mind. But as he studied them, he noticed a discrepancy. The village hidden in the leaves had nearly 20,000 ninja. Even if only a third came to collect standard issue equipment, that would be over 6,000 people. The numbers in his warehouse didn't seem to match that scale. He took the general ledger to section chief Yamada. Yamada was drinking tea and reading the newspaper in his office. He set down his cup and looked at him. Your warehouse is just one of the branch depots, Yamada said. The Hidden Leaf has 7 weapon warehouses scattered across different areas of the village. You manage the East Third warehouse, which mainly handles daily supplies for a few departments near the logistics zone. The main force's equipment is at the central warehouse. They have far more than you do. So what's the scale of my warehouse? Below average. Yamada flipped through some documents. Your depot mainly issues equipment to logistics personnel. Turnover is low, so the inventory doesn't need to be large. But it's still not a small amount. Have you calculated it yourself? Sato Fan shook his head. Go back and do the math carefully. Yamada waved his hand. How can you manage a warehouse without knowing your numbers? Sato Fan asked no more. Returning to the warehouse, he turned to the last page of the general ledger and found a simple map of the village's logistics zone. The East Third warehouse was just a tiny dot on the map, annotated with the words, Standard Inventory, Low Turnover. Low turnover meant few people came to collect supplies, but the numbers were still substantial, just smaller compared to the central warehouse. He sat down again, opened the ledger, and began to seriously calculate the assets of his own warehouse. Low turnover meant few people came to collect supplies, but the numbers were still substantial, just smaller compared to the central warehouse. He sat down again, opened the Zone B, ordinary explosive tags, 4,500. Large explosive tags, 60 locked in a steel cabinet. Zone C, soldier pills, 20, with a shelf life of 1 year. 30 boxes had only 2 months left and were stamped with a red, pending disposal seal. Zone D, blank sealing scrolls, 400. Low-level sealing technique scrolls, 150. Chakra conductive metal kunai, 60, also locked in a steel cabinet. Sato Fan copied these numbers into his own notebook and began to annotate the price for each item. He had gathered the price data over the past month through various channels, some casually mentioned by old Tanaka, some seen on purchase orders, and some inferred from the price tags outside the Tion weapon shop. According to the official pricing of the Hidden Leaf, converted to Rio, it was crystal clear. Standard kunai official procurement price of 50 Rio each. Book count of 12,000, total value 600,000 Rio. Heavy kunai, more material, and complex craftsmanship procurement price, 100 Rio each. 6,000, total value 600,000 Rio. Practice kunai, thin iron, light weight, used for student training, procurement price 30 Rio each. 3,000, total value 90,000 Rio. Shuriken, standard model, 30 Rio each. 12,000, total value 360,000 Rio. Ordinary explosive tags, 100 Rio each. 4,500, total value 450,000 Rio. Large explosive tags, 60, procurement price 300 Rio each, total value 18,000 Rio. Soldier pills, standard model, 30 Rio each. 20,000, total value 600,000 Rio. Blank sealing scrolls, 400, procurement price 150 Rio each, total value 60,000 Rio. Low-level sealing technique scrolls, 150, procurement price 300 Rio each, total value 45,000 Rio. Chakra conductive metal kunai, 60, procurement price 800 Rio each, total value 48,000 Rio. He added up all the numbers. Not counting special items like large explosive tags and chakra conductive metal kunai, just the regular supplies alone had a book value exceeding 2,700,000 Rio. 2,700,000 Rio. At the official exchange rate, that was equivalent to about 1,350,000 RMB in purchasing power. That was the book value of his single warehouse. When all 7 warehouses of the Hidden Leaf were combined, the total weapon reserves were worth at least 15 million Rio. And his monthly salary. A genin's fixed wage, roughly 5,000 Rio a month, which converted to about 3,000 RMB. Even if he saved every penny for a year, had only have 60,000 Rio, not even a fraction of this warehouse's worth. Sato Fan leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. He then turned to the loss and damage section of the general ledger and copied down the records from the past year. On average, each month saw 80 to 120 kunai, 50 to 80 shuriken, 30 to 50 explosive tags, and 200 to 300 soldier pills reported as damaged or lost. Some of these items were genuinely damaged. Kunai with dulled edges, deformed shuriken, damp explosive tags, expired soldier pills. But what constituted damaged, who determined it, and how it was handled afterward, all depended on the warehouse manager. He picked up his pen and wrote a monthly operation plan in his notebook. Standard kunai monthly loss quota of 80 to 120. He could report 100 as lost on the books, of which 20 or 30 were genuinely damaged while the rest were lost, but actually intact, going into his own reserves. At a procurement price of 50 Rio each, he could operate 3 to 4,000 Ryo worth of kunai per month. Fuma Shuriken monthly loss of 10 to 20. 100 Ryo each 1 to 2,000 Ryo per month. Shuriken loss quota of 50 to 80 operate 30 to 40 Ryo, each 900 to 1,200 Ryo per month. Explosive tags loss quota of 30 to 50 operate 20. 100 Ryo each 2,000 Ryo per month. Soldier pills loss quota of 200 to 300 plus the Sunto expire batches operate about 150 per month. 30 Ryo each 4,500 Ryo per month. Adding these up, he could reasonably operate roughly 11 to 13,000 Ryo worth of supplies from the books each month. What did 12,000 Ryo mean? A bowl of Ichiraku ramen cost 80 Ryo, enough for 150 bowls. A Chunin doing a crank mission earned 30 to 100,000 Ryo, but that was the whole team's income, leaving only a few thousand per person. The value of supplies he could operate in a month exceeded a single mission's payout for a Chunin. More importantly, what he operated was not money but supplies. Kunai Shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills. These things were more useful than money in critical moments. When the Fourth Great Ninja War broke out, having money wouldn't guarantee equipment, but if he stockpiled in advance, he wouldn't have to scramble at the last minute. He closed his notebook and put it back in the drawer. There were also the ninjutsu scrolls left by old Tanaka. Once he mastered these two techniques, he would consider other matters. He picked up Body Flicker Technique Introduction and Advanced, and opened the first page. Old Tanaka's handwriting came into view. Body Flicker Technique, Crank Ninjutsu. Hand seals, Boar Ram Monkey. The principle is to instantly burst chakra at the soles of the feet, granting the user ultra-high-speed movement for an extremely short duration. The difficulty lies in the timing of the chakra burst and directional control. Common mistakes beginners make are: Sato fan spread the scroll on the table mimicking the hand seals as he read. Boar Ram Monkey. 3 seals. Half the number of shadow clones 6. But old Tanaka's notes wrote the difficulty of the body flicker technique is not in the seals, but in the instantaneous burst of chakra. Burst too early and you won't move, burst too late, and you'll crash into a wall. He practiced the seal sequence a dozen times, then put away the scroll, stood up, and walked to the open space behind the warehouse. The sun was just right, only his own shadow lay on the ground. He raised his hands, formed the boar seal, and drew chakra from his abdomen down to his feet. Then Ram Monkey. Bang. No white smoke, no afterimage. He just leaped forward a big step, nearly stumbling. He hadn't even touched the edge of the body flicker technique. Sato fan steadied himself, dusted off his clothes, and adjusted his breathing. No rush. It had taken him over a month to master Shadow Clone. The body flicker would take at least a few weeks. He had plenty of time. Why be impatient? He tried again. This time was slightly better, at least he didn't fall. Third, fourth, fifth attempt. He practiced until the sun dipped westward, then stopped, returned to the warehouse, and locked the door. When he walked out of the logistics zone, the sky was nearly dark. The streetlights hadn't come on yet, and the streets were already much quieter. He took his familiar route home, passing the Hokage building, where he saw lights still on in the windows. Someone was working overtime, he wondered. He patted the scrolls in his pocket. 2 rolls firm against his chest. When he got home, Sato Yuami was busy in the kitchen. Sato Roku was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. He put it down when he saw his son come in. Why so late again today? Is your warehouse working overtime every day, eh? Just today. Sato fan changed his shoes, washed his hands, and sat at the dining table. Sato Yuami emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of soup and placed it on the table. I made spare rib soup today. Drink plenty, she said. Sato fan picked up his bowl and took a sip. The ribs were tender, the broth rich. Mom's cooking was still as good as ever. As he ate, his mind still drifted back to old Tanaka's words. The hidden leaf lacks neither geniuses nor hard workers. A mouse hiding in a hole can be trampled. Every sentence stuck in his mind like a nail. He didn't know how much old Tanaka had guessed. Was it only that he was hiding his talent and secretly training, or did he even know what he planned to do? But old Tanaka hadn't said anything. Not only that, but he had given him 2 scrolls and taught him to grow stronger. Because that was old Tanaka's reason. Perhaps it was the care of a civilian jonin for a fellow civilian ninja. Sato fan finished his soup, stood up, and helped his mother clear the dishes. Back in his room, he took the 2 scrolls out of his pocket and placed them in the hidden compartment. Then he lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and his mind began to plan the next day. Morning inventory check, complete the day's accounts. Lunch break, practice the body flicker technique. He closed his eyes and his mind began to plan the next day. Morning inventory check, complete the day's accounts. Lunch break. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Zuotung fan's life had settled into a rigid routine: wake up at 7, have breakfast, head out for training, and arrive at the warehouse by 7:50. Open the door, ventilate, boil water, and flip through the ledger. At 8 sharp, he began the day's work. He had long mastered the warehouse tasks, and once he became proficient, he could finish them in half a day. The remaining time, he devoted to cultivation. The shadow clone technique had become his most capable assistant. Every morning upon arriving at the warehouse, his first task was not to open the ledger, but to perform hand seals. 6 seals completed in 1 second, evenly dividing his chakra into 2 streams. With a puff white smoke dissipated, and a shadow clone stood before him identical in every detail down to the folds of his clothes. Inventory check in Zone A. The original said. All right, the clone replied, turning toward the kunai shelf. Zhuotung Fan himself sat at the desk, opened the general ledger, and began processing the inventory documents. Working together, their efficiency more than doubled. At first, coordination was a bit rough. When the shadow clone dissipated, its memories and fatigue returned to the original. Zhuotung Fan had grown accustomed to this sensation. The information flooding in like a tide, requiring him to quickly process, recording what was useful and filtering out the rest. Over the course of a month, he discerned certain patterns. A shadow clone could last at most 40 minutes. Beyond that, it would automatically. If the clone performed physical labor, such as moving boxes or inventorying shelves, its duration would shrink to about 30 minutes. If it simply stood still, it could last nearly an hour. Thus, he adjusted his strategy, have the clone tackle the most labor-intensive tasks first while the original handled desk work. Once the clone vanished, the original would finish. Efficiency improved and time freed up. Around 2 o'clock each afternoon, the day's warehouse work was essentially done. Zhuotung Fan locked the warehouse door, walked to the open space behind, and began practicing the body flicker technique. The scroll left to him by old Tianzhong was quite clear. Body flicker technique, hand seal sequence, snake ram monkey. The principle involved instantly bursting chakra at the soles of the feet, granting the user ultra-high-speed movement for a very brief period. The difficulty of the training lay in the timing of the chakra burst and directional control. Zhuotung Fan had been practicing for over half a month. On the first day, he couldn't even stand steadily. Each time he burst chakra, he would lurch forward and stumble. The second day was a bit better. At least he could avoid falling, but he only covered 3 or 4 steps. By the third day, he could dash 7 or 8 steps, but he couldn't control the direction, often veering left or right once he nearly collided with the wall. Every night after returning home, he would mentally rehearse the hand seal sequence lying in bed and practicing the motions under the covers until his fingers ached. Then he would stop. On the 7th day, he finally succeeded once. He performed the seals, burst the chakra, and his feet felt as if propelled by a spring. His entire body shot forward over a dozen meters in a blur. He stopped steadily, turned to look at his starting point, his heartbeat racing. He had done it. Though the distance was short and the speed not great, it was at least a complete body flicker technique. Old Tianzhong's scroll contained a sentence. The standard for mastering the body flicker technique is being able to use it 3 times consecutively, without error. You are still far from mastery. Zhuotung Fan was not discouraged. He continued to practice. 2 hours every afternoon, rain or shine. On rainy days, he trained inside the warehouse, using the aisles between shelves as a track, sprinting back and forth. On sunny days, he practiced in the open space, drawing a straight line between the walls and demanding that he land on that line every time. By the 20th day, he could use the body flicker technique twice in a row without error. After the first dash, he would reform the hand seals upon landing and execute the second dash. He could control the direction for both attempts with an error of less than half. On the 30th day, he finally achieved 3 consecutive uses. He stood in the open space, panting heavily. 3 body flickers had nearly exhausted most of his chakra, his calves were weak, and his knees trembled slightly. But he had done it. The mastery old Tianzhong had mentioned, he had achieved it in a full month. He sat down against the wall, took a sip of water, and watched the clouds drifting slowly across the sky. His mind began to calculate another matter. It was the end of the month. The warehouse accounting cycle was on a monthly basis. On the last day of each month, he had to organize the monthly incoming and outgoing records, loss reports, and inventory sheets into a monthly report, which would be submitted to Section Chief Shantian for review. This was Zhuotung Fan's first time handling the monthly report independently. When old Tianzhong was still there, he had been the one to prepare the report, and Zhuotung Fan had only watched and learned from the sidelines. Now that old Tianzhong was gone, this accounting work fell on him alone. Moreover, he intended to manipulate the figures. For the past month, he had been recording inventory data every day and observing changes in stock. He knew exactly which items were frequently issued, which were rarely taken, and which had never been touched. He selected the first batch of items to manipulate: standard kunai shuriken and soldier pills. These 3 items had high loss allowances and low turnover rates, making them less likely to be discovered. Standard kunai. This month's reported loss was 92. On the loss report, he wrote 92, but the actual loss was only 62. The extra 30 he placed into an empty box he had prepared, pasted with a label reading, pending disposal, and stacked it in the farthest corner of the warehouse. There were dozens of boxes of genuine scrap materials stacked there. Adding or removing one box was virtually undetectable. Shuriken. This month's reported loss was 68. The actual loss was 48, so he overstated by 20. The 20 shuriken were placed in several cloth bags and stuffed into the same, pending disposal box. Soldier pills. This month's reported loss was 240. The actual expired were only about 180, so he overstated by 60. The 60 pills were divided into 3 small pouches and also stuffed into that box. That was his first month's manipulation. Not much, but not negligible either, totaling 3,900 Rio. His monthly salary was only 5,000 Rio. This alone netted him nearly an extra month's income. Zuoteng Fan double and triple-checked the loss report and inventory records, verifying that every number matched. Then he began preparing the monthly report. He had long memorized the format. The cover read, Monthly Report of Konoha Logistics Department Weapons Warehouse. He filled in each item one by one. He bound the report, placed it on the upper right corner of his desk, then leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. His heart was beating a bit fast, not from physical exhaustion, but from nervousness. If Shantian happened to ask, where are these lost kunai, he would have to take Shantian to the warehouse to search. That pending disposal box contained not only genuine scrap, but also the items he had hidden. What would Shantian ask? Zuoteng Fan recalled the times Shantian had visited the warehouse over the past month. He had come only twice. The first time was at the beginning of the month. He stood at the door and asked, Old Tianzhong is gone, can you handle it alone? He said yes, and Shantian turned and left. The second time was mid-month, when he came to pick up last month's report. He took it and left without even entering the warehouse. Shantian was not concerned with the specific numbers inside the warehouse. He was in charge of the entire logistics division, which oversaw several warehouses, food, medicine, general goods, each requiring his signature. How could he have the time to inspect each one individually? Yet Zuoteng Fan was still tense. He reviewed the report from start to finish, once more confirming there were no clerical errors, miscalculations, or omissions. Then he stood up, tucked the report under his arm, locked the warehouse door, and headed toward the Hokage building. The logistics division's office, Shantian's office, was at the end of the second-floor corridor. As Zuoteng Fan knocked, his heartbeat quickened a few more beats. Come in. Shantian's voice was as lazy as ever. Zuoteng Fan pushed the door open and entered. Shantian sat behind his desk, a pile of documents spread out, holding a teacup while reading something. Seeing Zuoteng Fan enter, he set down his teacup and leaned back in his chair. Is the monthly report ready? Shantian asked. Yes. Zuoteng Fan handed over the report. This month's incoming and outgoing records, inventory count, and loss details are all inside. Shantian took the report, opened the cover, and glanced at the first page's inventory summary. His eyes scanned from top to bottom, paused for a few seconds, then turned to the second page. He scanned again and turned to the third page. 3 pages, all in less than a minute. Then he closed the report and placed it on the desk. The numbers are fine, Shantian said. The accounts are quite clear. Zuoteng Fan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. Have the reported losses been properly stored? Shantian asked. They are all placed in the scrap area at the far end of the warehouse, labeled pending disposal, waiting for unified processing at the end of the month. Shantian nodded, picked up his pen, signed in the section chief's signature box on the last page, and pushed the report back. I'll continue next month. Yes. Zuoteng Fan picked up the report, turned, and walked out of the office. The moment the door closed behind him, he stood in the corridor and let out a deep breath. A small patch of his shirt was damp with sweat. He walked along the corridor toward the stairs, his steps quicker than usual. As he passed the front desk, the glasses-wearing female ninja looked up at him, but he ignored her and went straight downstairs. When he stepped out of the Hokage building, the sunlight shone directly on his face. Zuoteng Fan stood on the steps, tucking the report under his arm, and looked up at the sky. The sky was a deep blue with a few white clouds drifting lazily, just like any other day. But for him, today was different. He had done something he had never done before. No one had noticed. The first embezzlement in one's life was exhilarating. Back at the warehouse, he placed the report in his desk drawer, then walked to the farthest corner of the warehouse. There dozens of pending disposal boxes were stacked, covered in a layer of dust. He found the box where he had hidden his items and opened the lid. 30 standard kunai lay neatly arranged in the box. Their iron-gray blades reflected a cold gleam under the light. 20 shuriken and cloth bags were piled beside the kunai. 60 soldier pills divided into 3 small pouches were tucked at the very bottom of the box. These items were not yet his. They were still on the warehouse's books, merely categorized as losses. When the unified disposal happened at the end of the month, these scrap materials would be sent to the recycling station. But he would not let them be taken away. He would move them from the scrap area to another place, a place known only to him. He closed the box lid and stood up. 3,900 Rio a month. That was 46,800 Rio a year. Over 4 years, it would be nearly 190,000 Rio. This was just the beginning. Afraid of being caught, he hadn't dared take more, otherwise it could have been doubled. Once he mastered the body flicker technique, learned the earth wall, and gained a deeper understanding of warehouse operations, he could increase his manipulation. He could report a few more kunai, and he could start manipulating explosive tags. Sealing scrolls for now, he dared not touch. He was in no hurry. He had all the time in the world. Zuoteng Fan walked back to the office, pulled his chair to the window, and sat down. The window was open a crack, and a cool breeze blew in, carrying the scent of impending autumn. He took out old Tianzhong's battle notes from his pocket and flipped to a middle page. It read, "A ninja's life is worthless, but if you prepare a little more than others, the chances of living a few extra years increase." He read this sentence twice, then closed the notebook and put it back in his pocket. Outside the window, the sun had begun its descent westward. The light in the warehouse grew softer, and the kunai and shuriken on the shelves reflected an orange glow. Zhuotung Fan stood up and walked to the open space. He still needed to practice the body flicker technique for a while. He burst chakra, his feet sprang, and his entire body shot forward with a whoosh. A distance of over a dozen meters was covered in the blink of an eye. He landed, turned, performed hand seals again. The second dash. Then landed again, the third set of hand seals. The third dash. 3 consecutive without hesitation or deviation. He stopped steadily in front of the wall, less than half a step away. He turned around and looked at the straight line he had traced. The open space held nothing but a trail of his footprints. Zhuotung Fan crouched in the deepest corner of the warehouse for a full 10 minutes. Before him stood a cardboard box labeled, "Awaiting disposal," packed with 30 standard-issue kunai, 20 shuriken, and 60 military ration pills. These items no longer existed on the books. They had been classified as losses, awaiting unified processing at the end of, and unified processing meant someone would come to haul them away to the recycling center where they would be sold as scrap metal. He needed to turn these things into money or into something more useful. But he couldn't sell them directly in Konoha village. The village was crawling with ninja informants. If anyone recognized him, the hard-won position he had built would be ruined. He needed a safe channel to dispose of the goods. Zhuotung Fan spent 2 days in the library's archives corner digging through it was a map of the area around Konoha village marking the village's jurisdiction and the peripheral gray zones. At the very edge of the map was a place labeled Kongchu. He recalled that the original work had mentioned this place once. Kongchu, a ruined area outside the village. Not under Konoha's control, nor any nations. There were some old shops there run for decades where all kinds of people came and all kinds of business were done. Zhuotung Fan noted the location on the map. On Saturday afternoon, he stuffed the awaiting disposal cardboard box into a large backpack. The backpack was heavy. He locked the warehouse door, and instead of heading out directly, he first practiced shadow clone and transformation technique twice on the open ground. Shadow clone, then transformation technique chakra, enveloping his whole body. The outline of the shadow clone began to warp, stretch, and reconfigure, shifting from a teenage boy into a man in his 30s. Ordinary looks, ordinary height, gray coat, black pants. Such people were a dime a dozen in Konoha village. No distinctive features, no memorable points. Zhuotung Fan's original body stood beside him, scrutinizing the shadow clone from head to toe. The clothes were fine, the height was fine, and the expression on its face was bland enough. He had the shadow clone take a few steps. Its gait was natural, without any stiffness. "Go," the original said. The shadow clone nodded, shouldered the backpack, and walked out along the small path behind the logistics area. Zhuotung Fan's original body did not follow. He returned to the warehouse office, sat down, closed his eyes, and sensed the shadow clone's movements. There was a faint chakra link between the shadow clone and his original body. He could perceive the clone's general location and state, but the clone's sights and sounds would only be transmitted back after it was dispelled. This was the safest approach. The original never left the premises. Even if the shadow clone ran into trouble, at most it would cost the chakra of one clone without exposing the identity of the original. The shadow clone walked along the small path for about 20 minutes. Kongchu lay on the outskirts of Konoha village near the western wall, some distance from the main street. The surrounding buildings grew increasingly dilapidated. Peeling walls, shattered windows, and almost no pedestrians on the This area might once have been the village's old district, later abandoned, leaving only a few elderly who refused to move, and several shops that dealt in shady business. The shadow clone found the alley. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. There was no sign on the wall, only a stone plaque shaped like a black cat, worn blurry by time. Had he not known about this place in advance, he would never have noticed it. The alley was deep and dim. Vines crawled up the walls on both sides, and a thin layer of moss covered the flagstone path underfoot. After about 50 steps, a wooden door appeared, hung with a cloth curtain embroidered with the silhouette of a black cat. 2 cats crouched at the door. Not ordinary cats. They were ninja cats. One black, one white. The black cat lay to the left of the door, the white cat crouched to the right. Both pairs of eyes fixed on him, their gaze carrying undisguised vigilance. "Who goes there?" the black cat spoke. Its voice was not loud, but clear, like a middle-aged man's voice emerging from a cat's mouth. The shadow clone stopped and recited the line he had prepared. "Uchiha, you sent me." The black cat narrowed its eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. The white cat stood up from the ground, circled around him, and twitched its nose as if sniffing something. "Shadow clone." The white cat said. "Transformation technique. You're quite cautious." The shadow clone said nothing. The perceptiveness of these 2 cats was sharper than he had anticipated. They saw through his disguise at a glance. But his combination of shadow clone and transformation technique wasn't meant to fool cats. It was meant to fool people. It didn't matter if the cat saw through it as long as humans didn't. "Go in," the black cat said, lying back down and closing its eyes. "Granny Cat is inside." The shadow clone lifted the cloth curtain and pushed open the door. The shop was smaller than he had imagined. A counter, a few shelves, and various ninja tools hanging on the walls, kunai shuriken wire buckles, and some things he couldn't name. The light was dim, and the air was thick with a blend of herbs and metal. Behind the counter sat an old woman. She wore a dark kimono, her hair streaked with gray, deep wrinkles on her face, but her eyes were bright. When those eyes looked at the shadow clone, he felt a sense of being seen through. Not just the shadow clone, but directly into his transformation technique. Shadow clone, sent by Yuji Boyu. Granny Cat's voice was calm, as if reading a menu. Kid, you've done quite a bit of preparation. The shadow clone took the cardboard box from his backpack, placed it on the counter, and opened the lid. 30 standard issue kunai, 20 shuriken, and 60 military ration pills. Granny Cat glanced down without reaching for them, scanning with her eyes alone. Then she looked up at the shadow clone, her gaze devoid of surprise or curiosity. Only the flat expression of someone who had seen too many of this kind. Konoha public property, she asked. The shadow clone did not answer. Granny Cat smiled, a faint smile that carried a certain, even without you saying it I can tell. The craftsmanship of these kunai only comes from Konoha's bulk orders. The iron is mediocre, the center of gravity is off, the feel is poor. The weapons shop run by Tintin sells this very grade. The military ration pills are also the standard public issue type. Bad taste, mediocre effect, but they fill the stomach. She pulled an abacus from under the counter and clicked it a few times. Kunai 40 ryo each, 30 pieces make 1,002. Shuriken 25 ryo each, 20 pieces make 500 ryo. Military ration pills 20 ryo each, 60 pieces make 1,200 ryo. Total 2,900 ryo. The shadow clone was silent for 2 seconds. This price was lower than he had expected. The public procurement price was 50 ryo for kunai, 30 ryo for shuriken, and 30 ryo for military ration pills. Granny Cat had directly taken 20 off. 3,900 ryo had become 2,900 ryo, a full 1,000 ryo less. Too low, the shadow clone said. Granny Cat looked up at him, raising an eyebrow. Low. You are bringing public property. I can't give you the public procurement price. That's Konoha's internal price. My shop is private, and I have to bear the risk. What risk? The shadow clone asked. Granny Cat put the abacus down, leaned back in her chair, and crossed her hands over her stomach. These things of yours are clearly from the lost category in the warehouse. They no longer exist on the books, right? But what if what if Konoha's audit department finds that the loss report for a batch of kunai doesn't match the incoming numbers at the recycling center? They might not trace it back to you, but they could trace it to me. If someone follows the recycling channel this way, my shop won't last. The shadow clone was silent for a few seconds. So you mean your channel doesn't go through official recycling? Granny Cat smiled. This smile was deeper than before, carrying a hint of you're quite clever. I never said my channel was official. The shadow clone didn't see exactly what they were, but he spotted several stamps. Some he recognized as Konoha Logistics Department. The shadow clone didn't see exactly what they were, but he spotted several stamps. Some he recognized as Konoha Logistics Department stamps, others he didn't. I have my channels, Granny Cat said, closing the box and putting it back behind the shelf. The things you bring, I can sell them, and at a higher price than the official recycling rate. But the risks I take are greater than you imagine. So I set the price. Either you accept it, or you take your goods back. The shadow clone didn't move. He quickly calculated in his mind. 2,900 ryo was a quarter less than the 3,900 he had expected. But this was only the first transaction. He didn't expect to get the best price on the first try. Besides, Granny Cat had a point. She did bear more risk than he did. He was just a warehouse manager. As long as the books were balanced, no one would check on him. But Granny Cat's shop opened here day in and day out, received all kinds of people. If something went wrong, she couldn't escape. 3,500 ryo. The shadow clone said. Granny Cat looked at him, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. 3,500. You sure know how to ask. Tell me, why should I? The kunai are the most common iron type, but they've never been used. The edges are unworn, no need for retemper. The shuriken are the same. No deformation, no chips, ready to be sold as is. The military ration pills still have 2 months of shelf life. They're not near expired leftovers. You take these things, no refurbishing, no repairs needed. They can go straight onto the shelf. Granny Cat didn't speak, but she didn't. The shadow clone continued. You say you bear the risk, but your channel isn't official recycling. You don't need to go through Konoha's books. Once these items reach you, they're clean goods. You sell them at least double the procurement price. Kunai at 50 ryo procurement, you sell for 100. Shuriken at 30 ryo, you sell for 60. Military ration pills at 30 ryo, you sell for 60. With a cost of 3,500 ryo, you can sell for over 7,000. Granny Cat stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. You've got it figured out pretty well. The shadow clone said, accounting is my trade. Granny Cat was silent for a moment, tapping her fingers lightly on the counter. Tap, 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 one after another at a slow rhythm. 3,200 ryo, she said. No more. The shadow clone thought it over. 3,200 ryo. 300 more than the initial offer, 300 less than his own asking price. A concession on both sides. Fair enough. Deal, he said. Grandma Cat pulled out a small cloth pouch from beneath the counter filled with jingling coins. Without counting, she pushed it directly. 3,200 taels, count them. The shadow clone picked up the pouch, opened the mouth, and spilled a few coins into his palm. Silver white along with a few banknotes glimmering under the dim light. He counted once. 3,200 taels, neither more nor less. He placed the pouch into his backpack, then folded up the empty cardboard box. Grandma Cat watched his movements, then suddenly spoke. What's your name? The shadow clone's hand paused. That doesn't matter, he said. Grandma Cat smiled. True. You used a shadow clone precisely because you didn't want me to know who you are. She leaned back in her chair, her fingers tapping the counter again. Kid, I've been in business for decades. I've seen all kinds of people. Someone like you. I've met before and I'll meet again. Whatever you bring, as long as the quality is good, I'll take it. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills, sealing scrolls. Anything. If the quantity is large, we can negotiate the price. The shadow clone looked up at her. Explosive tags are strictly controlled by the authorities, but it's not impossible to get them right. Grandma Cat's gaze sharpened. If you can get explosive tags, I'll buy them at market price, no haggling. One explosive tag sells for 500 to 800 taels on the market. I'll give you 300. I'll take as many as you have. The shadow clone was silent for a few seconds. What about large explosive tags? He asked. Grandma Cat's eyes lit up. Large explosive tags. Do you have large explosive tags in that warehouse? Just asking. Grandma Cat stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. Large explosive tags, market price, 2,000 taels each. Low-level sealing technique scrolls, 300 taels each. Kunai made of chakra-conductive metal are expensive, 1,000 taels each. I'll take as many as you have. Low-level sealing technique scrolls, 300 taels each. Kunai made of chakra-conductive metal are expensive, 1,000 taels each. I'll take as many as you have. The shadow clone looked at her, his mind racing with calculations. He had all these items in his warehouse, but the large explosive tags and chakrametal kunai were locked in an iron cabinet, the key in his possession. Those items were far more strictly controlled than ordinary supplies. Moving those would be 10 times riskier than dealing with kunai and shuriken. I'll start with the small stuff, the shadow clone said. The big ones can wait. Grandma Cat nodded. Fine. No rush. Take your time, Rina. A short-haired female cat, silver white with a hint of gray, plump and round with cream-colored paws and chest, wore a small red cloth vest and held a scroll in its mouth. Grandma Cat took the scroll and tossed it to the shadow clone. Consider this a gift, a sealing scroll from me. Next time put your things in here instead of carrying a backpack, it's too conspicuous. The shadow clone put it into his backpack, zipped it up, slung it over his shoulder, and turned toward the door. After 2 steps he stopped. Grandma, aren't you afraid? I'm a plant sent by Konoha to fish. Grandma Cat was tidying the abacus on the counter, her hand paused at his words. She looked up at him, a hint of mockery in her eyes. If Konoha wanted to fish, they wouldn't send a genin. And, she paused, you used the name Uchiha Itachi. That boy is now a rogue ninja. No one from Konoha would use his name. The shadow clone said nothing. Go on, Grandma Cat waved her hand. Next time don't use a shadow clone. Your chakra can barely sustain 2 techniques. When you came in just now, the shadow clone almost dissipated. I saw it, but the shadow clone's heart tightened. But Grandma Cat's expression was calm, not threatening. I'll pretend I didn't see it, she added. But next time come in person. I don't check identities, I don't ask about origins. Who you are, I don't care. You bring things, I give money. It's that simple. The shadow clone paused for 2 seconds, then pushed aside the cloth curtain and stepped out of the shop. The 2 cats at the door were still crouched in their original spots, one black and one white, like a pair of guardian statues. The black cat opened its eyes, glanced at him, then closed them again. The white cat yawned and buried its head in its front paws. He walked along the alley, his pace neither fast nor slow. When he reached the mouth of the alley, sunlight hit his face, a little blinding. He squinted, stood at the entrance for a few seconds to confirm no one was watching him, then strode away quickly. He closed his eyes, taking a few seconds to digest the information. Grandma Cat had seen through his shadow clone and transformation technique, but she hadn't exposed him. Grandma Cat was willing to buy explosive tags, large explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and chakrametal kunai, and she had given clear prices. She had told him to come in person next time, saying, I don't check identities, I don't ask about origins. Sato Fan opened his eyes, pulled the cloth pouch from his desk drawer. 3,200 taels weighed heavily. He placed the pouch on the desk and stared at it for a long time. 3,200 taels, 700 less than his expected 3,900. But the buying prices Grandma Cat offered for explosive tags and large explosive tags were far more profitable than kunai and shuriken. One explosive tag at 300 taels, double the procurement cost. One large explosive tag at 1,000 taels, nearly triple the procurement cost. This was a signal for long-term cooperation. Grandma Cat wasn't the kind of unscrupulous merchant who squeezed every last tael in one deal. She wanted to cultivate him into a stable supply source. The price she offered was neither too high nor too low, enough to let him profit without losing money herself. And she had explicitly said, if the quantity is large, we can negotiate the price. That was both a temptation and a test. Sato Fan stuffed the pouch into the innermost layer of his backpack, stood up, and walked to an open space. He needed to calm down. Body flicker technique. Chakra burst springing off his feet, his entire body surged forward. Landing, turning, forming hand seals a second time. Second sprint. Landing again, third hand seals. Third sprint. 3 consecutive attempts, faster than his usual by a fraction of a second. He stopped, panting heavily. Today had gone more smoothly than he had anticipated. Grandma Cat was a legitimate businessman, not a thug who would rob him. She was willing to accept what he brought, and had given a fair price. More importantly, she had hinted at future cooperation. Explosive tags, large explosive tag sealing scrolls. Those were the truly valuable items. But he wasn't in a hurry. First stabilize the small deals, then consider the big ones. He took the pouch from his backpack, removed the money, and burned it. Adding to the salary left from last month, he now had nearly 6,000 taels in cash. 6,000 taels. Enough to buy 750 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Enough to stay in a small inn for 20 nights. Enough to buy 1 shikramidal kanai. No, that cost 800 taels each. 6,000 could buy 7. I'm making money. I don't even know how to spend it. Bullshit. Living is just 2 words, consumption. Let's go eat grilled meat. The most famous grilled meat restaurant in Konoha is called Yakiniku Q on the main street in the center of the village. He had passed by it countless times before, but never entered. Too expensive. Today was different. He pushed aside the cloth curtain and went inside. The air was hot and thick with the aroma of grilled meat. Sato-fan had just found a seat in the corner when he heard a loud shout, Sato. He turned around. Naruto was waving at him. At that table sat 3 people, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. The table was piled with meat, and the grill sizzled with oil. Why are you alone? Come join us. Naruto's eyes crinkled with his smile. Sato-fan walked over with his teacup and sat down. Naruto stuffed meat into his mouth and mumbled, we just finished an awesome mission. A crank mission. To the land of waves. The land of waves. Sato-fan's heart stirred. The land of waves. How was the mission? Naruto put down his chopsticks. Super thrilling. We encountered 2 rogue ninja from the hidden mist. One of them used ice release and was even prettier than Sakura. What do you mean prettier than me? Sakura whacked him on the head with her chopsticks. Ow, ow, ow. Naruto clutched his head, then leaned in, lowering his voice, but still loud. The one who used ice was named Haku, a good person. In the end, he took Kakashi Sensei's lightning cutter for someone else died. Naruto's tone became unusually serious for a moment. But he was really a good person. And that old man who built the bridge named it Naruto Bridge. Naruto Bridge. Sato-fan raised an eyebrow. Yeah, named after me. Naruto puffed out his chest. Sato-fan smiled. He noticed that Sasuke had been quiet, just grilling meat, but his eyes held an indescribable sharpness, as if something had ignited within him. So what mission do you have next? Sato-fan asked. Don't know, Naruto said, chewing on beef tongue. But lately the village seems to be preparing something big. There are a lot of unfamiliar faces on the streets. I saw a few people in trench coats near the Hokage building a few days ago. They definitely weren't from Konoha. Sato-fan's chopsticks paused midair. Unfamiliar faces on the streets. Outsider ninja in trench coats. He quickly calculated the time in his mind. 2 months had passed since graduation. Naruto and his team had also experienced the Land of Waves mission. The Chunin exams were coming soon. But he didn't say it. This wasn't the place for a warehouse keeper to explain. Probably some event, Sato-fan said casually. Who cares? Naruto stuffed another piece of meat. Whatever it is, I'm joining. I'm going to be the Hokage. Sakura rolled her eyes. First, pass your next mission. Sasuke still said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After the meal, Naruto insisted on paying. Sato-fan didn't argue. Saving money was fine. He was just a lowly logistics worker on a fixed salary. Why compete with rich combat ninja? On the street, there were indeed more unfamiliar faces. A few young people in dark trench coats walked past from the opposite direction. Their headbands were not of Konoha. Sato-fan stepped aside to let them pass, then continued walking home. At home, Sato Yuami was cleaning the kitchen. Sato Michi sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. Back. Have you eaten? Yeah, ate out with friends. I'm going to my room. The Chunin exams. Orochimaru's Konoha. The news of the Chunin exams spread through the village. It wasn't an official announcement. It was the kind where everyone knew, but no one said it formally. The streets grew busier. The ramen and barbecue shops saw a surge in business. Even the logistics district felt the change. Recently, there were noticeably more ninja from other villages coming to collect equipment. Although most brought their own tools, replenishments, and temporary borrowings, all had to go through Konoha's supply channels. Zwitting Fan's warehouse remained as it always was, quiet and empty. But then Section Chief Shantian arrived. That morning, Zwitting Fan was crouching in Zone B sorting the moisture-proof bags for explosive tags when the warehouse door slid open. Shantian, wearing a wrinkled Chunin vest and holding a thick folder in his hand, stood at the entrance and glanced around. Little Zwitting busy. Zwitting Fan stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. Section Chief Shantian, what brings you here? I've come to deliver. Shantian walked in and tossed the folder onto the desk. The Chunin exam is about to start. Higher-ups have ordered all warehouses to increase emergency reserves. The central warehouse can't hold any more, so they're distributing a badge to you. Zwitting Fan opened the folder to find a stack of allocation slips. He flipped to the first page and froze. Standard Kunai, 3000. Heavy Kunai, 1000. Shuriken, 3000. Explosive tags, 1000. Soldier pills, 5000. He turned to the second page. Smoke bombs, 200. Steel wire, 50 rolls. Binding ropes, 100. Basic medical kits, 30. Smoke bombs. Zwitting Fan looked up. Aren't these high-demand items usually kept in the central warehouse? The central warehouse is stuffed to the brim. Shantian leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. During the Chunin exam, ninja from all villages come. The higher-ups are worried about trouble, so they've ordered every warehouse to boost emergency reserves. The central warehouse is already stacked full. Weapons, armor, medicine, every available space is taken. So these tactical support supplies are being distributed downward. Zwitting Fan stared at the numbers on the allocation, slip his heart, skipping a beat. Smoke bombs, steel wire, binding ropes, medical kits. Though their unit price wasn't high, they were scarce goods on the black market. Combat ninja consumed them quickly and received slow replenishment, so private trade prices were far higher than official procurement rates. When will these items arrive? He asked. They'll be delivered in batches, all in place by the end of this week. Shantian exhaled a puff of smoke. Also, the higher-ups said this reserve increase is for emergencies. Someone might come to inspect during the exam. Don't mess up. Zwitting Fan nodded. Inspection. Who from? Administrative department. Not sure who exactly. Shantian stood up, patted the folder, and said, just do your part well. It's routine. They have to check everyone. You understand. I'm off. The door closed. Zwitting Fan stood still, staring at the thick folder. He pulled out all the allocation slips and examined them one by one. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills, smoke bombs, steel wire, binding ropes, medical kits. Each item had a clear quantity and a deadline for storage. Adding these new supplies, the total value of his warehouse inventory would exceed 6 million Rio. He put away the allocation slips and began to calculate. The following week, Zwitting Fan was busier than ever. Monday morning, the first batch arrived. 2 horse-drawn carts stopped at the warehouse entrance, piled high with crates. He couldn't move them alone, so he summoned a shadow clone. The two of them divided the work. One carried crates, the other opened and counted, doubling their efficiency. In the afternoon, the second batch arrived. 1,000 explosive tags in 2 moisture-proof cases locked into the steel cabinet in Zone B. 5,000 soldier pills in 10 crates stacked at the far end of Zone C. Tuesday, the third batch arrived. 200 smoke bombs in 4 wooden crates, 50 each. Zwitting Fan opened one crate, picked up a smoke bomb, and weighed it in his hand. Iron shell pennant pool, fuse a little smaller than a fist, and heavy. This thing was more useful than a kunai in combat. Creating chaos, blocking vision, covering retreats, it could save your life in a critical moment. 50 rolls of steel wire, each 20 meters long, packed in 2 boxes. 100 binding ropes, specially designed to restrain prisoners, tough and hard to break free from. 30 basic medical kits, each containing bandages, hemostatic agents, antiseptic ointment, and a simple antidote. These items weren't considered valuable in Konoha's supply system, but on the black market, each one could fetch a good price. Especially smoke bombs and medical kits. Combat ninja consumed them heavily, and official rations were never enough. Private trade prices could reach 2 or 3 times the procurement cost. Zwitting Fan placed the smoke bomb crates against the wall in Zone B, the steel wire and binding ropes on the adjacent shelf, and locked the medical kits in the steel cabinet. These items were small, valuable, and easy to steal, so they couldn't be left out. By Thursday, all supplies were stored. Zwitting Fan spent the entire day on accounting, recording every entry clearly and thoroughly. He checked the ledger back and forth twice, confirmed there were no errors, then locked it in the drawer. Friday morning, Section Chief Shanti. This time, he brought someone. A chunin from the supply division responsible for quarterly inspections, Zhongdao Hongi. He was in his 40s with graying hair and a pair of round-rimmed glasses, looking like a meticulous man. Little Zwoy, this is Senior Zhongdao. He's here to check the storage of the new supplies. Shantian stood at the door, not entering. Zwitting Fan led Zhongdao Hongi on a tour of the warehouse. Zone S kunai, Zone BS explosive tags and smoke bombs, Zone CS soldier pills and medical kits. Everything was neatly arranged with clear labels. Zhongdao Hongi opened a few crates, inspected them, closed them, and made some notes in his notebook. Smoke bombs and medical kits are high-demand items. You need to set up a separate ledger and clearly state the reason for any monthly loss reports. Zhongdao Hongi said. Understood. They'll come again at the end of the month for the quarterly inventory. Everything will be checked then. Zwitting Fan nodded. Zhongdao Hongi closed his notebook and turned to leave. Shantian waited at the door for a while. Once Zhongdao Hongi was far away, he leaned in and lowered his voice. Zhongdao is a stickler for rules. Don't mess up. Zwitting Fan glanced at Shantian. Don't worry, Section Chief Shantian. Shantian patted his shoulder and left. Zwitting Fan returned to the office, sat down, and opened his notebook. He wrote down first inspection passed. Another quarterly inventory at the end of the month. 3 weeks left. In these 3 weeks, he had to do 2 things. First, master the body flicker technique and begin learning the earth flow wall, aiming to use them proficiently before the Chunin exam. Second, formulate a plan for a big operation. Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan would inflict immense damage on Konoha following the Nine Tails rampage. The invading forces about 100 Suna ninja and 100 to 150 Otogekyure ninja. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi fell in battle. The spiritual pillar of Konoha crumbled. Multiple Jonin, special Jonin, and Chunin were killed. Hundreds of civilians and support personnel were casualties. The village walls and main gate were completely destroyed by Orochimaru's summoned giant serpent. The Chunin exam venue and surrounding blocks were largely leveled. Residential areas, training grounds, and warehouses suffered fires and collapses. The sensory barrier communication towers and medical stations were temporarily paralyzed. The total damage exceeded 100 million ryo, and the entire incident was riddled with suspicious circumstances. Relying on just a few hundred ninja and several giant summoning snakes to crush Konoha was nothing short of a joke. Even if they released the one tail, its power was worlds apart from the nine tails. Moreover, Jiraiya was still in the village. He wasn't hiding, Kakashi knew. Add to that the prepared 4 Violet Flames formation and the impure world reincarnation of the previous Hokage. How could anyone see it otherwise? The so-called Konoha Crush plan was nothing but a setup to assassinate the third Hokage. Yet Danzo and the Root remained completely silent, never appearing. And then there were those shady dealings between Orochimaru and Danzo from before. This was clearly a grand play orchestrated by Orochimaru and Danzo to murder the third Hokage. Indeed, the power of "You Regret I Shadow" was immense. If not for Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado pleading with Jiraiya to bring back Tsunade, Danzo would have been just one step away from becoming the legitimate Hokage. But it seemed those two Hokage advisors were no pushovers either. They clearly knew something and didn't want Danzo to become Hokage. Even so, Danzo's route remained completely beyond the Hokage's control. Tsunade's authority as Hokage was later hampered, sometimes even influenced by Root, as with the arrangement of Sai. As for Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha during the Chunin exam, as if it were nothing, it seemed Root had cooperated. He just hadn't expected his own hands to be crippled by the third Hokage's dead demon-consuming seal, and that Sasuke the bargaining chip would eventually turn around and kill him. Though the Snake Lady was notoriously hard to kill, and didn't truly die overall, he took a massive loss. So what could he himself gain from this turmoil? Warn the third. Even a dog wouldn't do that. Not to mention whether the third would believe him. His tolerance for Danzo had always been extremely high. One slip and he and ordinary genin could be silenced. The third could afford that. If it were Tsunade's time in office, it might be different. But that old third Hokage had squandered a handful of SSR cards. White Fang driven to suicide by rumors, Hinata Niji's father Hinata Hizashi sacrificing himself to appease the Reikage village, the entire Uchiha clan wiped out, 2 geniuses Shursui and Itachi, 1 dead, and the other exiled, his 3 disciples. 1 turned traitor, 2 left the village. The once strongest ninja village had been reduced to such a state that even the weakest Suna village with barely 100 men wanted to come and take a shot. Hard to judge. Thus, Wooding Fan had long decided he would use this chaos to swallow all the supplies here. 6 million ryo in assets. An ordinary strength mission paid only 1 million ryo, and converted to crank missions it would be enough for a genin like him to do hundreds of them. Then, relying on the Konoha Crush plan during the Chunin exam, he could clear the books in one fell swoop. 30% of the buildings damaged. 1 more small warehouse wouldn't be missed. Therefore, there was no need to tamper with losses in these 2 months. He must maintain the image of a diligent and conscientious worker. In the evening forest, the light began to dim. Sato Fan stood in the clearing clapping his hands. Chakra surged from his palms into the soil, and the ground trembled slightly as a waist-high earthen wall rose from under his feet. The wall's surface was rough, its edges uneven, but it was noticeably thicker than a month ago. He walked around it, tapping the surface with his fingers, producing a dull sound. It was still insufficient. The standard recorded in old Tianzhong's scroll was capable of withstanding a Jonin-level attack. His wall might barely block a Chunin's kick. He tried again. This time he adjusted the chakra output, concentrating more chakra in the middle of the wall. The wall rose faster than before, and its surface was smoother. But the chakra consumption was too high. A single wall used nearly 1/3 of his reserves. Sato Fan stood still, catching his breath, his mind already calculating. He had deliberately bought chakra test paper and discovered that besides earth, he also had lightning nature. Dual natures. Not rare, but not common either. Most ordinary ninja had only 1 nature, a few had 2. 2 meant more possible combinations, but also longer training time. Each had to be practiced from scratch. Sato Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, ready to try again, when a rustling sound came from deep in the forest. It wasn't wind stirring leaves, it was something moving swiftly. He stopped and listened. The footsteps were heavy, not like a beast, but like a person, someone who trained in taijutsu with extreme intensity. A green figure burst out from the bushes. I knew someone was training here. Liloaka stood at the edge of the clearing, hands on his hips, his eyes beneath his thick eyebrows gleaming like 2 lamps. He wore a dark green tight suit, his forehead protector tied to his belt, and white bandages wrapped around his shins. He stood there radiating an aura of youth. Sato Fan paused. Lee Loaka, what was he doing here? I've been noticing the traces of training here for a long time. Lee Loaka stepped forward, scanning the earthen wall on the ground, the fist marks on the tree trunks, and the footprints. The marks from kunai on the trees have been filled in, but not thoroughly. I can see traces of repeated throws. The footprints on the ground have been washed by rain, but new ones keep appearing. And these remnants of earthen walls, someone is practicing earth release. He turned around, clenched his fists, and bowed deeply to Sato Fan. My name is Lee Loaka, a Konoha Genin disciple of Maite Kaizensai. Seeing the marks of your training here moves me deeply. There are still people willing to prove themselves through sweat. This is youth. Sato Fan opened his mouth wanting to say, I'm just practicing survival skills, but meeting Lee Look's blazing eyes, he swallowed. My name is Sato Fan, he said. Satoken. Lee Loaka straightened up, tears glistening in his eyes. I can tell from your training marks. You're not a genius. You train step by step. Because mine are the same. Every pit, every mark is proof of sweat. He took a big step forward, clasping his fists. Please spar with me. I want to see what kind of battle a hard worker can fight. Sato Fan looked at him silent for a few seconds. He knew Lee Look's strength. Best taijutsu among his peers. Thousands of push-ups, thousands of kicks running around Konoha, dozens of laps every day. Kai's disciple known as the genius of hard work. Fighting him would mean losing. But Sato Fan also wanted to try. He had been practicing body flicker and earth-style mud wall for so long, yet never used them in actual combat. Fighting Lee Loaka, losing wouldn't be shameful, winning was impossible. But at least he could test his training results. Alright, Lee Look's eyes brightened even more. He stepped back and assumed a standard starting stance. Right foot forward, left foot back, fists clenched to guard his chest. The rules are simple. Fight until one surrenders or can't stand. Of course he'll control my strength. Sato Fan also adopted a defensive posture. He took a deep breath, mobilizing his chakra. Begin. Lee Loaka moved. His speed was absurd. It wasn't the instant teleportation of body flicker, but pure taijutsu explosive power. His feet pushed off the ground, calf muscles tensed, and his entire body shot forward like a cannonball. Sato Fan barely saw a green blur before Lee Look's fist was already in front of his face. Body flicker. Instinctively, he formed hand seals, chakra erupting at his feet. His body shifted horizontally by 2 body lengths. Lee Look's fist brushed past his ear, the wind roaring. A few strands of hair were severed by the fist, wind floating in the air. He dodged. Fast body flicker. Lee Look's voice was excited, but his attack didn't stop. One punch missed, and he immediately turned his other foot, already sweeping in. Sato Fan had just landed unsteady when his calf was struck. He tumbled sideways, palms hitting the ground, rolling away to create distance. First round he nearly fell. Sato Fan knelt on one knee, quickly forming hand seals. Earth-style mud wall. Hands slammed the ground, chakra poured into the soil. First round he nearly fell. Sato Fan knelt on one knee, quickly forming hand seals. Earth-style mud wall. Earth release. Lee Look's voice came from the other side. You can use earth release too. Amazing. Before the words faded, the wall exploded with a crash as a kick shattered it. Lee Look's leg pierced through the rubble, kicking up dust. Sato Fan had already used body flicker to flash 3 meters away, but Lee Look's pursuit was faster than he imagined. The debris hadn't even settled when Lee Loaka appeared before him. This time he didn't use his fists. He spun his right foot, sweeping towards Sato Fan's waist with a... Sato Fan crossed his arms to block. A dull thud and a tremendous force traveled through his arms. He was knocked back several steps, his feet dragging 2 deep furrows in the ground. His arms went numb as if struck by an iron rod. The gap in strength was immense. Lee Look's fists and kicks were no ordinary. They were forged from hundreds of push-ups, thousands of kicks, and weighted runs every day. Each blow carried solid weight, jarring his bones when he blocked. Sato Fan shook his numb arms and formed seals again. Body flicker. This time not to evade, but to counterattack. He appeared at Lee Look's left side, kicking toward his waist. Lee Loaka sidestepped, blocking the kick with his arm, and his other hand grabbed Sato Fan's ankle. Got you. Sato Fan. He didn't struggle to break free. Instead, using the force of the grab, he pushed off with his other foot, flipped his body in midair, and kicked at Lee Look's face. This was a technique he learned from old Tianzhong's notes. When caught, don't resist forcefully, use the leverage. Lee Loaka released his grip, stepping back half a step to evade the kick. Sato Fan landed, quickly retreating to create distance again. Excellent response. Lee Loaka gave a thumbs up. Sato Fan panted, not answering. That series of moves had consumed nearly half his chakra. 2 body flickers, 1 mud wall, and a leveraged kick. His forehead was drenched in sweat, breathing rapid, arms trembling. Lee Loaka, however, wasn't even out of breath, standing there, as if warming up. The gap was far larger than he had imagined. Again, Lee Loaka charged once more. This time Sato Fan didn't use... He sidestepped Lee Look's first punch, blocked the second with his arm, used the force to retreat, then launched an attack. A punch aimed at... Lee Loaka caught his fist with his palm, pushed it away, and Sato Fan stumbled back several steps. Third round he was suppressed. Sato Fan gritted his teeth and formed seals one last time. Body flicker. He appeared behind Lee Loaka, kicking. Lee Loaka seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He leaned forward to dodge, then delivered a back kick that struck Sato Fan's chest. Konoha Gale. The kick wasn't heavy, but Sato Fan could no longer stand. He staggered back a few steps, his knees giving way, and knelt on the ground. I lost. Lee Loaka immediately dropped his stance, ran over, and crouched down looking worried. Are you okay? Did I hit too hard? Fine. Sato Fan waved his hand, breathing heavily. You held back, I know. Lee Loaka had indeed restrained his strength. If that last kick had been full force, he might already be lying on the ground, unable to get up. Even with reduced power, his chest. Your body flicker is well-trained, Lee Loaka said, earnestly crouching beside him. Your timing for dodging is precise, and your chakra burst is stable. Your mud wall, though not thick enough, can be released quickly in battle. That's already impressive. And when you were caught, you thought to use leverage to counter. That's not something that comes from just training, it's combat awareness. Are you trying to comfort me? Sato Fan smiled bitterly. No, it's the truth. Lee Look's expression was serious. Your taijutsu foundation is more solid than I expected, you just lack combat experience. Your chakra consumption is too fast. A few body flickers drained you. That means your stamina and chakra capacity still need improvement. Sato Fan knew he was right. His chakra reserves were higher than those of ordinary civilian ninja his age, but compared to someone like Lee Loaka, who trained himself to the brink every day, the difference was vast. Taijutsu was even more so. Lee Look's every punch and kick seemed honed 10,000 times while he was still in the stage of muscle memory. Do you train here every day? Lee Loaka asked. After 5 in the afternoon, Sato Fan said. Me too. Lee Loaka stood up, fists clenched. I practice taijutsu here every evening, but we've never met. Today my teacher had something come up, so I came early and finally I found you. He extended his hand. Satoken, let's train together. 2 people are more motivating than 1. Sato Fan looked at his hand, silent for 2 seconds. There was no mockery or pity in Lee Look's eyes, only pure respect for effort. He grasped that hand. All right. Lee Loaka smiled, radiant as sunshine. Then it settled. Starting tomorrow, every day at 5:20 p.m. We meet here. We can also spar and exchange ideas. Your foundation is solid, but you lack combat experience. Your body flicker, though practiced, is still stiff in actual combat. My body flicker isn't that bad, is it? Sato Fan stood up, brushing the dirt off his pants. It can be better. Lee Loaka gave a thumbs up. The goal: perform 3 body flickers in 1 second. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Youth is infinite possibilities. Sato Fan looked at Lee Look's face, which seemed to be written with the words passion, and couldn't help but smile. This person was completely different from him. Lee Loaka never hid anything, never concealed anything, putting all his effort on display. He wasn't afraid of being seen, of being laughed at, of failing. He wanted to become an excellent ninja, to prove the value of hard work. But Sato Fan had hidden for 6 years, burying himself as an inconspicuous warehouse keeper. He dared not let anyone see him practice ninjutsu, dared not let anyone know he was getting stronger, not even test his chakra nature at school. But old Tianzhong was right. Konoha lacked neither geniuses nor hard workers. Before him stood an extreme hard worker, and in Lee Look's eyes, everyone was someone to strive together with. See you tomorrow. Sato Fan packed up his things, placing the sealing scroll close to his body. It contained supplies worth 80,000 liang. He never let it leave his side. See you tomorrow. Lee Loaka waved vigorously. As Sato Fan walked out of the forest, it was almost dark. He touched the sealing scroll against his chest, hard pressed against his skin. 80,000 liang. This was the fruit of over a month's painstaking effort, his first insurance, saved for himself. Behind him came the sound of Lee Loaka kicking a wooden post, steady and rhythmic. Sato Fan did not look back. He couldn't stomach Lee Loaka and Kai's training methods. He quickened his pace toward home. On the open ground, 2 figures interlaced. Sato Bon sidestepped Xiao Li's straight punch while sweeping his right leg towards Xiao Li's calf. Xiao Li leaped to avoid it, twisted in midair, and delivered a spinning kick aimed at Sato Bon's face. Sato Bon crossed his arms to block, using the force to retreat 2 steps, and the moment he landed, his form flickered, the body flicker technique. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing behind Xiao Li, striking his lower back with a fist. As if Xiao Li had eyes on the back of his head, he leaned forward to dodge, while kicking backward with his left foot, aiming for Sato. Sato Bon didn't retreat. Instead, he raised his knee to absorb the kick, simultaneously grabbing Xiao Li's shoulders, pressing him down, and driving his knee towards Xiao Li's abdomen. This was the knee strike from the leaf-style taijutsu, the one Xiao Li had taught him. Xiao Li blocked the knee with his palm, then flipped backward to create distance. After steadying himself, he looked at Sato Bon, the light in his eyes brighter than a month ago. You've improved, Xiao Li said. Sato Bon panted, glancing at the black weighted leg bands on Xiao Li's legs. Those had been strapped on for a month, and he had never seen Xiao Li take them off. Master Guy's rule. Weights were part of training, they couldn't be removed without permission. Xiao Li had been sparring with him while wearing those weights. You haven't used your full strength, Sato Bon said. Neither have you, Xiao Li replied. Again, Xiao Li charged his speed, even faster than before. His fists rained down like a storm, each punch carrying the sound of wind. Sato Bon neither retreated nor used the body flicker technique. He blocked with his arms, sidestepped, ducked, and occasionally threw a punch or a kick. This was what he had honed through nearly a month of sparring with Xiao Li, relying on taijutsu alone, no ninjutsu. When Xiao Li's leaf whirlwind swept and Sato Bon didn't dodge, he crouched, sweeping his leg at Xiao Li's supporting foot. Xiao Li jumped and Sato Bon rose with the momentum, landing an uppercut aimed at Xiao Li's chin. Xiao Li twisted in midair, blocking the punch with his arm, and when he landed, he was already 3 meters away. Leaf rising wind. Sato Bon shouted. Xiao Li's eyes lit up. When did you learn that? You taught me, Sato Bon said. I remembered it when you demonstrated it last week. Xiao Li laughed heartily. You learned faster than I did. It took me a week and a half to master that move. Sato Bon didn't respond. It wasn't that he learned fast, it was that he practiced hard. Every day after work he sparred with Xiao Li for 2 hours, and at home, he replayed every move in his mind. Leaf-style taijutsu didn't require massive amounts of chakra like ninjutsu, it was pure muscle memory. He broke down each movement, practicing move by move until he could execute them without thinking. Taijutsu was different from other arts. As long as you trained enough, there was always a payoff. Again, Sato Bon said. This time he attacked first. Leaf whirlwind. He spun, sweeping his right leg towards Xiao. Xiao Li blocked with his arm, but Sato Bon didn't retract his leg. Instead, he continued the spin, following with his left leg in a leaf rising wind aimed at Xiao Li's chin. This was a combo from leaf-style taijutsu, whirlwind into rising wind, executed in one fluid motion. Xiao Li stepped back half a pace to dodge the rising wind, but Sato Bon's pursuit didn't stop. Body flicker technique. He appeared at Xiao Li's right side, driving an elbow strike at his shoulder. Xiao Li sidestepped, caught the elbow with his palm, and simultaneously grabbed Sato Bon's arm with his other hand, flinging him away with a forceful throw. Sato Bon adjusted his posture in midair, landing on one knee, his hand slapping the ground. Earth-style mud wall. A half-man-high wall of earth rose before him, blocking Xiao Li's pursuit path. Xiao Li didn't kick the wall, he ran around it. But Sato Bon was already ready on the other side. Body flicker technique. He appeared in the direction Xiao Li was rounding, striking a fist toward his chest. Xiao Li crossed his arms to block, and Sato Bon's fist struck his arms with a dull thud. Xiao Li stepped back, and Sato Bon also stepped back. They exchanged a glance, and simultaneously stopped. Draw, Xiao Li said. You're wearing weight, Sato Bon said. Xiao Li, your taijutsu is stronger than mine. I'm just relying on ninjutsu to hold on. Ninjutsu is also part of strength, Xiao Li said seriously. A month ago you couldn't even withstand 3 of my punches. Now you can fight me to a draw. It's not about ninjutsu. It's that you've combined ninjutsu and taijutsu. When you first fought me, you only used body flicker to run mud wall, to block, and taijutsu purely on instinct. Now you use body flicker to attack mud wall, to change the battlefield, and string leaf-style taijutsu together with ninjutsu. That's the reason for your improvement. Sato Bon was silent for a few seconds. Xiao Li was right. Before, everything he practiced was fragmented. Body flicker was body flicker, mud wall was mud wall, taijutsu was taijutsu. During this month of sparring with Xiao Li, he had connected them. Not because he had figured out some principle, but because there was no time to think. Xiao Li's fists were too fast, thinking meant getting hit. He could only rely on instinct to dodge, block, and counter. And his instinct was these skills he had practiced countless times. The two sat under a tree, each drinking water. Xiao Li took out 2 rice balls from his backpack and handed one to Sato Bon. Sato Bon took it and took a bite. The rice balls were cold, the rice a bit hard, but when you're hungry, anything tastes good. Satoken, you've improved really fast. Had you never fought anyone before? Xiao Li asked. No, Sato Bon said. After graduation, I was transferred to logistics. I never went on missions, never fought anyone. In school, my taijutsu grades were always just passing. You know, that kind of sparring is different from real fighting. Xiao Li nodded. No wonder. The first time you fought me, your movements were correct, but your rhythm was off. You hesitated for a fraction of a second before every strike, like you were thinking, will this move cause problems? Over this month you stopped thinking. You scared me into it, Sato Bon said. No, it's not fear, Xiao Li shook his head. It's that you've started to trust your body. The core of taijutsu isn't strength, it's trust. Trust that your hands and feet will react correctly, trust that your eyes can catch your opponent's movements, trust that your instinct will guide you to dodge attacks. When he practiced chakra control, he thought how to precisely distribute chakra to the soles of my feet. When he practiced chakra control, he thought how to precisely distribute chakra to the soles of my feet. When he practiced body flicker, he thought, is the timing of the burst right? Is the direction control accurate? He had never trusted his body, he always used his mind to control every movement. But during this month of sparring with Xiao Li, he gradually learned not to use his mind. Not because he had figured out some principle, but because there was no time to think. Xiao Li's fists were too fast, thinking meant getting hit. He could only rely on instinct to dodge, block, and counter. Satoken, will you take the Chunin exam? Xiao Li suddenly asked. Sato Bon was stunned. No. Why? Xiao Li turned to face him. You have the strength now. Your taijutsu isn't that much worse than mine. Your body flicker is very smooth, and you know Earth style. If you take the Chunin exam, you should be able to pass. Sato Bon was silent for a few seconds, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You still haven't taken off your weights, haven't opened even one of the 8 gates, and you say my taijutsu isn't that much worse than yours. I know that when you're in this state, even Sasuke thinks he can compare, but once you take off the weights all he can do is gape in surprise. I'm a desk worker, he said. I'm in the logistics supply division, managing the warehouse. I'm not a combat ninja. My mission isn't to fight, it's to manage. Shaoli opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but didn't know how to phrase it. Even desk workers can take the Chunin exam, right? Shaoli said. They can, Sato Bon said. But I'm not interested. Shaoli stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. That smile held no disappointment, no confusion. Only a pure respect for a friend's choice. Alright, he said. If you don't take it, then don't. Anyway, you already have the ability to defend yourself? Managing a warehouse is fine too. Don't you think I'm wasting my strength? Sato Bon asked. No, Shaoli shook his head. Everyone has their own path. Yours is logistics, mine is taijutsu. Master Guy says no matter which path you take, giving it your all is the best interpretation of youth. Sato Bon didn't respond. He was thinking if Master Guy knew that his giving it all meant balancing the books, hiding supplies, and surviving in a chaotic world, would he still say the best interpretation of youth? Probably not. He'd probably give him a dynamic entry. What about you? Sato Bon asked. You're definitely going to participate, right? Of course. Shaoli stood up, clenched his fists, and looked up at the sky. I'm going to take the Chunin exam, become a Chunin, then a Jonin, and eventually a great ninja like Master Guy. His voice echoed through the woods, startling a few birds. Sato Bon looked at him, suddenly feeling a bit envious. Shaoli turned to face him. Even though you're not taking the Chunin exam, you should still keep training. Just in case the warehouse is attacked by enemies someday, you need to be able to protect yourself. I will, Sato Bon said. Great. Shaoli gave a thumbs up. He'll prove in the exam that hard work can defeat genius. I will make everyone see that Rock Lee is not just a taijutsu-only loser. His voice echoed through the woods with an unshakable conviction. Sato Bon stood up, dusted off his pants. Good luck then, he said. You too. Shaoli said. No matter what post you're in, give it your all. Sato Bon nodded. See you tomorrow. Shaoli waved. See you tomorrow. When Sato Bon walked out of the woods, the sky had already darkened. The streetlights were on, casting a dim yellow glow on the ground. He walked along the familiar road home, his mind still replaying the sparring match. A draw. A draw with Shaoli while he was wearing weights. He knew Shaoli's weights weighed at least several hundred pounds, and he had been running with them strapped on for months. If Shaoli took off the weights, his speed would be several times faster, and he definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. But being able to fight to a draw now meant he was no longer the rookie who had been training in isolation a month ago. Shaoli's normal combat strength was decent among Chunin, but being limited to taijutsu had its drawbacks. However, his speed after removing the weights absolutely compensated for the disadvantage. After opening the gates, he fought evenly with Gaara. It wasn't that Gaara's sand automaton defense and sand armor couldn't be breached. If Lee had known one more technique like Morning Peacock, the outcome might have been uncertain. Gaara was at what level? During the Chunin exam, he was solidly at Jonin level. After the exam, he assisted in defeating Kimimaro. Kimimaro, who survived as Orochimaru's subordinate during the attack on the Kazekage, was a top-tier elite Jonin in his normal state, and with the curse mark, he was likely at the near-Kage level. If not for his blood disease affecting him, the outcome might have been grim for the others. But it also proved how strong Gaara and Lee were. So by comparison, his own strength was about average among Chunin. If he hadn't encountered a retired Jonin like old Tanaka and hadn't had a taijutsu expert like Shaoli feeding him experience, he would have been at most an elite genin. It was clear how difficult it was for a commoner to improve their strength. Look at others. Sasuke with a single Sharingan awakening was already at Chunin level. Naruto with a rampage was limitless. A few among the Chunin in those mass battles could even withstand him, not to mention, he had Kurama. Before learning the Rinnegan, he had already beaten the genius Neji. The Naruto who learned to spin the Rinnegan was a tank with high attack power. Can't afford to provoke them. Better keep a low profile. Returning home after dinner, Sato Bon went to his room, pulled out old Tanaka's combat notebook from under his pillow, and flipped to the last page. On it was written a single sentence: a ninja's life isn't worth much. But if you prepare a little more than others, your chances of surviving a few more years increase a little. He read that sentence once, closed the notebook, and placed it beside his pillow. Outside the window, the moon had risen. Silvery light spilled onto the windowsill, illuminating the old shoebox. The shoebox contained over 6,000 Ryo in cash saved from his previous visits to the cat lady. 80,000 Ryo worth of supplies were still sealed in a scroll, not yet sold. He was waiting. Waiting for the day of the Chunin exam finals, waiting for the Konoha crush plan, waiting for the village to fall into chaos. Only then could these things truly become his capital for survival. In the conference room on the third floor of the Hokage Tower, the long table was flanked by seated figures. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, occupied the head seat, a pipe clenched between his teeth, smoke curling lazily before him. Flanking him were the two advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane, their aged faces impassive. Further down sat the Jonin team leaders. Kakashi lounged against the wall, a copy of Make Out Paradise in hand, but his eyes were elsewhere. Asuma had a cigarette dangling from his lips, hands buried in his pockets. Kurenai Yuhi sat beside him, her expression serene. Guy stood at the periphery, arms crossed, his eyes beneath those bushy brows blazing with intensity. There were also other Jonin Sato Fuji didn't recognize, presumably leading other teams. The third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe and began to speak. The Chunin exam is about to commence. I've gathered you today to confirm the list of recommended candidates. Kakashi spoke first. Team 7 Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, Sakura, Haruno. All recommended. The third Hokage glanced at him. Naruto graduated less than 3 months ago. Are you certain? He's ready, Kakashi replied, his tone flat, but unwavering. Irika. Kakashi. Guy followed suit. Team 3 Niji, Hyuga, Tenten, Rock Lee. All recommended. His voice was at least 3 times louder than Kakashi's. Asuma dug a finger into his ear and drawled, Team 10, Shikamaru, Nara, Ino, Yamanaka, Choji, Akimichi. All recommended. Kurenai nodded. Team 8, Hinata, Hyuga, Kiba, Inazuka, Shino, Aburame. All recommended. The third Hokage noted, each down the smoke from his pipe, never ceasing. When everyone had finished, he set down his pen and leaned back. This year the Chunin exam will be hosted by Konoha. Participants will come from villages including Suna, Odo, Kusa, Aim, and Taki. There will be more participants than previous years, and the security burden will be greater. He paused. I declare effective immediately that the entire village of Konoha is under heightened alert. Checkpoints at all entrances will be intensified, patrols doubled, and the ANBU will be on standby around the clock. Koharu Udatane spoke, her voice soft, but each word distinct. Logistics supplies have been stockpiled in advance, and all warehouses have been filled as required. Hamuramito Kato added, the ninja from other villages are arriving gradually. Ensure no disturbances occur. The third Hokage nodded. Dismissed. The news reached Sato Fuji's ears the following day. Chief Yamada stopped by the warehouse for a brief inspection, leaving a few words. During the exam, everyone will be busy, so we won't check the supplies. Just keep an eye on things, and don't mess up. Sato Fuji stood in the middle of the warehouse, stunned for a long moment. No inspections. For a month and a half. His heart began to race. Not from fear, but from exhilaration. A month and a half of free reign plus the chaos of Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan on the final day. That chaos would be enough to make every item in the warehouse vanish from the ledger entirely. He looked around. The shelves were piled with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills, smoke bombs, wire rope, medical kits, sealing scrolls, and shikramidal kunai. The total value exceeded 6 million ryo. Mine. All mine. For the next 2 weeks, Sato Fuji worked late into the night every day. He split off 2 shadow clones, and the 3 of them worked in unison. The warehouse door was locked from the inside, and the windows were covered with black cloth. No one knew what was happening inside. He didn't record the details of each batch of supplies. No time and no need. He only knew one thing: stuff every item from the shelves into sealing scrolls. If 1 scroll couldn't hold it, use 2. If 2 weren't enough, use 10. When the scrolls ran out, he packed the goods in ordinary boxes, stacked them in a corner, and planned to ship them in batches once the cat grandma's place had room. After 2 weeks, the warehouse held only empty shelves and a few boxes of genuine scrap. All supplies had been sealed into scrolls and boxes of various sizes, totaling just over 3 million ryo in value. Sato Fuji spent 3 days transporting the loads to the empty district in 5 trips. When Cat Grandma saw the first batch, her expression didn't change. At the second batch, she raised an eyebrow. At the third, she set down her teacup. At the fourth, she leaned back in her chair and remained silent for a long time. At the 5th batch, she stood up. You really emptied your warehouse? Cat Grandma asked. Sato Fuji remained silent. Cat Grandma stared at him for over 10 seconds, then slowly sat back down. From beneath the counter, she pulled out an abacus. 6 million ryo worth of goods. I can't take it all. I don't have that much cash on hand, nor the channels to move it all at once. You'll have to sell in batches, and you can't rush. How long? Half a year. 3 batches, 1 every 2 months. Prices agreed, no discounts. Sato Fuji nodded. He had anticipated 6 million ryo was no small sum. No matter how capable Cat Grandma was, she was just a black market middleman, as she couldn't swallow such a huge amount in one go. Selling in batches with monthly payments suited him perfectly. The rest will be paid according to progress. Sato Fuji lifted the pouch. It was heavy, pressing down in his hand with the rest will be paid according to progress. Sato Fuji lifted the pouch. It was heavy, pressing down in his hand with a reassuring weight. He didn't count it, he just stuffed it into his backpack. 2 million ryo for the first batch. Then a payment every 2 months. Within half a year, all 6 million would land in his. He kept a small portion for personal use. 50 kunai, 20 shuriken, 30 explosive tags, 10 smoke bombs, 2 coils of wire, 5 ropes, 100 soldier pills, 2 medical kits, and 1 chakra-conductive metal kunai. Sato Fuji, carrying 2 million ryo in cash, didn't head straight back to the warehouse. Instead, he took a detour and walked to the perimeter of the exam arena. It was the day of the. Sato Fuji, carrying 2 million ryo in cash, didn't head straight back to the warehouse. Instead, he took a detour and walked to the perimeter of the exam arena. It was the day of the Chunin exam finals. He had taken the entire day off, not to participate, but to watch the spectacle. or rather to witness the plot. He knew what was about. Orochimaru would launch his attack, the third Hokage would fall, and the village would descend into chaos. He couldn't change those events, nor did he want to. But he wanted to see those familiar faces, Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Rock Lee, how they would burn on the stage of fate. The examinees entered one by one. He saw Naruto clad in an orange tracksuit, his hair as messy as ever, his stride projecting an air of in the best. Sasuke walked behind him, his expression cold as ice, but his eyes held an indescribable sharpness. Sakura trailed at the back, glancing around, as if searching for someone. When Rock Lee entered, Sato Fuji spotted him. Green spandex, tea-colored goggles, and beneath those bushy brows, eyes blazing with fire. His posture was straight, each step steady, as if telling himself, I am ready. When Gaara entered, the atmosphere around them noticeably shifted. The red-haired youth walked at the front with Kankuro and Temari behind him. His pace was slow, his expression faint, but beneath those dark circles lay not fatigue, but murderous intent. He carried a large gourd wrapped in bandages on his back, sand inside. No, the gourd contained Shikaku, the One-Tail. Sato Fuji watched from a tree from start to finish, and since he wore a Konoha forehead protector, no one bothered him. After entering Rock Lee began his warm-up. High knees, jumping jack stretches, every movement performed with earnest dedication. Tintin covered her mouth and giggled nearby while Niji pretended not to know him. Guy appeared out of nowhere, standing behind Lee, arms crossed, tears streaming down his face. Lee, your youth today shines brighter than yesterday. Guy sensei. Lee turned equally teary-eyed. He'll give it my all. The master and student embraced, weeping. People around them turned to stare, Niji's lip twitched, and Tintin's smile froze on her face. Sato Fuji couldn't help but chuckle. If he couldn't experience this world from within, at least he could bear witness. He turned away from the arena perimeter. Not because he didn't want to watch, but because he didn't need to. The events that were about to unfold had already played out in his mind countless times. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Rock Lee. They would write their own stories today. But his story was not here. His story was in the warehouse, in the ledgers, in the alleys of the empty district, in the ceiling scrolls. 6 million Ryo. That was the first page he had written for himself. Sato Fuji, with a backpack full of cash, walked back along the logistics district path. Even the ramen shop was closed. The owner had said he was going to cheer for the examinees. He returned to the warehouse, locked the door. Even the ramen shop was closed. The owner had said he was going to cheer for the examinees. He returned to the warehouse, locked the door, then sat down and opened the ledger. In the ledger, the warehouse inventory numbers were still full. 15,000 kunai, 7,000 heavy-duty, 3,000 training, 15,000 shuriken, 5,500 explosive tags. Every number neatly in place. He flipped through the entire ledger, confirmed no flaws, then closed it and locked it in the iron cabinet. After the Chunin exam, Konoha would descend into chaos. Before that, no one would bother with this small warehouse. When the chaos ended, the warehouse would be damaged, and these supplies would be classified as war losses, permanently sealed. Meanwhile, he would keep his 6 million Ryo and continue working as a warehouse manager. No one would suspect him. After all, he had always been that diligent and honest Sato Fuji. Sato Fuji stood up, adjusted his backpack, locked the warehouse door, and headed toward home. As he passed the exam arena perimeter, he heard a great uproar from inside. Someone was cheering, presumably Naruto, and the others had passed the first written test. He quickened his pace and disappeared around the street corner. On the day the first round of the Chunin exam written test ended, the village was abuzz with news of many candidates failing. Sato Fan paid it no mind. The second round was to be held in the Forest of Death, spanning 5 full days. The atmosphere in the village had shifted unmistakably. More A and BU patrolled the streets, fewer pedestrians wandered about, and even the ramen shop's business had dwindled. The logistics area remained tranquil, with hardly anyone coming to requisition equipment. Sato Fan clocked in and out as usual each day. Rock Lee had passed the first written exam and was now preparing for the second round. During their sparring sessions, he was more earnest than ever, every punch and kick carrying a fierce determination. There will be candidates from other villages in the Forest of Death, possibly some formidable opponents, Lee said. I must be ready. Sato Fan neither said, you'll definitely pass, nor be careful. He simply showed up every day, sparred with Lee for 2 hours each session, and pushed both of them to the brink of exhaustion. 5 days later, the second round concluded. Few had passed. From Konoha, the successful candidates were Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, Niji, Tintin, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. From Suna, there were Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, along with a few others whose names Sato Fan couldn't recall. The preliminary round of the third exam was held immediately after the second round ended. Sato Fan did not go to watch. He only advised Lee not to gamble his entire ninja career over a single match's outcome. But it seemed to have little effect. On the day of the prelims, Lee was matched against Suna's Gaara. Sato Fan wasn't there, but he later heard the full story from others. Lee had used the 8 gates, opening the 5th gate, moving so fast that even the sand couldn't keep up. For a time, he had the red-haired monster on the defensive. But in the end, his body gave out. Gaara used his sand to crush Lee's left leg and left arm. Lee lost, and lost badly. When he was carried out of the arena, he was covered in blood, his left arm and leg grotesquely. When the news reached Sato Fan, he was in the warehouse, organizing shelves. He paused, standing before the empty rack, silent for a long time. As expected, giving up wouldn't be Rock Lee. He had followed the original plot after all. Sato Fan locked the warehouse door and headed to the Konoha hospital. The hospital was filled with the scent of disinfectant. The corridors were quiet, occasionally broken by the soft sound of a nurse's cartwheels gliding across the floor. Sato Fan found Lee's room. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open. The room was small with 2 beds, the other empty. Lee lay on the bed by the window, his entire body wrapped in bandages. His left leg and left arm were encased in thick plaster casts, suspended in midair by supports. His face was pale, almost bloodless, his lips were cracked, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was faint. That face, usually beaming with a radiant smile, now lay still as a blank sheet of paper. Sato Fan placed a bag of fruit on the bedside table and sat down on the chair beside the bed. He said nothing, simply watched. The room was silent save for the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. About 10 minutes later, footsteps echoed in the corridor. They weren't a nurse's footsteps. Nurses walked quickly, their carts rattling. These footsteps were slow, light, like something dragging across the floor. One step, another, growing closer. The footsteps stopped at the doorway. Sato Fan turned and saw a figure stand, red hair, dark circles under his eyes, a kanji for love carved into his forehead. He carried a large gourd wrapped in bandages on his back and wore a gray robe. His eyes were fixed on Lee in the bed, devoid of any emotion. Not anger, not hatred, just pure killing intent. His eyes were fixed on Lee in the bed, devoid of any emotion. Not anger, not hatred, just pure killing intent. Seeing the red-haired boy standing at the door, in person, the pressure was utterly different from reading about it in a book. The air seemed to drop a few degrees, and an indescribable chill crept up from his feet. Stop! Sato Fan rose to his feet, blocking Gaara's path. Gaara halted, looking down at him. The eyes beneath those— Stop! Sato Fan rose to his feet, blocking Gaara's path. Gaara halted, looking down at him. The eyes beneath those dark circles were like bottomless black holes. Move, Gaara said, his voice soft, but carrying an icy relentlessness. You've already won. He's lying here, unable to move. What more do you want? Gaara tilted his head, as if examining an ant blocking his path. He made me feel pain. He paused. So he must die. The sand suddenly surged like a wall, hurtling toward Lee's bed. Sato Fan, body flicker technique. His figure vanished and reappeared in front of the bed. He slammed his hands on the floor, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the sand's path. The sand struck the earthen wall with a dull thud, leaving several cracks, but the wall held. Earth release. Gaara's gaze finally shifted from Lee to Sato Fan. Just then the door was pushed open again. Gaara, what are you doing here? Naruto stood at the door, anger on his face. Behind him was Shikamaru. Both were panting, as if they had run all the way. Naruto, how did you two get here? Sakura said she saw Gaara heading toward the hospital, so I knew what he was up to. Naruto burst into the room, standing beside Sato Fan. What do you want to do to Lee? Shikamaru leaned against the doorframe, his expression lazy, but his eyes sharp. Gaara of the Sand, the preliminaries are over. Coming to the hospital to attack someone from Konoha. That wouldn't look good, would it? Gaara ignored them. He stared at Sato Fan at the cracking earthen wall. Why do you stand in my way? Gaara asked. Aren't you afraid of death? Sato Fan did not answer. Of course he was afraid of death, but he couldn't abandon a friend. If he hadn't blocked, just now Lee would have been finished. What was the original plot? Damn it. He only remembered that Gaara had come to kill Lee, but failed. Naruto charged forward, throwing a punch at Gaara. The sand automatically defended, forming a shield in front of Naruto's fist, blocking the attack. Shikamaru circled around from the side, throwing kunai at an awkward angle, forcing Gaara to step back. But only one step. Sand gushed from the gourd like a tide, instantly filling the empty space of the room. Sato Fan's earthen wall was being crushed by the sand, the cracks growing larger. He gritted his teeth, maintaining the wall, his chakra draining rapidly. You can't defeat me, Gaara said, his voice still calm. I am a monster. The sand my mother left inside me protects me. No one can beat me. His eyes locked onto Sato Fan. Your earth release can't stop me. The sand surged again, coming from 3 directions at once. Sato Fan's earthen wall finally gave way, shattering with a crash. He retreated 2 steps, ready to form another hand seal, but the sand was faster. Just as the sand was about to engulf Lee's bed, Gaara suddenly stopped. He turned his head toward the corridor. Footsteps were not a nurse's, not a patient's. The footsteps were heavy, steady, like a beast drawing near. Then a green figure appeared at the door. My guy? He wore his usual green jumpsuit, his hair still wild, but the expression on his face was completely different from normal. That face, usually brimming with smiles and shouts of youth, was now cold as iron. Guy-sensei. Naruto called out. Guy said nothing. He walked into the room step by step toward Gaara. With each step his aura intensified. Not the pressure of chakra, it was killing intent honed over decades of battle as a jonin. Gaara's sand automatically contracted, forming a defensive wall around him. He took a step back. You are. Might Guy Lee's teacher. Guy stopped in front of Lee's bed, looking down at his disciple. His gaze flickered for an instant, not anger, but pain. Then he raised his head and looked at Gaara. What do you intend to do to my student? Gaara did not answer. The sand flowed slowly around him as if probing or defending. Guy did not form hand seals or assume a combat stance. He simply stood there. But his presence dropped the temperature of the entire room to freezing point. Lee is my student, Guy said, his voice low, but each word striking like a nail into the ground. As long as I am here, you won't lay a finger on him. Lee is someone I will protect with my life. He took a step forward. Try it. Gaara stared at Guy for a few seconds. The flow of sand around him slowed, as if hesitating. I see. Next time I'll kill you too, Gaara said. Anytime. But today you leave this place. Silence. The sand slowly retreated into the gourd. Gaara turned and walked toward the door. As he passed by Naruto, he paused. He stepped out of the room without looking back. The sound of footsteps faded down the corridor. Naruto stood still, fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, his expression complicated. Guy did not pursue. He turned to Lee's bedside, looked down at Lee, and pulled the blanket up a little higher. All of you go back, Guy said. They'll take care of things here. Naruto opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end said nothing. He glanced at Lee on the bed, then turned and left the room. Shikamaru followed. Sato Fan was the last to leave. At the door he looked back. Guy sat beside Lee's bed, head bowed, shoulders trembling. He gently closed the door. In the corridor, Naruto leaned against the wall, looking up, lost in thought. Shikamaru stood beside him, hands in his pockets. Naruto glanced at Sato Fan. Sato, how do you know Earth release? When did you learn that? Self-taught, Sato Fan said. Old Tanaka left a scroll before he passed. You learned it on your own, eh? Naruto's eyes widened. You're way more impressive than I thought. It's nothing special. Just practiced every day. Naruto was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I need to get stronger. Strong enough to beat that guy. Naruto. Oh right, you came to see Lee. Do you know him? Sato Fan looked at him and nodded. We trained together. The three parted at the hospital entrance. Naruto and Shikamaru headed toward the Hokage's office, while Sato Fan walked toward the logistics area. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, but his mind was filled with the image of Lee lying in bed, Gaara's pitch-black eyes, and Guy's silhouette blocking the bed. This world was cruel. Lee had worked so hard only to nearly die in the exam. Gaara was so powerful, yet lived in loneliness and slaughter. He needed to become stronger, not to be some so-called hero, but so that the next time someone tried to kill him or those close to him, he wouldn't just be buying time. On the day of the final, Sato Fan did not go to the examination hall. He sat in the office of the warehouse with an account book spread open on the table before him, a pen set aside, and a window cracked open, letting in the sounds from outside. Distant cheers, perhaps from the finals. All that remained was to wait. Sato Fan leaned back in his chair, listening to the sounds outside. The cheers continued, occasionally punctuated by sporadic explosive bursts like explosion talismans detonating in the distance. He glanced at the clock on the desk, 10:20 in the morning. According to the original timeline, Orochimaru should launch his attack shortly after the finals began. Now the third Hokage was probably already engaged with Orochimaru. He stood up, walked to the warehouse door, and opened it a crack. The street outside was deserted. Everyone had gone to watch the matches. Sunlight fell on the stone pavement, reflecting a blinding white light. The distant cheers suddenly shifted in tone, turning into screams and cries of alarm. It had begun. Sato Fan's heart raced. He closed the door, took the sealed scroll from his desk drawer, and placed it securely against his body. He also took out a waist pouch containing several smoke bombs and a few explosion talismans and fastened it around his waist. Finally, he tucked the chakra-conductive metal kunai into the back of his belt. Preparation complete. He sat down and continued to wait. Wait for what? For the chaos to spread to the logistics area. According to his plan, he would not go out to face death deliberately. He would stay in the warehouse waiting until the battle reached him, then slip away in the confusion. The warehouse was in a remote location, most likely no enemies would come. He could safely stay until nightfall, then go home and take his parents to a safe place. But after waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no movement outside. Sato Fan walked to the door and opened it a crack again. The street was still empty. The distant explosions and battle cries came intermittently, very close, yet no one came here. This wouldn't do. If no one came, how could he balance the accounts? He needed a plausible excuse for the warehouse's destruction. Sato Fan stood there for a moment, his mind racing. Then he formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone stood before him, identical in every way. Go out and lure some enemies here, Sato Fan said to his own shadow clone. Don't go too far, just around the logistics area. Find a lone sound ninja or sand ninja, deliberately show yourself, then run back to the warehouse. How many? As many as you can. The key is to make the warehouse burn. The bigger the commotion, the better. The shadow clone nodded and slipped out through the back door. Sato Fan's original body began to set up the final trap, arranging a chain-triggered network at the warehouse entrance and inside tripwires connected to explosion talismans, which in turn linked to more explosion talismans, forming a small explosive web. As soon as someone tripped the first wire, the entire warehouse would be blown to the sky within seconds. Then he retreated to a hidden corner outside the warehouse, watching from afar. After about 5 minutes the shadow clone returned. It was not alone. 3 figures in black windbreakers followed behind. From the corner Sato fans saw their headbands. They were from the Sound Village. All 3 carried weapons, their faces twisted with ferocity. That brat ran that way. After him. Don't let him escape. The shadow clone dashed into the warehouse. The 3 men charged in right behind. Sato fan crouched in the corner covering his ears. To be safe, he had plastered the shadow clone with explosion talismans playing the gold technique. 3 seconds later the first explosion came from the warehouse. Boom. Not a single blast, but a continuous chain of explosions. One explosion talisman after another detonated, flames shooting out from windows and door cracks, debris flying everywhere. Within seconds the entire warehouse became a sea of fire. The shockwave from the explosion shook the leaves off the surrounding trees, and the ground trembled slightly. Sato fan crouched in the corner feeling the heat wave brush across his face, burning his skin. He did not move, just stared at the inferno. The explosions lasted about 10 seconds, then gradually ceased. The fire still burned, but no new blasts occurred. He stood up from the corner and slowly approached the warehouse. Flames engulfed the entire structure, shelves collapsed in the fire. Suddenly a sound ninja thrown out of the door by the blast saw Sato fan, and immediately turned to flee, severely wounded. What about the other 2? Sato fan looked around, but saw no other figures. Probably buried under the rubble or escaped through the back. He didn't care. The important thing was that the warehouse was burned, thoroughly burned. All traces would vanish in the flames. No one would ever know that it had been piled high with supplies, nor where those supplies had gone. Once the fire died, everything would— He turned and ran toward home. The streets were already in chaos. People were running everywhere, civilians, merchants, the elderly, children. Each in a panic, some clutching bundles, some dragging children, some pushing carts toward the evacuation area. In the distance explosions and battle cries rang out, and buildings collapsed with loud crashes raising clouds of dust. Sato fan ran against the current heading home. His home was in a row of single-story houses east of the logistics area, about a 15-minute walk from the warehouse. Along the way he passed several alleys where he heard sounds of fighting, but he did not stop to look. All he wanted now was to get home, find his parents, and take them away from this chaotic place. After about 10 minutes of running, he saw the row of houses. But the house was on fire. Sato fan's heart sank. He quickened his pace and rushed to the front door. The door was half up in thick smoke, billowing out, flames leaping from the windows. He charged in, bent low, covering his mouth and nose with his arm. Dad? Mom? No answer. He groped through the smoke, crossed the living room, and pushed open the bedroom door. The bedroom was also on fire but empty. He checked the kitchen, bathroom, and storage room. All vacant. Not home. Sato fan backed out of the house, stood on the street, in front, gasping for breath. The fire scorched his face, the smoke stung his throat. But he ignored it. His parents were not home, meaning they might have already escaped. He turned and ran toward the center of the village. That was the direction of the shelter. Every time the village was attacked, civilians were evacuated to the shelter near the Hokage building. The shelter was in the basement of the Hokage building with an entrance around the back. When Sato fan arrived, a long line had formed at the entrance, people moving slowly inside. He pushed his way to the front, but a Chunin stopped him. Line up at the back. Don't push. I'm looking for my parents. Sato fan shoved his hand aside and rushed into the entrance. The basement was packed with people, crying, shouting, praying. All mingled into a noisy din like a market. Sato fan wove through the crowd, looking at each face. Elderly people, women, children, injured men. He saw many familiar faces, neighbors from the logistics area, but not his parent. He searched from one end to the other, then again. Nothing. Sato fan stood in a corner of the basement, his heart pounding. A terrible thought surfaced in his mind. Had his parents failed to escape? Were they still in the house? But the fire was already raging and no one could survive inside. He turned and rushed out of the basement, nearly colliding with someone. Sato. Sato fan looked up and saw a familiar face. Section Chief Yamada. Yamada's clothes were covered in dust, and there was a bloodstain on his face, but he seemed not seriously injured. He grabbed Sato fan's shoulders. Are you alright? The warehouse caught fire. Someone saw sound ninjas running from there. I don't know. Section Chief Yamada, have you seen my parents? Yamada paused. Your parents? I saw Sato Lu near the shelter earlier. He seemed to be looking for your mother. Sato fan didn't wait for him to finish. He turned and ran. He ran past the Hokage building, down the main street, past Ichiraku Ramen. The shop's front had collapsed, the sign lying on the ground trampled to pieces. He ran to the logistics area, to his street. The fire was still burning, but slightly smaller. He walked along the street calling out, Dad. Mom. No answer. When he reached the end of the street, he heard a faint reply. Xiao fan. Sato fan spun around. The voice came from a small alley off the street. He dashed into the alley and saw Sato Lu sitting on the ground against the wall, holding Sato Miko in his arms. Both were covered in dust and soot. Sato Lu's forehead was bleeding and Sato Miko's clothes were badly singed. Dad. Sato fan rushed over, crouched down, and checked their injuries. A cut on Sato Lu's forehead, blood smeared across half his face, but he was conscious. Sato Miko's eyes were closed, her breathing weak, no obvious wounds, but her face was terrifyingly pale. Your mother inhaled too much smoke. Sato Lu's voice was hoarse. When we ran out, she breathed in a lot. Sato-fan took a medical kit from his waist pouch, tore open the package, removed bandages and hemostatic agent, and quickly bandaged the wound on Sato Lu's forehead. Then he crouched beside Sato Miko, feeling for her breath, still breathing, but faintly. Can you walk? He asked Sato Lu. Yes. Sato Lu pushed himself up against the wall, his legs trembling, but stable. Sato-fan lifted Sato Miko onto his back, supporting her with one hand, and helping Sato Lu with the other. Follow me. Carrying his mother and supporting his father, he walked through the smoke-filled streets toward the shelter. Along the way they encountered several panicked civilians, and Sato-fan pointed them toward the shelter, but did not stop. At the shelter entrance, the Chunin was still maintaining order. Seeing Sato-fan carrying someone, he did not block them and let them pass. The basement was still as noisy as before. Sato-fan found a corner, set Sato Miko down, and let her lean against the wall. Sato Lu sat beside her, holding her. Mom will be fine, Sato-fan said, his voice calmer than he expected. She just inhaled smoke. She'll be fine after resting. Sato Lu nodded without speaking. Sato-fan crouched beside his parents, took a water flask from his waist pouch, and gave some. Then he placed the flask next to Sato Miko, waiting for her to wake. The explosions outside continued, but seemed more distant. The people in the shelter gradually quieted down. Some whispered prayers, others wept softly. A little girl leaned against her mother, fast asleep. Sato-fan leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He opened them again, looking at his parents. Sato Lu was leaning back, eyes closed, blood seeping through the bandage on his forehead. Sato Miko's color had improved slightly, and her breathing was steadier. Sato-fan reached out and took his mother's hand. Her hand was cold, but her pulse was beating. It will be all right, he whispered, as if speaking to his parents, as if speaking to himself. The explosions ceased. Not abruptly, but gradually, like summer thunder receding into the distance. The final deafening roar echoed from the examination grounds, followed by a prolonged, unsettling silence. No one spoke in the shelter. All ears strained, listening for the next sound, waiting for someone to announce that it was safe to emerge. But no one came. Occasionally, a shinobi hurried past in the corridor, footsteps urgent, yet no one pushed the door open to declare safety. Zhuotung-fan leaned against the wall. By dawn, Zhuotung, Meizi's complexion had improved slightly. Her breathing steadied, her eyelids flickered, but she did not awaken. The bandage on Zhuotung Lu's head had been changed once, the bleeding had stopped, the wound was minor, merely a superficial injury. He leaned against the wall, eyes closed, one hand holding Zhuotung Meizi's, the other resting on Zhuotung-fan's arm. Zhuotung-fan sat there, replaying the day's events in his mind, convinced there were no flaws. The door opened. A man in a Jonin vest stepped and stood on the platform, and said in a hoarse voice, the attack is over. Everyone may come out. Those whose homes are still livable may return, those whose homes are not may go to the temporary shelter. Register to receive relief supplies. The crowd surged outward. Some wept, some laughed, some wore blank expressions. Zhuotung-fan carried Zhuotung Meizi on his back, Zhuotung Lu followed behind, and the family of three flowed out of the shelter with the crowd. The world outside had changed. The Huoying building still stood, but its walls bore several gaping holes. The surrounding streets were in ruins. Piles of rubble, shattered tiles, broken timbers everywhere. Black smoke rose from the residential area in the distance, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. The sign of Yao Ramen was gone, leaving only half a door hanging crookedly from its frame. Fortunately, he had not believed the nonsense about hiding in Yao Ramen whenever something big happened in Muyi with the Tong Mu Ilu around. Zhuotung-fan, carrying his mother on his back, stepped over scattered debris and headed toward the logistics district. He wanted to see the street where his home was, to check if there was any place still habitable. Halfway there, a familiar voice called out from behind. Zhuotung. Section Chief Shan Tian squeezed through the crowd. His clothes were covered in dust, a fresh bloodstain marked his face, but his spirits were still high. He looked Zhuotung-fan and his family up and down, frowned when he saw Zhuotung Meizi with her eyes closed. How is your mother? Inhaled smoke, hasn't woken up yet. Send her to the hospital. Muyi Hospital can still take patients. Shan Tian pointed in a direction, then grabbed Zhuotung-fan's arm. After you handle your family matters, come find me at the supplies department. The warehouse is gone, but rebuilding requires manpower. You are a shinobi of the village, you must do your part. Zhuotung-fan nodded. A long line stretched outside the Muyi Hospital, filled with injured civilians and shinobi. Zhuotung-fan carried his mother and waited in line for nearly 2 hours before a bed became available. The nurse wheeled Zhuotung Meizi into the ward and said, it's just smoke inhalation, nothing serious. She can be discharged after 2 days. Zhuotung-fan let out a sigh of relief. He settled Zhuotung Lu into a chair in the ward, then collected 2 portions of relief rations from the hospital entrance, 2 rice balls and a flask of water. Zhuotung Lu ate one and shoved the other into Zhuotung-fan's hands. You eat. I'm not hungry. You haven't eaten. Zhuotung Lu looked at him, his expression different from usual. Not the gentle warmth of a father caring for his son, but the earnestness of someone who had faced death, and now realized you are the most important person to me. Zuoteng Fan took the rice ball and bit into it. The rice was a bit hard, the seaweed no longer crisp, but he ate slowly, chewing each mouthful deliberately. After finishing, he stood up. I'll go check the supplies department. Section Chief Shantian is looking for me. Go ahead, Zuoteng Lu said. Your mother is with me. The supplies department was temporarily set up in a room on the first floor of the Hua Ying building. The door sign hadn't been changed, yet still reading archives. Zuoteng Fan pushed the door open. Inside the room was hazy with smoke. Shantian sat behind a makeshift desk, smoking a cigarette. You're here. Shantian pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. Zuoteng Fan sat down. Shantian stubbed out the cigarette, pulled a piece of paper from a drawer, and slid it across the desk to Zuoteng Fan. On it were several lines, addresses, contacts, and business scopes of a few suppliers in the capital of the Land of Fire. The warehouse burned down, the account books are gone, but the supplies department's work can't stop. Shantian said the village needs massive supplies for reconstruction, construction materials, ninja tools, medicine, food. The central warehouse still has some stock, but not enough. We need to send someone to the capital for procurement. Zuoteng Fan stared at the paper, his heartbeat quickening. The capital, leaving the village. You'll go? Shantian said, you've managed the warehouse for months. You know the specifications, prices, and quality of supplies better than anyone. I'll give you a letter of authorization. I take the procurement deposit and make a trip to the capital. Alone. I'll assign someone to accompany you. Shantian pulled out a list from the drawer, glanced at it. A chunin named Morishita Kunihiko. In his 30s, a veteran. He has a leg injury, can't serve on the front lines, now helping out in the logistics district. He'll go with you. Keep each other company on the road. In the capital, he'll handle security, you handle the negotiations. Zuoteng Fan hesitated for a second. Having someone with him meant his movements would be restricted. But then he thought again. An older chunin with a leg injury probably wouldn't shadow him every step of the way. Once in the capital, he could always find an excuse to act alone. Fine, he said. Shantian nodded, pulled a cloth pouch from the drawer, and pushed it to Zuoteng Fan. The pouch was small but heavy, the sound of coins inside. Procurement funds. The supplier list is there. When you arrive, contact them first. Inspect the goods, negotiate prices, place orders. You don't need to bring the goods back. Just finalize the deals, and have them ship the supplies in batches to Muyi. Zuoteng Fan stuffed the pouch into his waist bag, folded the supplier list, and put it in his pocket. I'll talk to Morishita. You wait for him at the village entrance tomorrow morning. When do we leave? The sooner the better. Tomorrow. Fine. Zuoteng Fan stood up and turned toward the door. Just as he reached it, Shantian called out. Zuoteng. Tanaka died fighting the enemy. Don't let the warehouse destruction weigh on you. You're just a logistics genin. Finding your parents and taking them to the shelter under those circumstances was the right choice. Zuoteng Fan didn't turn around. He nodded and pushed the door open. Outside the Hua Ying building, the sky was nearly dark. The setting sun stained the ruins a somber crimson. The streets were far less crowded than during the day. Some people cleared rubble, others carried bodies, some crouched by the roadside crying. Zuoteng Fan didn't return to the hospital. He went to the logistics district, to the street where his home was. The fire had been extinguished. The entire row of houses was reduced to a few crumbling walls. He sifted through the rubble, finding a few unbroken bowls and an iron pot. Everything else was gone. He crouched before the ruins, staring blankly for a while. Old Tanaka was dead. He had already retired. Why did he have to come out and fight? He stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and turned back toward the hospital. By the time he returned to the hospital, night had fully fallen. The corridor lights were on, casting a stark white glow on the walls, revealing an air of exhaustion. Zuoteng Fan pushed open the ward door. Zuoteng Meizi was awake, propped against the headboard, drinking water that Zuoteng Lu was feeding her. Mom. Zuoteng Fan walked over and sat by the bed. Zuoteng Meizi set down the cup and reached out to touch his face. Her hand was cold, her fingers trembling, but her gaze was tender. Are you all right? I'm fine. The warehouse burned, but I got out. And the house is gone. Zuoteng Meizi's voice was very soft. Gone, but it's okay as long as everyone is safe. Houses can be rebuilt. Zuoteng Meizi nodded, saying nothing. Zuoteng Lu sighed beside her. Zuoteng Fan took the cloth pouch from his waist bag, counted out 50,000 Rio, and placed it on the bed. Take this money. Find a place to stay first, and wait for me to return. Zuoteng Lu stared at the pile of money, stunned. Where did this come from? Procurement deposit. I told Section Chief Shantian about our situation, and he let me draw some in advance to settle you both. Zuoteng Lu asked no further questions. He put the money away and nodded. I'm leaving the village tomorrow. I'm going to the capital of the Land of Fire to procure supplies. Section Chief Shantian arranged for a chunin to accompany me. Don't worry. Be careful on the roads, Zuoteng Meizi said. I'll take care of your mothers, Zuoteng Lu said. You can rest assured. Zuoteng Fan stood up, looked at his mother, then at his father. I'm leaving. I'll be back in a few days. Take care. Zuoteng Fan walked out of the ward, out of the hospital, and into the night. The streets were dark, most of the street lamps were broken, only a few shops flickered with dim candlelight. He walked along the road, through the ruins, through the broken walls, heading toward the temporary shelter. He wasn't going to the shelter. He was going to the empty zone. Before departing, he needed to see someone. Emerging from the hospital, the sky had already turned pitch black. Sato Fan did not head to the temporary shelter, but instead turned into the narrow path behind the logistics area that led to the vacant zone. The road was shrouded in darkness with most of the streetlights broken. Only the moon hung overhead, casting a thin layer of silver light. He walked unhurriedly, occasionally glancing back to ensure no one was following. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted. Occasionally, a patrol of shinobi passed by in the distance. Because he wore the My Forehead protector identifying him as a ninja of the village, no one paid him any heed. The entrance of the vacant zone remained unchanged. The black cat stone plaque glowed with a bluish-gray luster under the moonlight. The area around the cat's eyes had been polished smooth, reflecting two faint, eerie points of light. Beneath his feet lay slippery stone slabs with moss wildly growing in the crevices. They felt soft and occasionally slippery. He hugged the wall, trying to make no sound. After about 50 paces, the wooden door came into view. The two cats at the entrance were still there. The black cat crouched on the left, the white cat on the right, exactly as they had been the first time he came. The black cat heard his footsteps, opened its eyes, and glanced at him. It neither said, "Who's there?" nor rose to its feet. Instead, it merely yawned, buried its head in its paws as if too lazy to bother. The white cat didn't even open its eyes. It curled up into a ball, its tail covering its nose, its purring soft and steady. Sato Fan sheathed his kunai, pushed aside the cloth curtain, and entered. The shop was much dimmer than during his last visit. The two oil lamps on the counter had been reduced to one. The flame flickered weakly, burning low with a small charred tip on the wick, probably not replaced for a long time. Grandma Cat sat behind the counter wearing a dark gray kimono. Her hair was whiter than before, and the wrinkles on her face were etched deep like knife cuts under the dim light. She was sorting through a stack of receipts, her fingers slowly tracing across the paper. Her movements were deliberate, as if she were wrestling with the numbers. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, saw Sato Fan, and said nothing. They exchanged glances for 2 seconds. Grandma Cat put down the receipts, leaned back in her chair, and folded her hands over her abdomen. "You're still alive," she said. Her tone was as flat as usual, but Sato Fan detected a hint of something different. Surprise. "I'm still alive," he replied. Sato Fan sat down at the counter, placing his backpack by his feet. Grandma Cat nodded without pressing further. She pulled a cloth bag from under the counter and set it on the counter. The bag was small but bulging, its mouth tightly tied. She pushed it towards Sato Fan. "The war goods sold quickly this time. No need to settle the payment in installments," she said. Her tone remained as flat as ever, as if commenting on the weather. "The village has been in chaos lately. The black market is short of everything. Your items moved faster than I anticipated. I thought it would take half a year." Sato Fan opened the bag. Inside were neatly stacked banknotes and coins. The banknotes were of the standard Fire Country currency, bearing the portrait of the Fire Country daimyo, with various denominations. The coins were silver tumon pieces along with a few gold ones that glowed dully under the oil lamp. He placed the bag on the table without counting, but he could roughly estimate. 6 million ryo, give or take. "How much is left?" he asked. "It's all here," said Grandma Cat. "Count it yourself." Sato Fan didn't count. He tied the bag securely and stuffed it into his backpack. It was heavy, pressing on his back like a small mountain. He tightened the backpack straps, ensuring it wouldn't come undone on the road. Then he sat back down, showing no sign of leaving. Grandma Cat glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "Something else." "Grandma, the bounty exchange. I want to place a bounty. Do you have a connection?" Grandma Cat's fingers paused on the counter. The oil lamp's flame flickered, casting wavering shadows on the wall. She stared at Sato Fan for a few seconds, her gaze sharper than before, as if reevaluating him. "The bounty exchange isn't open to just anyone," Grandma Cat said, her voice dropping to a serious tone no longer casual. "You need a referral, or you can't even find the door. Do you think it's a market? Anyone can just walk in. That's why I came to you." Grandma Cat was silent for a moment. She tidied up the receipts on the table, stacking them neatly and pressing them down with a paperweight. Then she pulled an envelope from the drawer and placed it on the counter. The envelope was old, its edges frayed and yellowed as if it had been stored for a long time. The seal was closed with wax, stamped with a blurred emblem, impossible to discern. There was no writing on the envelope, no address, no name. "The bounty exchange has 5 strongholds in the Fire Country," Grandma Cat said, tapping the envelope lightly. "The closest to Mai is in Lujiao town, a day's journey east. Take this envelope, hand it to the counter at the bounty exchange, and they'll let you in." "This is a letter of recommendation," said Grandma Cat, leaning back and folding her hands over her abdomen. "I've been in this business for 40 years. I've dealt with the bounty exchange plenty of times. I have some credit." Sato Fan reached for the envelope, but Grandma Cat's hand pressed down on it. "Let me finish first," she said, her voice heavier. "The bounty exchange has few rules, but every one of them is strict. You'll learn when you get there. Remember a few things: don't talk too much, don't look around, don't ask about things you shouldn't. That place isn't mine. No one will look out for you. Once you're inside, you're just an ordinary customer, no different from anyone else." "Understood," said Sato Fan. "Also, the bounty exchange takes a cut on bounties you place. About 10 to 20%, depending on your negotiation. If you price too low after the cut, no one will take the job, a waste of money. If you price too high you lose out. Weigh it carefully. Understood. Grandma Cat released her hand and pushed the envelope toward him. Sato-fan tucked it away, pressing it against his chest in his pocket alongside the sealing scroll. Both were paper cool against his skin. Grandma is the bounty exchange. Safe. Grandma Cat glanced at him, a hint of amusement flickering at the corner of her mouth. Not a smile, more like, interesting question. Safe, she repeated. The bounty exchange has been running for decades and never had an incident. No one dares to cause trouble there. You'll see when you go. Sato-fan didn't ask further. He stood up, shouldered his backpack, and prepared to leave. After a few steps he paused and turned back to look at Grandma Cat. Grandma Cat had already picked up the stack of receipts again, her head bowed, as if reading something. Grandma, thank you, Sato-fan said gratefully. Grandma Cat didn't look up, merely waving her hand as if shooing a fly. Go on. It's just business. You're one of my big clients. Sato-fan pushed aside the cloth curtain and stepped out of the shop. Moonlight fell into the alley, illuminating the stone slabs with a pale white. The outlines of the moss were clearly visible in the moonlight. He walked along the alley, his steps lighter than before, but his heart felt much brighter. The two cats were still crouched at the entrance. The black cat opened its eyes, looked at him, and this time didn't close them, watching him until he left the alley. The white cat shifted its position, pulling its head out from under its tail, yawned, then curled back up. As he stepped out of the alley, the night breeze brushed against him, carrying the chill of early autumn. Sato-fan stood at the mouth of the alley, looking up at the moon. The moon was full and bright, hanging directly overhead, illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. In the distance, patrol shinobi passed by, their footsteps echoing through the empty streets. One light, one heavy, gradually fading away. He tightened his backpack straps again, confirmed the envelope and scroll were safe, then used the sealing scroll to store the bag away. He turned and headed back toward the hospital. His parents were still waiting for him. Tomorrow morning, he had to set out with Morishita Kunihiko for the capital. As he reached the hospital entrance, a thought suddenly struck him. He stopped under a streetlight, pulled out the envelope Grandma Cat had given him, and examined it over and over. The envelope bore no writing, but the wax seal, though blurred, vaguely revealed the outline of a cat. Not a black cat, but a crouching cat with its tail curled exactly like the stone plaque at the entrance of Grandma Cat's shop. He tucked the envelope away again and pushed open the hospital door. The corridor lights were on, casting a pale, weary glow on the walls. Sato-fan pushed open the ward door. Sato Miko was already asleep, her breathing steady, her complexion much better than during the day. Sato Roku sat on the chair by the bed, his head bowed, also dozing off. On the nightstand lay the money Sato-fan had left, wrapped in a cloth neatly placed at the corner. Sato-fan didn't wake them. He pulled up another chair, leaned against the wall, and sat down. He closed his eyes, running through the plan to leave the village in his mind, leave with Morishita in the morning, reach Lujiao town by noon, find a way to slip away, go to the bounty exchange, place the bounty, and return to the inn before Morishita. To outwit an old chunin was no easy feat. He hoped the man had a personality like Iruka Sensei. At dawn, Sato Bon arrived at the village entrance, resigned to the fact that he was merely a genin. He could not afford to keep his superior waiting. The morning mist was thick, obscuring the Hokage rock until only a faint silhouette remained. He tightened the straps of his backpack and stood beneath a withered tree by the village gate. Within 5 minutes, a figure emerged from the mist. It was Morishita Kunihiko, 35 years old, a chunin. He wore a deep blue coat, a short blade tucked at his waist, and a gray military pack slung over his back. His gait betrayed no obvious anomaly, steady, measured, neither fast nor slow. Only upon closer inspection would one notice a slight hesitation as his right foot touched the ground, as if he were instinctively controlling some force. Section Chief Yamada had explained Morishita had been pulled from the front lines. A leg injury prevented him from prolonged forced marches, but his combat prowess remained at the elite chunin level. He had been assisting in the logistics area for years. This mission came only because of a manpower shortage. Otherwise he wouldn't have been dispatched. Indeed, even a genin like himself had been sent. Morishita Kunihiko approached Sato Bon and gave him a once-over. Sato Bon from the supplies division. Yes, I'm chunin Morishita Kunihiko. I'll be accompanying you on this mission. Let's go. He handed the exit permit to the 2 gate guards of my Kotetsu and Izumo. Sato Bon cast them a glance. These were legends. During Pain's invasion, the entire village was destroyed except for the main gate. Netizens had jokingly deemed them the ones even Pain dared not enter through the front door. Jokes aside, these two had real skill. In later battles they faced cage-level opponents, and survived, eventually becoming special jonin and serving as the 6th Hokage Kakashi's bodyguards. Their current strength was also elite among chunin. Without further pleasantries, Morishita Kunihiko turned and walked out of the village. Sato Bon followed behind. They proceeded in single file through the morning mist onto the official road leading to the capital of the Land of Fire. This was Sato Bon's first time leaving the village, and the novelty was refreshing. The mist thinned slightly, revealing rice paddies on both sides of the road, and rolling hills in the distance. The rice ears had turned yellow, rustling softly in the wind. Occasionally a few birds flew overhead, their crisp calls carrying far across the open fields. Morishita led the way, Sato Bon trailing behind. They walked for nearly an hour without a word. When the sun reached its zenith, they stopped to rest under a large tree by the roadside. Morishita Kunihiko needed rest. No wonder an elite chunin was stuck in logistics. A ninja who couldn't sustain a march. Morishita-senpai, Sato Bon ventured, trying to break the ice. When we reach the capital, where will we stay? Matsuya. In the commercial district close to the suppliers. Tomorrow we'll start visiting the listed vendors. Today rest once we arrive. Sato Bon nodded. In his mind, he was calculating the matter of Lujiao Town. Cat Granny had said Lujiao Town was to the east, and the route from Mai to the capital would pass nearby. Today they wouldn't take that detour, but on the return trip they could circle around. The problem was how to persuade Morishita Kunihiko to agree. With his pace of rest, every few steps a detour would be a hardship. Should he wait for another opportunity? He decided to assess the situation in the capital first. There would always be a chance. Morishita said no more. He finished his rice ball, brushed the grains off his hands, and stood up. Let's go. We need to reach the capital before dark. As the sun began to slant westward, the two finally saw the city walls of the capital. It was Sato Bon's first time leaving my village and visiting another place in this world. Despite his mental age exceeding his physical one, he couldn't help but look around. Morishita Kunihiko took the cigarette from behind his ear and put it between his lips. We're here, he said. Stay close, don't get separated. Sato Bon hoisted his backpack and followed him through the city gate. The moment they entered the gate, the noise hit them like a wave. The streets were twice as wide as Mai's, lined with shops packed so tightly that signs hung from second floors, red, blue, yellow, dazzling to the eyes. Pedestrians jostled shoulder to shoulder, merchants, samurai commoners, and occasionally a ninja wearing a headband. Not Mai's, but those of the daimyo's direct retainers, the headband inscribed with the character fire. Hey, two ninja-sama, come play. A seductive woman in a kimono stood at the entrance of an alley beckoning them. Morishita Kunihiko didn't even pause, walking straight past. Sato Bon cast a curious glance before quickly catching up. That's the capital's pleasure district. Feel free to visit if you're interested, but watch out for pickpockets. Hearing Morishita's words, Sato Bon's mouth twitched. This senior wasn't as proper as he seemed. He had only been curious and glanced twice. No, I'm still young. Morishita led the way, turning 2 streets, and stopped in front of an inn. The storefront was modest with a wooden sign reading Matsuya. He pushed the door open, Sato Bon following. At the front desk sat a woman in her 50s, her hair neatly pinned, wearing a deep blue kimono. She immediately greeted Morishita Kunihiko. Welcome, 2 guests. Do you need rooms? 2 single rooms. Morishita Kunihiko took money from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The woman collected the money, took 2 keys from the wall, and handed them over. Second floor, left side. Morishita gave 1 key to Sato Bon. Sato Bon took the key, went upstairs to drop off his luggage, and came back down to find Morishita Kunihiko sitting on the inn's doorstep, the unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Morishita-senpai, how should we divide the work tomorrow? Morishita took the cigarette out. You know the specifications, prices, and quality of the supplies better than I do. I'm only responsible for security. I'll wait at the door. All right. Don't let them cheat you, Morishita Kunihiko said, glancing at him. Merchants in the capital are shrewd. Seeing you young, they might try to haggle. Sato Bon nodded in understanding. That evening they had a bowl of ramen at the small noodle shop next to the inn. Morishita ate quickly and stood up as soon as he finished. Sleep early. We depart at 8 tomorrow. Early the next morning, Zhuo Tung Fan and Sun Xia Guayin met at the entrance of the inn. Sun Xia still appeared as usual, dressed in a dark blue coat, a short blade tucked at his waist, and an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. He glanced at Zhuo Tung Fan, nodded, and said nothing. The 2 of them left the inn and headed toward the commercial district. The 4 suppliers on the list were all located to the east, less than a 20-minute walk away. The streets had already grown lively with vendors selling vegetables, fabric, and breakfast, their cries rising and falling in waves. Zhuo Tung Fan walked and observed, mentally calculating the day's schedule. The first stop was Jingbian Wuchan, a building materials supplier. The storefront was sizable, 2 shop spaces merged together, stacked with timber bricks, tiles, and iron nails. The owner was a plump man in his 40s, his smile as broad as a Mithriya Buddha. Zhuo Tung Fan handed over the procurement list from Konoha. The owner took it, glanced at it, then looked at Zhuo Tung Fan. His smile remained unchanged, but a flicker passed through his eyes. A ninja from Konoha, I see, he said. I heard things have been unstable over there lately. There was an incident, and we're rebuilding. Zhuo Tung Fan didn't hide the truth. After all, a merchant as well informed as this one would surely know of such a major event. The owner nodded, placed the list on the counter, picked up an abacus, and rattled it briskly for a moment. After finishing, he quoted a price. Zhuo Tung Fan listened, and his heart sank. It was nearly 40 higher than the reference price Yamada section chief had mentioned. Boss, isn't this price a bit too high? Zhuo Tung Fan asked. Our previous purchases weren't at this rate. The past is the past, and now is now. The owner set down the abacus and spread his hands. With such a major incident in Konoha, supplies are scarce, demand is high. naturally the price changes. Besides, shipping from the capital to Konoha will also cost more. You don't know this, but as soon as Konoha is mentioned, transport teams are reluctant to go. Who knows if there are still ninjas lurking around waiting to ambush you. Zuo Fan knew the man was taking advantage of his youth and desperation. But he didn't argue. He simply said, "They'll have a look at other places. Go ahead, take your time," the owner said with a smile. "But let me tell you, all the building material dealers in the capital have similar prices. You'll find out after visiting a few." When they came out of Jingbian, Wuchan's Sun Xiaogua Yin was leaning against the doorframe smoking. He glanced at Zuo Fan. "Marked up. 40%. Sun Xia said nothing, stubbed out his cigarette, and followed behind as they headed to the next store. The second stop was Yamamoto's store, which sold ninja tools. The owner was a tall, thin man in his 50s wearing round-framed glasses. Zuo Fan handed him the list. He glanced at it, but didn't take it. "From Konoha?" Yamamoto asked. "Yes. I'm afraid I can't accept your order." Zuo Fan was taken aback. "Why? I heard that your side suffered heavy casualties. Even the Hokage was killed." Yamamoto pushed up his glasses, his tone flat. "Given your current situation, can you even pay? When will the Land of Fire's appropriation arrive? What guarantee can you offer? How can I risk shipping without knowing these things?" Zuo Fan was silent for a few seconds. He hadn't expected a supplier to worry that Konoha couldn't afford to pay. He only had funds for a deposit, with most of the payment due on delivery. But on second thought, it made sense. News of the attack on Konoha had spread throughout the Land of Fire. The third Hokage had fallen in battle, and the village was heavily damaged. Outsiders didn't know the true state of Konoha, so their concerns were understandable. Konoha's finances are supported by the Land of Fire's daimyo, and we have never defaulted on payments to suppliers, Zuo Fan said. That was before. Yamamoto shook his head. "Things are different now. Wait until your side stabilizes, then we'll talk." With that, he pushed the list back and turned to attend to another customer. Zuo Fan stood there holding the list, his face expressionless, but his heart felt heavy. 2 stores. One had hiked the price, the other had refused the order. There were 2 more to visit, but the situation likely wouldn't be much better. Sun Xiaogua Yin stood at the store entrance watching him. "Tough negotiations?" Sun Xia asked. "Tough negotiations." Sun Xia didn't ask further, simply saying, "Then let's move on to the next one." The third store was a medicine supplier. The owner was a woman in her 40s, surnamed Nakamura. She spoke quickly and worked efficiently. She glanced at the list and quoted a price 10 higher than normal. "What Konoha needs most right now is medicine, and with such severe damage, who knows if you'll be able to settle the payment. I'm taking a risk by only raising it by 10. That's reasonable." Nakamura said just that and nothing else, but her reasoning was sound. Zuo Fan thought it over and agreed. He placed the order directly, asking her to expedite the delivery. Medicine couldn't wait. The wounded were in urgent need, and the price hike was still within tolerable limits. After all, in his past life, when trouble struck, even Ban Lan Jin had skyrocketed. The fourth store was an alternative building materials supplier run by a man surnamed Xiao Lin in his early 30s. He didn't hike the price much, only 20 above normal, but he cut the quantity. Instead of the full supply, he would only provide half. "I don't have much stock," Xiao Lin said. "If you order less, I can give you the normal price. But more than that, I really can't." After visiting all 4 stores, it was already afternoon. Zuo Fan and Sun Xiaogua Yin sat down in a small tea house and ordered 2 bowls of tea. Zuo Fan spread the list on the table, staring at the prices and quantities that had been altered into a mess, and remained silent for a long time. The first store had hiked the price by 40, the second had refused the order, and the fourth had limited the quantity. With the procurement funds allocated by the higher-ups at these prices, he could buy less than half of what was needed. Sun Xia sat across from him drinking tea, saying nothing. "Sun Xia-senpai, have you ever encountered this kind of thing on missions before?" Zuo Fan asked. "I'm not in procurement, so I wouldn't know, but..." Sun Xia set down his teacup. "It's normal for prices to rise after a battle, but this much of a markup is rare." Zuo Fan folded the list and put it in his pocket. These capitalists really had guts. Knowing that Konoha had suffered a disaster with high demand and low supply, they wouldn't miss the chance to bleed them dry. They didn't even fear whether they'd live to spend the money, considering it was a ninja village. Now that Konoha had lost the third Hokage with Tsunade not yet returned, and the Land of Fire's daimyo appropriation unknown, everything was uncertain. The suppliers were betting that Konoha urgently needed supplies, making them a seller's market. But he had no better choice. Konoha truly needed these materials, and he couldn't go back empty-handed. Just as he was about to return and negotiate with those stores again, the tea house door slid open. A man in a gray kimono walked in. He was in his 30s, of medium build, with a round, smiling face that gave him the look of a He scanned the few customers in the tea house, paused his gaze on Zuo Fan, and then walked straight over. "You 2 are from Konoha." He pulled a chair over and sat down without waiting for an invitation. Zuo Fan glanced at him, but said nothing. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." The man quickly waved his hand, his smile unchanged. "My name is Zhaochuan Xia, and I deal in supplies. I saw you 2 coming out of several suppliers on the street just now, so I thought I'd come over for a chat." "What about?" Zhao Chuan took a business card from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Zwitting Fan took it and glanced at it. Zhao Chuan Trading Company Supply. I can roughly guess your procurement list. Zhao Chuan Xia leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. Construction materials, ninja tools, medicine, grain. Am I right? These are what my needs most right now. Zwitting Fan did not deny it. What are you trying to say? I have the goods you urgently need. Zhao Chuan Xia raised his chin slightly. And the price is fair, unlike those Inoue and Yamamoto types who jack up prices. Why? Zhao Chuan Xia chuckled softly. Because I want to do long-term business with those people only focus on the deal at hand, gouge you for all you're worth, and then run off. Indifferent. I hope I can weather the storm. Next time you have needs, you'll think of Zhao Chuan Trading Company first. Zwitting Fan was silent for a few seconds. Where do your goods come from? Zhao Chuan Xia waved his hand casually. The source isn't important. What matters is that the goods are good, the price is low, and they arrive on time. You can report back with a clear conscience. My gets the urgently needed supplies, I earn a modest profit. Everyone is happy. Zwitting Fan stared at him, his mind quick. This man had come to him proactively, offered a low price, and wanted a long-term partnership. Either he genuinely wanted to curry favor with or he had ulterior motives. But right now he didn't have many options. What's the price? Zwitting Fan countered. Zhao Chuan pulled another sheet of paper from his sleeve, unfolded it, and handed it over. It listed the unit prices and supply quantities of several items. Zwitting Fan took it and did a rough calculation. The prices were actually 20 lower than the normal market rate. At this price you still make a profit. Small profits, quick turnover. Zhao Chuan replied with a smile. I told you I'm in it for the long term. Those fellows are short-sighted. They don't realize that the head of the 5 great ninja villages isn't going to collapse so easily. I won't make money on the first deal. Consider it making a friend in times of crisis. Once my recovers and the order volume increases, we can renegotiate the price then, and you'll naturally make a profit. Zwitting Fan stared at the list for a moment, then looked up at Zhao Chuan Xia's ever-smiling face. What about the quantities? Can you supply everything on the list? Everything. 3 shipments, the first within 7 days, the remaining 2 within half a month. Zwitting Fan pondered for a moment, mentally reviewing the prices and quantities. At Zhao Chuan's quoted price, they could get even more supplies than expected, and with installment payments the village's financial pressure would be much lighter. Deal? But I want to see samples first. Don't try to fob off inferior goods on my. Zhao Chuan Xia clapped his hands, his smile widening. Excellent. Of course. How would I dare to fool the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages? May I ask your esteemed name, sir? Please come to my humble trading company's warehouse and inspect the goods in person. Zwitting Fan glanced at Sengxia Guiyan. Sengxia Guiyan stood directly behind him, making it clear that Zwitting was in charge. Zhao Chuan Xia, undeterred by Zwitting Fan's youth, led the 2 of them to his trading company's warehouse. Zwitting Fan examined the goods in the warehouse. The quality was no lower than that of the suppliers they had visited that morning. It seemed this man truly wanted to offer timely assistance. Zhao Chuan Xia pulled another contract from his sleeve with the prices and quantities already written in. Only the signatures were missing. Zwitting Fan raised an eyebrow. Well, he came prepared and was remarkably well informed. Zwitting Fan took it, read it from beginning to end, confirmed there were no issues, and signed it. Zhao Chuan Xia also signed, and each kept a copy. How will the payment be made? Zwitting Fan asked cautiously. 20% deposit payment upon delivery. Pay for the first batch when it arrives. Fine. Zwitting Fan paid the deposit, put the contract away, and stood up. Then it's settled. The first batch will arrive in within 7 days. Zwitting Fan also rose. Zhao Chuan Xia walked over to him, and suddenly reached out, pressing something into his hand. I could use a few good words from you in the village, Master Zwitting. Being entrusted with such a major mission at such a young age, you're bound to become a big shot in my. This is just a small token of my esteem, not worthy of your acceptance. Zhao Chuan was extremely flattering. If my needs anything in the future, just call on me. With that, Zhao Chuan Xia turned and walked away, leaving Zwitting Fan no chance to refuse. Zwitting Fan looked down at the object in his hand. A brown paper envelope, thin, but he could feel banknotes inside. He opened the flap and peered inside. 100,000 Rio. He froze for a second. This was a kickback. Zwitting Fan folded the envelope and put it in his pocket. Sengxia Guiyan sat across from him drinking tea, his eyes fixed on the window, as if he had seen nothing. Zwitting Fan said nothing. He folded the contract, placed it in his bag, and stood up. Let's go, Senior Sengxia. Sengxia Guiyan set down his teacup, stood up, and followed him out of the tea house. On the way back, Zwitting Fan walked in front, his pace unhurried. He was thinking about what had just happened. Zhao Chuan. This man's origins were unclear, his channels unknown, but his prices were indeed low, and he could deliver on time. What more could be said? When it came to a violent organization, Mai was the biggest. Why should they fear a mere merchant? As for the 100,000 Rio kickback, he had neither refused nor declined. He understood a principle: sometimes taking money is more reassuring than not taking it. Once you take it, you're all in the same boat. Sengxia Guiyan walked behind, still with that unhurried demeanor, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Senior Sengxia? Zwitting Fan did not turn around. About what just happened I'll report it to Section Chief Shantian when we get back. Sengxia Guiyin glanced at him. I may not understand all these intricacies, but I think you did well. Take the money you took. I saw nothing. Back at the inn, Zwitting Fan took out the contract and read it again from beginning to end. The prices, quantities, and delivery times were all fine. This contract in my hand is my head, Zwitting Ganja's head, so I must be meticulous. No mistakes. He also took out the envelope Zhaochuan had given him, 100,000 Rio, and split it, taking 50,000. He went to Sengxia Guiyin's room. He pushed the door open. The room was empty. Had he gone to the pleasure district? Zwitting Fan walked and placed the money on the table. Although Sengxia Guiyin had said he would keep it quiet, it was better to share the spoils. Eating alone could easily choke one. He might as well go out for a stroll. After all, he had finally gotten out, and the mission had been a complete success. After a walk and a night's rest, he would head back to tomorrow morning and let Section Chief Shantian review the contract. Emerging from the inn, Sato Fan wandered through the streets. He wished to behold the night market of the capital. A rare opportunity, as his mission was complete, and he must return to Konoha on the morrow. Tonight was his sole respite. The streets were even more vibrant than during the day. Lanterns flickered to life one after another, bathing the entire avenue in a vermilion glow. A queue formed before the skewer stall, the iron plate sizzled with steam from the takoyaki. Several children loitered around the Odin cart. Sato Fan slowed his pace, threading through the stalls enveloped by the aroma of various delicacies. Yet before he had traversed 2 streets, he sensed something amiss. Someone was trailing him. Not 1 but 3. They wore plain cloth garments devoid of headbands, but their gait was askew. Light of foot, unwavering of gaze, they resembled not casual strollers, but rather predators fixated on their quarry. Sato Fan turned into an alley, and the footsteps of the 3 followed suit. He paused to examine a roadside stall. They too halted at a distance, feigning conversation. He quickened his pace, and they matched it. Who could it be? On his first mission outside the village, who would target him? What to do? Seek out Senior Morishita. Just as he was about to act, a thought crossed his mind. No, if he could detect their tailing, they could not be formidable. Though their intentions were unknown, this was a perfect chance to evade Morishita Kunihiko and reach the exchange house. But he must leave some clue for Senior Morishita, otherwise there would be no way to explain upon return. He could hardly bring the pursuers to Konoha to testify on his behalf. What he needed was to flee, to make it known that he was being chased, heading toward Deerhorn Town. That way, when Morishita Kunihiko could not find him and learned of the pursuit, he would naturally come searching in that direction. Once in Deerhorn Town, after finishing his business at the exchange house, he could then coincidentally encounter Morishita, and everything would fall into place. Sato Fan took a deep breath and began walking toward a less crowded area. He turned into a lanternless alley flanked by high walls, a mere slit of sky overhead with no moonlight penetrating. He deliberately slowed his pace, pretending not to have noticed them. The footsteps behind grew nearer, increasingly unconcealed. The alley ended at a small square by day, a vegetable market, now empty save for a few stray cats scavenging the refuse. Sato Fan walked into the square and turned around. 3 figures emerged from the darkness of the alley mouth. Under the moonlight, he could discern their features. The foremost man wore a grimy gray coat, a short blade at his waist, a scar across his face, and eyes as cold as ice. The 2 behind him, one held a kunai, the other was unarmed, but had a bulging waist suggesting concealed weapons. A genin brat, the scar-faced man spoke, his voice low but laced with an undeniable menace. Leave your bag, and I'll spare your life. Sato Fan looked at him and breathed a sigh of relief. Rogue ninja. Sato Fan assessed swiftly. He had heard of such men. They belonged to no village, having learned to channel chakra through illicit means, wandering and surviving by theft and robbery. They must have spotted him since he entered and exited the supplier shops. A genin carrying a bag, negotiating deals. Clearly someone with money on him. There had been a chunin with him, but now he was alone, young and easy prey. Can't you hear? The scar-faced man stepped forward. A genin like you strolling around with a bag. You think nobody noticed? Be smart and hand it over, save us the trouble. Sato Fan turned and ran. He did not flee back the way he came, but bolted toward the opposite end of the square. There lay a narrow alley he had noticed during the day, which led to a main thoroughfare. He ran at a pace that kept them from catching up, but not so fast as to lose them. After him, the footsteps of the 3 erupted behind him, drawing closer. As he ran, Sato Fan shouted, his voice pitched just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Help! Robbery! He was not pleading for aid from passers-by. They would flee from such a scene. He was creating witnesses. Someone had seen him being chased. The fact was now established. Tomorrow, when Morishita inquired, he would be told last night a Konoha genin was pursued by 3 He dashed into the narrow alley, and the sound of a kunai slicing through the air came from behind. A blade whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in the adjacent wall, sparks flying. Sato Fan did not look back. He kept running. Another kunai flew, grazing his shoulder, tearing a slit in his coat. Nearing the alley's end, he deliberately slowed. A hand seized his backpack strap. Sato Fan spun around, abruptly landing a punch on the man's face. The blow was not heavy, but it sufficed to make the man release his grip and stumble back 2 steps. The scar-faced man caught up his short blade, thrusting towards Sato's lower back. Sato Fan sidestepped. The blade sliced through his coat, leaving a shallow gash on his waist. Pain, but not deep. Sato Fan did not retaliate further. He pretended to panic and fled toward the outskirts of the city. Stop! The scar-faced man yelled, and the three gave chase. Sato Fan touched the wound on his waist. The bleeding had stopped, the cut shallow. He controlled his pace to ensure they could keep up. Deerhorn Town lay to the east. A night's walk would bring him there by dawn. Back at the inn, Morishita Kunihiko returned and sat in the lobby. He assumed Sato Fan had merely gone for a stroll and would return. But after an hour he did not return. After 2 hours, still no sign. Morishita went out to search, but found nothing. Returning to the room, he noticed an envelope on the table. Opening it, he found 50,000 ryo inside. Morishita was taken aback. He recalled that when Sato Fan signed a contract today, Hayakawa had slipped something into his hand. He had pretended not to notice at the time, never expecting the kid to be so thoughtful. He pocketed the envelope, sat on the edge of the bed and chewed on the unlit cigarette, waiting. By midnight, Sato Fan had still not returned. Morishita stood up, walked to the front desk, and rapped on the counter. The landlady emerged from the back room, wrapped in a coat, her eyes heavy with sleep. What's the matter? Have you seen the genin who was with me? No, the landlady shook her head. He went out and hasn't come back. He went out to inquire. The people on the night market street told him a Konoha genin had just been chased by 3 rogue ninja heading east. Some said they saw him running, others said he never returned. An old man selling steamed buns mentioned that a child had exited through the east gate, seemingly from Konoha, with pursuers behind him. Morishita Kunihiko stood on the street, chewing the unlit cigarette, silent for a long time. Damn it. He hurried back to the inn, grabbed his backpack, and rushed out. The landlady called out from the front desk. Where are you going? Your companion hasn't come back yet. Morishita did not explain. He strode out of the inn and headed toward— You little brat, don't you dare die. I was just out buying a souvenir for my daughter, and you get into trouble. Can't you ever give me a break? And of all times, my leg is injured. You'd better hold on. Sato Bon dashed out of the city gate. The footsteps behind him were relentless. 3 rogue ninja had pursued him for 3 entire blocks from the city center all the way to the eastern gate. Beyond the city lay a wasteland. The official road was flanked by withered grass, and in the distance stretched a pitch-black forest. The moon was obscured by clouds, the light was dim, and only a few— Beyond the city lay a wasteland. The official road was flanked by withered grass, and in the distance stretched a pitch-black forest. The moon was obscured by clouds, the light was dim, and only a few scattered stars shone. Sato Bon left the official road and turned onto a narrow path. The path grew narrower, and the grass on both sides rose higher, almost waist deep. He slowed his pace and began to pant. Not genuinely, but feigned. He had been running for a considerable distance, depleting much of his stamina, yet he was far from his limit. The 3 men behind him were also panting, and more heavily than he was. The rogue ninja lacked systematic physical training. After covering several miles, they were already struggling to keep up. Damn, that kid sure can run. The voice of the scar-faced man came from behind, broken and heavy with gasps. Boss, should we keep chasing? Looks like he's heading into the wilds. Chase. That bag of his is bulging. He must have money. That older chunin isn't here, it's just a genin. What's there to fear? Sato Bon quickened his pace, ran a bit further, then stopped in an open area. All around was withered grass rustling in the wind. In the distance stood a dead tree, its bare branches like hands reaching. This place was far from the official road, no one would come. He turned around and waited. 3 men emerged from the grass. The scar-faced man led the way, bent over with hands on his knees, panting heavily. The other 2 were no better. One supported the other, their faces pale. Can't run anymore. The man with the kunai collapsed onto the ground. Boss. Is this kid leading us here on purpose? The scar-faced man lifted his head and looked at Sato Bon. Sato Bon stood in the moonlight, carrying a bag, a cloth band wrapped around his waist, a tear in his jacket, but he stood steadily, breathing evenly, not at all like someone who had been running half the night. The scar-faced man's expression changed. You. Sato Bon gave him no chance to speak. He moved. Body flicker technique. His figure vanished from the spot and reappeared to the scar-faced man's right. The scar-faced man's expression changed. You. Sato Bon gave him no chance to speak. He moved. Body flicker technique. His figure vanished from the spot and reappeared to the scar-faced man's right. The scar-faced man was lifted into the air for an instant, then crashed heavily to the ground, his short sword flying from his hand and landing in the grass several meters away. He did not get up again. The remaining 2 were stunned. A second of blankness was enough for Sato Bon to do a lot. He turned and kicked the wrist of the man holding the kunai. The kunai flew into the darkness, landing somewhere unknown. The man screamed, clutching his wrist and backing away. Sato Bon did not pursue. Instead, he drew the chakra-conductive metal kunai from behind his waist and infused it with chakra. The 3rd man, unarmed with a dagger tucked in his belt, saw this and turned to run. Sato Bon did not chase. He aimed and threw. The kunai streaked through the night sky with a cold gleam, accurately striking the man's thigh. The man screamed, collapsed, struggled twice, and failed to rise. The man who had held the kunai had retreated several meters away, his expression shifting from ferocity to terror. He looked at Sato Bon, at the scar-faced man lying on the ground, at the thrashing companion in the distant grass. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Sato Bon walked over unhurriedly. You're a genin. You're lying. The man's voice trembled, his hand covering his wrist, blood seeping through his fingers. Your speed. You're not a genin. Sato Bon said nothing. He walked up to the man and stopped. The moonlight illuminated his face, which was expressionless. His heart was racing, adrenaline burning through him. His mind was clear, even clearer than usual. He knew what he was doing and what he had to do next. Please spare me. He'll never do it again. The man knelt, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. I have an old mother. She's sick. I had no choice but to rob. Sato Bon looked at him. The man was crying, his face covered in tears and snot. His wrist was bleeding, his knees on the gravel, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sato Bon crouched down to meet his eyes. You say you have an old mother? Yes, I really do. The man nodded frantically. She's in Deerhorn Town. She's been sick for a long time. I have no money for her treatment. Sato Bon was silent for 2 seconds. Then you shouldn't have come after me. The kunai pierced the side of the man's neck through the throat. Blood spurted, splattering onto Sato Bon's hands and sleeves. The man's eyes bulged wide, his mouth agape, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. Then his body slowly went limp, collapsing onto the grass. Sato Bon pulled out the kunai and stood up. He did not look at the man's face. He turned and walked to the scar-faced man who was still lying on the ground, his jaw askew, blood dribbling from his mouth, but alive. His eyes were half open, watching Sato Bon approach, making indistinct sounds. Who exactly are you? Sato Bon crouched, pressing the kunai against his chest. A man who doesn't want to die. The kunai plunged in. The scar-faced man's body convulsed once, then went still. Sato Bon rose and walked toward the third. That man had a kunai stuck in his thigh, unable to crawl, but still conscious. Seeing Sato Bon approach, the same terror as his companions spread across his face. Don't kill me. I didn't do anything. Scarface made us come. Sato Bon said nothing. He pulled the kunai from the man's thigh. The man screamed, clutching the wound. Sato Bon murmured, no choice. You followed. The kunai plunged in. 3 rogue ninja, all dead. Sato Bon stood in the moonlight, surrounded by withered grass and corpses. The wind blew, carrying the smell of blood. He wiped the kunai twice on the grass and sheathed it behind his waist. The blood on his hands had dried sticky on his skin. He crouched down, cleaned his hands on the dry grass, then stood up, bent over, and dry-heaved a few times. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Calm. Must stay calm. In this world, if you don't kill, you'll be killed. Today these 3 were weak. This was his first time killing with his own hands. The physical discomfort hadn't occurred when he used traps to blow up the sound ninja. He would have to adapt to this ninja world sooner or later. He had been mentally prepared. There was no choice. Sato Bon opened his eyes and looked at the corpses on the ground. 3 bodies lying scattered in the grass. He gathered the bodies, buried them, and erased the traces. He picked up his backpack, dusted it off, and shouldered it. Then he bent down, picked up the short sword, and weighed it in his hand. Quality was mediocre. The iron was inferior to the standard kunai of Konoha. Trash. He turned and headed toward Deerhorn Town. After a few steps, he stopped and created 2 shadow clones. The shadow clones followed, leaving false tracks. When the sky began to lighten, the outline of Deerhorn Town appeared before him. Sato Bon stood at the town entrance and looked at his hands. The blood had dried dark brown, embedded in his nail beds. He wiped the traces clean on the grass. Sato Bon stared at the gradually brightening sky. Time to move. He stood up, stretching his stiff legs. The wound on his waist pulled. He looked down. The blood on the cloth band had dried, the wound had scabbed, and it was not serious. He stepped into Deerhorn Town. The town of Deerhorn was not large. Its main street measured less than a li from one end to the other. Sato Bon stood at the town entrance, surveying this unfamiliar place, his mind replaying Granny Cat's instructions. The bounty exchange doesn't put up a sign, nor does it operate in a conspicuous spot. First, find an izakaya with a red cloth hanging at the door. Go inside and show the proprietress the letter of recommendation. She'll lead you in. Don't talk too much, don't look around, and don't pry into things you shouldn't. He walked along the main street, his eyes scanning the shops on both sides. A general store, a blacksmith's, a tea house, an inn. All their facades were old and worn, the paint on their signboards mostly peeled off. The street was almost empty. A few chickens scratched the dirt by the roadside. The sun had already risen, yet the town remained eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling capital. After walking most of the street, he spotted the izakaya. The front was modest, a wooden sliding door and a dark red cloth hanging at the entrance bearing no characters at all. Had Granny Cat not mentioned it beforehand, he would never have noticed the place. The cloth was washed pale, the edges frayed, as if it had hung there for years. On the sliding door was a yellowed piece of paper with the words, "Open for business," written in faded blurry strokes. Sato Bon stood at the door for 2 seconds, then slid it open and stepped inside. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside. A few tables, a counter, dim lighting. Since it was daytime, there were no customers. Only an oil lamp behind the counter flickered its flame, dancing gently. The air smelled of sake and grilled skewers mingled with old wood and mustiness. Several yellowed posters hung on the walls depicting bottles of sake and grilled fish, their corners curled up. Behind the counter stood a woman in her 40s, her hair neatly coiled, wearing a deep blue kimono. She wore light makeup, looking like an ordinary izakaya proprietress. Sato Bon walked up to the counter, took the envelope Granny Cat had given him from his pocket, and placed it on the counter. The envelope was old, its edges worn, the seal sealed with wax, impressed with a cat's paw stamp. The woman glanced at the envelope without opening it. Her gaze paused on it for a second, then shifted to Sato Bon's face, lingering for another second. Then she tapped the envelope lightly with her finger, turned, pushed aside the cloth curtain behind her, and walked in. "Follow me." Her voice was soft, but clear. Sato Bon followed her through the curtain and down a narrow corridor. The corridor was dark with no lights, the walls dusty gray, and the wooden floorboards creaked faintly underfoot. The air was stuffier than the front, carrying the scent of old paper and ink. He counted his steps, about 20 paces, until the corridor ended at an iron door. The iron door was very old, painted black, but the paint had chipped and peeled, revealing rust-colored stains beneath. The woman knocked 3 times, 2 short, 1 long. The rhythm was precise, as if practiced many times. The door opened from inside. The woman stepped aside, and Sato Bon entered. She did not follow. The door closed behind him. Inside was a small room with no windows. Only an oil lamp hung on the wall, its flame flickering, casting a dim yellow. A table, 2 chairs. Behind the table sat a man in his 60s, bald, wearing round-framed glasses, reading a ledger. The ledger was thick-bound in black leather, its corners worn white. His fingers traced slowly across the page, as if checking. Hearing Sato Bon enter, he set down the ledger, removed his glasses, and placed them on the table. The frames were gold-rimmed, the lenses thick, reflecting the lamplight in a hazy yellow. Letter of recommendation. Sato Bon handed over the envelope. The old man took it, not opening it immediately, but first turning it over to examine the wax seal. The cat's paw stamp was pressed deep into the wax, the lines clear. He touched the seal with his finger, confirming it had not been tampered with, then used his fingernail to lift the envelope flap and pull out the letter inside. The paper was also old, the edges yellowed, with a few lines written in brush pen. Sato Bon had never read the contents. Granny Cat had not let him see when she wrote it. The old man read slowly, line by line. After finishing, he folded the letter, replaced it in the envelope, and put it away in a drawer. Then he looked up at Sato Bon. "Recommended by Granny Cat." "Yes." The old man nodded, took a new ledger from the drawer, flipped to a blank page, and, "What do you want to list?" "The chakra armor of the Land of Snow, complete set. The secret scroll of lightning release armor." This was the enhancement plan he had long decided on. The Naruto world had no divine elixirs, and bloodline limits were not purchasable with money. So he could only choose from equipment, ninjutsu, and secret techniques. He had earth and lightning affinities. Ninjutsu was fine, but the secret technique of the lightning country's chakra armor could temper his physical body. The Land of Lightning bred muscle-bound men, and this technique was akin to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Once physical strength, sword defense, speed, and chakra, all developed in balance. Plus the lightning armor cloaking the body enhanced offense and defense. The 3rd Raikage relied on this technique to be called the strongest spear and strongest shield. As for equipment, he had a direction, the 2nd Hokage's Sword of Thunder God, currently in the hands of the rogue ninja Green-Blue Sunflower. But its track record was poor. A lightning attribute lightsaber with innate paralysis used as a shield to withstand the ultimate techniques of 2 main characters. Even you would break if you tried. That arc was anime original. In the manga world, the 2nd used ordinary swords. So Sato Bon didn't know if he'd encounter it. But there was a better choice, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, the lightning sword Kiba. Its requirement was that the user must have lightning chakra, which he satisfied. More importantly, the acquisition condition was simple. Kurizuka Raiga should be killed by Naruto and the others within a month or 2 with the sword stuck in his grave. He could just go pick it up. The old man scribbled a few lines on the paper, the pen scratching softly. He wrote slowly, but every character was neat. After finishing, he set down the pen, leaned back in his chair, and folded his hands over his stomach. Chakra armor from the Land of Snow. Not many circulate on the market. The old man paused. Our bounty exchange offers a reward of 2 million Ryo. If you agree, well listed at that price. Sato Bon thought for a moment. Agreed. The old man wrote a few more lines. Lightning release armor. The old man took off his glasses, wiped them with a cloth, and put them back on. A secret technique of Kumogakure passed down exclusively through the Raikage line. This is hard to obtain, high risk. The bounty exchange's reward price is 30 million Ryo. Sato Bon froze. He thought 6 million would be enough. Turns out he was still dirt poor. Well, Asuma of the 12 Guardian Ninja was worth 30 million, so the lightning release armor, a high-level secret of Kumogakure, naturally matched. But you're in luck. We have an incomplete version of the lightning release armor here, obtained from killing a high-ranking Kumogakure ninja, listed for sale. 5 million Ryo. Incomplete version. Any side effects? No side effects. It's actually the prerequisite Brank's secret technique, lightning release chakra mode. only activates the body to enhance defense speed and strength with a long duration. It lacks the lightning armor's full body enhancement of defense strength and attack capabilities. He'll buy it. The old man wrote down 5 million Rio, then picked up an abacus and clicked it rapidly. Snow Country Armor 2 million Rio, Lightning Release, Chakra Mode, 5 million Rio. The bounty exchange takes a 10% commission, totals 770,000 Rio. So black. A 10% commission probably charged on both sides. Sato Bon took a scroll from his backpack, placed it on the table, and removed 550,000 Rio. Just the lightning release. I don't have enough money. Cancel the Snow Country Armor listing. The old man took the money, counted it carefully, then said, canceling a listing also incurs a 10% commission. You're still short 200,000 Rio. The atmosphere stiffened. Sato Bon gritted his teeth and pulled out another 200,000 Rio. Take this, go to the back to pick up the goods. Once you train the lightning release secret technique, be careful, the old man said. If Kumogakure finds out, they won't let you go to prevent leakage. The bounty exchange is not responsible for your safety. The usually stern old man actually cracked a smile. Damn it. You only tell me after I've paid. Sato Bon tucked the receipt securely into his clothes, stood up, and left. In the back storeroom, a black-clad ninja handed him a scroll and told him to go. Sato Bon turned and walked to the iron door, knocked 3 times, 2 short, 1 long. The door opened from outside. The woman stood in the corridor, glanced at him, and said nothing. She turned and walked back, Sato Bon following. Through the narrow corridor back to the izakaya's main hall. The woman returned behind the counter, picked up a rag, and began wiping tables, not looking at him again. Sato Bon pushed aside the cloth curtain and stepped out. The sunlight made him squint. He stood at the door for a few seconds, letting his eyes adjust. The street was still nearly empty, with distant dog barks. Sato Bon closed his eyes. Ah, the sin of poverty. With everything settled, the only question was when Morishita would arrive. He waited at the town entrance for nearly an hour. The sun climbed higher, baking the ground hot. Sato Bon moved to the shade of a tree, placed his backpack as a pillow, and half reclined. He didn't dare sleep, afraid Morishita would miss him. After another half hour, a figure appeared on the official road. Sato Bon opened his eyes, sat up, and squinted to see. A dark blue coat, a short, sort of slight drag in the right leg, while walking. It was Morishita. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, tucked the kunai back behind his waist, and shouldered his pack. Morishita stopped in front of him, looked him up and down, his gaze pausing on the cloth bandage at Sato Bon's waist. Injured. Just a scratch, nothing serious. And the 3 men shook them off. Sato Bon wore a look of lingering fear. I ran all night, and ended up here. They chased for a while, but gave up. Morishita was silent for a moment, then took the unlit cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. You're fast on your feet. Who were they, eh? Just some rogue ninjas. They saw the money on me. ID just graduated, wasn't experienced in combat, panicked, and ended up here. Morishita looked at him, didn't press further. My fault, I should have stayed with you. He nodded, turned, and continued walking. Let's go back to Konoha. Sato Bon followed behind him. The two walked one after another along the official road westward. After a long silence, Morishita suddenly spoke. When we get back, you'll confess my fault. You surviving 3 rogue ninjas unscathed is impressive. Sato Bon felt a surge of relief inside, but kept his face expressionless. No need, Morishita-senpai. Let's just say we finished the mission and came back. I'm fine anyway. Morishita was silent for a moment. Thanks, kid. Sato Bon smiled, quickened his pace, and caught up with Morishita Kunihiko. The dust on the official road was kicked up by footsteps, then slowly settled on the cuffs and the edges of the shoes, while the wind carried the fresh green scent of spring grass, yet it failed to disperse the silence that had hung over the entire journey home. Sato Fan followed behind Morishita, his steps deliberately slow and steady as he suppressed the agitation stirred by the scroll tucked at his waist. His fingertips brushed the hidden pocket of his backpack through the fabric, and as he walked he calculated in his mind. A pity that he had no money left, and in the end, he had to reluctantly give up the bounty on the full set of the Land of Snow's chakra armor. That suit of armor had caught his eye long ago. It provided cold resistance body protection and was tailored for ninja combat techniques, lightweight, yet capable of enhancing basic defense. A remarkable value for money. After all, the ninja from that small country had worn it and managed to hold his own against Kakashi, and the price tag of 2 million Rio was hardly a ripoff. But his own pockets were empty. After paying for the lightning release chakra mode and having the exchange office mercilessly skim off the transaction fees, he had no remaining funds to cover the remaining balance, and he could only give up in resignation. As he pondered, Sato Fan couldn't help but curse the exchange office for its greed. A 10% commission on both ends a truly exploitative practice. 5,700,000 Rio had nearly drained his entire savings, and what he got in return was merely the prelude technique to the lightning release chakra mode. Though it couldn't compare to the full lightning armor, it could activate the body, enhance speed and strength, and perfectly complemented his dual earth and lightning attributes. That was the most important thing. But he could only practice it slowly. His strength would not improve quickly. He had originally had his eyes on more than just this set. The armor of the Sky Ninja was also quite appealing. Mastering aerial dominance Deidara wasn't that strong, but the guy knew how to kite. With high damage and high mobility, who would want to engage in close combat? But the Land of Snow's armor could also allow flight. So there was no comparison. It offered chakra amplification, defensive barriers, cold resistance, flight, and illusion resistance. For a top-tier expert it might be useless. But for a little genin like him, who could say this armor was useless? This armor was absolutely fantastic. Sato fan let out a sigh. What's wrong? Morishita asked from ahead, without turning around. Nothing, my legs are a bit sore. A young man, sore leg. My leg is injured, and I'm not complaining. Sato fan didn't respond. He glanced at Morishita's right leg. It still dragged slightly when he walked, but it was steadier than when they had set out. Perhaps he had loosened it up in his eagerness to catch up. Morishita-senpai, how did you get that leg injury? A ninja from Awagakure got it from an explosive tag. Morishita's tone was flat. It was 10 years ago. I was a step too slow, and the fragments got embedded in my leg. The bone was shattered and the tendons were severed. They reconnected it, but it never healed properly. Do you regret it, eh? Regret what? A ninja doesn't go through life without getting hurt. Morishita took the unlit cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. I traded this leg for 2 lives. Worth it. Sato fan didn't ask further. He truly couldn't understand yet. The sun climbed higher, baking the dirt road on the official path. The two stopped at noon under a large tree by the roadside to rest. Morishita took out his water bottle from his backpack, took a couple of gulps, and handed it to Sato fan. Sato fan took it, and drank as well. Morishita-senpai, do you know about the Land of Snow? Morishita chewed on a rice ball and glanced at him. Land of Snow. I've heard of it. It's to the north, perpetually covered in snow. What about it? Nothing, just heard someone mention it, and got curious. That place is freezing cold, and the ninjutsu is strange too. Morishita swallowed the rice ball. Why are you asking? Just curious. Sato fan lowered his head and took a bite of his rice ball. Morishita didn't press further. After they finished eating, they continued on their way. As the sun began to dip westward, the walls of Konoha came into view. The Hokage rock on the city wall was bathed in the red glow of the setting sun. The third Hokage's face was already somewhat weathered, while the fourth Hokage's was still fresh. Sato fan stood at the city gate, gazing at the 2 gatekeepers, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kimizuki. The 2 were checking the passers-by. When they saw Sato fan and Morishita, they waved and didn't stop them. Once inside the city, Sato fan first headed to the temporary office of the supply division. Section Chief Yamada was still there, sitting behind the temporary desk with a pile of documents spread before him. He looked up as Sato fan entered. You're back. I'm back. Sato fan took the contract out of his backpack and placed it on the desk. 4 suppliers. 3 of them I negotiated with, 1 rejected the deal. The pharmaceutical company added a 10% markup. I signed it because the village was in urgent need of the medicine. For the rest, I took the liberty of negotiating with a firm called Hayakawa Trading Company. Their price was 5% below the standard rate. They want a long-term partnership with Konoha, and they'll ship in 3 batches. Hey, race the contract. Please take a look. Yamada picked up the contract and flipped through it, his face lighting up with surprise. Well done. Those damned merchants dared to raise prices. Don't worry about taking the liberty. You did excellent work. They'll report this to the village and recommend you for a commendation. Also, Sato fan took out the envelope Hayakawa Shida had given him, extracted 50,000 ryo, and placed it on the desk. This is the kickback. Hayakawa Shida gave it. Yamada glanced at the money, then at Sato fan. Keep it for yourself. Morishita-senpai also had a share. Sato fan said seriously. I gave him 50,000 ryo. Yamada was silent for a moment, then pushed the money back. I said keep it for yourself. As for Morishita, I don't care. Sato fan pocketed the money without further protest. Go home and rest. Yamada waved his hand. Starting tomorrow, there's plenty of reconstruction work to do. Sato fan left the supply division and headed toward his parents' new residence. Section Chief Yamada had arranged a temporary shelter for them near the logistics area, small but adequate. As he reached the door, he heard Sato Miko's voice from inside. Don't touch that, wait until Xiao fan comes back. I'm looking at nothing. Put it down. Sato fan pushed open the door. Sato Ryo stood in the middle of the living room, holding an iron pot, about to set it on the stove. Sato Miko stood at the kitchen door, a spatula in hand, glaring at him. When they saw Sato fan enter, both stopped. Sato Miko put down the spatula, walked over, and looked him up and down. Are you injured? Just a scratch, it's nothing. Have you eaten? I have. Sato fan put down his backpack, took out the 50,000 ryo that Hayakawa Shida had given him, and placed it on the table. This is the allowance from this trip. Use it. Sato Ryo stared at the stack of money, stunned. That much? The mission was completed well, so the higher-ups gave it. Sato Ryo didn't ask further, and took. Sato fan washed up, changed clothes, and lay down on the bed. The wound on his waist no longer hurt, but the cloth bandage made it a bit itchy. He touched the scroll on his chest. The lightning released chakra mode he had traded his entire fortune for. He would start training tomorrow. He closed his eyes, but the image of the Land of Snow's armor floated back into his mind. 2 million ryo. He had only 300,000 left now. The warehouse had also been blown up, cutting off his means of earning money for the time being. Money, still not enough. Sato Fan opened his eyes staring at the ceiling. For now he would just train in the secret technique he had just acquired, and then wait for Konoha Raiga to be killed by Naruto and the others so he could scavenge the spoils. Sato Fan rolled over, took the scroll from his chest, and placed it beside his pillow. The brown paper tube, its seal stamped with the red mark of the exchange office, was a token they had given him last time to prove he was a regular customer, allowing him direct entry next time. The funeral was held on the third day after the collapse of Konoha. The sky remained overcast and a cold rain began falling in the morning. Light, yet dense, its icy droplets striking the skin. Wind swept through the rain threads across the plaza, drenching the white cloth draped over the platform. Asuma stood in the ranks, lifted his gaze to the gray heavens and murmured, "Even the heavens weep." No one responded. The central square of Konoha was packed with a sea of black-clad figures, each wearing a white headband. The mournful silence was broken only by the patter of rain. A platform had been erected on the steps before the Hokage's office, covered in white cloth. Upon it rested a photograph of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beside the photograph, rows of white chrysanthemums glistened with raindrops trembling faintly in the breeze. Flanking the platform were memorial steels inscribed with the names of every shinobi who had fallen in this war. Not only the third Hokage but hundreds of others. Suotengfan stood in the crowd, clad in Konoha's standard ninja attire, a black jacket, a white headband tied around his left arm. Beside him stood Sengxia Guiyin, without a cigarette between his lips, hands hanging at his sides, standing rigidly upright. Further away stood Section Chief Shan Tian, his hair meticulously combed, his face expressionless save for the faint redness rimming his eyes. The Hokage's flag hung at half-mast, soaked through, clinging motionless to the pole. The casket of the third Hokage was carried forward. 4 Jonin bore it, Kakashi at the lead, followed by Guy Asuma and Kurenai. The casket was deep brown, draped with white chrysanthemums, their petals battered askew by the rain. Kakashi kept his head low, his silver hair plastered to his forehead by the downpour. His eyes never strayed from the casket. Guy's face bore streaks that could have been rain or tears, his lips pressed tightly together. The casket was placed upon the platform. Mitokado Hamura stepped up holding a manuscript, but the rain had soaked it, blurring the ink. He set the paper aside without reading it. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, he began, his voice not loud, but carrying far through the rain. For 42 years he protected Konoha, worthy of the title of Hokage. He paused. He is not the only one lost in this battle. Every name on the memorial stele is a hero of Konoha. He stepped aside. Kohor Yuditane approached without a manuscript, uttering only one sentence. "Hiruzen, you have worked hard. To all of you, thank you for your efforts." She bowed and withdrew. Then a child's cry tore through the curtain of rain. Konohamaru burst from the crowd, clutching a portrait of the third Hokage. He rushed to the casket, fell to his knees, and wept with a heart-wrenching anguish. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Irika pursued him, crouched down, and took Konohamaru into his arms. His eyes were also red, his voice choked with emotion. "Konohamaru, your grandfather is a hero. He protected the village. I don't want a hero. I want my grandfather." Konohamaru's piercing cries shattered the silence of all present. Irika said nothing more, only held him gently, patting his back. Suotengfan watched the scene, a tightness gathering in his chest. Naruto stood in the ranks, clutching a white chrysanthemum. Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. His shoulders trembled, though he uttered no sound. Beside him, Sakura's eyes were red, fighting to hold back her sobs. Sasuke was absent, still recovering in the hospital, the curse mark's eruption rendering him bedridden. Kakashi stood in the ranks, silently gazing at the memorial stele. Many names were engraved upon the stele, one of which occupied a high position, Uchiha Obito. He did not look at the third's casket, his eyes remained fixed on that stone. Jiraiya stood alone at a distance without an umbrella. Rain drenched his white hair, streaming down his face. He looked at the casket on the platform, at Konohamaru, at Naruto, his expression heavy. Suotengfan followed his gaze, and realized Jiraiya wasn't looking at the third, but at some void in the air, perhaps lost in memories. During the era of the legendary Sannin, they were all young, the third still vigorous, Orochimaru, yet to betray the village, Tsunade still present. Now the third was dead, Orochimaru a rogue shinobi, and Tsunade's whereabouts unknown. The crowd began to file forward to lay flowers. Suotengfan followed the procession slowly. The line moved at a crawl, silence reigning, broken only by rain and the sound of footsteps on wet stone. Reaching the platform, Suotengfan took a white chrysanthemum from the basket beside him, bent down, and placed it on the white cloth before the casket. He lifted his head and glanced at the third's photograph. In the photo, the third wore his Hokage hat, a benevolent smile on his face. Suotengfan bowed, turned, and walked away. He did not weep. He had not known the third well. The third did not know him, nor did he know the third. He was merely one of the most inconspicuous shinobi among thousands in Konoha. The third's death was the departure of a great figure, not a family member, yet the atmosphere still left a weight on his chest. After the funeral, the crowd slowly dispersed. Irika carried Konohamaru away, the boy exhausted from crying, his eyes swollen, leaning on Irika's shoulder. Naruto placed his white chrysanthemum before the grave stood for a long time, then turned and left. Jiraiya watched Naruto's retreating figure from afar silently before departing as well. Kakashi was the last to leave. He stood before the memorial's steely hands and pockets head bowed. Rain pelted him, but he did. Zuotenfan did not leave with Xingxia and Shantian. He walked alone toward Konoha's cemetery, where rows of tombstones stood in orderly lines. Some new, some old, some bearing names, others nameless. He walked slowly, threading through the rows of graves, and stopped at the innermost row. The tombstone was modest gray stone engraved with the words, "Grave of Tanaka Kazuhiko." Zuotenfan crouched, staring at the words in long silence. He recalled the words Tanaka had spoken to him on the day of his retirement: "Hide your talent, but don't bury yourself entirely." Old Tanaka had seen through his concealment, yet never exposed it, and even left him his combat notes. The body flicker technique, earth-style wall combat experience. All of these had been immensely useful, forming the foundation of his current strength and schemes. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it before the grave. He remembered how Tanaka loved to smoke, always lighting one after another in the warehouse. "Senior Tanaka." Zuotenfan spoke, his voice low. "I've come to see you. In my heart you are truly my master, helping me without expecting anything in return. I heard from Section Chief Shantian. You had already retired, yet you stood up to save the village." He paused. "And I could do nothing. I understand you, but I cannot become you. Still, rest assured, where Konoha's leaves dance the fire burns ever on. I will train diligently, and to the best of my ability protect the Konoha you gave your life to defend." The wind blew, tilting the cigarette pack, placed before the grave. The rain continued beating against the tombstone, trickling down the gray stone. Zuotenfan stood bowed and turned away. As he left the cemetery, the rain had lessened slightly. He glanced back. Rows of tombstones gleamed with a pale gray light in the rain. Suddenly a figure appeared before the graves. It was one of the legendary Sannin. "Jiraiya, you have raised a worthy disciple. He has already become a qualified inheritor of the will of fire." The day after the third Hokage's funeral, an envoy from Tsunegakure arrived in Konoha. News spread quickly. By lunchtime, people were already discussing it on the streets. Some said Tsunegakure had come to apologize, others said they were here to negotiate terms, and still others claimed they bore a declaration of war. Speculation abounded, but no one knew the truth. The number of ANBU stationed at the Hokage's building had more than doubled. Fewer pedestrians walked the streets while more ninjas patrolled. The air was thick with tension. The Tsunegakure delegation consisted of 5 people. Leading them was a diminutive old woman, Chio. She wore a gray kimono, her hair streaked with white. Her face was etched with wrinkles like knife cuts, yet her back was ramrod straight, her steps steady, and her eyes brilliantly sharp. Behind her walked an old man half a head taller, Ebizo. He was dressed in a dark coat, his face expressionless, his eyes half-flitted, as if dozing off. Further back came Baki, a jonin of Tsunegakure in his 30s with a stern expression and steady gait. 2 unnamed Suna jonin flanked the rear, one on each side. The 5 crossed the plaza and entered the Hokage's building. The door closed behind them. In the conference room, both sides of the long table were filled. On Konoha's side, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura sat at the head, their expressions cold. Nara Shikaku sat beside them, a file spread before him, pen in hand. Several other jonin were seated on either side. No one spoke, only the sound of rain from outside the window filled the silence. Chio sat opposite, with Ebizo on her left and Baki on her right. 2 jonin sat in the back, not at the table. She rose, faced the Konoha side, and bowed deeply. 90 degrees, her back bent low, white hair falling forward to cover half her face. The room was still, only the rain outside. Ebizo did not bow, but lowered his head. Baki also stood and followed. Chio straightened up and sat down again. "Tsunegakure has come to apologize," she said, her voice low but clear. "The Konoha crush plan. Tsunegakure participate. That is the truth. We do not shirk responsibility." She paused. "But there is something Konoha must know. The 4th Kazekage Raza was assassinated by the rogue ninja Orochimaru before the plan began." Baki took over, his voice deep. "After the Kazekage signed the Chunin exam joint agreement with Konoha, Orochimaru struck him on the way. We only learned that the Kazekage had been killed after the plan had already started." Midokado Hamura set down his teacup. "Are you saying Tsunegakure went to war without a leader?" "Yes," Baki said. "Orochimaru disguised himself as the Kazekage, appeared in public, and issued battle orders. We believed the Kazekage was still alive, and that this was a coordinated joint operation. It wasn't until after the plan began that we realized something was wrong." "Who realized it?" Uchiha Koharu asked. "I did," Baki said. The Kazekage's fighting style suddenly changed. The fake Kazekage, Orochimaru, issued orders too quickly, leaving no time for subordinates to react, and he didn't care about casualties like the real Kazekage did. But by the time I noticed, it was too late. The Konoha crush had already begun. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Nara Shikaku made a few notes on his documents, and looked up. "So Tsunegakure is saying, you were deceived, eh?" Chio glanced at him. "Not deceived, used. And by your own rogue ninja." She leaned back, hands crossed over her abdomen. Orochimaru needed troops. He didn't have enough forces to attack Konoha on his own, so he needed Suna as cannon fodder. He killed the Kazekage, impersonated him, and tricked Suna's army into the battlefield. By the time we discovered it, it was too late to withdraw. But you still fought, Uchiha Koharu said coldly. We fought, Chiyo did not deny it. Because we couldn't pull out. The army had already entered Konoha, fighting had begun, and retreating would only have caused greater casualties. Also, Tsunegakure could not bear the disgrace of deserting in battle. Now that the fighting is over, you come to sue for peace. Midokado Hamura's voice was unreadable. Chiyo looked at him. Tsunegakure is willing to bear all responsibility. All responsibility. Uchiha Koharu repeated the words. What do you have to offer? Chiyo did not answer. Baki stood up. Tsunegakure is willing to sign a permanent peace treaty with Konoha, guarantee never to invade again, provide military support when Konoha needs it, and continue to jointly host the Chunin exams to strengthen exchanges between our two villages' ninjas. And reparations? Uchiha Koharu asked. Baki hesitated. Tsunegakure cannot afford reparations. The Land of Wind has limited resources. Konoha should be aware of Suna's financial situation. If Konoha insists on reparations, Tsunegakure cannot bear the burden. The room fell silent again. Everyone on both sides of the table waited for Konoha's response. Narashikaku turned a page of his file. What can Tsunegakure offer? Chiyo spoke. Sincerity. Sincerity is worthless. Midokado Hamura said. Whether sincerity is worthless depends on how Konoha measures it. Chiyo's voice remained calm. Tsunegakure is willing to completely sever ties with Orochimaru and the Sound Village. From today onward, Orochimaru is Suna's enemy, and the Sound Village is Suna's enemy. If Konoha fights Orochimaru, Suna will send troops. If Konoha fights the Sound Village, Suna will send troops. Uchiha Koharu was silent for a moment, then glanced at Midokado Hamura. He nodded slightly. Continue, Uchiha Koharu. Baki sat down. Narashikaku stood up. Konoha's conditions are simple. His voice was low, but every word was clear. First, Tsunegakure must publicly declare that the Konoha Crush plan was a conspiracy orchestrated solely by Orochimaru, and that Suna was used, and must formally apologize to Konoha. Second, Tsunegakure must completely sever all ties with Orochimaru and the Sound Village and refrain from any form of cooperation or contact with either party. Third, Tsunegakure must pledge that in the future, should Konoha require assistance, Suna will dispatch troops to support. Chiyo hesitated for a moment. Agreed. Fourth, Narashikaku continued, Konoha and Tsunegakure will restore their alliance and jointly host the next Chunin. Fifth, Tsunegakure must hand over to Konoha a complete account of the fourth Kazekage's assassination, all records of Orochimaru's contact with Suna, and all related intelligence. Chiyo was silent for a few seconds. The first four conditions are no problem. The fifth, most of the records of Suna's contact with Orochimaru have already been destroyed. During the time Orochimaru impersonated the Kazekage, many documents passed through his hands, and he took them when he left. We can only provide what we have ourselves. Narashikaku glanced at Uchiha Koharu. She nodded slightly. Give us whatever you have, Narashikaku said. Agreed, Chiyo said. Narashikaku sat down. Uchiha Koharu stood up. Konoha accepts Tsunegakure's apology and agrees to restore diplomatic relations and rebuild the alliance. Her voice was low but formal. But let me be clear, Konoha will not forget this. What Tsunegakure owes Konoha cannot be repaid with a few apologies. Chiyo looked at her. What does Konoha want? Time, Uchiha Koharu said. Time will tell. Konoha will remember the words and promises Tsunegakure has made today. Future cooperation, trust, and diplomacy will be tested by time. If Tsunegakure lives up to its word, Konoha will not treat its ally poorly. If Tsunegakure fails, she did not finish. But everyone knew the unspoken words. Chiyo rose. Tsunegakure will not disappoint Konoha. The two old women stared at each other across the table for a few seconds. Then Uchiha Koharu gave a slight bow, and Chiyo bowed in return. Peace was reached. When the five from Tsunegakure emerged from the Hokage's building, dusk was approaching. Chiyo walked at the front, her steps still steady. Ebizo followed behind her, and Baki brought up the rear. The five crossed the plaza without looking back and disappeared around the corner. The lights in the Hokage's building remained on. In the conference room, Narashikaku was still organizing documents. Uchiha Koharu stood by the window gazing in the direction the Suna delegation had gone silent for a long time. Midokado Hamura sat in his chair finally, taking a sip of the tea that had gone untouched. The tea is cold, he said. Uchiha Koharu did not turn around. Tell them to brew a fresh pot. The negotiations were over, but Tsunegakure had fallen into a strategic disadvantage. Whether they admitted it or not, Suna had shifted from being an ally to a de facto subordinate dependent on Konoha's protection and resources. Konoha's primary goal was to restore its strength and stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, avoiding a two-front war or prolonged conflict. After all, there were many who wished to pull Konoha down from its position as the strongest village. Orochimaru was originally from Konoha. This incident was essentially a civil conflict within Konoha that also cost Suna a Kazekage and many elite ninjas. Thus Suna lowered its posture and Konoha knew when to stop. Peace was hard won. The day after the peace conference concluded, the meeting room on the third floor of the Hokage building was once again filled with people. This time there were no representatives from Sunigakure. Seated on both sides of the long table were all the jonin and department heads of Konoha. Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahomen Yin still sat at the head of the table with Nara Shikaku, beside them a stack of documents even thicker than yesterday's spread before them. Section Chief Yamada had also arrived, sitting in a corner wearing his crumpled vest, holding an unlit cigarette in his hand, not daring to light it. Kakashi stood leaning against the wall, without his usual copy of Make Out Paradise in hand, his expression more serious than usual. Guy stood beside him, arms crossed, the usual brightness in his eyes beneath his thick brows gone, replaced by a somber heaviness. Asuma sat in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke slowly rising before him, his eyes fixed on the tabletop, lost in thought. Yuhi Kurenai sat next to him, her expression calm, yet her gaze intensely focused. The third Hokage was dead, leaving the seat of Hokage vacant. Who would succeed him was the first matter to be discussed today. Zhuanxin Xiaochun spoke, first, her voice not loud, but every word was clear to everyone in the room. The third Hokage has been laid to rest. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage. I have gathered you all today to discuss the candidate for the next Hokage. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the people on both sides of the long table. According to procedure, the Hokage is nominated by the previous Hokage appointed by the Fire Daimyo and approved by a vote of the Jonin Assembly. The third Hokage left no clear nomination before his death, so we can only choose from the existing candidates. Shuahomen Yin took over. Currently the most suitable candidates are two, Jiraiya and Tsunade. When Jiraiya's name was mentioned, Kakashi, standing by the wall, stirred slightly, but said nothing. Jiraiya is a disciple of the third Hokage, one of the Sannin with sufficient strength and reputation, Shuahomen Yin said. But he himself is unwilling to take the position. I have already spoken with him. He said he is not fit to be Hokage, but is more suited to being a wanderer. Asuma took the cigarette from his mouth and tapped off the ash. If Jirizama is unwilling, then we should seek Tsunade-sama. Tsunade is also a disciple of the third Hokage, one of the Sannin, equally strong and reputable. Zhuanxin Xiaochun continued, but she has been away from Konoha for many years. Where she is now, and whether she is willing to return, are both unknowns. Then we must find her, Nara Shikaku said, looking up. Dispatch a team to locate Tsunade-sama and invite her back to the village to assume the position of Hokage. Zhuanxin Xiaochun glanced at him. Who should we send? Jirizama, Nara Shikaku replied. He knows Tsunade-sama and knows where she might be. Moreover, Jiraiya-sama's strength is sufficient to handle the risks along the way. Shuahomen Yin nodded. Agreed. I will speak to Jiraiya. Even if he won't be Hokage, he should be willing to make this trip for the village. Kakashi spoke up. What if Tsunade-sama is unwilling to return? The room fell silent for a moment. Zhuanxin Xiaochun's voice was cold. Then we will cross that bridge when we come to it. First send someone to find her, then discuss it when she is found. Now is not the time to discuss what if she is unwilling, but to discuss how to find her. No one spoke further. The matter of the Hokage is settled for now, Zhuanxin Xiaochun said. Next agenda item, village. Nara Shikaku opened the documents before him and pushed several pages toward Zhuanxin Xiaochun. The preliminary damage assessment from the Konoha Crush plan has been compiled. The number of deaths, injuries, building damages, and material losses are all here. The biggest shortfall is in supplies, construction materials, ninja tools, medicine, and food. Every category is insufficient. Shuahomen Yin frowned. How much stock is left in the central warehouse? The central warehouse has enough for a while, but it won't last long, Nara Shikaku said. The gaps in construction materials and medicine are especially severe. If we cannot replenish them within 2 weeks, the construction of temporary shelters will halt, and the hospital will face a shortage of medicine for the wounded. What about procurement? Zhuanxin Xiaochun asked. Didn't we send someone to the capital to purchase supplies, eh? Section Chief Yamada stood up from the corner. Yes. We sent Jin and Sato Fan and Chunin Morishita Kunihiko to the capital for procurement. The contracts have been signed, and the first batch will arrive within 7 days. Nara Shikaku flipped to another page. I have reviewed Sato Fan's procurement report. For suppliers, either raised prices or refused to ship, except for the medicine supplier, which increased by 10%, already negotiated. Additionally, we signed a new supplier called Hayakawa Trading Company, which offers prices 20% lower than normal and can supply all required materials to be delivered in 3 batches. Because 2 suppliers are providing medicine, there will be surplus reserves. Shuahomen Yin raised an eyebrow. 20% lower. In the current market, you can still get a price lower than normal. Yes, Section Chief Yamada said. Hayakawa Trading Company approached us on their own through Jin and Sato Fan with the intention of establishing a long-term business relationship with Konoha. The first order is not for profit, a gesture of friendship. Once Konoha recovers, we will renegotiate the price. So Sato Fan directly signed the agreement with them. Zhuanxin Xiaochun was silent for a moment. What about the quality of the goods, eh? It has been sampled and inspected. No issues, Section Chief Yamada said. Jin and Sato fan inspected their warehouse in the capital and reported that the quality is on par with Inoue Products and Yamamoto Store. The room fell silent for a beat. Kakashi's eyebrows rose and Asuma's hand paused as he tapped his cigarette. Zhuanqin Xiaochun looked at Section Chief Yamada. That Jin, and how old is he? 12 years old, Section Chief Yamada said. He graduated this year and worked in the warehouse for 3 months. After the warehouse was destroyed in the Sound and Sand invasion, I sent him to the capital for procurement. Morishita Kunihiko accompanied him for security. The procurement negotiations were handled by him personally. Shuahuman Yin leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table twice. 12 years old, first time out of the village, and to accomplish this, it's not easy. The medicine prices were raised, but he understood the village's needs and handled it well, Narashikaka said. This is rare among newly graduated genin. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was silent for a moment. What's this genin's name? Sato fan, Section Chief Yamada said. From the supply department. Yes. Before the warehouse was destroyed, he managed the East Third warehouse alone. The accounts were clear and the inventory matched. During the quarterly audit, Nakajima Koichi verified it. No issues. Shuahuman Yin looked at Narashikaku. What do you think should be done? Narashikaku thought for a moment. Based on his contribution, and a rank reward would not be excessive. The village is facing a huge material shortage, and this contract he signed has solved an urgent problem. Moreover, the price is 20% lower than normal, and with staggered deliveries, the financial pressure on the village is also reduced. A rank reward? Guy interjected. A genin earning a rank reward on his first mission. Narashikaku glanced at him. Guy fell silent. Furthermore, Narashikaku continued, the liaison with Hayakawa Trading Company requires a dedicated person. Since Sato fan has already made contact with them and established trust, he should continue to handle the subsequent procurement inspection and payment. It will be more efficient than switching to someone else. Zhuanqin Xiaochun nodded. Then let him be responsible for it. Section Chief Yamada, arrange it with the supply department. Yes, Section Chief Yamada said. Also, Shuahuman Yin spoke up. This genin's ability might warrant consideration for promotion to chunin. Not for this procurement alone, but in the long run. If the person in charge of external procurement remains a genin, he may lack confidence when negotiating with suppliers. And he is 12 years old with potential. He can be nurtured. Zhuanqin Xiaochun looked at him. Promotion to chunin requires passing the chunin exam. Given his current situation, is it appropriate for him to take the exam? It doesn't necessarily require the exam, Shuahuman Yin said. Wartime exception. The village has suffered severe damage and needs personnel. Capable genin can be promoted directly. This Sato fan has done well in warehouse management, completed the procurement task excellently, and shown a sense of responsibility. Since he is in logistics, a lack of combat ability is understandable. I think it's acceptable. Zhuanqin Xiaochun nodded. Then it's settled. Promote him to chunin, responsible for liaison with Hayakawa Trading Company. A rank reward issued according to standard. She looked at Section Chief Yamada. Go back and tell him. Let him work hard and not betray the village's trust. Section Chief Yamada bowed. Yes. The meeting continued. The next agenda item was compensation for the fallen and injured, then the plan for repairing damaged buildings, then the allocation of supplies for temporary shelters. Section Chief Yamada sat back down in his corner chair, placed the unlit cigarette behind his ear, and said no more. After the meeting, Section Chief Shan Tian returned to the temporary office of the supplies division. Zhuotung Fan was organizing the incoming receipt for the second batch of goods from the Zhao Chuan Trading Company. The first batch of goods had already arrived with no quality issues, and the quantities matching perfectly. The second batch was expected next week, and the third by the end of the month. He double-checked every figure, confirmed there were no errors, and only then put them into the folder. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Section Chief Shan Tian pushed the door open and entered. His face was expressionless, but his steps were quicker than usual. He closed the door, walked behind his desk, and sat down. Taking out the cigarette he had been holding all along, he lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Zhuotung Fan stood up. Section Chief, is the meeting over? It's over. Shan Tian leaned back in his chair and flicked the ash. Your procurement report was brought up. Zhuotung Fan was taken aback. The high-level meeting even involved him. Brought up. Shan Tian took another drag. The higher-ups said you did well. Solved the village's material shortage without putting much financial strain on it. Chief of Staff, Nai Liang Lujio, proposed a rank reward for you. A rank reward. Zhuotung Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had only graduated a few months ago, and this was his first mission, and he was already getting a rank reward. Such a thing was rare in Muyi. Also, Shan Tian stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Zhuotung Fan. Advisor Shui, who Min Yin proposed promoting you to. Advisor Zhuanqin Xiaochun also agreed. From today you are a chunin. Remember to go and update your vest and information when you have time. Zhuotung Fan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chunin. He had never thought about becoming a chunin. His plan was to remain a genin for life, quietly managing the warehouse, making money, training, and surviving until the final chapter. And now he was a chunin. However, Shan Tian took a document from his drawer and pushed it across the desk. This is a wartime special case. You've been promoted to Chunin first. The formalities will be completed when the Chunin exams resume. Your salary and allowances will be at Chunin level from now on. But you won't be sent on missions often. You're in the supplies division responsible for procurement coordination. Zuotung Fan looked at the document. On the cover were the words, Personnel Transfer Order. He opened it and saw his name, age, department, and new position, Procurement Specialist Supplies Division with Chunin benefits. Also, Shan Tian took an envelope from his pocket and placed it beside the document. The bonus for the A rank reward 1500 Rio. It will be issued at the end of the month. This is an advance withdrawal. Zuotung Fan looked at the envelope, then at the document. 1500 Rio. Adding the 300 Rio he had left from before, he now had 400 Rio on hand. Although he was still far from the 2 million Rio needed for the armor of Shui Jiguat, at least he was no longer dead broke. Section Chi-Fi. Zuotung Fan looked up. I just did my duty. You sent me on the procurement mission and the contract was offered by Zhao Chuanxia himself. I just signed it. Shan Tian looked at him, was silent for a moment, then smiled. It wasn't a perfunctory smile. It was a genuine one. You're right. I sent you on the procurement. The contract was offered by someone else, and you just signed it. He stubbed the cigarette out in the ashtray. But Jingbian Products raised prices by 40. A Shanben store refused the order. Zhong Xiyuan Medicine raised prices by 10. And Shaolin imposed a limit. After visiting all four, you only signed with the medicine supplier. If it had been any other Jinin, or even Chunin, they might have gritted their teeth and signed with those few or come back empty-handed. But you didn't. Waiting for Zhao Chuanxia was luck, but negotiating and having the courage to sign was your ability. He stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Zuotung Fan. Procurement isn't just about signing. You need to observe the market, judge the market. Zhao Chuanxia's background is unclear, his channels are murky, but as long as his prices are low and his goods are good, Mu Yi dares to use him. You signed with him betting that he wouldn't dare to deceive Mu Yi, and you were right. Shan Tian turned around and looked at Zuotung Fan. The higher-ups aren't stupid. They know this contract wasn't just luck. You've got brains. Zuotung Fan said nothing. From now on, you'll be solely responsible for the liaison with the Zhao Chuan Trading Company. Shan Tian walked back and patted his shoulder. You negotiated the supplier, so you continue to handle it. No replacement. The second batch arrives next week. You'll be in charge of inspection, storage, and payment. The third office on the left is yours now. From now on, report directly to me. Zuotung Fan nodded. Yes. All right, don't just stand there. Shan Tian sat back down and lit another cigarette. Go rest. Work will be plenty starting tomorrow. Zuotung Fan put away the transfer order and the envelope, bowed, and turned to leave the office. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back. Shan Tian sat in the haze of smoke, flipping through documents without looking up. Zuotung Fan left the supplies division and headed toward his parents' new residence. The temporary housing was on the edge of the logistics area, small but adequate. He pushed open the door. Zuotung Meizi was busy in the kitchen, and Zuotung Lu was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper. Seeing him enter, Zuotung Lu put down the newspaper. Back. Zuotung Fan placed the transfer order on the table. Dad, Mom, I've been promoted to Chunin. Zuotung Lu was stunned. He picked up the transfer order, looked at it, and a smile spread across his face. Chunin. My son is a Chunin. Zuotung Meizi poked her head out of the kitchen, spatula in hand. Really? Zuotung Fan also put the envelope on the table. This is the A rank reward bonus 1500 Rio. Zuotung Lu looked at the pile of money, his smile growing even wider. Great. We'll have an extra dish tonight. Zuotung Meizi turned back to the kitchen, the sound of the spatula growing louder. Zuotung Fan put away the transfer order and money, then returned to his room. The room was small, a bed, a desk, a cabinet. He sat on the edge of the bed, took the scroll from his chest, and placed it beside the pillow. He had bought the lightning release chakra mode scroll, but hadn't started practicing it yet, as he had been busy with procurement these days. Now that things had settled, he could begin. He lay down, staring at the ceiling. Chunin, though he had never thought of becoming one. But since he was one now, his salary and allowances had increased, and so had his confidence when speaking. In future negotiations with Zhao Chuanxia, the other party wouldn't see him as a mere Jinin who hadn't even grown his feathers. But being a Chunin also meant more responsibility. The higher-ups didn't give benefits for nothing. Zuotung Fan turned over, picked up the scroll, and twirled it in his hands a couple of times. Lightning release chakra mode. He would start formal training tomorrow. Physical activation would enhance speed, strength, and defense with a long duration. He put the scroll back beside the pillow and closed his eyes. At dinner, Zuotung Meizi had prepared a table full of dishes. Beef stew, fried shrimp, miso soup, pickled radish. Several times more lavish than usual. Zuotung Lu opened a bottle of sake, poured himself a cup, and then poured one for Zuotung Fan. Xiao Fan has grown up, can drink now. Zuotung Lu raised his cup happily. To celebrate Xiao Fan's promotion to Chunin. Zuotung Meizi also raised her cup, her eyes slightly red. My son is a Chunin. It wasn't surprising that his parents were so excited. In Muyi, with about 100 ninjas, only 100 to 200 were jonin, including special jonin. Chunin were the backbone, accounting for 30 to 40. That was actually only 3 to 4,000, team leader level. For a civilian family, having one ninja was already good, but to become a chunin at such a young age was remarkable. Zhuotung Fan picked up his cup and took a sip. The wine was a bit harsh, making him cough. Zhuotung Lu laughed heartily, and Zhuotung Mei Zi joined in the atmosphere, warm and harmonious. After dinner, Zhuotung Fan helped his mother clear the dishes and returned to his room. He lay on the bed. Chunin a rank reward for Zero Rio, and cashed the lightning release chakra mode scroll, and the procurement liaison with the Zhao Chuan Trading Company. All these things were unimaginable to him 3 months ago. Now not only was he a chunin, but he had also moved from warehouse manager to procurement, a position with plenty of perks. If handled properly, it would be a steady stream of funds. Sato Fan and his team quickened their pace. Encumbered by the captive, they could not move swiftly, yet he dared not slow down. The two renegade ninjas who had the dim light cast a gloomy atmosphere, the air thick with the musty smell of dampness. This was the headquarters of Root, located deep beneath the Hokage building, windowless with only a few oil lamps hanging on the walls, their flames flickering faintly. The walls were made of gray-black stone slabs with water stains seeping through the cracks. On both sides of the corridor were rows of tightly shut iron doors, behind which lay interrogation rooms, training rooms, an armory, and Danzo's office. The office was not large, furnished with a desk and a chair. On the wall hung a map of Konoha village, densely marked with several documents were spread out on the desk with an oil lamp beside them, its wick crackling. Shimura Danzo sat behind the desk, his right eye bandaged, his left eye half open, staring at the documents on the table. His face was expressionless, but the fingers gripping his cane tightened slightly. An old man in his 70s, he sat with a straight back, wearing a gray kimono and a black cloak over it. A knock came at the door, 2 short, 1 long. The Root-coded signal. Enter. The door was pushed open and a masked Root member stepped in, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo. Speak. The high-level meeting has concluded. The Root member kept his head low. The council decided to send Jiraiya to find Tsunade and invite her back to become the 5th Hokage, with Lord Jiraiya accompanying her return. Danzo's fingers paused. Seeking Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. While the 3rd Hokage was alive, he had suppressed Danzo. After his death, those 2 old relics still circumvented him. Jiraiya and Tsunade. Each one more legitimate, more brilliant than the last. Yet Danzo, who had labored in the darkness for decades, did not even qualify to be nominated. Continue. Danzo's voice was calm. During the meeting, they also discussed village reconstruction. A genin was promoted to chunin for outstanding performance on a procurement mission. Danzo was silent for a few seconds. A genin promoted to chunin. Such a trivial matter was discussed at the high-level meeting. Was Konoha lacking people? He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling something. Zhuotung Fan. He had never heard that name. Investigate this, Zhuotung Fan, Danzo said. Place the report on my desk. Yes. The Root member stood up and withdrew. The door closed. The office was left with only Danzo. He placed his cane on the desk, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. The 3rd Hokage's face surfaced in his mind. Young, old, smiling, stern. That face he had watched for over 60 years. From their youth together following the 2nd Hokage to their middle age guarding Konoha together until now. The 3rd was dead, yet Danzo had not even touched the edge of the Hokage position. Danzo opened his eyes, picked up the teacup on the desk. The tea had gone cold. He didn't drink, but set it down again. The Konoha Crush Plan. Orochimaru was the executor and Danzo was the mastermind behind the scenes. If the 3rd Hokage did not die, he would never become Hokage. In the 42 years of the 3rd's reign, he had proposed reforms countless times, been rejected countless times, and suppressed countless times. The 3rd ruled Konoha with sunlight and warmth, while Danzo could only toil in the shadows, handling the tasks that the Hokage. He convinced himself that the 3rd's methods were outdated. Konoha needed a stronger hand, more power, and needed him to become. So he allied with Orochimaru, ordering all Root ninja not to mobilize during the Konoha Crush. The 3rd Hokage died. Orochimaru succeeded. But the position of Hokage did not fall to him. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado had bypassed him entirely in the meeting. They went to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya's strength and reputation, Tsunade's lineage and achievements. None were comparable to his. At this stage, he could only bide his time and avoid confrontation. The door was knocked again. Enter. A Root member pushed the door open, holding a document, and knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo, the investigation results on Zhuotung Fan. Danzo took the document and opened it. The first page was Zhuotung Fan's basic information. 12 years old, a civilian background, parents both ordinary people, graduated from the Ninja Academy with average to below average grades, assigned to the Logistics Supply Division. After the warehouse explosion, he was sent to the capital city to procure supplies, signed a low-cost contract, and gained recognition from the higher-ups. Danzo flipped through the document, closed it, and placed it on the desk. A civilian, no background, no bloodline limit, no special connections. Just a lucky kid who did the right thing at the right time. Anything else? Danzo asked. There is one more piece of information. Orochimaru lost both hands during the Konoha Crush plan and has fled the Land of Fire. His whereabouts are unknown. Danzo nodded. Continue investigating. Find Orochimaru's location. Yes. The root member stood up, and with Danzo leaned back in his chair, picked up his cane and twirled it twice in his hand. Orochimaru had lost his hands, severely crippling his research capabilities. Those experimental data, the cultivation of Hashiramas cells, the transplantation of Sharingan, were the core of Danzo's plan. If Orochimaru was crippled, his plan would come to a halt. But his greatest problem now was not Orochimaru but the Hokage. Jiraiya was going to find Tsunade. If Tsunade returned, the Hokage position would surely be hers. Danzo, who had labored in the darkness for decades, could only watch as someone else took that seat. Danzo stood up, walked to the wall, and looked at the map of Konoha village. The map was densely marked with various symbols. The strongholds of the Umbu, the strongholds of Root, the locations of supply warehouses, and the divisions of defense zones. He reached out and touched the Hokage building on the map. "So, Tobi," Danzo whispered, "you thought that with your death I could become Hokage? You still left a precaution against me. But while you were alive you could guard against me. Now that you're dead, how can you stop me?" He turned around, returned to his desk, and sat down, placing his cane beside him. The existence of Root was to support the great tree of Konoha. It was the root buried deep underground, unseen by sunlight, unknown to others. But roots were also part of the tree. Without roots the tree would fall. The existence of Root was to support the great tree of Konoha. It was the root buried deep underground, unseen by sunlight, unknown to others. But roots, the tea had gone ice cold with a strong astringent taste. He did not frown, but swallowed slowly. Although he had caused the third Hokage's death and brought great loss, he would not admit it. He told himself that all of this was for Konoha. Everything he did was for Konoha. To make Konoha great again, one must eliminate some things and endure some pain. 3 days later, a report on the Zhaochuan Trading Company was placed on Danzo's desk. The report stated, Zhaochuan Trading Company registered in the capital of the Land of Fire, established less than a year ago, supply channels unknown, suspected of collusion with the Bingo Book Exchange. Danzo finished reading the report and tossed it into a drawer. A trading company of dubious origin was not worth his attention. He still had many things to do. The position of Hokage, Orochimaru's experimental data, the expansion of Root. Now that Sarutobi was gone, no one could restrain him. Even if Tsunade ascended, things would not be as before. At the very least, Root would serve him the darkness of the shinobi world completely, rather than some Hokage who rose through connections. As for that genin named Zwetting Fan, no Chunin, he was no genius, not worth the attention of the darkness of the shinobi world. Danzo picked up his cane, stood up, and walked out of the office. The corridor was pitch black with only a faint light coming from the far end. He walked very slowly, each step steady, his cane striking the ground with a dull sound. He still had many things to do, many things. After being promoted to Chunin, Zwetting Fan's life actually became more leisurely. The first batch of goods from the Zhaochuan Trading Company had been stored, the second batch would arrive next week, and the third batch by the end of the month. During this interval, aside from the daily account reconciliation and inventory checks, there were no urgent matters. Since there was nothing to do, how could a logistics personnel not slack off and live up to the name? Zwetting Fan decided to use this time for training. The scroll for the lightning release chakra mode had been lying beside his pillow for several days. He hadn't had a chance to look at it. It wasn't that he lacked time, but one thing after another. Purchasing in the capital, reporting expenses back to the village, high-level meetings, promotion to Chunin, moving house. He hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. Now he was finally settled. That afternoon he left the supply department early and went to the woods east of my village. Zwetting Fan stood in the clearing, took out the scroll from his bosom, and unrolled it. The scroll was not long. On the front was written, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Basic Chapter, and on the back were the seal and date of the Bounty Exchange office. He had already read it once in the office. The principle was not complicated. To cover the entire body with lightning nature chakra in a specific way, stimulating muscles and nerve cells, putting the body into an activated state. In this state, speed, strength, and reflexes would all be enhanced with the duration, depending on chakra capacity and control precision. However, the principle was simple, but execution was difficult. Zwetting Fan put away the scroll, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He first mobilized the chakra within his body, sensing the lightning-natured part. Lightning-natured chakra was different from earth-natured. Earth was heavy and steady like moving a stone. Lightning was violent and active like grasping a fierce bird. He spent nearly half a minute separating the lightning-natured chakra from his body, then following the method written on the scroll, attempted to evenly cover his entire body with it. On his first attempt, the chakra scattered as soon as it spread to his chest. It wasn't that he couldn't control it, a lightning-natured was too active, like a pack of unleashed dogs running wildly in all directions, unable to gather together. Second attempt. Third attempt. Zwetting Fan stopped and caught his breath. No, the scroll didn't say that. It said that lightning-natured chakra should be guided, not suppressed. Suppressing would make it lose its activity, only guiding would allow it to flow. He readjusted his mindset and made a fourth attempt. This time, as he guided the chakra to his arm, he felt his muscles tremble slightly. Not pain, but a tingling numbness as if after an electric shock. He succeeded. At least the first step succeeded. But it lasted less than 5 seconds before the chakra connection broke. The lightning nature became active again, rampaging inside his body, jolting him with a shudder. Zwitting Fan shook his hand, stood in the clearing, and panted heavily. The entry standard for the basic chapter was able to maintain full body lightning release chakra coverage for more than 10 seconds. He couldn't even last 1 second. He leaned against a tree and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. He felt a bit dejected. When sparring with Xiao Li, he had felt he was improving quickly. With the body flicker technique, earth-style wall, and my style taijutsu, within a month, he could tie with Xiao Li, who was wearing weights. He thought he had some talent. Zwitting Fan tightened the cap of his water bottle and stood back in the clearing. He continued trying again and again. Zwitting Fan shook his right hand. His fingers were a bit numb. After practicing for nearly 2 hours, the sun was starting to slant westward, and he had only managed partial limb coverage enhancement. Zwitting Fan stopped, sat under a tree, and drank all the water from his bottle. His clothes were soaked with sweat sticking to his back. The fingertips of his right hand were still trembling slightly, a residual stimulation from the lightning release chakra. The scroll contained a sentence: the cultivation of lightning release chakra mode has no shortcuts. Persistent daily guidance measured in years before results can be seen. It seemed he had to prepare for years of practice. Zwitting Fan put away the scroll, leaned against the tree trunk, and watched the sunlight filtering through the leaves. He was training alone here, feeling that something was missing. When he used to spar with Xiao Li, he could feel progress every time. Xiao Li would point out issues in his movements, adjust the rhythm, and push him to break his limits. Now training alone, he didn't even know if he was right or wrong. No one to guide, no one to exchange ideas with. This was the downside of being in logistics without a squad leader, Jonin. After the preliminary rounds, Xiao Li had been in the hospital. He didn't know how his recovery was going. Zwitting Fan stood up, patted the dust off his pants, tucked the scroll close to his body, and walked out of the woods. He first went to the supply department office to put away his things, then headed towards my hospital, which was not far from the department, about a 10-minute walk. Zwitting Fan pushed open the hospital door. The corridor was filled with the smell of disinfectant. He went upstairs and pushed open the ward door. Xiao Li lay on the bed with his left leg and left arm in casts, suspended in midair. The bandages were fewer than last time, and the injuries on his face had healed considerably. He held a green notebook in his hand. Hearing the door open, both of them turned their heads. Zwitting. Xiao Li's eyes lit up. Zwitting Fan walked to the bedside, pulled over a chair, and sat down. "How is your recovery?" "The doctor said I need to lie down for another 2 months. Xiao Li's tone was calm, without frustration or impatience. "But Teacher Kai made a rehabilitation training plan for me, starting with finger exercises. Once the casts are removed, I can directly enter the next stage of training." Zwitting Fan looked at the green notebook on the bedside table. On the cover were the words, "Lee Rehabilitation Training Plan," and below was a ling of small characters. "Youth never stops." "Does Teacher Kai come every day?" Zwitting Fan asked. He comes every day," Xiao Li said. "Sometimes Tian and Ning Ci come along too." Zwitting Fan blushed slightly. He had been a somewhat inadequate friend. "I started practicing a new ninjutsu today." Zwitting Fan awkwardly changed the subject. "You need to get well soon, don't let me surpass you." Xiao Li looked at him. "A new ninjutsu. I believe in you," Xiao Li said. "You'll definitely master it." Zwitting Fan shook his head. "It wasn't that easy." Xiao Li smiled. "When I recover, we'll continue sparring. By then I won't hold back. We'll see who holds back." Zwitting Fan smiled. He sat for a while chatting with Xiao Li about recent events. When he heard that he had been promoted to Chunin, the stimulated Xiao Li waved his hands and feet excitedly. "Oh, I've fallen behind that much. When I get better, I'll also aim to become a Chunin as soon as possible." Zwitting Fan stood up to leave. When he reached the door, he turned back to take a look. Xiao Li leaned on the pillow and waved at him. It seemed he had to step up his training. After all, the boast had been made. If he had made no progress by the time Xiao Li recovered, it would be embarrassing. Time was pressing. After all, Gang Shou was about to return to the village. By the time he left the hospital, it was nearly dark. Sato Fan walked back toward the supply depot, Xiao Li's words still lingering in his mind. "As long as you practice every day, you'll succeed one day." He understood the logic, but after a whole afternoon of training, without even a trace of surface coverage, he couldn't help feeling a bit discouraged. The lightning release chakra mode was far more difficult than he'd imagined. It wasn't something you could master simply by having a scroll. He needed time, patience, and, most importantly, guidance. As he walked, he heard a familiar voice up ahead. "Sato." Sato Fan looked up and saw Naruto standing by the roadside wearing a bright orange tracksuit, waving at him. Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, clad in wooden sandals, his hair a wild mess, a sake flask in hand, tilting it into his mouth. "Naruto." Sato Fan walked over. "What are you two doing here?" "We're leaving the village." Naruto's eyes shone like 2 lanterns. "Pervy Sage is taking me on a training trip." Sato Fan paused. Leaving the village for training. He knew what Naruto meant. The original story's arc, where Jiraiya took Naruto out to train, both to teach him new techniques and to prepare for the coming crisis. But he hadn't expected them to leave so soon. Sato, you're a Chunin now. Naruto leaned in eyes wide as he stared at Sato fan's Chunin vest. I heard from Pervy Sage. How did you do it? I did well on a supply mission, Sato fan said. Supply? What's that? Naruto scratched his head, clearly not fully understanding, but he still patted Sato fan on the shoulder. Whatever. You're awesome anyway. When we get back, we've got to fight. Alright, Sato fan said. Naruto grinned, then lowered his voice mysteriously. Pervy Sage says he's gonna teach me a new jutsu. Once I learn it, I'll be even stronger. Then don't you dare let me beat you down. Learn it first, then talk. Of course. Naruto puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. When I come back, I'll be stronger than anyone. Sato fan knew he meant it. On this training trip, Naruto would learn the Rinnegan, see a bigger world alongside Jiraiya, and step-by-step march toward the position of the Child of Prophecy. Jiraiya stood by, mostly silent, just occasionally taking a swig from his flask. His gaze settled on Sato fan, carrying an indescribable weight. So you're Sato fan. Jiraiya's voice was a bit hoarse. Yes. Tanaka Kazuhiko's disciple. Sato fan, old Tanaka. He nodded. Tanaka-senpai taught me the body flicker technique and the earth-style wall. Jiraiya tucked the flask into his belt, crossed his arms, and fell silent for a moment. Tanaka Kazuhiko. He was a good senior to me. Jiraiya's voice dropped, as if recalling something. When he retired from the front lines, I was the one who urged him to take the logistics post. He always said the warehouse work wasn't for him, but in the end he gave everything for Konoha. He's a hero. Sato fan said nothing. I went to see him at his funeral. Jiraiya looked at him. I heard everything you said at his grave. Sato fan's heart jolted. That day he'd spoken many words before old Tanaka's headstone. He thought it was a private conversation with the old man, never imagining someone was listening nearby. Thinking back carefully, he hadn't said anything too bad. If you ever have any problems, you can come to me. As long as it's not borrowing money, I'll help you out, for the sake of being his last disciple. A promise from one of the Sannin. Jiraiya, how much do you know about the nature transformation of lightning release chakra? Since there was a living master right in front of him, why not ask about cultivation? You're a lightning release user. Earth and lightning dual affinity. Jiraiya nodded. Lightning release is tough to train. In all of Konoha, only a few are skilled with it. Kakashi is one of them. Jiraiya said no more, but pulled out a small, orange-covered booklet from his robe, twirling it in his hand. He tossed the booklet towards Sato fan. Sato fan caught it, and looked down. Make out Paradise Platinum Edition. Jiraiya, this. Don't judge by the cover. Jiraiya waved a hand. There's a note inside. Kakashi's contact info. Go find him, and tell him I sent you. He knows more about lightning release than I do. Sato fan opened the flyleaf. There was indeed a slip of paper with an address and a name. He tucked the note away and stashed the booklet in his backpack. Thank you, Jiraiya. Don't thank me. Jiraiya turned to leave. Thank old Tanaka. Hope he wasn't wrong about you. Naruto, who had been listening in confusion, hurried after Jiraiya when he saw him turn. After 2 steps, he glanced back and called out to Sato fan. Sato, wait for me to come back. Don't forget our duel. I won't forget. You work hard too. Naruto grinned, then turned and chased after Jiraiya. The 2 figures, one tall, one short, disappeared around the street corner. Jiraiya led the way, his stride, leisurely wooden sandals tapping against the stone pavement. Naruto followed behind, chattering non-stop, his voice growing fainter. Sato fan stood still, watching their backs. Who would have thought that in the end, old Tanaka's sacrifice would still give him a hand? Jiraiya had asked if he was Tanaka's disciple, and he had answered, Tanaka-senpai taught me. He didn't dare claim to be Tanaka's formal disciple. He had never taken the oath, and Tanaka had never accepted him. But in his heart, old Tanaka was his master. Sato fan withdrew his gaze and looked down at the slip in his hand. Kakashi's contact info. Jiraiya telling him to seek out Kakashi meant Jiraiya acknowledged his direction in lightning release training. He needed to solidify his foundation, starting with nature transformation step by step. Otherwise, even a secret technique would be useless, like a headless fly. He tucked the notes safely against his body. The sky had completely darkened. The streetlights had come on, casting a warm yellow glow over the stone pavement, stretching his shadow long. A few workers were still on overtime in the distance. Truly the ninja world. Post-war recovery was astonishingly fast. The streets were almost fully restored. He had also gone to check the old warehouse, afraid someone might dig up some undestroyed empty crates, but it turned out he was overthinking. The rubble had been flattened underground by Earth-release ninjas. If the first Hokages would release were still around, he could raise a building in no time. A perfect talent for civil engineering. Sato fan quickened his pace. Tomorrow he would go find Kakashi and ask about lightning release training. Kakashi had helped Sasuke master the Chidori before the finals, and he had created the Raikiri himself. He'd certainly delved deep into lightning release. But before that, Sato fan pulled out Make Out Paradise Platinum Edition. After reading a few chapters, it was just a romance novel. The ninja protagonist flirting, falling in love, and having intimate interactions with multiple women during missions with a bit of borderline suggestive content. Ahem, he really hadn't seen good pork before. So should he write one himself to make Kakashi teach him everything? Early the next morning, Zhuotung fan went to Kakashi's residence. The address was written on Jiraiya's note located in a small alley on the west side of Konoha village not far from the Hokage building. The house was modest, a two-story old-style building with white paint on the exterior walls, some parts of which had peeled off, revealing the gray-brown wooden boards beneath. Hanging at the entrance was a wooden sign with the characters Hataki written on it, though the writing had become somewhat blurred. Zuo Fan stood at the door, took a deep breath, and knocked. No one answered. He knocked 3 more times, still no response. He glanced at the time. 8 in the morning. Kakashi should be home, but he wasn't sure if he was awake. He knocked 3 more times, this time harder. From inside the door came a rustling sound, as if someone was searching for something. The door opened. Kakashi stood at the entrance, his silver hair disheveled, his face still carrying the drowsiness of sleep. He was wearing a dark blue pajama, holding a book with an orange-yellow cover, his eyes half open, looking as if he had just crawled out of bed. Who are you? Kakashi's voice was lazy. Senior Kakashi, Zuo Fan from the supply department. Kakashi glanced at him, his gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before looking away. What's the matter? Lord Jiraiya sent me, Zuo Fan said. Kakashi's eyes opened a bit wider. He closed the book in his hand, leaned against the doorframe, and looked Zuo Fan up and down. Lord Jiraiya, what did he send you to me for? Lightning release. He said you were the best lightning release user in Konoha, and told me to seek your guidance. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then yawned. Come in. Zuo Fan followed him inside. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside. The living room was modest, with a sofa, a coffee table, and a few photos hanging on the wall. Kakashi in his younger days, Obito, and Rin, and a group photo of Team 7. On the coffee table were stacked several books, all from the Makeout Paradise series, their covers colorful and neatly piled. Kakashi sat down on the sofa and placed the orange-yellow book on the coffee table. Lord Jiraiya sent you? Kakashi asked. Yes. He said you have deep research on lightning release nature transformation and told me to seek your guidance. Do you have a recommendation letter? Zuo Fan took out the Makeout Paradise Platinum Edition from his backpack and handed it over. Kakashi took the book, glanced at the cover, and his eyes lit up. He turned the book over, looked at the back cover, then opened the cover and examined the colored pages inside, occasionally letting out deep chuckles. This is the Platinum Edition, and it even has Lord Jiraiya's autograph. Kakashi didn't say another word. He set the book aside, stood up from the sofa, walked to the bookshelf against the wall, searched for a while, and took out a brown envelope. The envelope was small, bulging, and sealed with wax at the opening. He walked back and tossed the envelope onto the coffee table. Inside are my old training notes on lightning release nature transformation, from polarization to form change, everything. Kakashi leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed. Take it and read it. Return it when you're done. Zuo Fan picked up the envelope, opened it, and found a stack of papers inside. The papers were densely covered with writing, along with hand-drawn diagrams of chakra flow and hand seals. The handwriting was not particularly neat, but every stroke was clear, obviously written with care. Thank you, Senior Kakashi. Don't thank me, Lord Jiraiya already paid the price, Kakashi said. If you really want to show gratitude, just ask him to write a few more books for me. Zuo Fan carefully put the envelope into his backpack. Senior Kakashi, may I ask a few questions? Ask. How exactly do I practice the nature transformation of lightning release chakra? I've been practicing with a scroll for a few days, but I can't stabilize it. I'm afraid I'm not talented enough to understand. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then stood up from the sofa and walked to the middle of the living room. Nature transformation, in simple terms, is the process of converting basic chakra into the lightning form. Where's the difficulty? Not in the conversion, but in the stabilization. Many people can release lightning release chakra, but the current they produce fluctuates in strength and is uncontrollable. There's only one reason. The frequency of chakra fluctuation is unstable. Then how do I practice? The scroll mentioned palm lightning. Kakashi extended his right hand palm up. Condense lightning release chakra in your palm to form a lightning ball. Don't release it, just maintain it. The longer you maintain it, the more stable the fluctuation frequency. The prerequisite for Chidori. Zuo Fan nodded, indicating he understood. Do you know how I practiced back then? Kakashi lowered his hand. First, practice palm lightning until you can maintain it for over 30 seconds. Kakashi sat back on the sofa. Alright, that's enough said. The rest is in the scrolls, you read them yourself. Zuo Fan nodded. Being told this much was already a great favor. Kakashi was notoriously lazy, and he had spoken more to him than he had when teaching Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Alright, go back. Return the scrolls when you're done. Zuo Fan stood up, bowed, and walked to the door. Zuo Fan. Kakashi called him. Yes. Lord Jiraiya has never recommended anyone to come to me before. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe. He thinks highly of you. Don't let him down. Zuo Fan was taken aback. Thank you, Senior Kakashi. The door closed. Zuo Fan stood at the entrance, staring at the closed door, silent for a moment. Then he turned and walked toward the supply department. The morning sun shone on the street, warm and gentle. As he walked, he flipped through the notes Kakashi had given him. The papers detailed the steps of lightning release nature transformation, from the principle of polarization to the practice method of palm lightning, and then to the advanced stages of form change each step, with detailed explanations and precautions. The last few pages of the notes were a list of lightning release techniques handwritten by Kakashi Chidori Raikiri Lightning Beast Fong, each with hand seal sequences and training points. At the very bottom, there was a line of small handwriting. The above techniques must be practiced only after mastering lightning release nature transformation. Do not rush. This was truly a full disclosure. Priceless notes. Zuotung Fan carefully put away the notes and quickened his pace. Today's events went more smoothly than he had expected. Jiraiya's reputation was indeed useful. Zuotung Fan returned to the supply department office, spread Kakashi's notes and the bounty exchange scroll on the table, and the bounty exchange scroll explained what to do, while Kakashi's notes explained how to do it. Together they complemented each other. He opened the first page of Kakashi's notes, which read, "The core of lightning release nature transformation is polarization, which requires raising the frequency of chakra fluctuation to its extreme in order to generate an electric current. The key to polarization lies in the frequency of chakra fluctuation." He read this sentence twice, and then reviewed the practice method for palm lightning. Then he stood up, walked to the open space behind, and began to practice. He extended his right hand, condensing lightning release chakra in his palm. Lightning flickered. He tried hard to control the chakra fluctuation, gradually stabilizing the lightning. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 8 seconds. The lightning dissipated. Again. 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds. It dissipated again. Again. 10 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds. It dissipated again. Zuotung Fan shook his numb hand and took a deep breath. 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds. It dissipated again. Again. 10 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds. It dissipated again. He opened the notes again and read the key point of palm lightning. When maintaining the lightning ball, do not try to suppress it with willpower, but rather guide it. Suppressing will make it lose vitality, while only guiding can stabilize it. Zuotung Fan closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and channeled lightning release chakra. This time he did not forcefully control it. Instead, he used a more refined chakra sensing to feel the fluctuations of the lightning ball adjusting along with its frequency. The lightning flickered in his palm, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but it never dispersed. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. The lightning died out. But this time it wasn't due to loss of control, it was because his chakra had run out. Zuotung Fan opened his eyes, looking at the residual electric light on his palm, his heartbeat quickening. 20 seconds. A significant improvement from before. Although there was still a gap from the over 30 seconds Kakashi mentioned, at least he was on the right track. He put away the notes and returned to the office. The second batch of goods would arrive the day after tomorrow today, and tomorrow had no urgent matters, so he could focus on training. He placed Kakashi's notes in the drawer, kept the bounty exchange scroll close to his body, then sat down and began to organize the accounts of the Hayakawa Trading Company. Zuotung Fan finished checking the last page of accounts, closed the folder, and leaned back in his chair. The chakra armor of the Shui country also needed to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, once Naruto returned and completed the mission to kill Feng, Hua knew Tao knew if it would still be available. During the following weeks, Sato Bon's life became remarkably regimented. Every morning at 8 o'clock, he reported to the supply division to handle the accounts and incoming shipment records of the Hayakawa Trading Company. The second batch of goods arrived on Wednesday. He spent the entire morning inspecting their quality and quantity, verifying the inventory, signing off on the documents, and then spent the remainder of the day in his office studying Kakashi's notes. Afternoons were reserved for training. He left the supply division early and headed to the small woods east of the village to practice the palm lightning technique and the wave frequency of his chakra. Before dusk, he returned home, ate dinner, continued reviewing the notes, and then practiced hand seals for a while in the courtyard. Over the course of the week, the duration of his palm lightning increased from 20 seconds to 30 seconds. 30 seconds, the entry-level standard Kakashi had mentioned. He had achieved it. The lightning orb rotated steadily in his palm, no longer flickering in intensity, and its edges had become much smoother. Though he was still far from proficient, it at least proved that his polarization practice was on the right track. That afternoon, Sato Bon stood in the clearing staring at the lightning orb in his palm in silence for a long time. 30 seconds. That was enough. He could attempt the next step. He had always been stuck at the full body coverage stage of the lightning release chakra mode. Every time he tried to envelop his entire body in lightning release chakra, either a section would leak or it would disperse, and the duration never exceeded 3 seconds. But Kakashi's notes contained a single line: the prerequisite for full body coverage is not perfecting every part individually, but finding the pathway for chakra to flow within the body. Sato Bon read that sentence over and over. He didn't need to simultaneously control his arms, legs, torso, and head. He couldn't. His chakra control wasn't at that level yet. What he needed was to find a single pathway, allowing the lightning release chakra to flow naturally along that path and cover his entire body. It was like water in a canal. You didn't need to push it with your hands. If the channel was properly built, the water would flow on its own. He closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the chakra flow diagram from Kakashi's notes. Lightning release chakra emanated from the dantian, traveled upward through the meridians to the chest, then split. One branch went up to the shoulders, arms, and palms, while the other went down to the waist, legs, and soles of the feet. He didn't have to control all the branches simultaneously, he could open them one by one. Sato Bon took a deep breath and mobilized his lightning release chakra. First from the dantian to the chest. The chakra thread traveled upward along the meridians. When it reached the chest, it paused. There was a bifurcation point. He ignored the branches for now, and simply let the chakra reach the chest. A flash of lightning flickered across his chest, then quickly extinguished. But the chest felt numb, as if he had been punched. Again, dantian to chest. This time he stabilized it. The lightning glow persisted on his chest for 2 seconds. Then he attempted to extend it from the chest to the shoulder. The chakra thread continued upward from the chest, and paused again when it reached the shoulder. The lightning vanished again. Again, dantian to chest, stabilized. Chest to shoulder, stabilized. Shoulder to arm, stabilized. Arm to palm, the lightning extinguished. The essence of the lightning release chakra mode was to envelop the entire body in lightning release chakra, stimulating the muscles and nerve cells to activate the body. The principle wasn't complicated, but the difficulty lay in the coverage. Covering one part versus covering the entire body was more than 10 times harder. Sato Bon caught his breath and shook his numb right hand. There was progress. At least he had managed to guide the lightning release chakra from his dantian all the way to his arm. Though it lasted less than a second, the pathway was open. He rested for a few minutes and tried again. Dantian to chest, stabilized. Chest to shoulder, stabilized. Shoulder to arm, stabilized. Arm to palm, stabilized. The lightning glow spread from his dantian all the way to his right palm, crackling and leaping at his fingertips. It wasn't full body coverage, but it covered his entire right arm and the right side of his torso. The lightning flowed across his skin like a thin layer of armor. It lasted about 5 seconds, then faded. Sato Bon opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. His fingers still trembled slightly, with residual sparks at the tips. His heart was racing, not from fear, but from excitement. 5 seconds. Even though it was only half his body, it was the first time he had managed to cover more than one part with lightning release chakra. Dantian, chest, shoulder, arm, palm. 5 segments connected into a single line. The lightning flowed along this line, stimulating his muscles and nerves. The flow of chakra in the body branched. You could control the chakra in your hands perfectly, but your legs might still have problems. Full body coverage required precise control of the chakra flow in every meridian and every acupoint. He tried several more times. The coverage time for the right half of his body increased from 5 seconds to 8 seconds, but the left half still refused to cooperate. Every time he attempted to cover the left side, the chakra flow became chaotic at the chest bifurcation point, and his left shoulder always went neglected. He tried over a dozen times, and the best he achieved was covering the left shoulder. The arm and palm remained completely unresponsive. Sato Bon stopped and leaned against a tree to drink some water. He capped the canteen and tried again. This time he started from the left side. Dantian to chest, stabilized. Chest to left shoulder, stabilized. Left shoulder to left arm, the lightning extinguished. The chakra thread broke at the elbow, and the left forearm showed no reaction. Sato Bon took a deep breath and tried once more. Dantian to chest. Chest to left shoulder to left arm to left palm to fingertips. He attempted it once. The lightning traveled from dantian to chest, stabilized. Then he tried to spread it simultaneously to both shoulders. The lightning vanished. His chest felt like it had been electrocuted, and he winced in pain. Sato Bon put away the notes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been training for nearly 3 hours today, from polarization to palm lightning, to pathways, to half-body coverage. Each step showed progress. Though small, it was at least heading in the right direction. He stood in the clearing, stretching his stiff limbs. Both his right and left arms were numb from the electricity, but he could feel that his muscles were slightly firmer than usual. It wasn't an illusion, the lightning release chakra was stimulating the muscle fibers. With long-term persistence, his basic physical fitness would gradually improve. He walked home still thinking about the cultivation of the lightning release chakra mode. Full body coverage was still far off, but he was no longer in a hurry. As Kakashi's notes said, cultivation was not something achieved overnight. Measured in years accumulated day by day, he would succeed one day. When he arrived home, Sato Yumiko was busy in the kitchen. Sato Roku was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. He put down the paper when he saw him come in. Back. Go wash your hands and eat. Sato Yumiko popped her head out of the kitchen. I'll be ready soon. Go wash your hands first. Sato Bon washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. Sato Yumiko came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of soup and placed it on the table. The soup was hot, steaming, and its aroma filled the entire room. I heard you've been going out every day lately. Sato Roku asked. Training. Training for what? Ninjutsu. Sato Roku didn't ask any further. He didn't understand much about ninjutsu. His son had been promoted to chunin and was leaving early and returning late every day, apparently highly valued in the supply division. That was the old generation's way of thinking. If the boss made you work overtime, it meant he valued you. In Kakashi's notes, there was a line long-term cultivation of the lightning release chakra mode gradually acclimates the body to electrical stimulation thereby, enhancing muscle strength, neural reaction speed, and chakra reserves. This is one of the reasons why ninja from Kumogakure are generally physically robust. The land of lightning was known for its muscular men, not born but trained. Long-term practice of the lightning release chakra mode would slowly strengthen the body, muscles, nerves, chakra, a comprehensive improvement. He touched his own arm. During the month of sparring with Lee, his taijutsu had improved considerably, but his physical foundation was still average. Without a bloodline limit, without a tailed beast, without a clan secret technique, he could only rely on the painstaking grind of secret techniques, training day by day, growing stronger bit by bit. But hopefully he wouldn't end up with dark skin like the Cloud Ninja. Being electrocuted every day might turn him black. By the end of September, the third shipment from the Hayakawa Trading Company arrived. All 3 shipments, building materials, ninja tools, and medicine, were fully inspected. The quality was satisfactory, the quantities matched, and the prices were executed according to the contract. Section Chief Yamada signed the last receiving slip, closed the folder, leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette. Has Hayakawa Shida contacted you? Yamada asked. Yes, Sato-fan said. Hayakawa Shida asked when we would sign the next contract. What did you reply? I said I'd discuss it with him after all 3 shipments were inspected. Yamada nodded. The inspection is complete now. Go to the capital and sign the next contract. He took a document from the drawer and pushed it across to Sato-fan. This is the procurement list for the next phase. The amount is larger than the previous one. Keep that in mind. Sato-fan opened the document and glanced at it. Building materials, ninja tools, and medicine. The quantities and amounts were significantly higher than last time. The village reconstruction had entered the second phase, and the demand had grown. Will Senior Kunihiko still accompany me? It's already decided. Yamada exhaled a puff of smoke. Hyuga Niji and Tintin. Niji was the top rookie of the last Genin class, and Tintin's skills are solid. I've already informed Guy. He's been busy taking care of Lee recently, and can't take on missions. The 3-man team can't easily accept tasks without Lee, so they're sending the 2 disciples on a mission with you. Sato-fan was taken aback. Niji and Tintin. He hadn't expected the higher-ups to assign 2 of the 12 little strong right away. Understood, Sato-fan said. Set off tomorrow. Leave early and return early. Yes. The next morning, Sato-fan arrived at the village gate. It was still dark with heavy morning mist. He wore a green shunin vest. He waited less than 10 minutes before Niji arrived. Niji was dressed in a white training outfit, his forehead protector tied around his head. His expression was as cold as ever, and his steps were steady. He walked up to Sato-fan, glanced at him without a word, and stood nearby waiting. A few minutes later, a girl in a pink jacket, her hair tied into 2 buns, with a ninja tool pouch bulging at her waist like a watermelon, waved at Sato-fan and nodded to Niji. She was Tintin. Everyone's here, Captain Tintin said. Yes, Sato-fan replied. Let's go. The 3 left the village gate and headed east. Sato-fan walked in front, Niji at the rear, and Tintin in the middle. The sun had not yet risen, the horizon was pale, and thin mist drifted over the rice paddies on both sides of the road. After walking for over an hour, the sky was fully bright. The sun rose from the east, shining on the road and making the surface hot. Tintin walked in the middle, holding a canteen and taking a sip now and then. Captain Sato, when was the last time you came to the capital? Tintin asked. A month ago. I heard you were chased by 3 rogue ninja all night. Sato-fan twitched his mouth. It wasn't that exaggerated. I was just tailed and managed to escape. Indeed, Morishita Kunihiko had reported the situation. Otherwise, Sato-fan's promotion to Chunin would have required a combat test. But the warehouse was already cleared and he had many witnesses to the chase, so he wasn't worried. Still, it didn't sound good, being hunted all night. Niji, walking at the rear, remained silent. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, occasionally checking the woods on either side of the road, occasionally glancing at the distant hills. He was vigilant. The Byakugan's field of vision was vast and no slightest movement could escape his eyes. Niji, Sato-fan called, turning his head. Did you see anything? No, Niji said. The road is all clear. Sato-fan nodded and continued walking. This thing was really useful. Niji, have you been to the capital before? Sato-fan asked. Yes, Niji said. Once before the Chunin exams with Master Guy. What for? Training. Niji's face was expressionless, his words sparse. Sato-fan didn't ask further. Ideally, as a Chunin team leader, he should actively get to know his mission members. But neither of them was good at conversation, so there was an awkward silence. Tintin interrupted. Captain Sato, how big a contract are you signing this time in the capital? Quite big, Sato-fan said. The village reconstruction has entered the second phase, and the demand for supplies is much larger. How much deposit did you bring? Sato-fan glanced at her. Why do you ask? Just curious. Tintin laughed. After the recent turmoil, the demand for our weapons shop has also increased. I'm wondering if we can cooperate with the Hayakawa Trading Company. Sure, Sato-fan said. Hayakawa Shida is a shrewd businessman. He won't turn you down. He had forgotten that this girl was a little rich girl. Her family dealt in arms, and at such a young age, she was already considering finding suppliers for their business. No wonder she inherited the shop in the Naruto era. Niji glanced at them, but said nothing. After eating, the three continued their journey. When the sun began to slant westward, the walls of the capital appeared on the horizon. The city gate was still bustling with people, and several armored samurai were inspecting passers-by. Sato fan stopped, took out Hayakawa Shida's business card from his pocket, and checked the address. "We're here," he said. "Follow me closely. Don't get separated." Tintin nodded. Niji said nothing, but his footsteps kept up. The three entered the city gate, crossed the main street, turned two alleys, and stopped in front of the same inn as last time. "Matsuya." Sato fan pushed the door open. The same woman in her 50s was at the front desk. 3 single rooms, 3 nights. Sato fan took money from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Oh, it's you, kid. Last time your adult was worried to death." The woman took the money, took 3 keys from the wall, and handed them over. "Second floor, left side." Sato fan gave the keys to Tintin and Niji, and they went upstairs to drop off their luggage. The three met in the inn's lobby. "We've been traveling all day. Rest today," Sato fan said. "Tomorrow morning we'll inspect the goods at Hayakawa's trading company. In the afternoon we'll negotiate the price. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll sign the contract and return to Konoha." Tintin nodded. Niji remained silent. "Niji, you'll handle security tomorrow," Sato fan said. "When inspecting the goods, keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone tail us." "Understood." "Tintin, you'll be in charge of checking the goods. When I inspect the quality, you verify the quantity and quality." "No problem. I do this kind of thing all the time at home." The three ate bowls of noodles at a small restaurant next to the inn. Tintin ate happily. Since Lee had been injured, she hadn't gone on a mission for a long time. She even finished the soup. Niji ate quickly, then stood up. "I'll take a walk around," Niji said. "Don't go too far," Sato fan said. Niji nodded and walked out of the restaurant. Tintin watched Niji's back and sighed. "Sorry, he's been like this since the Chunin exams. Doesn't like to talk." Sato fan didn't mind. He also knew about Niji's past. "It's fine," Sato fan said, finishing the soup in his bowl and putting down his chopsticks. "Get some rest early. There's work tomorrow." Early the next morning, Zhuoteng fan brought Tian Tian and Ning Ci to the Zheochuan Trading Company. The company was situated in the commercial district east of the capital with a modest storefront but a deep interior. A signboard inscribed with golden characters on a black background hung above the entrance reading, "Zheochuan Trading Company." Zhuoteng fan pushed open the door and Zheochuan Xia emerged from within, clad in a deep gray kimono, a standard merchant smile adorning his face. "Lord Zhuoteng, it's been a while." Zheochuan Xia bowed, his gaze sweeping over the 2 figures behind him. "And these 2 are Rixiang Ning Ci and Tian Tian. Konoha ninjas accompanying me on this mission." Zhuoteng fan offered no further introduction. Zheochuan Xia promptly bowed again. "Welcome, welcome. Your presence graces my humble establishment." Ning Ci remained expressionless while Tian Tian nodded politely. "The goods are all prepared." Zheochuan Xia stepped aside. "Lord Zhuoteng, please follow me. You 2 may rest in the shop and have some tea. Tian Tian, come with me to inspect the goods." Zhuoteng fan said. "Ning Ci, stay outside and keep watch." Ning Ci nodded, walked to the entrance, and leaned against the wall. His Byakugan vision covered the entire street. No movement could escape his sight. Zheochuan Xia led Zhuoteng fan and Tian Tian through the main hall of the trading company, exiting through the back door into a courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, flanked by warehouses with blue bricks and gray tiles, each door secured with a large padlock. Zheochuan Xia retrieved a ring of keys from his belt and unlocked the first warehouse on the left. "Please enter." The warehouse was piled high with wooden crates stacked neatly. The air was thick with the scent of timber and metal. Zheochuan Xia walked to the deepest part, opened a crate, revealing brand new kunai, with blades gleaming coldly. These kunai are reinforced with steel, harder and more wear-resistant than the previous batch. The price remains unchanged. Zheochuan Xia opened another crate beside it. The shuriken follow the same craftsmanship. The soldier pills have a new formula extending their shelf life to 1.5 years. The medical supplies were procured according to the list provided by Konoha Hospital through legitimate channels. Zhuoteng fan picked up a kunai, hefted it in his hand, and flicked the blade with his finger. The sound was crisp. He glanced at Tian Tian. Tian Tian understood, crouching down to begin counting the inventory. "Check the quantities. Every item on the list must be verified," Zhuoteng fan said. "Leave it to me." Tian Tian pulled a small notebook and pen from her pouch and began recording. Zhuoteng fan and Zheochuan Xia walked out of the warehouse, standing in the courtyard. Zheochuan Xia took a pack of cigarettes from his sleeve, offered one to Zhuoteng fan, who waved it away. "Sorry, President Zheochuan, I don't smoke." Zheochuan Xia lit one for himself, took a drag, and exhaled a plume of white smoke. "Lord Zhuoteng, were you satisfied with the last batch?" "Satisfied," Zhuoteng fan replied. "The quality was fine, the price fair. So the village decided to continue our cooperation." "Thank you, Lord Zhuoteng," Zheochuan Xia said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "This order is larger than the last one. Regarding the price." "The price follows the previous terms," Zhuoteng fan said. 20% lower. In negotiations, one always starts by pressing for a discount. Zhao Chuanxia was silent for a moment, then stubbed out his cigarette. Lord Zuoteng, the last price was a friendship price, no profit. With such a large order this time, lowering it by another 20% would mean a loss for me. You won't lose money, Zuoteng fan said, looking at him. I don't care about your supply channels, but I can roughly calculate your costs. A 20% reduction still leaves you with profit, just a matter of how much. Zhao Chuanxia smiled, a trace of helplessness in his expression. Lord Zuoteng, young as you have a clear head for— I'm in logistics, Zuoteng fan said. Numbers are my specialty. Zhao Chuanxia lit another cigarette, took a couple of— The last price was a thin margin for high volume, and we both had a pleasant cooperation. Lord Zuoteng, please don't make things difficult for me. How about this? My goods are unquestionably higher in quality than those from the previous suppliers, so let's use their price as the standard. President Zhao Chuan's words are well taken. It is precisely because our previous 3 cooperations were so smooth that the village sent me here to negotiate the next procurement contract. This time the village's reconstruction enters its second phase, and the demand for various supplies is more than 30% higher than the previous contract. If this cooperation goes smoothly, the Zhao Chuan Trading Company will be given priority consideration for Konoha's regular material procurement in the future. Upon hearing more than 30% and priority consideration, Zhao Chuanxia's eyes lit up instantly. As the strongest ninja village in the land of fire, Konoha's daily consumption of supplies, ninja tools, and medicine was enormous, making it one of the biggest clients in the entire country. If he could secure this partnership firmly, the Zhao Chuan Trading Company's scale and business would undoubtedly rise to a new level. He quickly smiled and said, Lord Zuoteng, rest assured that our Zhao Chuan Trading Company will not betray Konoha's trust. Have you brought the procurement list this time? We can discuss the specific categories and quantities. As for the price, it will certainly follow the standard we set with the other suppliers with no markup. Moreover, we can even optimize the materials used in the ninja tools to ensure cost-effectiveness. Daily consumables, food, water, daily necessities, 1 large purchase per month supplemented by weekly small replenishments. Ninja tools, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, scrolls, etc. Every half-month mission consumption is fast, cannot be interrupted. Medical supplies, herbs, bandages, antidotes, once a month with scarce herbs procured quarterly. Soldier pills, chakra supplements, small batches, every 10 days, 1 large batch per month. Zhao Chuanxia quickly picked up the list, lowered his head, and flipped through it carefully, his fingertips tracing each item. His eyes focused, his lips murmuring the quantities as he swiftly calculated costs and profits in his mind. He examined it meticulously, even noting the specifications of construction materials, the quality of ninja tools, and the grades of medicines in the remarks. After a full quarter of an hour, he put down the list and looked up at Zuoteng fan. I've reviewed the list. Our trading company can supply all categories, and the quantities are fully within our capacity. There will be no shortages. Zhao Chuanxia's tone was resolute. As for the price, well, follow what Lord Zuoteng said, exactly the same as the prices Konoha had with the other suppliers, not a coin more. We value long-term cooperation, not short-term gains. As long as Konoha continues to work with us in the future, we can afford to forego this margin. Zuoteng fan nodded inwardly. Zhao Chuanxia was straightforward, saving a lot of haggling trouble. A faint smile appeared on his face. President Zhao Chuan is indeed decisive. Since the price is settled, the contract terms will follow the template of the previous contract, with only the quantities, amounts, and delivery times modified. The subsequent monthly batch deliveries will ensure Konoha's supply chain remains uninterrupted. Zhao Chuanxia pulled a contract from his sleeve and handed it over. The contract is already prepared. Please take a look. Old Fox. Zuoteng fan took the contract and read through it from beginning to end. The price, quantity, delivery time, and payment method all matched what had been discussed. He took out a pen and signed on the last page. Zhao Chuanxia also signed, and each kept a copy. Lord Zuoteng, there is one more thing, Zhao Chuanxia said, putting away the contract. Hey, race, the thing in Konoha's previous cooperation with other suppliers, the intermediary fee was 10%. I've made sure to inquire about this rule. Zhao Chuanxia's tone was sincere, yet carried a hint of probing. Our cooperation amount this time is much larger than the last, but I have already planned the intermediary fee will follow the old rule 10%, and I will not shortchange you. If the cooperation amount increases in the future, I will never skimp on this. You can rest assured. Zuoteng fan took the contract and stuffed it directly into his backpack. When you're in procurement, can you really avoid kickbacks? That's called an intermediary fee. Zhao Chuanxia smiled, a trace of helplessness in his expression. Lord Zuoteng, young as you have a clear head for— I'm in logistics, Zuoteng fan said. Numbers are my specialty. Zhao Chuanxia lit another cigarette, took a couple of— The last price was a thin margin for high volume, and we both had a pleasant cooperation. Lord Zuoteng, please don't make things difficult for me. How about this? My goods are unquestionably higher in quality than those from the previous suppliers, so let's use their price as the standard. President Zhao Chuan's words are well taken. It is precisely because our previous 3 cooperations were so smooth that the village sent me here to negotiate the next procurement contract. This time the village's reconstruction enters its second phase, and the demand for various supplies is more than 30% higher than the previous contract. If this cooperation goes smoothly, the Zhao Trading Company will be given priority consideration for Konoha's regular material procurement in the future. Upon hearing more than 30% and priority consideration, Zhao Xia's eyes lit up instantly. Zhuting Fan had already made up his mind. He wanted the same standard as other suppliers, neither appearing greedy nor compromising his own interests. He spoke indifferently. President Zhao Chuanyu are indeed a man of understanding, since it is the same as the others that is naturally best. However, I need clarification on the payment method for the intermediary commission. Lord Zhuting, rest assured I have already thought about the payment method, Zhao Chuanxia hurriedly said. According to the contract, we supply my twice a month, and the intermediary commission will be paid monthly. At the end of each month, I will have the amount converted into cash and delivered to your designated location or handed directly to you. It will be absolutely confidential, leaving no trace, and no fourth person will ever know. This arrangement suited Zhuting Fan perfectly. Monthly settlement was both secure and convenient, and it avoided the risk of receiving a large kickback all at once. He nodded his tone, resolute, agreed. Let it be as President Zhao Chuan says. Only you and I know about this matter. I hope we can both keep our mouths shut. This arrangement suited Zhuting Fan perfectly. Monthly settlement was both secure and convenient, and it avoided the risk of receiving a large kickback all. He had feared that Zhuting Fan would demand an exorbitant price, but now following the old rules put both parties at ease. Lord Zhuting, you can rest assured my lips are sealed tight. This matter will never leak out. I could tell last time that Lord Zhuting is no ordinary person. Being a chunin at just over 10 years old, I look forward to your continued patronage in the future. Please put in a good word for us in Mui's logistics department so that Zhaochuan Trading Company can maintain its cooperation with Mai. As long as Zhaochuan Trading Company's goods are consistently of high quality and delivered on time, the cooperation will naturally be long-lasting. Zhuting Fan's tone was calm, but every word carried weight. Changing the subject, he lowered his voice, but President Zhaochuan, I have just been promoted to chunin, and I deeply feel my lack of strength. I had my eye on the chakra armor from Shuejigua, but it costs 2 million Rio, and I am short on funds. I wonder if you can get it. Zhao Chuanxia understood immediately. Shuejigua had no direct dealings with their trading company, but Zhuting Fan's words were not about procuring the armor, they were about money. His mind raced, but his smile remained unchanged. Shuejigua has no connection with us, Zhao Chuanxia said, choosing his words carefully. However, since Lord Zhuting has spoken, I will personally lend you 2 million Rio first. It can be deducted from the intermediary commission later. I will have it delivered to your hotel later tonight. Then I must thank President Zhaochuan. Zhuting Fan replied without hesitation. He was indeed short of money, and could no longer put off the matter of the Shuejigua armor. Once Naruto and the others dealt with Kazuhana Dodo, who knew if the armor would still be there. Since Zhao Chuanxia was willing to lend, he was ready to accept. Lord Zhuting, there is another matter. Zhao Chuanxia lowered his voice, glancing toward the warehouse entrance. The female ninja you brought, Miss Tiantian. Is she from Yui's Tiantian weapon shop? Zhuting Fan looked at him. How do you know? In business news travels fast, Zhao Chuanxia smiled. Her family is the largest ninja tool retailer in Mai. I want to cooperate with her family. Can you set up an introduction? I will arrange the introduction, but you two can discuss the details. Zhuting Fan said, I am only responsible for the village's procurement, not the cooperation between merchants. Zhao Chuanxia nodded. Alright, I will talk to her directly. The two returned to the warehouse. Tian had already finished counting the goods. She closed her notebook and stood up, a satisfied smile on her face. Captain, the quantities match and the quality is fine. Good, Zhuting Fan said. Tian President Zhaochuan would like to discuss the supply from your family's weapon shop. Tianxian's eyes lit up, and she almost jumped with excitement. Yes, thank you, Captain. With that, she followed Zhao Chuanxia into the adjacent office. The door closed and faint voices came from inside. Zhuting Fan stood at the warehouse entrance, glancing at Ningxi, who was leaning against the wall. Ningxi's face was expressionless, his eyes half closed, but Zhuting Fan knew that the Byakugan's field of vision covered the entire street. Nothing escaped his perception. About a quarter of an hour later, the office door opened. Tian and Zhao Chuanxia walked out together, both smiling, looking as if they had had a pleasant conversation. Tian made an okay gesture to Zhuting Fan, while Zhao Chuanxia bowed again. Lord Zhuting, please take care. Both of you, please take care. The three left the trading company and walked back along the street. Tian walked beside Zhuting Fan, her face full of excitement, and whispered, Captain Zhuting, this inspection went so smoothly. The quality of Zhaochuan Trading Company's goods is really good. From now on, our family shop can also cooperate with them for supplies. That's good, Zhuting Fan said. President Zhaochuan said that in the future, Mui's procurement and Tian weapon shop's purchases can be synchronized and larger quantities can get better prices. Tian counted on her fingers. This way our family's costs can drop a lot. Zhuting Fan nodded, but did not respond. He glanced at Ningxi, who was walking behind. Ningxi's eyes were scanning the surroundings, his expression unchanged, as if everything that had happened had nothing to do with him. Back at the hotel, Zhuting Fan locked the contract in his backpack and took out the kickback envelope from Zhaochuan Xia. Inside was 100,000 Rio, a crisp stack of bills. He divided the money into 2 portions of 50,000 Rio each, putting them into 2 envelopes. During dinner, he handed the envelopes to Ningxi and Tian. This is the subsidy for this mission. 50,000 Rio each. Tian took the envelope, opened it, and her eyes sparkled like lanterns. So much. Mission subsidy plus travel allowance, Zwooting Fan said. Approved by the higher-ups. Tian happily put the envelope away, thanking him repeatedly. Ningxi took the envelope without opening it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Thank you, Captain, he said in a flat tone. Thank the village. Zwooting Fan took a sip of tea. It has nothing to do with me. After dinner the 3 went to their respective rooms. Zwooting Fan returned to his room, without turning on the light. He sat on the edge of the bed, eyes closed, listening to the sounds in the corridor. About half an hour later a soft knock came. 3 times, very rhythmic. He opened the door. Outside stood a man in a gray coat, head bowed, face obscured. Without a word the man handed over a heavy wooden box. Zwooting Fan took the box, and the man turned and walked away, without looking back, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Zwooting Fan placed the box on the table. Inside were neatly stacked bills. 2 million Rio, not a single note missing. Zhaochuan Xia had acted faster than he had expected. He closed the box without counting it immediately. Then he glanced at the wall, the direction of Ningxi's room next door. The Byakugan's field of vision was 360 degrees and could see through walls. Ningxi had surely seen someone come to see him and had surely seen the box. But Zwooting Fan did not intend to hide it from Ningxi, nor could he. However, tonight Ningxi had accepted his 50,000 Rio, which meant he chose not to interfere. Zwooting Fan took a sealing scroll from his backpack and sealed the 2 million Rio inside. The scroll was small, just fitting into his chest. He then used the transformation technique, turning into a middle-aged man in his 30s. Ordinary-looking gray coat, with no distinguishing features. Behind the hotel was a narrow alley, dark without any lanterns. Zwooting Fan walked dozens of steps along the alley, turned onto the main street, and headed toward the bounty exchange. Last time after leaving the bounty exchange he had received a marked map showing the locations of different exchanges. As the capital of the Land of Fire, how could there not be one? It was just located outside the city. In his room, Hyuga Ningxi leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, but his Byakugan was still active. He saw Zwooting Fan push open the window and climb out, saw a gray-clad middle-aged man walk out of the alley and head east. Of course he knew who that middle-aged man was. The transformation technique could fool others' eyes, but not the Byakugan. Ningxi did not interfere. He had originally looked down on this Zwooting Fan. As far as he knew, Zwooting Fan's strength was mediocre and his promotion to Chunin came from logistics work, not from fighting on the battlefield like other Chunin. But after this mission, he found that the man indeed had some skill, decisive and efficient, never dragging his feet. His arrangements for himself and Tian were also reasonable. More importantly, Zwooting Fan had helped Tian make a connection. If her family's weapon shop could collaborate with Zhaochuan Trading Company, it would be a good thing for her, and as a teammate, he was happy to see it. As for that box, Ningxi was not stupid. Even without the Byakugan, he knew what was inside. Whether it was a kickback or a loan, things outside the mission had nothing to do with him. He could not be bothered to care, nor did he want to. Ningxi turned over, pulled the blanket up to his neck, and closed his eyes. When Zwooting Fan came out of the bounty exchange, it was already late at night. The streets were empty, the streetlights dim, casting a long shadow behind him. He touched the certificate on his chest. The bounty for the Shui Jigua Chakra armor had been reinstated. 2 million Rio plus handling fees and deposit had cost him nearly 2,200,000 Rio. The 2 million Rio borrowed from Zhaochuan Xia was all spent, and he had added another 200,000 of his own. Now he had less than 200,000 Rio left. Poor. Once the armor was in hand, his survival ability would reach a new level. Cold protection, chakra amplification, defense, and the ability to fly. This set of armor was more useful to him than in a rank ninjutsu. He hoped the news would come soon. They had been on the road back to Mai for less than 2 hours. The 3 of them walked westward along the official road, the sun hanging overhead, baking the ground until it radiated heat. The rice paddies on both sides of the road had already been harvested, leaving only short stubble. A few crows landed in the fields, pecking at scattered grains. After walking for a while, Tian couldn't help but speak. Captain, do you think we could deliver the goods from President Hayakawa a few days earlier in the future? What's wrong? This way our family's restocking cycle could also be advanced, avoiding peak times and reducing transportation costs. Zwooting Fan pondered for a moment. When you get back, contact him. He'll give you his contact information. I won't interfere in your affairs. Tian nodded with a satisfied grin, having achieved her goal. Ningxi walked at the rear, silent, as usual, his gaze habitually scanning the surroundings. When they reached a fork in the road, he suddenly stopped. Someone's here. His voice was low but grave. Zwooting Fan halted immediately, his hand resting on the kunai at his waist. Tian also dropped her smile, her right hand reaching into her ninja tool pouch. Ningxi's Byakugan was already activated, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. 3 people. Ambushing in the woods ahead. Their chakra levels are high, not ordinary folks. Ningx's eyes narrowed. They're moving. 3 figures burst from the forest. They wore headbands from the land of Earth, each with a single scratch across the symbol, missing mean. The one in front wore a tight gray outfit, his exposed arms a dark metallic gray gleaming, with an almost metallic sheen. His hands were wrapped in black bandages, his knuckles thick and broad, as if he had trained in some special taijutsu. Behind him one carried a short sword, and the other had a kunai tucked into his belt. None of the 3 wore masks, their gazes fixed directly on Zhuo Tongfan. That little brat in the green vest, the man with the gray arms, rasped, his voice dripping with contempt. Money for the job. That's the one. The short sword bearer nodded. A thought flashed through Zhuo Tongfan's mind. There, no time to think. The gray-armed man had already charged, his speed astonishing the ground, exploding into 2 craters beneath. Ningxi met him heat in, striking his chest with a palm, gentle fist precision attack on the chakra points. But the moment his palm connected, something felt wrong. It didn't feel like flesh and blood, it was like hitting stone. Ningxi's expression changed. Hardening technique. The gray-armed man grinned, swinging a fist at Ningxi. Ningxi sidestepped the fist, grazing his shoulder, the wind from the blow making his clothes rustle. He retreated 2 steps and glanced down at his palm. The strike had felt like slapping a steel plate, his fingers slightly numb. A missing mean from the land of Earth. Ningxi's voice turned cold. The hardening technique is a form of earth release that coats the body in a rock armor. My gentle fist acupoint striking hasn't yet reached the level where it can damage a hardened body. Zhuo Tongfan's heart sank. The core of gentle fist was to strike chakra points, blocking chakra flow to inflict damage. But the hardening technique turned the body into stone locally. Although the chakra points' positions remained unchanged, chakra couldn't flow into them, rendering the acupoint strikes useless. Ningxi's strongest attack was neutralized. No wonder they dared to close in even after seeing the Byakugan. The short sword bearer and the kuna wielder charged at Zhuo Tongfan. Without hesitation, Zhuo Tongfan activated the body flicker technique, vanishing in a flash. The 2 enemies struck empty air, their kunai and short sword cleaving through nothing. Zhuo Tongfan reappeared behind them, his right hand gripping a kunai, thrusting toward the short sword bearer's nape. The moment the kunai struck the man's body, suddenly manifested a rock armor. The blade scraped across his neck, leaving a spark, barely breaking the skin. Not even a drop of blood. Zhuo Tongfan froze. Hardening technique. All 3 of them. The man spun around and threw a punch. Zhuo Tongfan dodged the fist, smashing into the ground, leaving a bullseyed crater. The gray-black fist lifted from the earth, cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. Zhuo Tongfan stepped back 2 paces, quickly scanning the battlefield. Ningxi was still locked in combat with the gray-armed man. Gentle fist couldn't penetrate, but the opponent's speed and strength couldn't harm Ningxi either. The 2 were at a stalemate. Tian had already begun throwing shuriken. Her hand speed was incredible. Over a dozen shuriken arced through the air, converging on the 2 enemies from different angles. The short sword bearer raised his arm, hardening it. The shuriken clattered off, leaving only white dots on the rock. The kuna wielder was faster. After hardening his body, he simply blocked with his forearm. The shuriken embedded less than half a centimeter into his arm. He flicked them off, shallow dents left behind. Tian gritted her teeth, pulled another kunai from her pouch, and threw both hands at once. 6 shuriken plus 2 kunai flew in a barrage. But the 2 enemies simultaneously performed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. 2 earthen walls rose from the ground, blocking all projectiles. The kunai and shuriken stuck into the walls, kicking up only dust. Tianxian's expression changed. Her weapons were nearly unbeatable against ordinary ninja, but against earth release and hardening technique, they were utterly ineffective. The walls blocked vision and attack lines, and the hardening rendered her weapons harmless. Tianxian's expression changed. Her weapons were nearly unbeatable against ordinary ninja, but against earth release and hardening technique, they were utterly— He took a deep breath, channeling his lightning release chakra. Lightning surged from his dantian, spreading upward through his meridians, chest, shoulders, arms. His entire right arm was enveloped in a thin layer of lightning, crackling with energy. This was the result of half a month of training in the woods. Though he couldn't yet cover his whole body, his right side could sustain the form for 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Enough. Zhuo Tongfan activated the body flicker technique, appearing behind the short sword bearer. Before the man could turn, Zhuo Tongfan wrapped an arm around Tian and seized the man's neck with his right hand. Lightning erupted from his palm, the current instantly penetrating the hardened skin. The man's body stiffened, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Though the hardening technique could withstand physical attacks, it had no full resistance to the paralyzing effect of lightning release. Electricity coursed through his meridians, muscles spasming, and the hardening technique failed. Seizing the opportunity, Ningxi flickered and struck the man's back with a palm, gentle fist. Electricity coursed through his meridians, muscles spasming, and the hardening technique failed. Seizing the opportunity, Ningxi flickered and struck the man's back with a— Ningxi's voice remained cold, but a hint of relief crept in. The gray-armed man saw his comrade captured, his expression shifted, and he turned to flee. The Kuna wielder also abandoned the attack, following him into the depths of the forest. As befitting Miss Singnin, ordinary ninja wouldn't give up a mission so easily. Ningxi started to pursue, but Suotong Fan called him back. Don't chase. Take the prisoner back. Ningxi stopped, watching the two disappear into the woods without a word. He looked down at the kneeling man, then at his own hands. He had never faced an opponent that gentle fist couldn't penetrate. Without Suotong Fan today, he might have been truly stumped by. Suotong Fan deactivated his lightning release chakra mode, the lightning on his right arm fading. He shook his numb, right hand fingers still trembling slightly. Fortunately, lightning release countered earth release's hardening technique, and the enemy retreated when outmatched. Otherwise, he would have had to reveal more of his strength. Who sent you? Suotong Fan asked. The man looked up at him silent. Ningxi pressed his finger on a chakra point at the side of the man's neck, applying slight pressure. The man's face contorted, sweat beading from pain. He'll talk, the man gasped. It's merchants. Shop owners in the capital. They pooled their money. You changed the supplier for my they lost business, and they hold a grudge. They hired us to intercept and kill you. Suotong Fan stood up, releasing Tian from his arms, and asked no more. He had chosen Hayakawa, cutting off their profits. These merchants, unwilling to accept it, would rather hire Missing Nin than lower their prices to compete. True to the saying, ravens are black the world over. Tian snapped out of it, her expression a mix of anger and lingering fear. Unbelievable. Can't compete in business, so they hire assassins. Ningxi said nothing, but his head was bowed, his fingers clenched white. He knew he had been careless today. He had thought the mission was just logistics and procurement. He had assumed the enemies would be no more than rogue ninja. He had let his guard down. If Suotong Fan hadn't countered, he would have been tied down, and Tian might have been hurt. The consequences would have been dire. Suotong Fan bound the Missing Nin and marched him toward Mai. The three walked in silence, the only sounds their footsteps and the prisoner's heavy breathing. After a long while, Ningxi finally spoke. Captain Zwa. Today, I was careless. Ningxi's voice was low, as if forced through gritted teeth. I thought the mission was over, so I let my guard down. I failed to warn you earlier. I only spoke when they were close. Suotong Fan glanced at him, surprised that the proud Hyuga prodigy would voluntarily admit fault. You're right, but don't be too hard on yourself. Just be more careful next time. Ningxi nodded, saying nothing more. Tian walked beside them, looking from Suotong Fan to Ningxi, remaining silent. Suotong Fan walked ahead, his mind replaying the incident. Several merchants who had lost business pooled money to hire Missing Nin from the land of Earth to ambush him. He was merely a small procurement specialist, yet he was resented to this extent. What kind of enemies did those true protagonists face every day? He thought of Naruto, Sasuke, Rock Lee. How every mission they undertook seemed to encounter threats beyond their rank. In the land of waves they faced Zabuza and Haku. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru and Gaara. In the forest of death, the cursed seal and giant snakes. He had thought that being in logistics would keep him away from such trouble. Yet here he was teamed with Tian and Ningxi, and even a logistics mission turned into an ambush by hired Missing Nin. Suotong Fan let out a sigh. It seemed that going on missions with the main characters was never simple. Though he wasn't a protagonist, teaming up with the Konoha 12 meant that even their bad luck rubbed off on him. Sato Fan and his team quickened their pace. Encumbered by the captive, they could not move swiftly, yet he dared not slow down. The two renegade ninjas who had escaped might return with reinforcements at any moment. The sooner they returned to Konoha, the sooner they would be safe. Niji brought up the rear, his Byakugan vision constantly active, the veins at his temples bulging as he scanned the surroundings without pause. Beads of sweat purled on his forehead, not from fatigue, but from the strain of intense concentration. Tintin walked in the middle, clutching a kunai and glancing back repeatedly. Her pace was much faster than before, almost a jog. Captain, will they catch up? Tintin's voice was tight, lacking its usual cheerfulness. I don't know, said Sato Fan. So don't stop. The captive, his pressure point sealed by Niji, was stiff all over, stumbling and nearly falling several times. Sato Fan pulled him along by the arm, practically dragging him. The captive made muffled grunts as if trying to say something, but with his meridians blocked, he could barely articulate. The moon rose, casting its light on the main road, turning the path a pale white. The shadows of trees on both sides loomed like crouching giants in the moonlight. When the wind blew, the shadows swayed, as if about to pounce at any moment. Tintin was startled by the shadows tightening her grip on the kunai. It's fine, Niji's voice came from behind. No one within 300 meters. Tintin breathed a sigh of relief, but her pace did not slacken. After about an hour, the walls of Konoha came into view. The Hokage rock on the wall was reduced to a blurry silhouette in the moonlight. The fourth Hokage's face was newer than the third's, but both were swallowed by the darkness. Two lanterns glowed at the city gate, their yellow light spilling onto the stone path, stretching the shadows of the guards long. Kotetsu, Hagane, and Izumo Kamizuki were still on duty. Kotetsu leaned against the gate holding a rice ball and stuffing it into his mouth, while Izumo stood beside him with a water flask. They were chatting idly when they saw Sato Fan approaching with a captive. Kotetsu bit the rice ball, leaving it dangling from his lips, and walked over. What's going on? Kotetsu asked, his gaze sweeping over the captive. When he noticed the headband around the man's neck, a renegade mark from the land of Earth with a scratch across it, his expression shifted instantly. Ambushed on the road, said Sato Fan. 3 renegades from the land of Earth. 2 got away, 1 captured. They were hired by merchants from the capital to intercept us. Kotetsu's face darkened completely. He took the rice ball from his mouth, gave Sato Fan a quick once-over, then glanced at Tintin. Are you injured? No, said Sato Fan. Just scratches, nothing serious. Merchants. Hiring renegades. Izumo also approached, his voice low but cold. Izumi Products Yamamoto Store Kobayashi Trading Company, Sato Fan said, pushing the captive forward. I leave him to you. Interrogation will reveal. Kotetsu took the captive, grabbing him by the collar. The man's legs gave out, nearly sending him to his knees. Kotetsu glanced at Sato Fan and nodded. Good work. Go rest. You might be called in for testimony tomorrow. Understood. Sato Fan led Tintin and Niji into the village. The village lights were still on. A few street lamps cast a dim yellow glow over the roads. In the distance, several ANBU patrols passed by, their black cloaks swaying slightly in the night breeze. They glanced at Sato Fan, but did not stop. The reconstruction site was silent, the piles of bricks from daytime now reduced to dark silhouettes. The 3 of them headed to the temporary office of the supply division. Chief Yamada was still there, seated behind his desk with a stack of documents spread before him, a cigarette between his fingers. Smoke curled in the lamplight. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them, pausing briefly on the tear in Sato Fan's jacket. What happened? Yamada's voice was low but heavy. Ambushed on the road. Renegades from the land of Earth, 3 of them, Sato Fan said, setting down his backpack and pulling out the contract, placing it on the desk. The contract is signed. Price as agreed, supplies delivered in 2 batches each month. Hey, race the contract. Yamada took the contract, flipped through it, saw the signatures and seals and nodded. Where's the man? 1 captured, handed over to Kotetsu. 2 escape. Yamada put the contract down, leaned back in his chair, and took a drag of his cigarette. Who hired them? Merchants from the capital, Izumi Products Yamamoto Store Kobayashi Trading Company. They lost business and held a grudge. Yamada was silent for a moment, then stubbed out his cigarette, pressing the butt into the ashtray twice. They'll report this to the higher-ups. Go rest now. You might be called in for cross-examination during the interrogation tomorrow. Sato Fan nodded and turned to leave. Tintin and Niji followed. The 3 of them stepped out of the supply division's office and stood on the steps. The night breeze blew over them, carrying the chill of early autumn brushing against their faces and dissipating most of the heat from the journey. Tintin took a deep breath, as if exhaling all the tension that had been bottled up along the way. Captain, I'll head back now, she said, turning to face Sato Fan with her usual bright smile. Thank you for today. For what? If it weren't for you, my shuriken would have felt like tickling those 2, Tintin said with a laugh, a hint of lingering fear in her voice. Niji's gentle fist couldn't even scratch that hardening technique either. Honestly, I was a bit panicked back there. I didn't expect you to be so reliable. Very cool. Tintin waved her hand, then turned and walked away. After a few steps, she looked back and added, see you tomorrow. Niji stood still, not leaving. The moonlight fell on his face, making his already expressionless features look even colder. His lips moved several times as if he was organizing his words. What's wrong? Sato Fan asked. About today. I was careless. Niji's voice was very low, as if forced through gritted teeth. I thought the mission was over and let my guard down. My Byakugan spotted the enemy, but I didn't give an early warning. I only spoke when they were close. If I had acted sooner. No, if Sato Fan interrupted. The result is that we're all alive. We captured 1 and the mission is complete. Just be more careful next time. He had no time to soothe the psyche of a prodigy. Niji was silent for a moment, then bowed. Niji straightened up and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped, still not looking back. Captain Sato, your strength is truly impressive. Then he quickened his pace and disappeared around the street corner. Sato Fan stood alone on the steps, watching the directions where Niji and Tintin had gone. Although the mission had encountered a setback, all objectives had been completed without major incident, even exceeding expectations. Next, once the interrogation results came out, those merchants would likely be in deep trouble. Sato Fan mentally calculated. In peacetime, Konoha's monthly procurement scale was around 5 to 8 million ryo. He managed the core supply lines, controlling about 2 to 4 million ryo per month. Taking the midpoint, 3 million ryo. A 10% kickback would be 300,000 ryo. 12 months a year made 3.6 million ryo. A logistics chunin's normal annual salary was only 50 to 100,000 ryo. His yearly kickback alone equaled 36 to 72 years of their wages. The Snow Country Chakra armor cost 2 million ryo. 6 or 7 months of kickbacks would cover the loan from Hayashishida. Indeed, working a regular job couldn't make you rich. Sato Fan gave a wry smile, feeling much more at ease after calculating the numbers. He walked down the steps and headed home. When he arrived home, Sato Miko was already asleep. The living room light was still on, and Sato Roku sat on the sofa holding a newspaper, but not reading it. His gaze was fixed on some spot on the paper, motionless as if in a daze. Hearing the door open, he looked up. Back. Sato fan changed his shoes and put down his backpack. Have you eaten? I ate on the way. Sato Roku nodded and asked no further. He put down the newspaper, stood up, and turned off the living room light. Sleep early. Sato fan took a shower, changed clothes, and went to his room. He took out the items from his backpack one by one. A copy of the contract, the bounty exchange receipt, Hayashishita's business card, Kakashi's notes, and the lightning release chakra mode scroll. He arranged them neatly on the desk, looked at them for a while, then put them away in a drawer. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling. Today's battle was the first time he had used the lightning release chakra mode in actual combat. Although it only covered the right side of his body and lasted only 8 seconds, the effect was better than he had expected. But it also exposed his shortcomings. Full body coverage was still beyond him, and the left side remained a weak point. If there had been more than 3 enemies, or if those 2 hadn't fled, he might not have lasted long. He needed to keep training. Early the next morning, Zwitting Fan went to the supply division. Section Chief Yamada was already there, several documents spread out on the desk, a cigarette between his fingers. Seeing Zwitting Fan enter, he stubbed out the cigarette and pointed to the chair across from him. Sit down. The interrogation results are out. Zwitting Fan sat down. Yamada pulled a file from the drawer and pushed it over. Those 3 rogue ninja were hired jointly by Jingbian Products Yamamoto Store and Kobayashi Store. Jingbian covered the bulk of the cost, Yamamoto was in the middle, and Kobayashi paid the smallest share. The 3 of them pooled together 1 million ryo to hire 3 rogue ninja from the land of Earth with your life as the target. Zwitting Fan flipped through the file without speaking. The higher-ups have already sent people to the capital. The owners of these 3 stores will be brought back to Konoha for trial. Yamada leaned back in his chair. Hiring rogue ninja to attack a Konoha shinobi isn't something that can be settled with money. Handed over to the land of fire, it's at least 10 years in prison. Zwitting Fan closed the file and placed it on the desk. Understood. Have you written your mission report? Yes, I have. Zwitting Fan took the report from his backpack and handed it over. Yamada took it, flipped through it, and nodded. Alright, go rest for a few days. You've done well these past days. The next shipment won't arrive for another half-month. You're free to arrange your own time during this period, just don't leave the village. Yes. Zwitting Fan left the supply division and headed straight for the small grove east of the village. Rest. Better keep training. Zwitting Fan stood in the open space, took off his jacket, and wore only a thin shirt. He took a deep breath and mobilized his lightning release chakra. Zwitting Fan opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. Both hands were wrapped in lightning, tiny sparks leaping from his 10 fingers. He tried clenching his fists, his knuckles cracked audibly, and his strength was noticeably greater than usual. Full body coverage, he had done it. He shook his numb hands, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Progress, but not enough. The duration of full body coverage was too short. 3 seconds not enough to do anything. He needed to extend the maintenance time to make the lightning release chakra spread more evenly and to stabilize the electrical stimulation. As Kakashi had written in his notes, there are no shortcuts to mastering the lightning release chakra mode. Zwitting Fan tried several more times. The full body coverage time increased from 3 seconds to 5, but he still covered his entire body at once. He had long mastered partial coverage. Full body coverage was the real challenge. He stopped, took a couple of gulps of water, and leaned against a tree. A sudden inspiration struck him. He had read in novels that martial arts masters like to train under waterfalls, claiming it yielded twice the result with half the effort. There was a waterfall east of Konoha with a strong current. Zwitting Fan had been there a few times as a child playing with classmates. He put away his notes, put on his jacket, and headed toward the waterfall. The waterfall lay deep in the woods. After about 20 minutes of walking, the sound of water grew louder. Passing through a bamboo grove, the waterfall came into view. It was not very tall, about 7 or 8 meters. Water cascaded down the rocks, crashing into the pool below and sending up white spray. The pool was small, chest deep at its deepest, surrounded by rocks and trees, secluded and hidden. Zwitting Fan took off his jacket and pants, wearing only shorts, and stepped into the pool. The water was icy cold, making him shiver. He walked under the waterfall. The water struck his head and shoulders with tremendous force, making it hard to keep his balance. He gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and channeled his chakra. Lightning burst from his body. The water hitting his skin spread the lightning release chakra across his entire body, not by his own diffusion, but by the pressure of the water helping him. Lightning crackled and danced across his skin, and full body coverage was achieved in an instant. Zwitting Fan was stunned. So fast. He tried to maintain it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. The lightning extinguished. The water was too cold, his body was shivering, disrupting the flow of chakra, but the time was double the 5 seconds he had managed on the open ground. He took a deep breath and mobilized his lightning release chakra again. This time, instead of just standing, he performed simple movements under the waterfall, horse stance punches and kicks. The water battered his body, creating immense resistance, and every movement required several times more strength than usual. Lightning leaped across his body, the current stimulating his muscles, granting him significantly greater power. He maintained it for about 15 seconds, then the lightning faded. Zwitting Fan stepped out from under the waterfall, sat on a rock by the pool, and panted heavily. The full body coverage time had increased from 5 seconds to 15 in less than an hour. The waterfall's effect far exceeded his expectations. The pressure exerted by the waterfall forced his body to respond instinctively, distributing the lightning release chakra, evenly solving the problem of divided attention he had faced on open ground. Moreover, the resistance of the water placed a greater load on his body, and his physical strength improved faster under the dual stimulation of electrical current and water flow. He rested for a few minutes, then stepped back into the waterfall. And so Zwitting Fan trained under the waterfall for the entire morning. The duration he could maintain kept increasing. By noon, he could sustain full body coverage for over 30 seconds under the waterfall. He was on the right track. He sat by the pool, wrung out his soaked clothes, and draped them over a branch to dry. The sun warmed his body. He was in a good mood now that he had found an effective training method. He touched his arm. The muscles were noticeably firmer than a month ago. The lightning release chakra mode was slowly transforming his physique. Day by day, the effects would become more pronounced. At noon, he ate 2 rice balls and drank some water. The intense training had exhausted him. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. After an unknown time, a voice woke him. Captain Zwitting. Zwitting Fan opened his eyes and saw Tintin standing before him, wearing a pink jacket, a basket in her hand. She tilted her head, looking at him with a smile. Tintin, what are you doing here? Zwitting Fan sat up and rubbed his eyes. Looking for you. Tintin set the basket on the ground and sat down beside him. I didn't expect you to be here. Are you training? Is there something you need? Tintin nodded. She opened the basket, which contained several rice balls, a flask of tea, and some pastries. Have you eaten? I brought extra. Zwitting Fan glanced at the rice balls, then at Tintin. Did you come here specially for me? Not exactly specially. Tintin took out a rice ball and handed it to him. My family shop signed a contract with Zhaochuan Trading Company. The first shipment arrives next week. Also, you saved me, so my parents told me to thank you and treat you to a meal. No need to be so polite. I just made the introduction. The contract was your own negotiation. As for saving you, you're my teammate. I couldn't just watch you get hurt when we faced the enemy together. I still have to thank you. Tintin stuffed the rice ball into his hand. Eat up, don't be polite. Zwitting Fan took the rice ball and took a bite. The rice was perfectly cooked with a savory filling. It's delicious. Tintin nodded. I made it this morning. Niji said it was good too. He came to ask me about what happened yesterday, so I gave him 2. Tintin chuckled. He also said you're quite skilled and clever. Niji rarely praises anyone. It seems he really approves of you as Zwitting Fan chewed the rice ball in silence. Tintin sat beside him, hands propped on the rock, looking up at the waterfall. This place is pretty secluded. Aren't you afraid of danger training here alone? It's not far from the village. There's no danger. What about the rogue ninja from yesterday? I heard there's a bounty on you. What if someone who's desperate for money shows up? The one who placed the bounty has already been captured, Zwitting Fan said. The 2 who got away have probably fled the land of fire by now. They wouldn't come back to die for a captured comrade. Tintin nodded and didn't press further. She sat quietly for a while, sneaked a glance at Zwitting Fan, and sensing the conversation had gone cold, stood up and brushed the dust off her pants. Captain, I should head back. There's work at the store. Thanks for the meal. You're welcome. Tintin picked up her basket, took 2 steps, then turned back with a shy expression. Captain, when you're training, I can bring you lunch. I make bento every morning anyway. Zwitting Fan looked at her. No need, I can cook for myself. Is yours as good as mine? Tintin asked with a smile. Zwitting Fan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Then it's settled. Tintin waved her hand. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and walked away, her steps light and her ponytail swinging in the sunlight. Zwitting Fan watched her back, silent for a moment. Was Tintin interested in him? Let nature take its course. Strength was still the most important thing. Without it, even if someone loved you, you wouldn't have the chance. Then he stood up, walked to the pool, and stepped into the waterfall to continue training. The afternoon practice went more smoothly than the morning. The full body coverage time increased from 30 seconds to 40, and the lightning was more stable. He tried performing more complex movements under the full body coverage, fast punches, kicks, and turns. The water battered his body, creating immense resistance, but the power of the lightning release chakra mode was enough to counter it. He trained until the sun began to set. Soaked through, his arms numb, but his heart was joyful. The improvement in his physique was steady. The muscles in his arms were noticeably firmer than a month ago, and his chakra reserves were also growing. He could feel changes every day. The lightning release chakra mode. He had definitely made the right purchase. The next month, Sato Fan's life became extremely regular. Every morning he checked in at the supply department, handled the accounts of the Hayakawa Trading Company, and then went to the waterfall for training. Every day at noon, Tintin would bring him lunch. After eating, he would continue training until the sun set in the west before returning. Day after day, unwavering. The training beneath the waterfall turned out to be surprisingly effective. The pressure of the water helped him solve the previous problem of the left side being weaker than the right side, and the lightning release chakra evenly distributed throughout his body along the water flow. The impact of the water current placed greater load on his body. Stimulated by both electricity and resistance, his muscles progressed rapidly. In the first week, he increased full body coverage from 40 seconds to 60 seconds. In the second week, he could continuously punch and kick, while maintaining full body coverage, no longer just standing still. In the third week, the lightning glow began to stabilize, no longer fluctuating, and the crackling sound became even. By the fourth week, he could maintain full body coverage under the waterfall for over 2 minutes with smooth movements. The battle entry standard described in the secret scroll was maintaining full body coverage for over 30 seconds in combat. He had far surpassed that standard. The lightning release chakra mode not only enhanced combat power, the electric current stimulated his muscles and nerves daily, causing visible changes in his body. His arms were thicker than before, not exaggeratedly muscular, but firm and elastic. His abdominal muscles went from faintly visible to sharply defined, and the lines of his back muscles also emerged. The most obvious change was his height. A month ago, he was about as tall as Naruto, around 1.45 meters, inconspicuous in a crowd. Now he was 1.55 meters, growing 10 centimeters. His sleeves were shorter, and his pant legs hung above his ankles. Sato Yumiko bought him a few new clothes, measuring his size while muttering, "This child, why is he growing so fast?" The lightning release chakra mode stimulated the Bodhi's growth and development, just as the ninja of Kumogakure were generally tall and strong. It was trained. Damn, which ninja builds muscles like that? That afternoon, Sato-fan completed the last set of training under the waterfall. Full-body lightning coverage lasted for 2.5 minutes, stable and smooth. He walked out from under the waterfall, shook the water from his hair, and sat on a rock by the pool. The sunlight shone on him, warm and pleasant. He looked down at his arms, the muscle lines clearly visible. Captain. Tintin came out from the bamboo grove, carrying a basket in her. After a month, she had grown accustomed to this path. Her steps were light, and her ponytail swung in the sunlight. "What's for curry rice?" Tintin placed the basket on the rock, opened the lid, and took out 2 lunchboxes. "Made this morning still." Sato-fan took the lunchbox. The aroma of curry rushed at him. He took a bite. The curry was rich, and the chicken was tender and flavorful. "Your cooking skills have improved again." "Of course." Tintin sat beside him, hands propping on the rock, tilting her head to look at him. Tintin made, how could it not be good? The two sat side by side, watching the waterfall and eating curry rice. The sound of water gushed, and sunlight reflected golden light on the surface. "Captain, have you noticed you've changed a lot lately?" Tintin suddenly asked. "Taller, stronger." She gestured with her hands. "You used to be about my height, now you're half a head taller than me. And your arms are much thicker than before." "It's puberty, the body grows fast." Tintin put down her spoon and looked at him. "But you train too hard. Spending hours a day in the waterfall, the water so cold, not afraid of getting sick." "I'm used to it." Tintin was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Captain, sometimes you worry me." Sato-fan looked at her. "Worried about what?" "Worried that you'll push yourself too hard." Tintin lowered her head, her voice softer. "You come every day, rain or shine. Sometimes when it rained I thought you wouldn't come. Is there something urgent that makes you train so hard?" "Not really." Sato-fan looked up thoughtfully. "Compared to that, I think Gai Sensei and Rock Lee's training is really pushing themselves. Those two aren't human, they're beasts." "Beast?" Tintin puffed her cheeks. She packed up the lunchboxes, stood up, and brushed the dust off her pants. But she didn't leave. Instead, she stood on the rock with her back to Sato-fan. "Captain, there's something I want to tell you." "Go ahead." Tintin turned around and looked at him, her cheeks flushed. "Ever since that day you saved me and held me, I've been thinking about that day all the time." The water gushed, sunlight glinted on the water, dazzling the eyes. Sato-fan looked at her, silent for a few seconds. Tintin froze. "You? No. This month you've come to bring me lunch every day. I may be dense, but I'm not stupid." Tintin's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. "Then, what do you think?" Sato-fan stood up. He was half a head taller than her, looking down at her. Her eyelashes were long, casting a shadow in the sunlight. "Tintin, you're very cute. No man could dislike you," he said. "But I don't want to be in a relationship for now." Tintin's originally delighted expression froze. She looked up. "Why, oi?" "Because we're only 13 years old." Sato-fan's voice was calm. "Good feelings are just good feelings. I won't consider dating before I'm 18. By the time he was 18, the Great Ninja War would be over, and he could live a stable life." Tintin looked at him, her eyes slightly red. "So you'll always be alone?" "It's not about not dating, it's about not wanting to make promises about things too far away. For now, we should focus on improving our strength. After all, the world of ninja is cruel. I just have feelings for you, I don't need you to promise anything." Sato-fan was silent for a long time. The waterfall's sound gushed as if it would never stop. Tintin smiled, but tears fell. She wiped them away and smiled again. "Then I'll still come to bring you lunch." "Okay." Tintin picked up the basket and turned to leave. After a few steps, she looked back at him. "See you tomorrow, Captain." Her figure disappeared into the bamboo grove. Sato-fan stood still, staring in that direction, silent for a long time. He turned around and walked into the waterfall. The afternoon training was easier than the morning. Full body coverage was no longer a problem, so he began to try using the body flicker technique in lightning release chakra mode. Speed stacked effect doubled. His figure flashed under the waterfall, teleporting from one position to another, lightning glow leaving afterimages in the air. He trained until the sun was setting in the west, then stopped. He walked out of the waterfall. In the distance there was a commotion. Not the sound of the waterfall, but from the direction of the village. Voices, footsteps, cheers, mixed together as if welcoming someone. He put on his jacket and walked toward the village. When he reached the village entrance he saw them. Jiraiya walked in front, his wooden clogs making tapping sounds on the stone pavement. His hair was still messy, holding a sake flask in his hand, pouring it into his mouth. Naruto walked beside him, a little taller than a month ago, his face still silly, eyes bright, like two lamps. But the one walking at the very front was not Jiraiya. It was a woman. Long golden hair, dark kimono, a blue diamond mark on her forehead. Her steps were steady, her gaze sweeping over everyone on the street with an undeniable presence. And that broad bosom. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the slug princess of the legendary Sannin, had returned to the village. Naruto saw Sato fan from afar and waved, running over. Sato, I'm back. He ran to Sato fan, looked up at him, and his eyes widened. What did you eat? Not like you eating instant noodles every day and drinking expired milk. Sato fan smiled. Naruto chuckled. I've grown taller too. The pervy sage said I grew 2 centimeters. Congratulations. Tsunadesima agreed to return and become the Hokage. Naruto's voice was loud, as if he wanted the whole village to hear. She lost a bet to me, so she came back. Jiraiya walked over and glanced at Sato fan. How is it? Has Kakashi been teaching you? Very good, thank you for your help, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya nodded without asking more and followed Tsunade. Naruto patted Sato fan's shoulder. Sato, I'm leaving now. I need to ask Granny Tsunade to treat Sasuke and the bushy-browed kid. Go ahead. Rock Lee has been quite depressed lately. With Tsunadesima here, he'll probably be cured soon. Naruto turned and ran off. Tsunade had returned to the village. A new era for Konoha had begun. On the third day of Tsunade's return to the village, the succession ceremony was held in the square before the Hokage Tower. The weather was fine, and the sunlight bleached the entire street of brilliant white. The square was filled with a dense, dark mass of people. The Hokage banner had been raised to the top of the pole, and on the new white cloth the words, 5th Hokage, fluttered loudly in the wind. Zhuotung fan stood in the midst of the crowd wearing a clean chunin vest, his forehead protector tied around his left arm. Beside him were Section Chief Shan Tian and several colleagues from the supply division. Tian and Ning Ci stood beside him. The three of them remained silent, their eyes fixed on the elevated platform. As Tsunade stepped onto the platform, the entire square fell silent. She wore a green Hokage robe, her long golden hair cascading over her shoulders. The blue diamond-shaped mark on her forehead gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight. Her steps were steady, and her gaze swept across every person below the platform with an undeniable authority. After the third Hokage's passing, Konoha had endured a turbulent period of power vacuum, high-level power struggles, and a lack of leadership. Now at last they had a new. Zhuanqin Xiaochun stood on one side of the platform holding a document. She read aloud Tsunade's biography. Granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, a hero of Konoha. After finishing, she put away the document and stepped back. Tsunade walked to the front of the platform. She had no script and spoke only a single sentence. I am the 5th Hokage. From today onward, I will govern the village of Konoha. Her voice was not loud, but every word rang clear. Applause rose from the audience, sparse at first, then swelling into a great wave until the entire square was clapping. Some shouted, Lady Tsunade, others cried, 5th Hokage, and some simply clapped with reddened eyes. Zhuotung fan also clapped. As he watched Tsunade standing on the platform, scenes from the original story flashed through his mind. She would become one of Konoha's greatest Hokage, even if her tenure was short. But as he thought this, his gaze shifted away from Tsunade and fell upon a particular person. Liloaka stood at the very edge of the crowd, leaning on a crutch. The plaster casts on his left leg and left arm had been removed, but he still needed the crutch to walk. He wore a green training suit, his hair slightly longer than 3 months ago. The expression on his face was not the usual smile, not the exuberant, youth never ends spirit, but a dejection that Zhuotung fan had never seen on Liloaka before. After the ceremony, the crowd slowly dispersed. Tsunade descended from the platform and was surrounded by a group of jonin as she entered the Hokage Tower. Section Chief Shan Tian patted Zhuotung fan on the shoulder and left. After the ceremony, the crowd slowly dispersed. Tsunade descended from the platform and was surrounded by a group of jonin as she entered the Hokage. Tian and Ning Ci left first. He crossed the square and walked toward where Liloaka stood. Liloaka did not notice him, he just stood there staring at the platform as if in a daze. His crutch was tucked under his armpit, most of his weight resting on his right leg, while his left foot barely touched the ground. Liloaka, Zhuotung fan said as he reached him. Liloaka looked up, saw Zhuotung fan, paused for a moment, then forced a faint smile. Zhuotung Jun, long time no see. Long time no see. The two were silent for a while. The crowd in the square was thinning out and the sun began to tilt westward, stretching long shadows. How is your recovery? Zhuotung Fan asked. 50%. Zhuotung Fan said nothing. 50%, Li Luoka repeated, his voice trembling. If it succeeds, I can recover. If it fails, 50%. Zhuotung Fan said nothing. 50%, Li Luoka repeated, his voice trembling. If it succeeds, I can recover. If it fails, it'll never be a ninja again. Zhuotung Fan looked at him silent for a long time. He recalled the battle 3 months ago when Li Luoka had faced Ai Luo in the preliminary round. He had opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates, moving so fast that even the sand could not keep up, pushing that red-haired monster to the brink of defeat. He remembered Li Luoka's words in the forest, "I will prove that hard work can defeat genius." But now standing before him, Li Luoka's face showed not effort, not perseverance, but fear. "So you're not going to do it?" Zhuotung Fan asked. Li Luoka lowered his head and said nothing. "A 50% chance, and you're giving up?" "I'm not giving up." Li Luoka's voice suddenly rose. I'm just afraid. Afraid that if it fails, it'll never be a ninja again. Teacher Kai said even without the surgery, I could still be a ninja with my remaining limbs. Just not the same as before. Then what about your youth? Zhuotung Fan's voice turned cold. Li Luoka was taken aback. What about all those words you once said? As long as you work hard every day, you'll succeed one day. Hard work can defeat genius. Youth never ends. Zhuotung Fan looked at him, uttering each word deliberately. Where is your youth now? Li Luoka opened his mouth, but could not speak. 50%, Zhuotung Fan said. That's not zero. It's not no chance. It's a half chance to recover. If you don't even dare to bet on that half, can you still claim you haven't given up? Li Luoka's eyes reddened. Do you know why I trained so hard? Zhuotung Fan said. I used to think I had no bloodline limit, no tailed beast, no clan secret techniques. I was an ordinary person. But every time I thought of you, of the words you said to me in the forest, I told myself, I can't give up. If you haven't given up, why should I? Li Luoka's tears fell. Zhuotung Jun. And now you're telling me you're going to give up. Zhuotung Fan's voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. You, Li Luoka, the Azure Beast of Konoha, are you going to retreat because of a 50% failure rate? Were all those words you said to me before just lies? They weren't lies. Li Luoka lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. I meant every word. I've always believed hard work can defeat genius. I just afraid, Zhuotung Fan finished for him. Li Luoka lowered his head and said nothing. Fear is normal, Zhuotung Fan said, his tone softening. No one is not afraid. But you can't let fear stop you. When you opened the 5th gate, before were you afraid? You knew you might die, but you still gave it everything. Now it's just surgery, not a suicide mission. You weren't afraid of death, so why are you afraid of surgery? Li Luoka was silent for a long time. The wind blew, rustling the fallen leaves across the square. You're right, Li Luoka said quietly. I wasn't afraid of death, so why should I be afraid of surgery? He looked up at Zhuotung Fan, and the light returned to his eyes. Zhuotung Jun, thank you. Don't thank me. Thank your youth. It inspired me. Li Luoka smiled. It was not the forced smile from before, but a genuine smile mingled with tears. He straightened up, leaning on his crutch. They'll have the surgery, he said. 50% is enough. Teacher Kai said youth is infinite possibilities. I believe him. This is the Li Luoka I know. Li Luoka wiped his tears and took a deep breath. Zhuotung Jun, when I'm better, let's continue sparring. Alright. This time I won't go easy on you. When have you ever gone easy on me? You've been resting for over a month. Be careful, I might be stronger than you now. Zhuotung Fan smiled. Li Luoka smiled too. Zhuotung Jun, thank you, Li Luoka said again. You already said that. I want to say it again, Li Luoka said, earnestly looking at him. Thank you for not giving up on me. Zhuotung Fan was silent for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder. Enough talk. Go home and rest. Prepare for the surgery. Li Luoka hobbled away step by step, his crutch tapping the ground. His silhouette swayed slightly in the sunset, but his steps were far steadier than before. Zhuotung Fan stood there watching his back until he disappeared around the corner. With his omniscient perspective, he knew Li Luoka's surgery would surely succeed, so it was easy to encourage him without any pressure. In the shadows, Kai Ning Si and Tian Tian were hiding. Wah, this youthful friendship. Today I will run an extra 100 laps around the village. Ning Si and Tian Tian looked at Kai, who was biting his handkerchief and weeping with speechless expressions. They didn't want to admit he was their squad leader. The day after Tsunade assumed the position of the 5th Hokage, Sato Fan received a message from the bounty exchange delivered. That afternoon, Sato Fan had just returned from training at the waterfall. As he approached the entrance of the supplies division, he saw a plump silver-white cat squatting on the steps, wearing a small red cloth vest, holding a scroll in its mouth. He recognized the cat. Hina, the cat belonging to the cat granny. Hina saw him, jumped off the steps, placed the scroll at his feet, rubbed against his pant leg, then turned and ran away. Its chubby body wobbled as it dashed, quickly disappearing into the alley. Sato Fan bent down and picked up the scroll, which was sealed with the red stamp of the bounty exchange. He opened it, and inside was a note, payment and goods set. He stuffed the scroll into his backpack and returned to his office. After locking the door and ensuring the windows were tightly shut, he took out the sealing scroll. He infused chakra into it, and the sealing formula on the scroll's surface flickered. With a poof, the white smoke dispersed, and a black and blue armor set appeared on the table. It was metallic in texture, but very light, cool to the touch, and neatly arranged on the table. At the center of the chest plate was embedded a pale blue gem, within which a faint luster seemed to flow. This was the set he had requested. Feng Hua Nu Tao's set, the strongest and most complete one. Sato Fan picked up the chest plate weighted in his hand, and found it incredibly light. He tried it on. The armor seemed alive, automatically tightening against his body, fitting perfectly. The gem on the chest plate glowed, and he felt a distinct amplification of chakra flowing into the armor. He took off the armor, returned it to the sealing scroll, and stuffed it into his backpack. This thing couldn't be seen by anyone for now. It was his trump card. Leaving the supplies division, the sky was still early. Sato Fan walked along the street, toward the village entrance, his mind still calculating about the armor. When he reached near Ichiraku Ramen, he saw 3 figures crouching suspiciously by the roadside, peeking into an alley. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto was lying against the corner, only half his head visible, his eyes fixed on the depths of the alley. Sasuke stood behind him, hands in his pockets, his face clearly expressing, "I don't want to be here." Sakura crouched beside Naruto, holding a notebook, her expression both nervous and excited. Sato Fan walked over. "What are you doing?" Naruto was startled, turning his head sharply. Seeing it was Sato Fan, he sighed in relief. "Sato, you scared me. What are you looking at?" "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto lowered his voice, pointing into the alley. "We want to see what he looks like under that mask. We've been following him all day, and we haven't seen a thing." Sato Fan followed his finger and looked. The alley was empty, not a single person. "We've been following him all day, and we haven't seen a thing." Sato Fan followed his finger and looked. The alley was empty, followed him all day, and didn't even catch a glimpse. "A waste of time. You followed too." Naruto jumped up. "Don't you want to see what Kakashi-sensei looks like?" Sasuke awkwardly turned away, not answering. Sakura covered her mouth and laughed. Naruto pouted, but quickly became, "Oh Sato, last time we agreed when I got back, would have a fight. Now's perfect, let's go." Now. Naruto had already assumed a fighting stance. "Let me show you the results of my training this month." Sasuke glanced at Sato Fan, his gaze pausing on him. He remembered Sato Fan, the same dead last as Naruto. Sato Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Alright, let's go to the woods, not on the street." "Let's go." Naruto turned and ran with Sato Fan following behind. Sasuke originally didn't want to go, but for some reason, he was now extremely focused on Naruto. He wanted to see Naruto's fight, so he and Sakura followed behind. Kakashi poked his head out from the other end of the alley, watching the 4 figures with interest. In the clearing in the woods, Sato Fan took off his jacket, leaving only a single shirt. Naruto stood opposite, fists clenched, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Sasuke leaned against a tree, hands in his pockets, and Sakura stood beside him. After forming the seal of confrontation. "Ready?" Naruto shouted. "Come on." Naruto charged forward. His speed was much faster than 3 months ago. His fist, carrying the sound of wind, aimed at Sato Fan's face. Sato Fan dodged sideways while simultaneously sweeping a kick toward Naruto's shin. Naruto leaped to avoid it, spun in midair, and delivered a roundhouse kick aimed at Sato Fan's chest. Sato Fan didn't dodge, he raised his arm to block. With a thud, Naruto's kick was deflected. Naruto landed, stepped back 2 paces, and stared at Sato Fan, eyes wide. "You really have gotten stronger too, Sato. I haven't been idle these past few months since graduation." Naruto gritted his teeth and charged again. This time his fists were faster, one after another, raining down like a storm. Sato Fan didn't counterattack, he only dodged. He evaded with ease, Naruto's fists barely missing him each time. It wasn't that he was exceptionally fast. It was that Naruto's attacks were too straightforward, lacking feints or changes in direction, relying solely on brute force. Sasuke, leaning against the tree, looked in Sato Fan's direction, his expression changing. This footwork wasn't something an ordinary genin could possess. It was honed through long-term combat experience. Sakura noticed too, her mouth slightly open. "Both of them are so strong. Are you just going to keep dodging?" Naruto grew impatient. Sato Fan didn't answer. He sidestepped Naruto's punch, clenched his right fist, and struck Naruto in the abdomen. Not hard, but enough to make Naruto stagger back 2 steps. "My turn," Sato Fan said. His body was enveloped in lightning. The electric light danced across his skin, crackling and popping, its blinding radiance illuminating the entire clearing. Sakura covered her mouth, and Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Naruto was stunned. "What is that?" Sato Fan didn't answer. His figure vanished from the spot and reappeared behind Naruto. It wasn't the body flicker technique, but simply high-speed movement, accelerated by the lightning release chakra mode. Before Naruto could turn around, Sato Fan's fist had stopped right at the back of his head. He didn't strike. "You lost, Sato Fan." Naruto turned around, staring at him, his mouth wide enough to fit a fist. You, I haven't even used my shadow clone yet, or the Rinnegan. Then you should have gone all out from the start. Would an enemy give you a chance to say that?" Naruto was silent for a moment, then took a deep, "Again, I haven't used my full power." Sato Fan stepped back a few paces, resuming a defensive stance. "Come on. Naruto pressed his palms together, chakra surging inside him, multiple shadow clone technique. Sasuke straightened up, watching the battle intently. Naruto charged forward with a swarm of clones. Interesting. Sato fan formed hand signs, and a blinding lightning gathered in his right palm. The chirping of 1,000 birds resounded through the entire forest. Sasuke's body tensed sharply, his eyes locked onto Sato fan's right hand. Chidori. Kakashi's Chidori. Sato fan moved. Lightning release, chakra mode plus Chidori. Speed, amplified, piercing power doubled. His figure left an afterimage in the air, the lightning carving a blinding arc through the darkness. All the clones along the way burst apart, with a poof. Before Naruto could react, Sato fan's right hand had stopped right before his chest. The lightning flickered 3 centimeters in front of his chest, not piercing through. You lost, Sato fan said. The light of the Chidori dissipated. The forest fell silent, leaving only the sound of wind. Naruto stood still, looking at Sato fan's hand, then at his own chest. Isn't that Kakashi-sensei's move? You forgot it was Lord Jiraiya who recommended me to seek out Senior Kakashi. Sakura covered her mouth, speechless. Sasuke stood under the tree, staring at Sato fan's right hand, his expression complicated. Chidori, Sasuke said in a low voice. Kakashi-sensei's Chidori. Sato fan withdrew the lightning, stepped back 2 paces, and looked at his own right hand. Chidori combined with lightning released chakra mode. The power and speed were even greater than he had anticipated, but the chakra consumption was also more intense. That single attack had consumed nearly half of his chakra. If Naruto hadn't stopped, he could have launched at most one more. Kakashi walked out of the forest, hands in his pockets, looking at Sato fan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chidori, you've not yet proficient, Sato fan said. I can only use it once or twice. That's enough, Kakashi said, looking at his right hand. Being able to use it in battle and control it at will means you're no longer a beginner. Indeed, with the progress of his lightning release chakra mode, he had naturally mastered the Chidori recorded in Kakashi's notes, compensating for his lack of offensive power. Otherwise, he would have considered buying water balloons to practice the Rinnegan, but it was even better to have a technique that matched his own affinity. Naruto finally snapped back to reality, pointing at Sato fan and yelling, Sato, when did you become so strong? Weren't you a dead last before? Sato fan gave him a speechless look. As if you weren't a dead last too. Can't a dead last become stronger? Naruto opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Kakashi walked over and patted Naruto's shoulder. Let's go, heading back. Naruto followed behind Kakashi, dejected. After a few steps, he turned back to look at Sato fan. Sato, next time, I'll definitely beat you. You will. In a few years, you and Sasuke will be like cheaters. Beating me will be a piece of cake. Sasuke watched the two, and putting himself in their shoes, he too seemed unable to win. He was the top graduate, he was an Uchiha. First Naruto, and now this Sato fan popping up. The seal of reconciliation was completed. Naruto stood dejectedly in place, his fists clenched, his expression a mixture of anger and defiance. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Sasuke stood beneath the tree, hands in his pockets, his gaze continually fixed on Sato fan. Although his clash with Naruto at the hospital had been interrupted by Kakashi, he believed he was no less capable than Naruto. Yet Naruto had been defeated so decisively by this Sato fan. That speed was comparable to Lee without his weights. His eyes held not anger or jealousy, but something more complex. As if he was locked in a struggle with himself. How could he ever catch up to Uchiha Itachi like this? Sakura stood beside Sasuke, observing his expression. Her lips moved, but she ultimately said nothing. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder. Come on, let's go back. Naruto grunted in response, turned, and walked away. Satofan, you're too strong, but next time I'll definitely beat you. After all, I'm going to become Hokage. Naruto suddenly turned his head. Truly the son of Konoha, his spirits recovered far too quickly. Naruto turned and followed Kakashi. After a few steps he glanced back, this time at Sasuke. Sasuke wasn't looking at him, he stared at the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Sakura walked over to Sasuke and said softly, Sasuke-kun, let's go back too. Sasuke said nothing and turned away. Sakura froze for a moment, then quickly followed. Sato-fan. Kakashi had returned without a sound, leaning against another tree, still holding that book, Make Out Paradise. Kakashi-senpai. Sato-fan stood upright. Your Chidori is well practiced. Kakashi tucked the book into his waist pouch and put his hands in his pockets. Being able to control it freely in actual combat means you're no longer a beginner. But you must note that Chidori has an obvious weakness. Without the Sharingan, your field of vision narrows during a charge. Losing situational awareness is the most fatal flaw in battle. The lightning release chakra mode can help you sense surrounding chakra fluctuations, but sensing is not the same as sight. Kakashi's voice was calm. If the enemy can conceal their presence to ambush you or hide beyond your sensory range, charging in will only expose your weakness. I understand, said Sato-fan. Also, Kakashi looked at him, the lightning release chakra mode you use. Isn't it a secret technique of Kimogakure? Sato-fan did not deny it. After all, every ninja has their own secrets. Now that he was a legitimate, well-established shinobi, his strength had risen and Tsunade had taken office. He no longer had to hide as timidly as he did right after graduation. Revealing his power appropriately was better than suddenly showing too much strength after being weak for so long, which would draw more attention. Yes, Himogakir's techniques are not easy to obtain. Kakashi's tone held no reproach. Be careful yourself. Don't let anyone find out. I know. Kakashi nodded and vanished in an instant. Only Sato-fan remained alone in the forest. When he reached the village entrance, he saw Naruto sitting alone by the roadside, head bowed, holding a twig and drawing lines on the ground. Sakura and Sasuke were not there, nor was Kakashi. Naruto. Sato-fan walked over and sat down beside him. Naruto looked up, glanced at him, then lowered his head again. Sato-fan, do you think I'm really weak? You're not weak, you just haven't found your rhythm yet. But you. Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. Naruto was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Then keep training. Sato-fan stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Aren't you going to become Hokage? A Hokage doesn't give up after losing once. Naruto looked up and suddenly burst into laughter. As expected, Sato-fan understands me. Come on, let's go eat ramen. Your treat. Of course, my treat. Naruto stood up, patted the dirt off his backside and said, I brought Granny Tsunade back, so the mission paid a lot. The two headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto walked ahead, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Sato-fan, what was that thing with electricity all over your body? It's awesome. A secret technique. Naruto scratched his head. Seeing that Sato-fan didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. They entered Ichiraku Ramen, where the owner was wiping down the counter. He smiled when he saw Naruto. Naruto, long time no see. The usual. Yeah. Extra large bowl of char, siu ramen, extra green onions. Naruto sat at the counter and patted the seat beside him. Sato-fan, sit. Sato-fan sat down and ordered a bowl of miso ramen. When the noodles arrived, Naruto was already eating, slurping loudly, his face covered in broth. Sato-fan, don't you think Sasuke has been acting strange lately? Naruto asked, mouth full of noodles. Sato-fan's chopsticks, what's wrong? It's just hard to explain. Naruto swallowed the noodles and set down his chopsticks. Ever since we left the hospital, he hasn't said a word. He was never talkative, but this is different. You know what I mean. Sato-fan understood. He knew what Sasuke was thinking. Itachi had tortured him with Tsukuyomi for an entire day, forcing him to relive the nightmare of the clan's massacre. Stimulated by that, his mind was consumed by a single thought: become stronger. Then he had suffered a setback against Naruto, throwing his mental state off balance. Maybe he's just tired. Sato-fan didn't want to get involved either. Sasuke had his own path to walk. Going to Orochimaru would indeed make him progress quickly, but more importantly, he wasn't Naruto. Why bother warming up to Sasuke's cold, deadpan face? Naruto nodded and didn't ask further, continuing to eat his noodles. After finishing, they left the ramen shop. The sky had grown dark and the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow on the ground. Naruto yawned and stretched. Sato-fan, I'm heading back. Training again tomorrow. Naruto waved and ran off. A few days later, as soon as Sato-fan arrived at the supply department, he heard the news. Uchiha Sasuke has defected. Section Chief Yamada stood at the office door, a cigarette between his fingers, his expression grim. Everyone in the supply department gathered around, chattering. When did it happen? Last night. Who did he go with? According to Jinin Haruno Sakura, he defected of his own free will. Sato-fan stood behind the crowd listening. Section Chief Yamada saw him and waved. Sato-fan, come over here. Sato-fan walked over. Yamada put out his cigarette and looked at him. Lady Tsunade has ordered you to report to her. Mie. Sato-fan was stunned. Yeah, I don't know the details either. Just go. Lady Tsunade just became Hokage, she might want to train you newcomers. Make sure you do well. Yes, sir. He'll go now. At the Hokage's office building, he identified himself to the guard and entered. Outside the Hokage's office, Sato-fan took a deep breath and knocked. Come in. Lady Tsunade, you called for me. Sato-fan stood respectfully. Tsunade put down the documents in her hand and raised an eyebrow at the Chunin before her. You've probably already heard about Uchiha Sasuke's defection. I've dispatched Chunin Nara Shikamaru along with Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji Akimichi Choji, and Inazuka Kiba to pursue him. But I'm a bit uneasy. I was going to urgently contact the Sand Village for reinforcements, but both Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee mentioned your impressive skills. Rock Lee has already rushed ahead. I'd like you to go as backup. Is that alright? Though I'm not sure why they hold you in such high regard, you're a logistics personnel. If you'd rather not go, you don't have to. As expected, getting too close to the protagonist brings trouble. Had only just fought him, and now he was dragged into this. And she said he didn't have to go. When the highest leader gives you a mission, you don't go. Do you want to ruin your career? Zwitting Fan stepped out of the Hua Ing building, stood on the steps, and took a deep breath. He sighed, then turned and headed to the supplies section. Section Chief Shantian was still in his office. He looked up as Zwitting Fan entered. How was it? What did Lady Gangsho want? She ordered me to retrieve Zuizhu. Section Chief Shantian paused for a moment. It's the Hua Ying's order. Then go ahead. They'll have someone else handle the supplies section. Chief, I need some supplies. What? Explosive tags and smoke bombs. Shantian glanced at him, didn't ask why, took out a requisition form from the drawer, and pushed it over. Write it yourself. Zwitting Fan wrote on the form 100 explosive tags, 10 smoke bombs, 20 military rations pills, and signed his name. Shan Tian took the form, glanced at it, stood up, and went to the back warehouse himself. He took 2 sealed bags from a metal cabinet and tossed them onto the desk. Signed for receipt. Zwitting Fan signed, stuffed the explosive tags and smoke bombs into his backpack, and left the supply section. He didn't leave the village directly. Instead, he went home first. He locked the door, took out the sealing scroll from under the bed, and unsealed it. A black and blue chakra armor spread out on the table. The pale blue gem on the chest piece glowed faintly in the dim room. He put on the armor. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked. His strength was significantly greater than usual, but not the explosive power of the lightning release chakra mode with its electric stimulation. It was the enhancement of the armor itself. The 2 powers combined, and his strength had at least doubled. Zwitting Fan put on his outer coat and cloak to cover the armor. It wasn't visible from the outside, but when he walked he could feel the chest piece against his chest, the arm guards around his forearms, and the leg guards wrapped around his calves. This damned sense of security. He stuffed the sealing scroll and the rest of his things into his backpack and left the house. When he reached the village gate, Gang Ziti was on duty. Seeing him, he quickly called out, "Junior Zwitting, you're on a mission." "Yeah, sent by Lady Gang Shou." Gang Ziti nodded, didn't stop him to register, probably guessing what it was about. Zwitting Fan left the village and ran east along the main road. Lu Wan and the others were heading toward the Sound Village, along this main road going east, crossing the border of the Land of Fire into the Land of Fields. He ran at a decent pace, but not at full speed, needing to conserve stamina. The strength of the Sound Four from the record of them defeating 2 special Jonin, Bingzu Leitong and Bizhou Xuanjian, in a Farantuo fight. After activating their curse seals, they were definitely at special Jonin level. Currently, he was an elite Chunin in normal state with the Chidori and lightning release chakra mode, so he could also fight special Jonin. After all, he knew their abilities, but they didn't understand his. For a ninja, sometimes intelligence is also very important. Not to mention the boost from this chakra armor. It's a pity that the lightning blade Kiba hasn't been obtained yet, otherwise with it, he could even fight elite Jonin. I'm talking about Uchiha Wawakai. He ran for about 2 hours. Faintly hearing sounds of battle ahead, Zwitting Fan activated the lightning release chakra mode. Lightning light surged out, spreading through his meridians to his entire body. The armor seemed to be activated. The gem on the chest piece lit up, and lightning light danced on the surface of the armor, emitting crackling sounds. The speed was stacked, and the effect doubled. His figure left an afterimage on the main road, and lightning light traced a dazzling arc in the air. Almost there. He had. In the original story, Lu Wan and the others caught up with Zhuizhu, but were stopped by the Sound Four. Ning Ci and Ding Ci were severely injured and almost beyond saving. The others, without the reinforcements from the Sand Village, might have truly died. Zwitting Fan pushed his speed to the limit, lightning light trailing a long tail behind him. The shadows of trees on both sides of the road rushed backward, and the ground under his feet exploded into small craters with each step. The speed from the combination of the armor and lightning release chakra mode was so fast that even his enhanced neural reflexes were a bit overwhelmed. The signs of battle appeared in the forest ahead. The ground was pitted, littered with rubble and broken wood. Kunai and shuriken were embedded in tree trunks. The air was thick with the smell of burning and a faint trace of blood. There were patches of dark red bloodstains on the ground. Some were dry, while others still glistened, indicating that the battle had ended not long ago. Zwitting Fan slowed down and scanned the surroundings. No one. But the traces were fresh, likely from within an hour. He continued running, passing through a thicket of mangled bushes, and saw a person under a large tree. Ding Ci was leaning against the tree trunk, covered in blood. His left arm was swollen to twice its size, his sleeve torn into strips, revealing skin covered in purple bruises. His face was pale as paper, his lips purple, with dried blood streaks at the corners of his mouth. The clothes on his chest were torn open, revealing extensive abrasions and contusions. His eyes were closed, his breathing weak, the rise and fall of his chest barely visible. There was a large puddle of blood on the ground and several fist-sized holes in the tree trunk nearby, as if pounded out by something. Zwitting Fan rushed over and crouched down. Ding Ci opened his eyes with effort, his pupils unfocused. It took several seconds for him to recognize the face before him. Zwitting. His voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from his throat. How did you come? Lady Gang Shou sent me. Zwitting Fan quickly checked his injuries. The left arm was broken, at least 2 ribs fractured, and internal organs were likely damaged. But he was still breathing and talking, meaning he wouldn't die immediately. Where are the others? They went ahead. To chase. Ding Ci raised his uninjured hand and pointed ahead. I took down one of them. He tried to twist his mouth into a smile, but only managed a bloody arc. Go on. Don't worry about me. Go support Lu Wan and the others. Zwitting Fan glanced at him, took out a medical kit from his backpack, and tore it open. He wrapped a tourniquet around his injured arm, wound bandages around his chest twice to stabilize the broken ribs. Then he put a military rations pill into his mouth. Lady Gang Shou will send someone to pick you up soon. Hold on. Ding Ci closed his eyes, his voice barely audible. I'm fine. Go on. Zwitting Fan stood up, gave him a look, then turned, and continued running. Ding Ci had won, but at a terrible cost. The side effects of the 3-colored pills plus the injuries from Ci Langfang were enough to bring him to the brink of death. In the original story, he was saved by Gang Shou. He knew the outcome, so he didn't stay. He had to continue. After running a bit further, the signs of battle became denser. There were more and more craters on the ground, trees tilted and broken. Some tree trunks had arrows stuck in them. Not ordinary arrows, but ones made of condensed spider silk. The air smelled of burning and blood. Zwitting Fan stopped and scanned the area. The battle here was more intense than the one Ding Ci had fought. The ground was gouged into several large craters, several large trees snapped in half, with wood chips scattered everywhere. The residual chakra still lingered in the air, indicating that the battle had ended more recently. The battle between Ning Ci and Gue Tongwan. In the original story, Gue Tongwan's spider arrow almost pierced Ning Ci's body. At the last moment, Ning Ci used his gentle fist to inject chakra into the arrow following the spider silk to kill Gue Tongwan. But the cost was a hole in his chest. Zwitting Fan slowed down, concealing his movements. He silently advanced a few hundred meters and saw Ning Ci standing there with several golden arrows stuck in his body. Meanwhile, Gue Tongwan, who had activated Cursed Seal level 1, was transforming into level 2, emitting a he laugh. He was on a tree ahead with his back to Zwitting Fan. With the chakra mode at full power and the armor's boost, a flash of lightning passed, and a kunai embedded itself into the back of Gue Tongwan's head. Even as he died, a smile still lingered on his lips, dying with a smile. Sorry I didn't let you activate level 2, but such a good opportunity is hard not to take for a sneak attack. Captain Zwitting. Ning Ci's face lit up with surprise. He had been wondering how to deal with this troublesome enemy, who had a hardening that countered pressure points, and was still thinking of a strategy. And then the enemy was killed by his own ally. Are you okay? Can you continue the pursuit? Zwitting Fan tossed him 2 military rations pills. Ning Ci caught them, took them, and pulled out the spider sticky gold arrows from his body. Just superficial wounds, we just engaged. Captain Zwitting, are you here to support? Yes, Lady Gang Shou was worried about you, and sent me. Let's go quickly. With your Byakugan, we can find them faster. Sato Fan and Niji tracked along the trail of blood and battle marks. Niji's Byakugan fully activated, the veins at his temples bulging, his 360-degree vision covered the entire forest. 500 meters ahead, there are chakra reactions. 2 people, one chasing, one fleeing. It's critical, Sato Fan said, increasing his speed. Chase. The 2 increased their speed. Niji followed behind, though slower than Sato Fan, his gentle fist steps light and agile, weaving through the trees like a fish. After running for less than 5 minutes, barking and sounds of fighting came from the forest ahead. Kiba Inuzuka knelt on the ground, covered in wounds, several bloody scratches on his face, his clothes torn in many places. Akamaru lay beside him, ears drooping, also with several wounds, but still barking fiercely ahead. Standing opposite them was a man with long hair flowing over his shoulders and 2 faces on his forehead, Sakan. He crossed his arms, a contemptuous smile on his face, advancing step by step. Is that all you've got? Sakan raised his foot, ready to kick down. A chirping sound rang out. Sato Fan's figure appeared behind him, lightning flashing, the cry of Chidori echoing through the forest. Sakan whirled around, his pupils constricting. Sato Fan's right hand was already pressed against his chest, but 2 hands extended from within Sakan's body and tightly grabbed Sato Fan's wrist, preventing a fatal blow. But then, lightning erupted, sending Sakan into convulsions, flying backward and crashing into a large tree, snapping its trunk in half. Who are you? Sakan struggled to his feet, his clothes scorched in a large area, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The second face on his forehead opened its eyes, and the curse mark began to spread. Niji rushed in from the side, using gentle fist to strike pressure points. Sakan's body had not yet recovered from the paralysis of the lightning release, his movements sluggish. Niji's palm struck his shoulder, sealing his chakra pathways, and his entire right arm went limp. He grunted, drawing a kunai from behind his waist with his left hand and thrusting it at Niji. Sato Fan activated the body flicker technique again, appearing on his left, and punched him in the ribs. The sound of bone cracking was crisp. Sakan's mouth opened, spraying a mist of blood. Kiba got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his face. Sato, Niji. He showed surprise and joy. Lady Tsunade sent us to support, Sato Fan said without looking back, fixing his gaze on Sakan. Can you still fight? Yes. Kiba pulled a soldier pill from his pouch and stuffed it into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. Akamaru, go. Akamaru barked, his body expanding into his full form. Kiba mounted him, and the man and dog charged at Sakan. Sakan was about to form hand seals, but Niji had already sealed the pressure points on his other arm. His curse mark stopped spreading halfway, his body stiff as a log. Kiba's sharp claws raked across Sakan's chest, leaving 3 deep, bloody gashes. Sakan screamed and fell to his knees. His second face, Yukon, emerged from the forehead, face full of terror. Who are you people? Sato Fan did not answer. He walked up to Sakan, gathering lightning in his right hand, the Chidori's cry sounding again. One last question: which direction did Sasuke go? Sakan clenched his teeth, saying nothing. Yukon pointed ahead, toward the southeast. The barrel was taken. Thanks. Sato fan punched him on both faces, and Sakan passed out. Yukon also lost consciousness and retracted back into his body. Kiba and Akamaru jumped down, panting heavily. Sato, you go ahead. He'll rest here, and watch him, waiting for the others to come. Can you manage? I want that. Kiba grinned, but the movement pulled at his facial wounds, making him wince. Shikamaru is still chasing. You go support him. Sato fan glanced at him, took out 2 soldier pills from his pack, and tossed them to him. Hold on. Yeah. Sato fan and Niji continued their pursuit. After running for about 15 minutes, explosions and a woman's scream came from the forest ahead. Niji's Byakugan swept the area. 300 meters ahead, Shikamaru and Taiyuya are fighting. The two passed through a thicket and saw the battlefield. Shikamaru was half kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, his hands forming the hand seals for the shadow imitation technique. His shadow stretched across the ground, chasing Tia's feet, while Taiyuya dodged and played her flute, an eerie melody echoing in the air. Shikamaru's body trembled slightly, obviously enduring the mental attack from the flute sound. Sato fan did not hesitate. Lightning release chakra mode fully activated, the sapphire on his armor blindingly bright. His figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind Taiyuya. Taiyuya reacted quickly, swinging her flute. A sound wave shot from the flute hole straight at Sato fan's face. Sato fan tilted his head to dodge, simultaneously gathering lightning in his right hand for Chidori. The lightning crackled in his palm, the cry of Chidori overpowering the flute sound. Amplified by the armor, what was originally limited to 2 or 3 uses of Chidori now left him with more than half his chakra remaining. Taiyuya's expression changed. She stepped back, raising her flute to her mouth, ready to play a stronger sound wave. But something grabbed her foot. Shikamaru's shadow. As she stepped back, the shadow imitation technique just reached her ankle. Got you! Shikamaru shouted. Taiyuya's body instantly froze. The flute slipped from her lips. Her eyes widened in disbelief that she, a special jonin, could be caught by a chunin's technique. Sato fan gave her no time to react. Chidori pierced her shoulder, not a fatal spot. The special jonin's strength allowed her to dodge slightly, but it was enough to render her entire arm numb. Taiyuya screamed, her body falling backward. Niji continued to rush in for the finishing blow, using gentle fist to seal her pressure points. All of Tia's chakra points were sealed. Taiyuya grew furious, her curse mark beginning to spread. But Niji's point sealing blocked the chakra flow, and the curse mark stopped at her neck. Her face was full of defiance, but she could do nothing. To prevent her curse mark from breaking, the gentle fist seal Sato fan decisively struck her with a kunai. Shikamaru stood up from the ground, dusted off his pants, and looked at Sato fan. How did you get here? Lady Tsunade sent me. Sato fan dismissed the lightning. Choji took down an enemy, but got injured. He's waiting for the rescue squad behind. Kiba too. Niji isn't badly hurt, and came with me to support you. I'm fine. Shikamaru drooped his usual listless eyes. You came just in time. Otherwise I might not have lasted. Sato fan, can you continue? Yes. Niji rotated his shoulder. Though the wound on his chest was still seeping blood, the effect of the soldier pill temporarily numbed the pain. Let's go. Sato fan, Niji, and Shikamaru chased toward the southeast. The forest fell silent, only the rustle of wind through the leaves. Sato fan ran at the front, lightning flickering through the trees. Shikamaru followed behind, panting. Niji kept his Byakugan active, guiding the way for the two, but his stamina was also severely depleted. 1 kilometer ahead, there's a strong chakra reaction. Niji said, his voice tense. It's Rock Lee and another very powerful chakra. Sato fan increased his speed. Lee was alone fighting Kimimaro ahead. He had to arrive before Lee got hurt. Lightning dragged a long tail through the trees. Sato fan, Ning Si and Lu Wan moved through the forest. The sounds of combat grew nearer with each step. The clash of bones, the whistling of fists and feet, and Lee's unmistakable battle cries echoed through the trees. After pushing through the last thicket, they emerged into a clearing that had been thoroughly ravaged. Trees lay scattered, the ground was pitted and scarred, and everywhere white bone fragments and splintered wood littered the earth. Lee was locked in combat with Junma Lu. His speed was astonishing, far greater than when Sato fan had last seen him. Are you a scion? After a month in bed, he had healed and grown stronger. Though the cast had just been removed and Tsunade's surgery was barely complete, Lee's recovery was miraculous. He could already run, jump, and fight. His fists rained down on Junma Lu, but Junma Lu stood motionless, his body covered in white bone spikes. Not just a few. His entire body was encased: arms, shoulders, chest, back, legs. Every inch of skin bristled with dense bone needles, making him look like a hedgehog with all its quills raised. Tang Song dance. Lee's blows not only failed to hurt Junma Lu, but his own fists were lacerated by the bone spikes, blood streaming. He circled to Junma Lu's side and kicked at his waist. Without even looking, Junma Lu swung his arm, the bone spikes slashing Lee's leg and sending blood spraying. Good. Li heard the commotion behind him, but did not turn. Instead, his assault grew even more ferocious, knowing reinforcements had arrived to create an opening for his teammates. Lu Wan crouched behind a tree, hands forming seals as his shadow quietly stretched across the ground. Ning Xiai, Lu Wan, Li is injured. Cover his retreat. Good. Li heard the commotion behind him, but did not turn. Instead, his assault grew even more ferocious, knowing reinforcements had arrived to create an opening for his teammates. Ning Xiai rushed forward, grabbed the back of Li's collar, and pulled him back. Let me go. Li struggled, still kicking his leg. You're fighting like a mad drunk. No wonder you're so strong. This is an order. Ning Xi's voice was low but firm. Li froze for a moment, then was dragged behind the tree. Lu Wan's shadow had already reached Junma Lu's feet. Seizing the moment, he activated the shadow imitation technique. The shadow touched Junma Lu's foot. Got him, Lu Wan shouted. Junma Lu's body jerked, but he was not fully immobilized. His chakra was too powerful. The shadow twisted and distorted under the strain. Lu Wan clenched his teeth, hands working desperately, sweat beading on his forehead and dripping off his nose. He could hold on for only a few seconds, time enough for Li and Ning Xiai to retreat to safety. Fall back. Lu Wan's voice trembled. Sato Fan did not retreat. He stood in front of Lu Wan, lightning release chakra mode fully activated, the sapphire on his armor blazing blindingly. Chidori gathered in his right palm, its screech echoing through the forest. The lightning carved a harsh arc through the shadows of the bone forest, illuminating Junma Lu's pale face. Junma Lu was locked by the shadow imitation technique, but he did not struggle. His gaze fell on Sato Fan's right hand on the glaring lightning. Junma Lu's voice was calm. So you're the reinforcements from the leaf? Sato Fan did not answer. He charged at Junma Lu, thrusting Chidori toward his chest. Junma Lu's body was bound by the shadow, so he did not dodge, but bone spikes erupted from his chest, layered thickly. Chidori struck the bone spikes. Lightning danced across the white bone, charring them black. Some spikes broke, but more grew from beneath, layer upon layer, forming a white shield. Sato Fan gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The sound of splintering bones crackled, but Chidori was nearly through. Junma Lu's brow furrowed slightly. He raised his hand. The shadow imitation technique still held him, but his movement was agonizingly slow, as if dragging hundreds of pounds of weight. Captain Sato. Ning Xi's voice came from behind. Sato Fan quickly retreated. Lu Wan's shadow imitation technique collapsed completely. He supported himself on the ground, gasping, his face pale. This guy is too strong, Lu Wan said in a low voice. I can't hold him. Sato Fan knew Lu Wan was telling the truth. Junma Lu, even with only the first level of the curse seal, was already this troublesome. In Junma Lu's curse seal level 2 state, his power neared that of a Kage. Sato Fan had known from the intelligence on the Sound Ninja 5 that Junma Lu's strength far surpassed the other four. His bloodline limit Shikatsumiyaku allowed him to freely control the calcium concentration in his body, turning his bones into steel, and he could extract them at will as weapons. His regenerative ability was extreme. Destroyed bones could be quickly restored. Ning Xi's gentle fist couldn't penetrate the bones. Li's taijutsu was countered by the spikes, and Lu Wan's shadow imitation technique couldn't suppress his chakra. As for himself, Chidori had only shattered a few layers of Junma Lu's bone. But Sato Fan knew something about Kimimaro. Junma Lu's time was running out. Lu Wan. Sato Fan stared at Junma Lu without turning. Do you have enough chakra? Lu Wan was panting. Can you use the shadow imitation technique one more time? Lu Wan was silent for 2 seconds, then pulled a soldier pill from his pocket, chewed it twice and swallowed. Yes, but only once. That's enough, Sato Fan said. Ning Xiai, when Lu Wan's shadow locks him, you observe his movements and be ready to strike. Ning Xiai nodded and stepped back beside Lu Wan. Li got up from the ground covered in blood, but the fire in his eyes had not died. He staggered over to Sato Fan. I'm going to. Sato Fan glanced at him. Can you still fight? Yes. Li's voice was strong and resolute. I can still fight. This is our first time fighting together, Sato. Let's go. Sato Fan took a deep breath. Good. When Lu Wan's shadow locks him, Li will use front lotus to bind him with bandages, and he'll finish with Chidori. Junma Lu stood in the center of the clearing, watching the four discuss their plan, unmoving. His breathing was a bit rapid. Maintaining the curse seal was consuming his life. But no one could tell. His body remained straight, his gaze cold, his aura oppressive. Have you decided on your strategy? Junma Lu's voice was light, as if asking about something trivial. Lu Wan moved first, hands forming seals as his shadow shot across the ground. Junma Lu dodged repeatedly, but Li and Sato Fan rushed forward to compress his movement space, and the shadow caught him again. This time Lu Wan poured all his chakra into the technique. The binding force of the shadow imitation technique doubled, and Junma Lu's body stiffened abruptly. Now! Lu Wan shouted. Li shot forward, his speed at least 3 times faster than before, leaving afterimages in the air. The 8 gates, first gate, opening gate, releasing the brain's limit on the body, unleashing full power. The opening move of front lotus was leaf shadow dance, kicking the enemy into the air, then binding them with bandages, and spinning them into the ground at high speed. Lee kicked at Junmalu's chin. Curse seal, level 2. Junmalu's body remained completely still. The shadow imitation technique was repelled by a surge of immense chakra, and Junmalu seized the moment to dodge. The first strike of the front lotus had failed. As Little Lee landed before he could retreat, Junmalu had already turned around. The bone spikes on his body were like daggers sweeping toward Little Lee as he spun. The pine dance. The bone spikes burst open like pine branches covering every direction. Little Lee crossed his arms to block, but the bone spikes pierced his forearms, causing blood to gush forth. He was sent flying by the force, crashing into a large tree, snapping its trunk in two. He hit the ground and rolled several times before stopping. He lay on the ground motionless. Little Lee. Ning Sis' voice cracked with alarm. Junmalu did not look at Little Lee. His gaze shifted to Zwitting Fan. He raised his right hand, spreading his fingers. White bone spikes simultaneously emerged from the tips of all 5 fingers, then detached and shot towards Zwitting Fan like bullets. 10-finger drill bullet. Zwitting Fan's body tried to dodge, but the speed of the technique was too fast. The 5 bone spikes traced 5 white arcs in the moonlight, hurtling straight toward his face. Ning Si rushed in from the side, standing in front of Zwitting Fan. He spread his arms and spun his body at high speed. Chakra erupted from every pore of his body, forming a rotating barrier in front of Ning Si. The bone spikes struck the barrier, forward deflected, and embedded themselves in the nearby tree trunks. But the 5th one pierced through the barrier. His chakra was ultimately insufficient. The bone spike pierced Ning Si's right shoulder, sending blood splattering. Ning Si let out a muffled groan, his body swaying, but he still stood in front of Zwitting Fan, refusing to step aside. Ning Si. Zwitting Fan rushed over and caught him. Ning Si gritted his teeth. The bone bullet was still lodged in his right shoulder, blood streaming from the wound and dripping onto the ground. His face was pale, but his gaze remained calm. Just a flesh wound. Zwitting Fan dragged Ning Si behind a tree and made him sit against the trunk. Lu Wan squatted nearby, gasping for air, his chakra nearly depleted. Little Lee lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but his body refused to obey. After 2 attempts, he collapsed back down. Too strong. 4 of them, and 3 had lost the ability to fight. Zwitting Fan stood up and walked to the center of the clearing. Lightning radiance enveloped his entire body, and the sapphire on his armor blazed blindingly bright. Junmalu stood opposite him, still covered in the bone spikes of the pine dance, which glowed with a cold white sheen under the moonlight. Your comrades have all fallen. Junmalu looked at him. Only you are left. Zwitting Fan did not answer. He stared at Junmalu's face and noticed that his breathing was more rapid than before, fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his complexion was as white as paper. His body was trembling, not from fear, but from illness. Forcing open the cursed seal level 2, his time was truly running out. Zwitting Fan turned his head and looked at Ning Si. Ning Si, yes. Take Little Lee and Lu Wan and leave. Head toward the village as fast as possible. Ning Si hesitated. Captain Zwitting, this is an order. Zwitting Fan's voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. I am a Chunin, you are a Genin. Obey orders. Ning Si was silent for a second. He supported himself against the tree trunk and stood up, then walked over to Little Lee and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Lu Wan pushed himself up with the tree and followed behind Ning Si. The 3 limped into the forest. Junmalu watched them leave, but did not give chase. His gaze remained fixed on Zwitting. Aren't you running? I am, Zwitting Fan said. But not now. Junmalu chuckled. Interesting. What is your name? Zwitting Fan. I will remember you. Zwitting Fan took a deep breath and activated the lightning release chakra mode at full power. The armor seemed to come alive, lightning dancing across its surface with crackling sounds. Junmalu merely stood in place, covered in the bone spikes of the pine dance, which gleamed with a cold white light under the moon. His eyes fell on Zwitting Fan, and a slight smirk curled his lips, as if watching a dying prey struggle. Zwitting Fan, he did not charge in a straight line, but instead took an arc, rushing toward Junmalu's left side. With the boost from the lightning release chakra mode, and the armor, his speed was so great that even he felt a bit unaccustomed. Air roared past his ears, and the tree shadows in his vision blurred into gray streaks. Junmalu's arm moved. Bone spikes grew from his arm, forming a white longsword that swept toward Zwitting Fan's direction. He did not aim, it was pure combat instinct that judged Zwitting Fan's approximate location. Zwitting Fan bent his knees, slightly lowering his body. The bone blade swept over his head, the draft ruffling his hair. He did not stop. Accelerating, he swept past Junmalu's left side, and in the midst of his run, he gathered a chidori in his right palm and thrust it toward Junmalu's flank. Junmalu did not turn around, but the bone spikes on his waist burst forth in the same instant. Dense bone needles emerged from the skin of his waist, forming a wall of white thorns. The chidori pierced the bone wall, lightning dancing on the bones, but it was blocked. Zwitting Fan gritted his teeth and pushed forward for 2 seconds, but realizing he could not penetrate, he immediately withdrew his hand, activated the body flicker technique, and vanished from the spot. Junmalu finally turned around. He looked at Zwitting Fan and tilted his head. Not bad speed. Jun Malu said softly, as if commenting on something trivial. But your attacks cannot pierce my bones. No matter how fast without power, it's useless. Zwitting Fan did not reply. He stood up, flexed his numb right hand, and took out a few smoke bombs. Jun Malu moved. His body did not shift, but he pulled a bone spike from his ribcage, held it in his hand, and hurled it toward. The bone spike was extremely fast, tracing a white arc through the air. Zwitting Fan sidestepped to dodge, and the smoke bombs exploded. Jun Malu then pulled out 3 more bone spikes, holding them like a handful of white shuriken. Jun Malu charged into the smoke. Suddenly a flash of lightning leaped out of the smoke, rushing past Jun Malu and kicking him back into the smoke. Zwitting Fan's foot was also cut by the bone spikes. The sound of countless hissing arose. 100 exploding tags. Detonate. With the roar of the explosion, Zwitting Fan was also blasted away by the shockwave and landed on the ground. Cough cough. This armor was really worth it. He should be dead, right? As the dust settled, Jun Malu's blood-soaked figure emerged. Zwitting Fan's heartbeat quickened by a beat. It's useless, Jun Malu said. I want die before fulfilling Lord Orochimaru's ideals. It's not enough yet. Zwitting Fan retreated 10 meters away, panting heavily. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and his heart was pounding so fast it felt like it would burst out of his chest. His right hand was still trembling. The lightning of the Chidori had dissipated. Jun Malu stood in the center of the clearing, his entire body covered in bone spikes, glowing white under the moonlight. His breathing was also somewhat rapid. The time for maintaining the Cursed Seal Level 2 was running out, and his life was nearing its end. Yet he still stood straight, his gaze as cold as ever. Zwitting Fan did not answer. He straightened his body, and the lightning radiance enveloped him once again. Jun Malu's body began to tremble violently. His eyes fixed on Zwitting Fan, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Chakra burst forth from his body, and the ground began to shake, cracks spreading from his feet in all directions. White bones emerged from beneath the earth. 1, 2, 10, 100. Dense bone spikes surged from the ground like bamboo shoots, covering the entire clearing. Within seconds, several hundred meters around became a forest of white bones. Early Fern Dance. This was Jun Malu's ultimate technique, a large-scale ground bone spike attack that turned the entire area into a forest of bone spikes. Zwitting Fan was surrounded by bone spikes. The bones under his feet were growing wildly, above his head, in front of him, behind him. Everywhere were white thorns. He jumped up and climbed over the bone spikes, but the spikes grew faster than he could climb. One spike grazed his foot, cutting his calf. He gritted his teeth and continued climbing. The armor was scratched in several places by the bone spikes, and his arms and thighs were pierced several times, blood streaming down the armor. Finally reaching the top of the bone forest, he leaped and landed on the ground at the edge of the forest. Looking back, he saw the entire woods covered in white bone spikes. Jun Malu stood in the center of the bone forest, covered in blood. His body was breaking down. Bone spikes fell off his body, scattering on the ground. His skin began to crack like a dried riverbed, peeling off in pieces. In the end, he could not withstand the disease. Jun Malu's body swayed, and he knelt to the ground. He raised his head, looked in Zwitting Fan's direction, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then he collapsed. The bone forest began to crumble, white bones snapping one by one with crisp sounds. Dust and smoke rose up, obscuring Jun Malu's body. Zwitting Fan stood at the edge of the bone forest, gazing at the ruins. His armor was covered in scratches, and wounds on his arms and thighs were oozing blood, but none were fatal. He turned and walked toward the direction where Ning Ci and the others had left. After a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. Ming Ren, you're on your own from here. When Zwitting Fan opened his eyes again, he was lying on a hospital bed in my hospital. White ceiling, white walls, white sheets, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. His right arm and left leg were wrapped in thick bandages, with several dressings on his chest and abdomen, but none were too deep. The armor had been removed by someone, and the sealing scroll was placed nearby with its opening undone. Presumably someone had helped him store the armor. He tried to move his right arm. It hurt. His left leg also hurt. But the bones were not broken, they were all superficial wounds. The armor had blocked most of the damage, and the bone spikes had not penetrated deeply, just flesh wounds. He let out a sigh of relief, leaned back against the pillow, and stared at the ceiling. The door was pushed open. Gangso walked in wearing a green hoeing robe, her golden hair draped over her shoulders, and the blue diamond mark on her forehead shimmering faintly under the light. Her expression was calm, but there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. She walked to the bedside, pulled over a chair, sat down, and crossed her arms. Awake. Zwitting Fan's voice was a bit hoarse. You've been lying here for a day and a night. Gangso looked at him. When the rescue team carried you back, you were covered in blood. I thought you were going to die. But the examination showed they were all superficial wounds. That strange armor blocked most of it. This armor of yours is pretty good quality. Zwitting Fan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly tried to explain. Gangsa, this armor. Gangso glanced at him. You don't need to explain. Every ninja has their own secrets, whether it's clan secret techniques, ninja tools, or ninja beasts. As long as it's for the village, no one will interfere. Zwitting Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Gangso was silent for a moment then sighed. But if it weren't for this armor you might really not have come back. Zwitting Fan did not respond. Gangso stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to him. We've already inspected the battle site. From the traces at the scene, the Shigumai bloodline limit is very powerful, truly worthy of being Deshuan's trump card. She turned around and looked at Zwitting Fan. You did well. Although you couldn't retrieve Zhuozhu, you held off the Sound Ninja 4 and Junmalu, buying time for Mingren. And Mingren, in the hospital. He's injured, but not seriously. Gangso walked back and sat down in the chair. He chased them to the Zhongjia Valley and fought Zhuozhu, but lost. Zhuozhu has already gone to Deshuan's place. Zwitting Fan was silent for a moment. He will come back. Gangso glanced. Are you so sure? Mingren will bring him back. Gangso did not ask further. She took out a document from her sleeve and placed it on the bedside table. This is your mission report, written by Luan. I've already read it, it's very detailed. This mission is rated a rank, and the reward will be deposited into your salary card. Furthermore, you performed exceptionally this time. I didn't expect a newly graduated Genin to have such combat power. The village is short on strength now, and with the third Hokage's passing we urgently need mission completions to prove Mui's might and deter external enemies. In the future I may deploy you for similar missions. Zwitting Fan was taken aback, and said weakly, in logistics. Logistics can also go to the front lines. Gangso stood up. I've looked at your records. From what Xiaoli and others said, you trained diligently, and are calm and collected. With such combat power you were hiding in the warehouse. The old third Hokage was indeed getting old. A talent like you. They'll be sure to make good use of you. Gangso finished speaking, staring at Zwitting Fan with a smile. Her words made cold sweat trickle down Zwitting Fan's back. She walked to the door, stopped, and did not turn around. By the way, you can continue your logistics work. You kid are in charge of liaising with the Zhaochuan Trading Company. Pretty leisurely, huh? From now on you'll be on call for me. The door closed and Gangso left cheerfully. As the Hokage she was busy to death, and yet she had found such a subordinate. Who else would she use? Zwitting Fan leaned against the pillow, staring at the ceiling. Gang's house words circled in his mind. He understood her meaning. Mai was short on hands now, and those with strength had to step up. He had hidden for so long, but in the end he couldn't stay hidden. He had originally just wanted to coast in logistics, become a Chunin, and during the 4th Shinobi War kill some white Zetsu, and then slack off. When did that change? Step by step he had become involved. The door was pushed open again. Tian walked in carrying a basket. She wore a light pink jacket, her hair tied into 2 buns, a smile on her face, but her eyes were a bit red. You're awake. Tian walked to the bed and placed the basket on the bedside table. Awake. Ningxi said you were seriously injured. I was terrified. Tian opened the basket and took out a lunchbox. I made your favorite curry rice, it's still warm. Zwitting Fan glanced at the lunchbox, then at Tian. Were you crying? No. Tian turned her head away. Who cried? I didn't cry. Zwitting Fan didn't ask further. Tian placed the lunchbox beside him and poured a cup of tea. The two were silent for a while. The hospital room was very quiet, with only the occasional bird call from outside. Captain Tian, next time we go on a mission can you not take such risks? Zwitting Fan glanced at her. When had he taken risks? He knew that Junmalu didn't have much time left. If it were a full-powered Junmalu he would have run. Slow runners become the rear guard. I don't want to stay in the village worrying alone. Tian lowered her head, her voice very small. I want to help too. Zwitting Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Let's train hard together from now on. Tianshan's strength is good, she will definitely be able to help us. Tian smiled, wiped the corner of her eyes, and stood up. You eat first. I'm going back, there's things to do at the shop. Tian picked up the basket, took 2 steps, then stopped. Captain, take good care of your injuries. They'll come again tomorrow. The door closed. Zwitting Fan looked at the closed door, silent for a moment. Then he picked up the lunchbox, opened it, and the aroma of curry rushed. He took a bite. The curry tasted as good as ever, the chicken stewed tender and flavorful. He finished the entire box and placed the lunchbox on the bedside table. He picked up the armor and inspected it. There were several scratches on the chest plate and a few dents on the arm guards, but the sapphire was still glowing. The armor's functions should be unaffected. He stored the armor into the sealing scroll and tucked it under his pillow. This thing was really useful. He had just gotten it and hadn't fully understood how to use it, like flight chakra propulsion from the wrists and legs. He hadn't used those functions. If he had utilized all the armor's abilities in the fight against Junmalu, he probably wouldn't have been injured so badly. At the final dance of the early fern, he could have flown up early and watched Junmalu helplessly. Zhuozhu had already defected, and yet Mingren hadn't taken the Snow Country mission. It seemed that Feng Huan knew Tao had been killed by his own hire. That meant there was no warranty. He had to take good care of it. The door opened again. This time it was Mingren. He was wrapped in bandages, his left arm in a cast, and slung around his neck, limping in. His face was covered in bruises, but his eyes were still bright. Zwitting. Mingren walked to the bed and plopped down on the chair. Are you okay? I'm fine. You can't die. Mingren lowered his head, his voice dropping. I heard you were injured and hospitalized to support us, but I still couldn't bring Zhuozhu back. Damn it. Zwitting Fan looked at him, silent for a moment. You will bring him back. Mingren looked up at him. Do you believe in me? I've always believed in you. Mingren smiled. Not a forced smile, but a genuine one with tears in his eyes. Zwitting, thank you. Mingren wiped his tears and took a deep breath. Zwitting, I promise you I will definitely bring Zhuozhu back. Not necessary. I'm going back now. Granny Gangsho said, I need to stay in bed for 3 more days. Mingren perked up and limped away. Single-celled organisms are so good. They're already full of energy, no internal conflict at all. Envious. A week later, Sato Bon was discharged from the hospital. The stitches were removed and the bandages were replaced with small gauze pads affixed to his arms and thighs, barely noticeable upon casual inspection. His right arm and left leg still ached, but his movements were unimpeded. During his convalescence, the Akimichi Hyuga and Nara Shikaku the strategist came to express their gratitude for his assistance. The Akimichi thanked him for his emergency aid to Choji, which allowed the latter to hold on until rescue arrived. In truth, the original story had its perils, but with Tsunade as the healer, there was always a safety net. Thinking this way, Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage was the will of the people. Who wouldn't want a fountain of life in their home? Only Danzo, a man deranged by the thought, if only I had stepped forward earlier. And you regret my shadow refused to accept it. Both the Hyuga and Nara clans held favorable impressions of Sato Bon after he provided rearguard support for their juniors. In summary, his sacrifice in this operation was not in vain. Overall, covering the rear this time was worth it. During the week in the hospital, he repeatedly reviewed the battle. His experience was still sorely lacking in the heat of combat. He relied solely on speed and brute force, utterly disregarding the essence of a shinobi. Though Shadow Clone and Earth-style Wall were his most proficient techniques, he failed to apply them flexibly in battle. Without Niji's rotation, the 10-finger bullet holes would have torn through him. Leaving the hospital, the sunlight forced him to squint. He took a deep breath and headed toward the logistics division. The temporary office of the logistics division was still in its usual place at the end of the corridor on the first floor of the Hokage building. He pushed open the door. Section Chief Yamada was sitting behind his desk sipping tea. When he saw Sato Bon enter, he set down the cup and greeted him with a beaming face. Discharged. I've caused you worry, Section Chief Yamada. Yamada nodded. He took a document from the drawer and slid it forward. This is the list for the next shipment from the Hayakawa Trading Company. It arrives next week. Remember to inspect the goods and record them. Sato Bon took the document, flipped through it, and tucked it into his backpack. Understood. You performed well in this mission. Yamada leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. Choji Niji Kiba and Rock Lee, for Jinin plus you and Shikamaru as Chunin, took down the sound for, and a seemingly elite Jonin Kimimaro. The village holds high praise for you young ones. It wasn't my achievement alone. You're still so modest. But a logistics officer running to the front lines to fight, and winning, is no small feat. Yamada exhaled, smoke the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Having a talent like you in the logistics division brings honor to me as chief. Sato Bon didn't know how to respond, so he just nodded. As for Tsunadesima, Yamada tapped his cigarette ash. She told me that in the future she might transfer you for similar missions. Your liaison with the Hayakawa Trading Company must not be interrupted. I've decided you don't need to report to the office every day. Come in when the goods arrive for inspection, or otherwise arrange your time freely. Sato Bon was taken aback. I don't need to come to the office. No, Yamada said, stubbing out the cigarette. Your salary will be paid as usual. I'll have someone handle the paperwork for you. The corner of Sato Bon's mouth twitched. Tsunade's words still echoed in his mind. For a talent like you, I will make full use. Now he understood. Tsunade's intention wasn't just to transfer him to the front lines. It was to keep him on standby. He would still handle logistics, but be ready to deploy at any moment. Then what should I do on normal days? Sato Bon asked tentatively. Whatever you like. Train or rest, Yamada replied, standing up and patting him on the shoulder. Kid, you're lucky. Work hard. Sato Bon stepped out of the logistics division, stood at the door, and let out a deep sigh. No need to report to the office, every day salary paid, as usual, free schedule. This was the dream of every working person. But he knew it wasn't a benefit, it was an advance. Tsunade gave him freedom, but he would have to risk his life in return. He sighed and headed toward the waterfall. After a week away, the waterfall roared loudly, sunlight glinting off the surface and reflecting golden light. A thin layer of moss had grown on the rocks by the pool, slick with water spray. Sato Bon took off his jacket, leaving only a thin shirt, and stepped into the pool. The water was icy, sending a shiver through him. Clenching his teeth, he walked under the waterfall. The water crashed onto his head and shoulders, the impact still immense. A week without practice had dulled his skills slightly, but his foundation remained. A few days of training would restore it. Sadakin. Rock Lee emerged from the bamboo grove. He wore a green training suit, his left leg and arm still wrapped in bandages. Rock Lee, you're discharged too. I was discharged a day earlier than you. Rock Lee walked to the pool, crouched down, cupped some water, and washed his face. Tsunadesima said, my bone healing is excellent, fully recovered now. Looking up, his eyes gleamed with passion. Sadakin, you were right. And Gazensei was right too. Youth holds infinite possibilities. Now I can continue being a shinobi again. Sato Bon nodded. That's your own perseverance. Rock Lee didn't answer. He stood up, flexed his limbs, and assumed a fighting Come on, as promised before. Let's fight first. You don't use that strange armor, and I won't use the 8 gates. A fair match. Sato Bon glanced at him, stepped out of the pool, and shook off the water. Alright. He wanted to see his own progress as well. The two stood on open ground facing each other, forming hand seals. Rock Lee moved first, his fist whistling towards Sato Bon's face. Sato Bon sidestepped and swept a kick at Rock Lee's calf. Rock Lee leaped to avoid it, turned in midair, and delivered a spinning kick aimed at Sato Bon's chest. Instead of dodging, Sato Bon raised his arm to block. A dull thud rang out as Rock Lee's kick was deflected. They both retreated 2 steps, looked at each other, and smiled. You've recovered well, Sato Bon said. So have you. Rock Lee shouted excitedly. Again. Let's burn our youth. They clashed once more, pure taijutsu collide. Sato Bon was slightly faster, but Rock Lee's footwork was more agile, allowing him to evade Sato Bon's punches just in time. Rock Lee had greater strength. Each punch carried a whistling wind, but Sato Bon's blocks were steady, never knocked back too far. After nearly an hour, both collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Satoken, you've grown stronger, Rock Lee said. It's just that you're still recovering from your injuries. Rock Lee stared at the sky, silent for a moment. Satoken, after this recovery, I will continue striving to become the greatest taijutsu, shinobi surpassing Geizensei. Rock Lee turned and dashed away in a flash. Sato Bon sat on the rock, watching his retreating figure. Youth. Bah. He was even infected. Rock Lee turned and dashed away in a flash. Sato Bon sat on the rock, watching his retreating figure. Youth. Bah. He was even infected by it. The setting sun dyed the forest a golden hue, and birdsong drifted from afar. He stood up, walked into the waterfall. He couldn't afford to slack off either. Lightning crackled across his skin, sizzling. Full body coverage, 2.5 minutes. He nodded with satisfaction, stepped out from under the waterfall, put on his jacket, and headed home. He had already changed long ago. Here he had a home, family, and friends. No longer an observer, he had accepted the rescue mission. So he must gain the strength to protect these bonds. Old Tianzhong, I think I understand you a little now. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Mingren left the village 3 times, each time upon hearing news of Zhuezhu, and each time returned empty-handed. The first time someone reported seeing a black-haired youth at the border of Tianjigua, he rushed over only to find a farmer tilling the field. The second time someone said they saw the Yuzibo clan's fan emblem near Duan Sujia. He searched the entire town, but didn't even catch a glimpse. The third time, he even went to Yujigua, returning covered in wounds, claiming he had encountered a few rogue ninjas and fought them, but still found no trace of Zhuezhu. Sato Fan was happy to have leisure soaking in the waterfall every day, training his lightning release chakra mode to become more and more proficient. The full body coverage time increased from 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes. The lightning glow became more stable, no longer fluctuating, and the crackling sound grew uniform. The combination of body flicker technique and lightning release chakra mode also became faster. His figure flickered under the waterfall, leaving a trail of lightning afterimage in the air with speed comparable to that of Little Lee, who had opened the 3rd gate. Tian occasionally came to deliver meals during this period. It was no longer daily. The business of Tianshan's weapon shop was getting better and better. She had signed a long-term supply contract with Zhao Chuan Trading Company, and her father couldn't handle it alone, so Tian had to help. The shipments from Zhao Chuan Trading Company proceeded. As usual, 2 batches per month. Sato Fan inspected the goods, put them into storage, signed, and stamped. Section Chief Shan Tian had arranged for someone to handle the accounts. He only needed to go to the warehouse when the goods arrived, take a look, and confirm that the quantity and quality were satisfactory. As long as he remained the contact person, the kickbacks would not be less. The 2 million loan for the Shuezhiguo armor would be fully repaid in another 3 months. The reward for the A-rank mission included not only money, but also a list. Gangzhou let him choose 2 ninjutsu from the list. This was extra training for him. Sato Fan did not aim for high-level ones. He selected 2 that suited his current situation. Earth Release Heart Decapitation Technique. The move Kakaxi once used against Zhuezhu. It grabs the enemy's feet from underground, pulling them into the earth, leaving only the head exposed. It was not a profound ninjutsu crank, but very practical for controlling enemies. Kakaxi once used it to subdue Zhuezhu. The 3rd Hokage used it to subdue a young Zilai, and Yao Shido also used it to ambush Gangzhou. Though it failed, but that was Gangzhou, not someone ordinary could compare to. Earth Release Underground Submersion Technique. Melts into the earth, silently travels underground, allowing quick movement and evasion of enemy attacks. Crank not a high level, but Sato Fan valued not its attack power, but its practicality. Diving underground allows stealth and escape. Combined with Heart Decapitation Technique, when encountering a strong enemy, he could try to pull the target into the earth, and then quickly flee. A technique that could save his life in a crisis. Both ninjutsu were not difficult, perhaps because his strength had increased, and he had practiced many techniques. Heart Decapitation Technique only had 3 hand seals, while Underground Submersion was slightly more complex, but Sato Fan had a foundation in Earth Nature Chakra, so he learned them much faster than an ordinary person. In half a month, he had mastered the basic usage. After a month, he could apply them proficiently. He tried it a few times under the waterfall. diving underground, and emerging from the other side of the pool movement smooth and chakra consumption was not high. He also tried heart decapitation technique during a fight with Little Lee catching him off guard and succeeding. Of course this only worked due to the information gap. After Little Lee became wary it was hard to succeed again, just as Kakashi rarely used it later against Sueju and Mingren. But he knew these two techniques were useless against strong opponents. Kakashi used heart decapitation against Pain's Tendo, but was repelled by Shinra Tensei. He used it against Yuzhibo Itachi, but was evaded. But Sato Fan did not need them to deal with the strong. He only needed them to handle those weaker than him, or to help him escape in critical moments. As for high-level ninjutsu, he didn't have the protagonist's vast chakra reserves, or that kind of talent. The higher the level of ninjutsu or secret techniques the harder they were to learn. It wasn't about quantity. Kakashi knew 1,000 techniques, but only used a few repeatedly. This was his training philosophy, not pursuing the strongest attack power but the highest survival rate. 1,000 Birds was for attack with Lightning Blade later to supplement attack was sufficient. Lightning Release Chakra Mode was for enhancement heart decapitation technique for control and underground submersion for escape. For techniques 4 functions. Combined they formed a complete survival system suited to his own attributes. He looked down at his arm. After months of training Lightning Release Chakra Mode his muscle lines were more defined than before. He clenched his fist. His strength was indeed greater than before, but still far from Little Lee's level of shattering rocks with a single punch. With his talent his current strength had reached its peak. This was not self-abandonment, but accepting reality. He had no bloodline limit, no tailed beast, no clan secret techniques, and his talent was average. His chakra reserves were only slightly greater than an ordinary person's. Without finding other methods he couldn't improve in the short term. Continuing to train Lightning Release Chakra Mode further would require long-term painstaking effort. It would grow stronger as his body matured, a late development type. After 1,000 Birds came Lightning Blade, a technique that took Kakashi years to complete requiring extremely high fusion of chakras, shape transformation, and nature transformation. His current level allowed him to barely use 1,000 Birds, a Lightning Blade. He probably couldn't learn it yet, but with the training of Lightning Release Chakra Mode, it was only a matter of time. Earth Release was the same, heart decapitation technique and underground submersion were both crank techniques. Above them were techniques like Earth-style wall and Earth Dragon Bullet, which required large amounts of chakra. His chakra reserves were insufficient to use them many times, and among Earth Release aside from the Datong Muse weighted rock other techniques had mediocre performance. They all relied on Dust Release for output. For now there was no major improvement in ninjutsu, and taijutsu had also reached its limit. In these months he had sparred with Little Lee countless times, winning half and losing half. Overall their strength was on the same level. Little Lee, without opening the 8 gates, and Sato Fan, without using the armor and Lightning Release Chakra Mode, were evenly matched 50-50. This was still thanks to the Chakra Mode enhancing his body. In the short term, there was no way to improve. His base strength was about that of an elite Chunin. As his body grew, chakra and taijutsu would naturally increase, giving him a solid foundation for Jounin. To be honest, given his talent, Sato Fan was already quite satisfied with himself. For weapons and armor, he already had the chakra armor from Shui Jigua, which worked. Next was the weapon. The Lightning Blade Fong, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist currently still in the hands of Haishu Lee. According to the original timeline, Haishu Lee should be killed by Mingren and his team within a month or two, and then the Lightning Blade would be stuck on a grave. Sato Fan had been waiting for this to happen. He had checked Haishu Lee's information and knew he was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the first user of the Lightning Blade. Although extremely pathetic, he was defeated by the combined efforts of Jinin, Mingren, Ningxi Tiantian, and Little Lee, and then fell off a cliff and committed suicide using Lightning Release. After his death, the Lightning Blade was retrieved by Kirigakure. He only needed to get the Lightning Blade after Haishu Lee's death, since Kirigakure wouldn't know when Lee died, and he could rely on being close to the killer. The Lightning Blade Fong combined with his Lightning Release Chakra Mode and 1,000 Birds would at least double his strength, allowing him to reach the level of a special Jounin. A special Jounin at 13. He would almost call himself a genius. But then he thought of Kakashi becoming a Jounin at 12, and Yuzhibo Itachi annihilating his entire clan at 13. Low-key. Summoning techniques were temporarily inaccessible. He couldn't learn Zillai's random summoning in case he ended up in the Lonely Cave. That would be like ordering takeout. Moreover, his preferred ultimate summoning technique was in pure world reincarnation, since what could be safer than summoning the first and second Hokage? Secret techniques were inaccessible to ordinary civilians. Research them himself. With the ability of an ordinary university student in his past life, he was supposed to be a researcher in this life. He couldn't research at all. As for Jinjutsu, in a world of eye-based ninjas, he felt it was useless to train. Knowing 1 or 2 Jinjutsu release methods was enough. Hadn't he seen that Jinjutsu specialist Shirihong later became worse than a background character? So it seemed that only the Lightning Blade was the quickest and most immediate way to improve his strength. Good heavens, he already had Lightning Release Chakra Mode, and now he would get one of the 7 ninja swords. offending 2 of the 5 great nations. There are still several tiers between a Shangren and a Yingji. With his current strength, he would be nothing more than an insignificant lackey in the DCCI Rin Jetajan. A sound of hurried footsteps came from the bamboo grove. Zhuo Tongfan withdrew his chakra, walked out of the pond, and picked up his coat to put it on. Just as he had put on one sleeve, he saw a pink pig rush out of the bamboo grove. Tun Tun. Jing Yin's Renju tagalong ran to the pond, stopped, barked twice at Zhuo Tongfan, then turned and ran back. After a few steps it looked back at him, as if saying, "Follow me." "What's wrong?" Zhuo Tongfan frowned. Tun Tun wouldn't come to him for no reason. Had Gang Shou finally remembered to assign a mission after a month? He put on his coat, stuffed the Feng Yin Wanzhou into his backpack, and followed Tun Tun out of the waterfall. Tun Tun led the way, its 4 little legs churning rapidly. Zhuo Tongfan followed behind. On the way he encountered several Zhongren, also running in the same direction, their expressions very serious. "What happened?" Zhuo Tongfan grabbed one of the Zhongren. "The Mu Yi Zhong Xing Jian has rioted," the Zhongren gasped. Shui Mu incited 2 serious criminals to escape. Jing Yin Darren has already led people to pursue them. Gang Shouterin ordered us to support. Shui Mu. Zhuo Tongfan recalled that name. The Zhongren teacher who tried to trick Ming Run into stealing the Fengji Shu during the graduation exam and was exposed by Yi Lu Ka. Zhuo Tongfan slowed his pace, following those Zhongren from a distance. After all, it wasn't a big deal, just go along and coast. After about 20 minutes of pursuit, the Zhongren ahead had long disappeared. On an open ground outside the village he saw Jing Yin wore a gray Zhongren vest, her hair tied in a ponytail, her face somewhat pale, her forehead covered in sweat. Beside her lay several Zhongren, some clutching their stomachs, some holding their arms, all unable to get up from the ground. Tun Tun was beside Jing Yin, nudging her hand. Jing Yin crouched down to pet its head, then stood up and looked at the 3 people across from her. Standing at the front was a man in prison clothes with obvious Zhou Yin patterns on his neck, a cold smile on his face. Shui Mu. Zhuo Tongfan had seen his photo in the Ninja Academy files, but the real person looked even more sinister than the photo. Behind Shui Mu crouched 2 people. Even crouching, they were taller than Shui Mu. 2 enormous figures crouched on the ground, like 2 mountains of flesh. One wore red clothes, the other blue, their hair messy, their faces full of brutish features. Their hands were shackled with iron chains, but the chains had been broken, leaving only the iron cuffs on their wrists. The 2 crouched there, staring intently at the direction behind Jing Yin. Following their gaze, it was wild fruit hanging on a tree. Feng Shun Lei Shun. Zhuo Tongfan knew these 2 names. They were serious criminals from the Mu Yi prison who had killed all their comrades during a mission due to insufficient food, and were later captured and imprisoned by Gang Shou personally. They possessed guile comparable to Gang Shou, thick skin and sturdy flesh strength, reaching the Ying-Ji level, extremely low intelligence, and were known as the Idiot Brothers. Their obsession with food surpassed that of the Qiu Dao clan. He glanced at the Zhongrun lying on the ground. If only he had run a bit slower, maybe they would have left. Jing Yin herself also had bruises on her face and blood at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she was the first to charge in and the first to be beaten back. Jing Yin saw Zhuo Tongfan and was startled. "Zhuo Tong, why are you here?" "Just passing by," Zhuo Tongfan said. "Tun Tun brought me here." Jing Yin glanced at Tun Tun, who made a puff sound and nodded vigorously. "Forget it, since you're here, you're here." Jing Yin took a deep breath. Shui Mu incited Feng Shun and Lei Shin to escape. "My squad has been defeated. I need you to help me hold off those 2 brothers while I deal with Shui Mu." "How?" Me, you? Figure it out." Jing Yin knew her request was too absurd and blushed a little. "Those 2 are not too bright, but their strength is overwhelming. Even together we are no match for them." Zhuo Tongfan looked at Feng Shun and Lei Shun. The 2 were still crouching on the ground, staring intently at the wild fruit on the tree. Lei Shun reached out, picked one, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed twice, frowned, and spat it out. "Sour. Not ripe." "Then pick a ripe one." "There are no ripe ones." "What do we do?" "Big brother. I'm hungry. Don't ask me." Lei Shin, watching the 2 complain. Zhuo Tongfan watched for a few seconds, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. In the original story, these 2 were set up. Their combined strength could fight a Ying-Ji, but they were intellectually deficient, and their greatest weakness was food. Shui Mu had tricked them out by saying, "There is delicious food at the Shiwan's place." Conversely, could he trick them back using food? Take a gamble. Anyway, given his speed, even if he couldn't win, he could still run. They had just escaped, they couldn't chase him back to Mu Yi, could they? However, being called a deserter wouldn't sound good. He took a deep breath and stepped out from behind the tree. Jing Yin was startled. "Zhuo Tong, what are you doing?" Zhuo Tongfan did not answer. He walked over and stood in front of Feng Shun and Lei Shun. The 2 enormous figures crouched there, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Feng Shun and Lei Shun turned to stare at this little shrimp. Zhuo Tongfan cleared his throat. "Are you hungry?" Zhuo Tongfan pulled out a rice ball from his backpack. It was what Tian Tian had brought him this morning, wrapped in oil paper, still warm. "This is curry flavored with chicken filling." The eyes of Feng Shun and Lei Shin simultaneously fell on the rice ball. "Give it to me." Lei Shin reached out to snatch it. Zhuotung fan stepped back and put the rice ball away. Don't rush. There's only this one rice ball. How about I treat you to something good? Barbecue all you can eat until you're full. Feng Shun and Lei Shun exchanged a glance. Big brother, I want to eat barbecue. Lei Shun was already captivated by the thought of barbecue. Feng Shun stood up the ground trembling. The two looked down at Zhuotung fan, their eyes no longer hostile, filled only with desire for meat. You better not trick us. Where's the barbecue? Feng Shun asked. Barbecue Q, the most famous barbecue restaurant in Muyi village. Their barbecue is the best in the entire ninja world. Zhuotung fan pointed toward the village. But you two are too dirty like this. You need to go back to the prison first, change clothes, and take a bath. Feng Shun thought for a moment. Is there food in the prison? Yes, Zhuotung fan said. They'll have the kitchen prepare some for you. Feng Shun glanced at Lei Shun, who nodded like a pounding garlic. Then let's go. Feng Shun turned and walked toward the prison. Lei Shun followed behind. After a few steps, Feng Shun stopped again and turned to look at Zhuotung fan. What if you trick us? I swear by the honor of the 5th Hokage gang Shoutourin of Muyi village. Zhuotung fan pointed at his headband. I want to deceive you. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. She is gang Shoutourin's secretary. Gang. You know gang show big sister. Feng Shun nervously glanced at Jing Yin. Jing Yin opened her mouth about to say something, but Zhuotung fan had already spoken first. Jing Yindaran, isn't that right? Jing Yin was startled then nodded. Yes. That's right. We are gang Shoutourin's people. We want to deceive you. Feng Shun immediately turned and walked away. Lei Shun followed behind him, his footsteps thud thud thud, shaking the ground. Shui Mu stood where he was watching the two big guys leave, his face changing color. Feng Shun immediately turned and walked away. Lei Shun followed behind him, his footsteps thud thud thud, shaking the ground. Shui Mu stood where he was watching the Didn't I tell you? There's endless meat at the Shiwandaran's place. Either way we can eat meat, but I'm afraid gang show big sister will beat me up. Having said that, the two brothers ran off with a heave-a-ho. Shui Mu's face flushed red. Shui Mu, your helpers are gone. Shui Mu gritted his teeth, formed hand seals, and the Zhouyin spread on his neck. Black patterns crawled across half his face like snakes. His chakra surged, and his aura became dark and violent. Zhuotung fan retreated behind Jing Yin. Jing Yin was a Shangren skilled in medical ninjutsu, and poison missed more than enough to deal with a Zhongrun who relied on the Zhouyin to bolster himself. Sure enough, Jing Yin gave him no chance. She took a deep breath and spat out a cloud of purple poison mist. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping the area around Shui Mu. Shui Mu held his breath, but the poison mist didn't only enter through breathing. It could also penetrate the skin. After a few minutes, Shui Mu's body began to sway. The Zhouyin patterns faded, and he went limp like a pile of mud. Jing Yin walked over and injected him in the neck, completely sealing his chakra. Then she turned around and looked at Zhuotung. You said you'd treat them to a meal. Can you afford it? Zhuotung fan thought about the appetites of Feng Shun. The village should reimburse me, right? Zhuotung fan said with a flattering smile. Just not sure if they'll run away again after eating. It's best if gang Shoutourin makes an appearance. Looks like Feng Shun and Lei Shun are still very afraid of her. Jing Yin was silent for a moment. He'll report this to gang Shoutourin. Your method, though a bit unusual, was indeed effective. Zhuotung fan nodded and turned to walk toward the prison. Feng Shun and Lei Shun were already near the entrance. Their enormous backs under the setting sun looked like two moving mountains. He quickened his pace to catch up. The setting sun dyed the entire road orangered. Zhuotung fan walked behind the two big guys at a steady pace. Feng Shun and Lei Shun walked ahead of him, occasionally looking back to make sure he was still there. Lei Shun patted his stomach, which let out a loud growl. How much further? Lei Shun asked. Almost there, Zhuotung fan said, tossing the rice ball to him. Eat this first. Then go back to the prison to change clothes, and then he'll take you to eat meat. Lei Shun swallowed his saliva and quickened his pace. Zhuotung fan followed behind them. This meal today would probably bankrupt him. In the private room of Yakiniku, smoke curled, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Feng Shun and Lei Shun sat on opposite sides of the table, with dozens of empty plates piled before them. Their table manners were atrocious. As soon as the meat was cooked, they would grab it with their bare hands, ignoring the heat, and shove it into their mouths, chewing only a couple of times before swallowing. Lei Shun's mouth was stuffed full, his cheeks bulging like two balloons, yet he still reached for the beef tongue on the grill. Feng Shun ate even faster. A plate of pork belly vanished in 3 seconds, and he didn't even wipe the grease off before licking the plate clean. Sato fan sat across from them, holding a piece of lettuce in his hand. Watching the two eat, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It hadn't been long since they started, but he had already ordered 3 rounds. When the waitress came in and saw the two burly men, her eyes widened as big as the plates, but she didn't dare ask any questions and left after setting down the meat. More. Feng Shun pushed the empty plate aside, his eyes fixed on the grill. Me too, Lei Shun echoed. Sato fan sighed and pressed the bell on the table. The waitress pushed the door open. Seeing another stack of empty plates, her expression shifted from surprise to numbness. Add 5 more servings of pork belly, 5 of beef tongue, 5 of short ribs, 5 of pork neck, And please bring me 2 baskets of steamed buns, Sato-fan said. The waitress nodded and withdrew. Sato-fan leaned back in his chair and patted the wallet in his pocket. This meal was going to cost at least 100,000 ryo. They'll definitely get Tsunade to reimburse me. Feng Shun licked his lips and looked at Sato-fan. You're a good person, aren't you? Yes, big brother. Sato-fan didn't dislike the two. Just treating you to a meal makes me a good person. Treating someone to a meal makes you a good person, Leishan said. No one ever treated us to a meal before. The door slid open. It wasn't the waitress, it was Tsunade. She wore a green Hokage robe, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. The blue diamond mark on her forehead glimmered faintly in the light. Her expression was calm, but her eyes carried something that made Feng Shun and Leishan weak in the knees. Feng Shun dropped the meat on the table. Leishan's mouth hung open, forgetting to close it. Sunadesima. Feng Shun. Sunadesima. Leishan's voice trembled too. Tsunade walked and pulled out a chair and sat down beside Sato-fan. She didn't look at Sato-fan as she kept her gaze fixed on Feng Shun and Leishan. The two of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes like two enormous dogs that had done something wrong. Had enough to eat? Tsunade asked. Feng Shun nodded, then shook his head. Leishan indicated that he was the same. Not yet, Feng Shun said, his voice as faint as a mosquito. Then keep eating. Tsunade picked up the chopsticks on the table, took a slice of meat, and began eating herself. When you're done, I have something to say to you. Feng Shun and Leishan exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard. They didn't know what Tsunade was going to say, but whatever it was, they had no choice but to listen. After all, their monstrous strength was nothing before Tsunade. She was the only one they had ever acknowledged in terms of raw power. The three finished the meat, and Feng Shun and Leishan immediately started fighting over the steamed buns. Indeed, as long as there was food, these two didn't care whether it was grilled meat or buns. If only the buns had been served sooner. After finishing the buns, Feng Shun and Leishan finally patted their stomachs and said, full. The plates on the table were stacked like a small mountain. The waitress had to make 3 trips to clear them all. Tsunade put down her chopsticks and looked at Feng Shun and Leishan. I heard that you escaped from prison today. Feng Shun's head. Leishan was the same. And you injured over a dozen chunin. Feng Shun's head dropped even further. Leishan. Sunadesima, we were wrong. Feng Shun's voice trembled. We were wrong, we won't dare do it again. We were just too hungry. Leishan's voice trembled too. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then sighed. A look of helplessness that Sato-fan had never seen before appeared in her eyes. You two idiots, if there's a next time, I'll beat you so hard you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Feng Shun and Leishan immediately nodded like chickens pecking rice. Sure enough, everyone has their match. The two who could defeat Jonin like Asuma and Kurenai were utterly docile before Tsunade. Sato-fan watched this scene, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. He took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. Sunadesima, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Tsunade glanced at him. Speak. Do you need a bodyguard, Oi? Tsunade blinked. What do you mean? Every Hokage has had exclusive bodyguards. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all did. You should have one too. Sato-fan glanced at Feng Shun and Leishan. These two are strong enough, and they respect you. Instead of locking them up in prison, why not make them your bodyguards? They eat a lot, but that's not a problem. Konoha can afford it. Besides, keeping them by your side will prevent them from causing more trouble. Tsunade was silent for a long time. Feng Shun and Leishan lifted their heads, looking at Tsunade, then at Sato-fan, their eyes full of hope. You want me to take 2 serious criminals as my bodyguards? Tsunade's voice was unreadable. They are serious criminals, Sato-fan said. But they are also cage-level combat power who won't cause trouble as long as they're fed. Keeping them in prison just wastes food, so why not make use of them? Feng Shun whispered beside him. Leishan, did he just call you useless? Big brother, he was probably talking about you. Leishan suddenly became smart. Leishan, you brat. Shut up. Tsunade bellowed. The two immediately sat up straight. Tsunade stared at Sato-fan for a few seconds, then turned to look at Feng Shun and Leishan. Are you willing? Feng Shun nodded frantically, and Leishan did the same. Yes. With us around, we won't let anyone hurt Lady Tsunade. Leishan said in the same. Tsunade stood up and walked over to them. She was much shorter than them, but her aura was far more. She reached out and patted Feng Shun on the shoulder. From today, you are my bodyguards. No more causing trouble, no more hitting people. If you're hungry, tell me. Don't go on a rampage or attack people. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you can never eat again. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Feng Shun and Leishan replied loudly. Tsunade turned around and looked at Sato-fan. You sure know how to give me trouble. Sato-fan smiled. Anyway, they only listen to you. It's better to have them by your side than in prison. The prison walls can't hold them anyway, and they might come in handy in a crisis. I heard the whole story from Shizen. You have a good head. Any interest in joining the strategy department as my advisor? Sunadesima, aren't I already on call with 2 positions? Tsunade said nothing more and turned to leave the private room. Feng Shun and Leishan followed behind her like 2 enormous shadows. At the door, Feng Shun paused and looked back at Good person, what's your name? Feng Shun asked. Sato-fan waved his hand. I'm Sato-fan. Go on, serve Lady Tsunade well. The two left. Their footsteps thudded, making the floor tremble. Sato Fan sat alone in the room, staring at the table full of empty plates, silent for a long time. Then he called the waitress to settle the bill. 158,000 ryo. He should have asked Lady Tsunade to pay. He patted his pocket, took out his wallet, and paid. Stepping out of yakiniku queue, the night breeze hit him, carrying the coolness of early autumn. There weren't many people on the street, and the streetlights were dim. Today had gone more smoothly than he had expected. The prison riot was quelled. He had subdued 2 cage-level fighters without lifting a finger and completed the mission. His record was flawless. Time to go get a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. He hadn't managed to snatch a single bite of meat. The moment he reached for his chopsticks, those 2 guys glared at him with murderous protectiveness over their food. Ill expense at all, the training session by the waterfall had just ended. Sato Fan sat on a rock, drying his hair, while Xiao Li practiced with weighted gear by the riverbank. Naruto walked past, carrying 3 people on his back through the stream. Xiao Li seemed spurred on, swinging his fists and kicking with even greater intensity. This scene wasn't at the beginning of the Sorrel Mountain gold mine mission. Naruto, who are these people? I don't know. I found them collapsed at the main gate, Naruto replied, already past the waterfall. I'm taking them to the hospital first. Not long after, the Umbu summoned Xiao Li and Sato Fan to the Hokage's office. Sato Fan frowned, put on his jacket, tucked the sealing scroll into his backpack, and headed toward the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat behind her desk, a map spread out before her. Shizuki stood beside her holding a folder. Fengshen and Leishin sat on the ground by the office door, each devouring a rice ball with gusto. When they saw Sato Fan, they grinned at him, their mouths still full of rice. You're here. Tsunade looked up, pointing to the chair across from her. Sit. Sato Fan sat down. Naruto, Tenten Niji, and Kaizensai were already there. Tsunade turned the map around and pushed it toward him. The map marked a mine's location with several red circles drawn around it, and a line of text: Black Hole Clan. The Sorrel Mountain gold mine in the river country has been occupied by a group of rogue ninja calling themselves the Black Hole Clan. Tsunade tapped the map with her finger. Their leader is Kuro Shitsuji Raiga, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the wielder of the lightning sword Kiba. Sato Fan's heartbeat quickened. Lightning sword Kiba. This was what he had been waiting for over half a year. Rokusuk and the others are miners from that mine. They traveled all the way from the river country to Konoha to seek help. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. They've been oppressed for a long time. The Black Hole Clan not only seize the mine, but also frequently murder miners under the guise of holding funerals. The entire village lives in fear. Holding funerals. Raiga's peculiar habit, Tsunade said. Every time he kills someone, he holds a proper funeral, sobbing profusely, then moves on to the next victim. A psychopath. Sato Fan nodded, saying nothing. I've decided to send Team Kai for this mission, Tsunade said, looking at him. Niji, Tenten, Xiao Li plus Naruto. Naruto jumped up instantly. I'm not going. I'm going to find Sasuke. Tsunade erupted in fury. You think you get to choose your missions? You've already forced your way into many missions that weren't yours. If you keep this up, go back to the Ninja Academy. Naruto broke free and dashed out with Xiao Li following. Tsunade's forehead vein bulged more and more. Alright, Sato Fan, stay. The rest of you can leave. After a long pause, Sato Fan carefully asked, then why did you call me here? You're leading the team. Tsunade said. Kai has been assigned in strength mission, so you're the captain. Sato Fan opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed his words. And Tsunade paused. The lightning sword Kiba is a lightning attribute ninja sword. Only a user with lightning chakra. Niji, Xiao Li, Tenten, Naruto. None of them know lightning release. If you go, Raiga's lightning attacks will pose the least threat to you. Then why not send a Jonin? Why send a Chunin and a few Genin to deal with someone like him? Tsunade sighed. All the Jonin are out on missions. You know the situation in the village. After the Third's death, the major nations are testing Konoha's limits. The Jonin are patrolling the borders. I can't pull a single one. Sato Fan was silent for a moment. How strong is Kuro Shitsuji Raiga? One of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsunade said, leaning back. But to be honest, he's nothing but a failure. Sato Fan raised an eyebrow. A failure? During the Third Great Ninja War, the 7 swordsmen encountered Might Dewey, Kai's father. Tsunade's voice grew calm. Might Dewey opened the 8 gates formation, fought them 1 against 7, killed 4, severely wounded 1, and then died of exhaustion. Raiga was one of the 3 who survived. Surviving the 8 gates, that means he wasn't weak back then. Weak my ass. Tsunade said. He simply ran away. Ever since that battle, Raiga's mind has been broken. And Raiga was always just a filler in the 7 swordsmen, Tsunade continued. Most mist ninja are water affinity, a lightning affinity ninja are rare. Raiga got the position not because he was strong, but because the mist couldn't find anyone else who could wield the lightning sword. After that battle, he was ridiculed by the village. Even his wife called him a failure. Sato Fan's mouth twitched. No wonder he performed so poorly. 4 Genin plus 1 Chunin. That's enough, Tsunade said. Besides, Niji and Xiao Li are no ordinary Genin. Tsunadesima, where did you get all this intel? Sato Fan asked curiously. The information was too comprehensive. Kai collected it. He's been gathering intel on the 7 swordsmen ever since his father died. He also requested that his disciples help settle this vendetta. You're just my insurance policy. Naruto has been reckless lately because of Sasuke. As his friend, take him on this mission and help him clear his mind. Sato fan was speechless. Me help him. He was destined to be with Sasuke, Naruto, for life. It's settled. Tsunade stood up, took a mission scroll from her drawer, and handed it to him. Mission Rank A. Objective: defeat Kuroshitsuji Raiga and liberate the Sorrel Mountain gold mine. Departure time tomorrow morning at 8. Meet at the village gate. Go inform them. Sato fan took the scroll, stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Outside the Hokage building, the sunlight made him squint. Lightning sword Kiba. Ever since he moved into the warehouse, he had been waiting for this opportunity. A lightning attribute ninja sword combined with his lightning release chakra mode and Chidori. His strength would at least double. Tsunade called Raiga a failure, but that was a failure in the eyes of a cage-level powerhouse. He wouldn't let his guard down. In the original story, the four of them had struggled fiercely. Even if he was just a failure, he was still one of the 7 swordsmen. Even with a broken mind, he couldn't be underestimated. He went to Tintin's weapons shop first. Tintin was organizing shelves. When she saw Sato fan, she put down her work and, Captain, what brings you here? Remember to gather at 7 tomorrow morning. I'm here to inform you. Tintin nodded. He'll tell Niji and Lee. Meet at the village gate tomorrow. Leaving the weapons shop, Sato fan didn't go to the waterfall. He went straight home. He placed the mission scroll on the table, took out the sealing scroll from the drawer, retrieved his armor, and inspected it, then checked his equipment. Kunai shuriken, explosive tags, smoke bombs, military rations, pills. Being well prepared would never hurt. His presence felt increasingly significant. He wondered if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Early the next morning, Sato fan arrived at the village entrance. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, Ning Ci approached, slowly clad in a white training suit, his forehead protector tied neatly, his expression as impassive as ever. He walked up to Sato fan, cast a glance at him, and nodded. Captain Sato. Sato fan returned a gentle smile. Tion arrived third, wearing a light pink jacket, her hair tied into 2 buns, the ninja tool pouch at her waist bulging like a stuffed watermelon. She was energetic and adorable. Xiaoli came fourth, clad in a green jumpsuit, his leg weights firmly strapped, clearly just finished with morning training, sweat still glistening on his forehead. Ming Rin arrived last. Truly, master and disciple were cut from the same cloth. He trudged over dejectedly, hands in his pockets, reluctance written all over his face. Tsunade had scolded him out of the Hokage building last night, reportedly for a full hour, covering everything from leaving the village without permission to find Sasuke, to causing trouble in the village from not training the Rinnegan properly, to not eating properly. By the end, Tsunade's voice was hoarse, and the god of wind and the god of thunder, hiding in the corner, were covering their mouths to stifle laughter, only to receive a kick each from Tsunade. Mingren, cheer up. Tion patted his shoulder. This is a mission. I know, Mingren muttered. Luju had been waiting nearby for a long time. He was one of the 3 miners who had escaped from the land of the river to seek help, around 30 years old, with a scar on his face, skin tanned dark by the sun, hands covered in calluses, a clear sign of years of heavy labor. They were to lead the way back. Everyone here. Ning Ci glanced at Sato fan. If so, let's set out. Lu Zhu led the way, walking at a steady pace, not fast, but with firm steps. The land of the river lay east of the land of fire, and it would take half a day to cross the border. Lu Zhu spoke little along the way, his head bowed, occasionally looking up to check the direction, his mind clearly burdened. Ming Rin, initially listless, had now perked up. Speaking of which, Sato, this is our first time teaming up for a mission. I thought you had a sour face all morning, Sato fan teased. Not at all, Ming Rin said with an embarrassed smile. I'm just anxious to find Sasuke, I promised Sakura. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Lu Zhu stopped before a small hill and turned to look at Sato fan. Over this hill, another half-day's walk, and we'll be there. Xiao Li's eyes suddenly lit up. That smell. Granny Sancho. Xiao Li, you know her? Tion asked. I do. Xiao Li clenched his fists. A few years ago, during training with Master Guy, I ran for 3 days and nights while sleeping, and Granny Sancho's curry saved my life. Her curry is the best in the world. Eating it fills you with power. Sato fan glanced at Xiao Li. Was he even speaking human language? This was exactly why he hadn't learned the 8 gates. Only those 2 freaks could train like that. Kakashi had struggled through cliffs and life or death trials to open just 1 gate, and even then he rarely used it. This was precisely why he hadn't learned the 8 gates. Only those 2 oddballs could train like that. Kakashi had climbed cliffs and endured life and death trials to open just 1 gate, and even then he rarely used it. After cresting the hill, a wooden house appeared on the mountainside. It was small, with a wooden sign hanging by the door that read Life Curry in faded blurry lettering. The shop door was open and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Xiao Li was the first to dash in. Granny Sancho, I'm here. An old woman emerged from the back kitchen, wearing an apron, her hair streaked with white, her face etched with deep wrinkles. She held a wooden ladle, and her apron was stained with curry. She brightened at the sight of Xiao Li. Xiao Li, long time no see. Granny, I brought friends. Xiao Li turned and gestured to the others. This is Ning Ci, Tion, Ming Run, and Sato fan. Granny Sancho's gaze swept over the group. Sit down. I'll make curry to welcome you. From the back kitchen came a clatter of pots and pans. Granny Sancho bustled about in the kitchen, adding another curry stain to her apron. The aroma was rich. She emerged carrying a large iron pot. The curry in the pot was black bubbles rising to the surface, releasing a spicy scent that made one's tongue tingle. She set the pot on the table and went back for a bowl of rice. Eat up. This is our restaurant's signature life curry. Xiaoli was the first to dig in, stirring the curry, taking big mouthfuls. Delicious. Xiaoli gave a thumbs up. Mingren served himself rice, ladled 2 scoops of curry, stirred it, and took a bite. His mouth fell open, his tongue lolled out, and he panted heavily. He grabbed a glass of water, gulped it down, then another, then another. 3 glasses in a row before the redness on his face began to recede. So spicy. Ming Ren's voice had changed, as if someone had gripped his throat. Spicy is right, Granny Sancho said, standing nearby with her arms crossed, brimming with pride. Life curry needs plenty of spices. Eat it, and you'll feel invigorated. The rest each took a spoonful of curry. It's indeed spicy, Tian Tian said. Ningxiai did not touch it. He sat there staring at the black pot of curry, his expression unchanged, but his gaze flickered between the curry and the window several times, as if calculating the shortest escape route from his seat to the door. Ningxiai, aren't you eating? Xiaoli asked, mumbling with curry in his mouth. I'm not hungry, Ningxiai said. Have a little, Granny Sancho urged, holding out the ladle to him. I put in less chili this time. Ningxiai looked at the black curry in the ladle, paused for 2 seconds, then took the ladle. He took a couple of bites. His entire face instantly turned pale. Is it good? Xiaoli asked. Ningxi's eyes were wide open, but he said nothing. Xiaoli exclaimed, oh no. Ningxiai has fainted. Sato Fan also took a taste. Granny Sancho looked at him, beaming. Do you like it? It's pretty good, Sato Fan said with difficulty, nodding. Then eat more, Granny Sancho said, happily turning back to the kitchen and bringing out another pot. Sato Fan put down his chopsticks and quickly stood up. You guys keep eating. I'll go out for a look around. Sato, where are you going? Xiaoli asked, his mouth full of rice. To familiarize myself with the surrounding terrain and situation. Wait for me here. Sato Fan picked up his coat and headed for the door. The mission scroll from Lady Tsunade stated that the Kurokawa clan had occupied the Sorrel Gold Mine. The mine's location was marked on the map, but there was no information on which direction to approach, from how many guards were stationed or where Rail lived. Lu Zhu, though a miner, only knew where he had been imprisoned, not the full picture of the Kurokawa clan. Sato Fan needed to investigate on his own. Normally Ningxiai would be the best for this, but he was unconscious and Sato Fan wasn't eager to eat more of that curry either. He walked for about a quarter of an hour before seeing the mine entrance. The mine entrance was halfway up the mountain, a large opening wide enough for 2 mine carts to enter side by side. Outside, several piles of, or were stacked with a few mine carts parked nearby. Several men in black clothes sat on rocks by the entrance playing cards. Members of the Kurokawa clan. Sato Fan crouched in the bushes. He couldn't see clearly from this distance, but he could roughly count the number. 5 men outside the entrance, and an unknown number inside. He didn't approach recklessly, simply memorized the location, then retreated up the mountain, circling around to the top of the mine. From above he could see the entire layout of the mine. The entrance, the mine carts, the ore yard, and a row of wooden houses that were likely the Kurokawa clan's residence. Earth release, earth submerging technique. Zwitting Fan emerged from the earth, standing frozen in place. He had used subterranean navigation to infiltrate from the rear of the mine, bypassing the Black Spade family members playing cards at the entrance. He had expected a dark, narrow tunnel filled with whip-wielding overseers and weary miners. Yet what unfolded before him was a vast, brilliantly lit cavern. The cavern soared at least a dozen meters high, its expanse rivaling the square of mile. Dozens of oil lamps hung on the walls, their flames dancing, illuminating the entire space, as if it were daylight. A peculiar scent hung in the air like metal heated to a high temperature. In the deepest recess of the cavern a mountain loomed. A mountain of gleaming gold. Neatly stacked gold bricks formed orderly arrays rising from the ground to nearly twice the height of a man. The surface of the gold bricks reflected the lamplight, bathing the entire cavern in a dazzling golden hue. Beside them lay a pile of slightly lower purity placer gold, even taller than the brick stack, its rough grains glinting with a muted luster in the light. Zwitting Fan rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, certain he was not dreaming. No illusion. This was real gold. He approached the pile of bricks and reached out to touch them. They were cool, heavy, and so smooth, they almost reflected a person's image. He picked up one brick, hefting it in his hand. There were at least 100 bricks stacked here. Just these gold bricks alone weighed over 2 tons. The adjacent pile of placer gold was even larger, loosely heaped, roughly estimated at 7 to 8 tons. What did a ton of gold mean? Zwitting Fan quickly calculated in his mind. According to the official exchange rate of the Naruto World, 1 tael was about 10 yen. So this ton of gold would be. In Naruto World currency, 1 ton of gold was worth at least 10 million taels. The gold bricks before him plus the placer gold were worth at least 1 billion taels. 1 billion. Zwitting Fan leaned against the pile of bricks, taking several deep breaths, yet his heart still raced, as if it would leap from his chest. Mother. In 2 lifetimes he had never seen so much money. Enough to buy 30 heads of Asuma. He took the sealing scroll from his backpack. Fortunately, he had the habit of carrying a few sealing scrolls. He unraveled the scroll's sealing formula-channeled chakra, and the seal patterns on the scroll's surface began to glow. He aimed the scroll at the pile of bricks, guided his chakra, and the bricks were drawn into the scroll one by one. After the bricks, the placer gold could not be wasted. The cavern fell into dead silence, leaving only the faint flicker of dozens of oil lamps on the walls. Not a single grain of gold remained on the ground, clean as if nothing had ever happened. Zwitting Fan sat on the ground, panting heavily. 1 billion taels. On his back, on his heart. Now he understood why Wang Duoy's legs went weak when he suddenly inherited 10 billion. With so much gold, why did Haishu Leia gather his forces here, forcing miners to dig and smelt? The original story never mentioned him having so much gold. An ordinary rogue ninja building an empire here. This was not something a psychotic who loved funerals would do. There was a hidden story. Zwitting Fan took a deep breath, activated subterranean navigation again, and slipped back the way he came. When he emerged from the mine, the sunlight made him squint. He crouched behind a bush on the slope, looking toward the mine entrance. The crowd outside the entrance had grown. Not the card players, a large group of people. Black-clad members of the Black Spade family formed a circle. In the center stood several people in miners' clothes, hands tied behind their backs, kneeling on the ground. Was that the guide miner Lu Zhu? Lu Zhu knelt at the front, head bowed, a wooden plaque hanging around his neck, inscribed with the word. Several other miners knelt beside him, their faces full of terror. A young man in a gray coat stood before Lu Zhu holding a kunai, muttering to himself. Then he prepared to place Lu Zhu into a coffin, and a group of people carried it up the mountain. Zwitting Fan did not move. In the original story, Leia only appeared after Lu Zhu was rescued. Actually, he could not remember clearly. He only recalled when he saw the group preparing to hold a funeral for Lu Zhu. After walking a distance, he saw 4 figures burst out of the woods. It was Mingren and his team. Ningxis Byakugan fully activated, he slapped away Lan Wan's kunai with a single palm strike. Tian's shuriken flew in from the side, taking down 2 Black Spade members. Xiao Li's fist slammed into the ground, cracking the earth, and sending the remaining few staggering. Mingren stood at the front, hands on his hips, and shouted loudly, "We are from the My Ninja Village. Sent to subdue the Black Spade." Zwitting Fan withdrew his hand from the kunai. They were all small fry, temporarily safe, no need to rush out. Ningxis gentle fist acupoint striking Tian's long-range suppression, Xiao Li's close quarters taijutsu. The 3 of them worked together flawlessly. Though the Black Spade family members were numerous, they were all ordinary people, at most knowing some crude ninjutsu. They were no match for Ningxi and the others. Zwitting Fan crouched behind the bushes, watching as Ningxi and his team easily took down the Black Spade members. Lu Zhu was rescued, his ropes were cut, the plaque removed, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "I'm sorry, I just thought my friend might still be alive, so I wanted to come save him." "It's okay, I understand." Mingren seemed moved, his voice softer than usual. Lu Zhu looked up at Mingren, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Li was lecturing Shanzhen Pepper's son, whom Zwitting Fan had no memory of. Apparently the boy had joined the Black. Zwitting Fan still did not come out to join them. Leia had not yet appeared. Zwitting Fan needed to wait for Leia to appear, wait for Mingren and the others to engage him, wait until Leia's attention was fully absorbed, then strike from the shadows for a decisive blow. What did it matter if Lan Wan's red eye saw? They could win in a frontal fight, and now there was him added. A threat in the shadows would force divided attention. He was effectively joining the pincer attack. Suddenly, a mist descended. Hidden mist technique. Here it comes. The mist concealment technique spread out thick white fog, rising like a wall from all directions, instantly engulfing the entire hillside. Visibility plummeted from several dozen meters to less than 2, leaving even the nearby trees as mere blurred outlines. Tian's voice drifted through the mist, now near, now far, as if distorted by something. Ningxis shouts also echoed in the fog, but the words were indistinguishable. Zwitting Fan crouched behind the bushes, motionless. Haishu Leia would surely strike at Mingren and the others first. Although they were blinded, Ningxis Byakugan could pierce the fog, so they should not be caught off guard. Sounds of combat emerged from the mist. The clang of kunai, the dull thud of fists striking flesh, and Haishu Leia's signature, wild laughter reverberated, shifting left and right, near and far like a wandering specter. Zwitting Fan pressed his hand against the kunai holstered at his waist. Lightning released chakra flowed slowly within his body, ready to burst forth at any moment. A muffled groan came from the mist. It was Xiao Li's voice, as if struck by something. Then Tian called out, "Ningxi." The voice was urgent. A crackling burst of lightning followed the white fog, flickering with light and shadow like the sky before a storm. Haishu Leia's laughter grew louder, mingling with the crackling of electric currents. Zwitting Fan recognized it. Haishu Leia was using a lightning release technique, ninja art lightning ball, condensing lightning into a sphere and launching it powerful enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious. A series of crackling sounds came from the mist, followed by a heavy thud. The fog dissipated. Someone had interrupted He Chu Lei Ya's mist concealment technique. Through the gap in the bushes, Zhuo Tengfan saw Xiao Li standing in the center of the clearing, smoke rising from his body, his clothes scorched black in several places. He glanced at He Chu Lei Ya's position, then charged forward without hesitation. He didn't aim with his eyes, didn't judge the direction. He simply relied on muscle memory, throwing a fist straight at He Chu Lei Ya's face. He Chu Lei Ya clearly hadn't expected this move. He instinctively leaned back, dodging the fist, but Xiao Li's second punch was already on its way. That punch landed solidly on He Chu Lei Ya's chest. He grunted, staggered back 2 steps, spun his lightning blade in his hand, and slashed at Xiao Li with sparks flickering along the edge. Xiao Li did not dodge, he took the blow heat-in. The lightning blade cut into his arm, the electric current surging through his body. He trembled all over, his knees buckling, and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Li! Tian cried out. Ning Sis Byakugan was still being disturbed by Lan Wan, showing only false meridian phantoms. He closed his eyes, relying solely on hearing and instinct to determine the enemy's position. He struck a palm toward He Chu Lei Ya's back. He Chu Lei Ya sidestepped and Ning Sis' hand grazed his shoulder, hitting nothing but air. He Chu Lei Ya spun around, sweeping his lightning blade toward Ning Sis' waist. Ning Si leaped to avoid it, the blade's edge passing beneath his feet, and lightning blasted a crater into the ground. Now, seizing the moment before He Chu Lei Ya could muster new strength, Zhuo Tengfan used the submarine technique to rush forward. Lan Wan quickly warned, "He's underground, He Chu Lei Ya." But it was too late. 2 hands had already grabbed He Chu Lei Ya's legs. Earth released decapitation technique. Half of He Chu Lei Ya's body sank into the ground. He reacted instantly, stabbing both blades into the earth and releasing electric current. Zhuo Tengfan had to withdraw, but it was enough. Ming Ren, Xiao Li shouted. Ming Ren understood, immediately condensed a Rinnegan and struck the immobilized He Chu Lei Ya, sending him tumbling off the cliff. Zhuo Tengfan emerged from the ground. He stared at the direction of the cliff, silent for a long time. He Chu Lei Ya was dead, just like that. He had been lying in ambush all this time, only to play a supporting role, without even needing to strike. The enemy was at most a special Jonin level. Is this all the 7 swordsmen of the mist can do? At the bottom lay a stretch of rubble-strewn shore littered with broken stones, and weeds, the air thick with the musty smell of dampness. He Chu Lei Ya lay in a pile of rocks, his lightning blade still raised in his hand, faint sparks lingering on the edge. Zhuo Tengfan used the submarine technique to approach. Zhuo Tengfan walked over, crouched down, and checked the pulse. No signs of life. He was truly dead. He stood up and grasped the hilt of the lightning blade. The lightning on the blade flickered, as if resisting or testing. Lightning-released chakra flowed from his palm into the blade. It let out a low hum, and the lightning flared up again, crawling along the edge with a crackling sound. Zhuo Tengfan pulled the lightning blade from the ground. The blade was heavy, much heavier than an ordinary kunai. It had serrated edges glinting coldly, and the hilt was wrapped in black anti-slip cord, comfortable to hold. There were 2 fan-shaped protrusions on the front and back of the blade. He spun it in his hand, the blade carving an arc in the air, lightning jumping along the edge with a crisp sound. Lightning blade fan. Zhuo Tengfan tucked the lightning blade behind his waist and turned back. After a few steps he stopped, looked back at He Chu Lei Ya's corpse. It lay on the rocky shore, already stiffening. He went over to search the body. He found a book, Lightning Blade Technique. Sure enough, for a ninja such items must be kept on the person. There was also a letter. Zhuo Tengfan opened the envelope, read it, and let out a sigh. As expected, it wasn't that simple. He Chu Lei Ya had accumulated much ill repute in the village, so Mizuki's Shirtsong gave him a secret mission to leave under the guise of a rogue ninja, go to the country of rivers, and manage the mining and smelting at the Sorrel Gold Mine, a famous gold mine, to provide funds for a certain organization. Now Mizuki's Shirtsong was under the control of Yuji Bodai too. It went without saying who the funds were for. Xiao, seems like I've gotten into trouble. Zhuo Tengfan gave a bitter smile. If Jiao Du found out that the organization's money was gone, with his money-grubbing nature, wouldn't he come after me? Suddenly footsteps sounded in the distance. Zhuo Tengfan quickly hid. He saw Shan Jiao Papa's son, Xinz, carrying Lan Wan on his back as he walked over. What are these 2 doing here? Zhuo Tengfan crouched behind a boulder, holding his breath. Xinzi and Lan Wan walked from the other end of the Luan Shirtan. Lan Wan moved very slowly, still trembling, pale-faced, and appeared extremely weak. Xinzi supported him step by step as they approached Lia's corpse. Lan Wan's voice was even softer, as if squeezed from his throat. Lia. Lan Wan's voice was even softer, as if squeezed from his throat. Lia. He is not a bad person, and without him what meaning is there in my living? Xinzi said nothing more. The 2 arrived beside Lia's corpse. Lan Wan crouched down, his hands trembling, tears falling, striking Lia's chest, and flowing down along his clothes. Lia, I won't let you die. Lan Wan closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and a faint white light began to emanate from his palms. The light was very dim, like fireflies flickering on and off. Zhuo Tengfan's eyes narrowed slightly. The red, I had this ability. Was it mentioned in the original story? Lan Wan's red eye glowed chakra gathered in his palm, and the white light grew brighter. The radiance enveloped Lan Wan's hands as they moved toward Haishu Lia's corpse. Zwitting Fan's heart leaped. Was he saving a person? No, was he saving a corpse? Lia was already dead. No breath, no heartbeat, no pulse. What was Lan Wan doing? Closer and closer. Could wait no longer. Zwitting Fan rushed out from behind the boulder, employing the body flicker technique combined with the lightning release chakra mode, pushing his speed to the limit. His figure left an afterimage in the air appearing behind Lan Wan, and he reached out to grab Lan Wan's wrist. Enough. What are you doing? Lan Wan's eyes snapped open, and white light burst from his palms. Instead of shooting toward Lia, it flowed along Zwitting Fan's arm, and surged into his body. Zwitting Fan's body froze. It was that light. A light carrying an indescribable power, warm and gentle like the spring sun, like a winter hot water bottle. The power surged from his arm, flowing through his meridians throughout his body, to his limbs, to his chest, to his dantian. Zwitting Fan's chakra was skyrocketing. The previously calm chakra seemed ignited, boiling within his body, raging through his meridians like a flood breaching a dam. His body began to heat up, fine beads of sweat emerging on his skin. The sweat evaporated into white mist, enveloping his entire form. Let me go. Lan Wan struggled, but his body was too weak. His wrist was held by Zwitting Fan, and he could not break free. The white light still poured from his palm, and chakra continued to be channeled into Zwitting Fan. Lan Wan collapsed weakly to the ground, unconscious. Zwitting Fan gritted his teeth. The power of the white light within him was too strong, so strong that his muscles spasmed and his joints stiffened. He felt his body expanding, not physically but chakra accumulating within, piling up to the point his meridians could barely withstand it. His head ached, his temples throbbed, and darkness flickered before his eyes. The lightning blade, Kiba, quivered at his waist. Instinctively, Zwitting Fan drew the lightning blade, and chakra surged into the sword. The lightning on the blade flickered. The lightning blade vibrated, as if in resonance, summoning something. Zwitting Fan looked up and saw something flashing in the clouds. Lightning. Silver-white lightning darted through the dark clouds like glowing serpents, writhing, leaping, and colliding within the cloud layer. He raised the lightning blade above his head. Lightning struck down. 3 silver-white bolts simultaneously struck the blade of the lightning blade. The lightning traveled along the blade to Zwitting Fan's arm, then to his entire body. The lightning release chakra mode activated automatically. Lightning danced on his skin, crackling, merging with the current of the Zwitting Fan's body began to tremble. The electric current stimulated his muscles, nerves, and bones. The lightning's current was too strong, so strong that his body teetered on the edge of its limit, oscillating back and forth. The lightning blade filtered a portion, the lightning release chakra mode absorbed a portion, and the white light transformed a portion. The 3 forces intertwined, collided, and merged within his body. Chakra skyrocketed. 1-fold, 2-fold, 2-fold, 2.5-fold. Stop. Zwitting Fan gritted his teeth and thrust the lightning blade into the ground. The blade pierced the rock, and lightning spread along the ground, blasting open cracks. The lightning ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again shone on the Luan Shirtan, illuminating Zwitting Fan. His clothes were scorched black in several places, and there were a few red burn marks on his skin, but his eyes were very bright, much brighter than usual. Shinzi scrambled up from the ground, supporting Lan Wan, and looked at Zwitting Fan in terror, her eyes filled with fear. Who? Zinz's voice trembled. She had never met Zwitting Fan before, and did not know who he was. Zwitting Fan did not answer. He looked down at his own hand, clenched his fist, released it, then clenched again. His power was at least twice as great as before, and his chakra was more than triple. The lightning release chakra mode was still active, not maintained by his will, but automatically by his body. Lightning danced on his skin, as steady as breathing. He withdrew the lightning release chakra mode, and the lightning slowly dissipated. You may leave, Zwitting Fan said. You're not going to kill us. Why would I kill you? I only stopped this kid because he wanted to save Haishu Lia. Zwitting Fan sheathed the lightning blade behind his waist. Haishu Lia is already dead. If you want to live, leave here. The farther the better. Shinzi was silent for a moment, then helped Lan Wan stand, and turned to leave. Their backs grew smaller and smaller on the Luan Shirtan, eventually disappearing around a bend in the mountain path. Zwitting Fan stood still. He looked down at his body. His clothes were scorched black in several places, and there were a few burn marks on his skin. But within his body there was an indescribable new power. He drew the lightning blade. Lightning danced on the blade, brighter than before, and its sound was crisper. He casually swung it. The lightning traced an arc in the air, blasting a crack in the ground. Its power was at least double that of a ninjutsu he had previously released. So strong. Now he could beat his former self into the ground. Had he broken through to Jonin? Probably not yet, but he definitely had the combat power of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Moreover, his body felt so comfortable. The hidden injuries from previous training seemed to have healed. In the original story, Lan Wan used this technique to revive the dead or dying. Haishu Lia. Lia was resurrected on the spot, full of vigor, and even powered up to overwhelm the 4 young ninjas who had been dominating him. This shows how powerful this force is. Zhuoting Fan was not severely injured. He received this power with a complete body. Zhuoting Fan sheathed the lightning blade behind his waist and turned to climb up the cliff. As he climbed, Mingren and the others were still standing at the cliff's edge. Tian was the first to see him, and her eyes lit up. "Captain, where did you go? Are you alright? What was that thunder just now?" "It's nothing." Zhuoting Fan patted the dust off his clothes. "The lightning blade Kiba suits my affinity. I tested its power when I took the blade." Shaoli jumped down from a rock, walked up to Zhuoting Fan, and looked him over. "Zhuoting, you seem to have gotten stronger." "Really?" Zhuoting Fan smiled. "What was this beastly intuition?" "Yes," Shaoli said seriously. Zhuoting Fan did not respond. "Let's go return to report the mission." The group headed toward Shanjiao Popo's curry shop. Zhuoting Fan walked at the back, his hand on the lightning blade at his waist, the black cord on the hilt entwined between his fingers. This time, besides the lightning blade Kiba, there was such an unexpected bonus. Not only had his strength increased, but he had also successfully prevented the boss' second phase resurrection battle. Not only had his strength improved considerably, but he had also made a huge profit. He'd have to consider how to deal with that gold. When they returned to the curry shop, Grandma Shanjiao had already prepared dinner. It was not curry. Ning Xi let out an obvious sigh of relief, and though his face remained expressionless, the speed at which he picked up vegetables was notably faster than usual. Tian sat beside Zhuoting Fan, pouring him a cup of tea with a face full of tenderness. "Captain, how did your clothes tear? Do you need me to mend them for you?" Both Ning Xi and Shaoli were stunned into expressive faces. They exchanged a glance. Was this really the tomboy Tian? They didn't know, but it seemed she had taken a liking to Captain Zhuoting. Oh, Tian has also found the vitality of youth. Without a word, the two seemed to communicate a great deal. It happened while testing the blade. Zhuoting Fan took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Tian." Shaoli sat across from him, stroking his chin, his gaze fixed on Zhuoting Fan with an indescribable expression. Zhuoting Fan felt uneasy under his stare and put down his chopsticks. "Shaoli, what are you looking at?" "Zhuoting, you have truly become stronger." Shaoli said seriously. "When you came up from the cliff, just now your chakra felt completely different from before. Now you give me a dangerous vibe." "You're exaggerating." Zhuoting Fan laughed. "I just got a suitable weapon." Shaoli's intuition was not off. The white light from Lan Wan combined with the lightning of the Thunderblade had enhanced Zhuoting Fan's strength, but temporarily lowered his chakra control to the extreme. Shaoli was not a sensory ninja, and could only rely on instinct, and Ning Xi would not deliberately use his Byakugan to spy on a teammate. Otherwise they would have detected the surging chakra within Zhuoting Fan at that moment. He could feel his body lighter than before, his muscles bursting with greater power, and this life force still lurked within, waiting for him to further unearth it. Grandma Shanjiao came out from the kitchen carrying a plate of pickled radish and placing it on the table. "Finish eating and rest early. You still have to travel later." "Grandma XINZ." Tian put down her chopsticks. He left. Grandma Shanjiao's voice was very calm. He took that boy named Lan Wan and said he wanted to find a place to start over. Don't you blame him? Grandma Shanjiao was silent for a moment. What good would blaming him do? He's my son, could I kill him? It's good for a young man to go out and explore. He'll take good care of this place, so he'll have somewhere to come back to. She turned and went back into the kitchen, the cloth curtain swaying a few times behind her before slowly coming to a stop. No one spoke again. After finishing their meal, they each returned to their rooms. Zhuoting Fan had not expected XINZ to take Lan Wan away. He had originally planned to bring Lan Wan back. The boy's red-eye ability was impressive, and although his body was weak, the village had Tsunade, the best doctor in the current ninja world. He also wondered if the life-saving ability could be used again, but it seemed unlikely. Judging by Lan Wan's condition at the time, the white light had been absorbed by him, and the red eye had dimmed. Letting him go was fine. It was good that he could live his own life. After all, a new Kekkei Genkai returning to Konoha might easily attract unwanted attention. He touched the Thunderblade at his waist. That was the true objective of this journey. He had also finished reading the Thunderblade technique. There wasn't much to it, just the method of using the Thunderblade channel lightning nature chakra into the blade and strike the sky to summon natural lightning for attack, allowing for infinite lightning release with almost no cost during thunderstorm weather, and also amplifying lightning nature chakra to strike enemies as lightning. A low-end Qilin and Chidori stream. With this he could achieve the effect of Chidori stream without needing to master nature transformation first. More than a blade, the Thunderblade was like a staff perfectly suiting his style. Who would willingly engage in close combat when they could be a noble mage flinging skills? Previously he lacked both chakra and offensive means, but now he lacked nothing. It was a pity that Kakashi had not yet removed his Sharingan and developed the purple lightning that could sustain chakra. The next morning the group bid farewell to Grandma Shanjiao and set off on the road back to Konoha. After nearly a day's travel, the walls of Konoha appeared in the distance before nightfall. The Hokage rock on the wall glowed with a dark red hue under the setting sun. Once inside the village, Zhuo Fan told Tian Ning Ci, Xiao Li and Naruto to go rest first while he went to the Hokage building to submit the mission report. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was reviewing documents. Feng Shun and Lei Shin sat at the door, each holding a rice ball and eating heartily. How did these two always end up eating whenever they met? Seeing Zhuo Fan enter, Tsunade put down her pen, leaned back in her chair, and let her gaze linger on him before moving to the thunderblade at his waist. Thunderblade. You got it. Got it. Zhuo Fan drew the thunderblade from his waist and placed it on the desk. Tsunade glanced at it. Where's Heichu Leia? Dead. Tsunade nodded. Alright, what else is there? Zhuo Fan took a sealing scroll from his backpack and placed it on the desk. Tsunade looked at the scroll, then at Zhuo Fan. What is this? Gold. Gold from the Zhu Jiangchao Gold Mountain. Zhuo Fan said. The Heicho family had hoarded a large amount of gold in the mine. I discovered it when I infiltrated and brought it all back using the sealing scroll. Tsunade squinted. How much? All of it. Zhuo Fan pushed the scroll forward. The scroll contains at least 1 ton of gold bars and 7 or 8 tons of gold dust. Tsunade's eyes instantly gleamed with golden light. Jing Yin quickly tried to dissuade her. Lady Tsunade, this is the village's money. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling Jing Yin to be quiet. What do you plan to do with this gold? Hand it over to the village. Zhuo Fan said. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Such a large amount. You're willing to part with it. I have no use for this gold. But I have a condition. Zhuo Fan's voice was very calm. My thunderblade was captured from Heichu Leia. If the Mist Village comes looking for trouble, I want the village to withstand the pressure. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then laughed. You are quite straightforward. Even if you didn't give it, the village would always be your... Zhuo Fan pretended to be moved. Besides, this gold is a hot potato. The Heicho family wasn't smelting gold for themselves. They were providing funds for someone else. Tsunade's smile faded. Who? I don't know. Zhuo Fan handed over the letter he had found on Heichu Leia. There was a letter on Leia written by the Mizukage Shirtsong. The letter said that Shirtsong ordered him to operate as a rogue ninja in the Chuanjigua region, and all the gold from the Zhujiang Chao Gold Mountain was to be used to fund a certain organization. Tsunade took the letter and read it from beginning to end. The handwriting was messy, but the content was clear. It instructed Heichu Leia to transport the refined gold every month through specific channels, and the recipient was signed with only one word: Beidou. Tsunade placed the letter on the desk and tapped her fingers lightly on the envelope twice. She was silent for a long time. The village accepts this gold. It will be used for village reconstruction and can sustain operations for 2 months. You have rendered great merit. Do you have any other requests? The Thunderblade is your trophy. No one can take it away. And you are a Konoha ninja. If the Mist Village wants it back, they'll have to weigh Konoha's strength. She turned around, exuding a domineering aura. Looking at Zhuo Fan, she said, but remember, aside from you and me, no third person should know about this gold. It stays out of the records. Understood. Jing Yin, holding Tun, silently wept on the side. Am I not a person? Speak, what do you need? A ninjutsu, or a secret technique? You can choose anything from the sealing book. Anything. Anything. Sato Bon's mind raced. The ninjutsu on the sealed scroll, the forbidden techniques left by the second Hokage, contained the strength techniques and secret arts accumulated by Konoha over generations. Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Dead Demon, Consuming Seal, Impure World Reincarnation. Any one of them could tip the scales of battle. But he didn't voice it because all of them required too much skill, and the one he craved most, Impure World Reincarnation, wasn't Orochimaru's modified version. He looked up at Tsunade. Her gaze was serious, no jest in it. Gold worth several billion Ryo could keep Konoha running at full capacity for 2 months. 2 months were enough for the village to emerge from the third shadow for the Jonin, to complete high-intensity missions and restore the village's combat strength for Tsunade to solidify her seat as Hokage. Such a feat in exchange for a forbidden technique was not excessive. Lady Tsunade, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu from you. Tsunade blinked. She had imagined what Sato Bon would ask for. Lightning release, earth release, higher-level sealing techniques, even summoning technique. But medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. Are you sure? Yes. Sato Bon said, my strength is lacking. Actually, I've always wanted to become a medical ninja to work in Konoha Hospital and heal our comrades. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then laughed. You lack strength. A Chunin leading 4 genin to hunt down the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, escaping unscathed, and even capturing one of the 7 swords, Kiba, and now you tell me you lack strength. Lady Tsunade, I was just lucky. Sato Bon grinned sheepishly. You know Raiga Kurisuki's ability. He's the weakest of the 7 and mentally unstable. Any normal jonin, and I wouldn't have had it so easy. Tsunade didn't respond. Do you know the mortality rate of medical ninjas? Sato Bon paused. Medical ninjas don't go to the front lines, so the mortality rate. Who told you that? Tsunade turned around. Medical ninjas are the most dangerous. On the battlefield, the enemy's first target is always the medical ninja. Kill the medic and the wounded on the other side go untreated. So medical ninjas are hunted, targeted, and focused from the very start. She walked back and sat across from Sato Bon. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds then sighed. Are you truly sure? I am. Of course, if I have no talent, Lady Tsunade can transfer me back to logistics. Consider the mission reward already given. I just want a chance. Sato Bon had thought it through before returning. He had kept a ton of gold, a cube of 37 centimeters for himself, and money was no longer a pressing issue. Moreover, there were few ways to increase strength with money anymore. He had full defensive gear and weapons, and enough ninjutsu and secret techniques. So the lucrative logistics job now felt like a chicken rib. Besides, he had already caught Tsunade's attention. She kept assigning him missions every now and then. Did it even matter if he was in logistics or not? Ramura's crimson eye could create a phantom vein out of thin air, fooling even the Byakugan. It likely belonged to the realm of yang release. If he had been transformed by that power, could he also go far in medical ninjutsu? And ultimately the goal was Tsunade's 100 healings. That was the true immortality cheat. In the original story, Tsunade survived, even with a pierced heart. Tsunade said nothing. She stood up, walked behind her desk, pulled out a sheet of paper from a drawer, and tossed it before Sato Bon. Place your hand on it. Earth and lightning affinity. Not testing affinity. Testing your chakra control precision. Tsunade took out another sheet from the drawer and placed it on the table. This paper has 360 tiny holes, each only the size of a needle tip. Use chakra to seal the paper, and don't let any hole leak air. Sato Bon picked up the paper and examined it. It was white, thin as a cicada's wing, and against the light he could see densely packed tiny holes. He took a deep breath, channeled his chakra, and released it from his palm, spreading it evenly over the paper's surface. Back in his student days, without other means to grow stronger, he had only trained throwing techniques and chakra control to death. This was no challenge. Moreover, after the chakra mode and life force transformation, his initial loss of control over the past 2 days was just a reaction to the sudden surge. Now his reflexes and control had only improved. Tsunade glanced at it and nodded. Chakra control precision upper level. Enough for a medical ninja. She stood up, walked to the bookshelf, pulled out a thin scroll, and tossed it to Sato Bon. This is the foundation of medical ninjutsu, the theory and training method of the mystical palm technique. Take it home and study it. Come see me when you're done. If you can master it within a month, it'll take you on. Sato Bon took the scroll. It was thin with the words, mystical palm technique, on the cover. He bowed and turned to leave. Continue handling the liaison with Hayakawa Trading Company. Here at the hospital you'll come in as an intern. Your salary and continue handling the liaison with Hayakawa Trading Company. Here at the hospital you'll come in as an intern. Your salary and benefits remain unchanged. Sato Bon paused. Then my position. Chunin of the supply department, concurrently a medical intern at Konoha Hospital. Once you've proven your medical talent, they'll have Shizuno formally transfer you. Tsunade waved her hand. Go. Sato Bon stepped out of the Hokage building, stood on the steps, and took a deep breath. The night breeze carried the chill of early autumn. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, making the ground shine. He looked down at the scroll in his hand, then touched the lightning blade at his waist, feeling a surge of safety. Medical ninja. If not for this accident, he would never have imagined walking this path. Tsunade said medical ninjas were the most dangerous, but even battlefield medics had the rear lines and escort teams. Moreover, the life force within him, Ramura's white light combined with the lightning drawn by the lightning blade, that power still coursed through him. It was a power that could revive the dead far beyond the enhancements he had made waiting to be unearthed. As for the gold, he had been blinded by greed at first. But Raiga Kurisuki's letter had made him realize this money was too hot to handle. Akatsuki would surely investigate the trail of such a massive sum. By giving it to the village, he was just a chunin who had happened to intercept this fund, who told them to pick a psychopath who held funerals every day and let 3 civilians escape to Konoha for help. For now, Akatsuki couldn't move openly against Konoha. Besides, a ton was enough. That was about 10 billion ryo. Sato Bon stuffed the scroll into his backpack and walked toward home. He glanced back at the Hokage building. Tsunade's office was still lit. Her shadow was cast on the window, head bowed, as if she were reviewing documents. Being Hokage was exhausting. She carried the weight of the entire Leaf Village, had to deal with troublemakers like the 12 rookies, and there was Danzo of Root constantly eyeing the Hokage seat. Nobody had it easy. Whoever wanted the job could take it. He turned and kept walking. When he got home, Yuami Sato was already asleep. Midi Sato sat in the living room holding a newspaper, but not reading it. Hearing the door, he looked up. Back. Aren't you in logistics? Why have you been leaving the village so often lately? Midi Sato frowned, deep worry in his eyes. It won't be often anymore. Lady Tsunade values me. She's already arranged for me to be an intern at the hospital. Maybe you'll work there from now on. Midi Sato nodded, asking no more. He knew his child had grown up, and he couldn't interfere, but a parent's worry was innate. Sato Bon changed his shoes, took a shower, and returned to his room. Tomorrow he would seek Shizuno's help. He put the scroll back into his backpack, lay down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. Medical ninjutsu, mystical palm technique. Master it within a month. Tsunade's requirement wasn't high, but he couldn't take it lightly. The core of medical ninjutsu was chakra control. His precision was only at the upper level. He had to regain his previous control. The fact that he had recovered in just 2 days was thanks to the solid foundation he had built before. Sato Fan adjusted his breathing, reducing the amount of chakra by half. This time he did not exert force, instead he gently released chakra from his palm, letting it flow, like water, onto the fish's wound. Sato Fan adjusted his breathing, reducing the amount of chakra by half. This time he did not exert force, instead he gently released chakra from his palm, letting it flow, like water, onto the fish's wound. Yet grown softer, said Jingyin. Your chakra now is like commanding the cells to grow, not guiding them. You need to let the cells multiply on their own, not do it for them. The cells beneath the skin became active, dividing, growing, differentiating. A thin layer of transparent scales emerged from under the skin, then gradually the cells beneath the skin became active, dividing, growing, differentiating. A thin layer of transparent scales emerged from under the skin, then gradually hardened into a silvery white. Scales had grown. They were small, only the size of a grain of rice, but they were indeed scales. Progress, said Jingyin. But the shape is wrong and the color is off. You need to make the scales grow exactly as they were, not just any scale. Sato Fan nodded, returned the fish to the tank, and scooped out another one. He scraped the scales, placed the fish back in the petri dish, and used the mystical palm technique. This time he no longer deliberately controlled the amount of chakra, he simply focused on restoring the scales to their original state. Chakra flowed out naturally like a stream covering the wound. The cells beneath the skin began to divide. The rudiment of a scale appeared, then slowly grew into a complete scale, identical in size, shape, and color to the neighboring scales. The fish flicked its tail in the petri dish, as if to say, "Ah, that feels good." Jingyin approached, picked up the dish, and examined it against the light. The grain of the scale is correct, and the luster is right. Do you know how long you took? Didn't count. 40 minutes. I didn't expect you to learn this much in a week. Jingyin returned the fish to the tank. Lady Tsunade took half an hour back then, and I took a whole day. Your talent is quite remarkable, Satogan. Sato Fan was silent for a moment. He had indeed sensed it. When he used the mystical palm technique to repair the fish scale's life energy, seemed to assist him, divinely translating the theories Jingyin spoke of into something he could understand, like muscle memory. I felt it, said Sato Fan. Good, Jingyin replied. Jingyin took out another glass tank from the cabinet. Inside were several larger fish with golden scales looking quite precious. These fish are raised by Lady Tsunade. Be careful not to kill them. Each fish has a mark. You need to use the mystical palm technique to heal their old wounds. These injuries were left from previous experiments and never healed. If you can make them fully recover, you'll have mastered the basics of the mystical palm technique. Sato Fan scooped out a golden fish and placed it in the petri dish. There was an old scar on the fish's dorsal fin, clearly visible, as if it had been bitten by something. He placed his hand over the wound and activated the mystical palm technique. Chakra flowed from his palm, covering the scar. Don't rush, Jingyin said, holding a teacup beside him. Old wounds are harder to heal than new ones because scar tissue has formed and the cells have gotten used to that state. You need to use chakra to awaken them and make them start dividing again. Sato Fan adjusted the frequency of his chakra, making the fluctuations softer. The cells beneath the scar became active, dividing, growing, differentiating. New scales emerged from under the scar, pushing the old scar tissue away. The scales were golden, identical to the surrounding ones. The fish fluttered in the petri dish as if protesting being handled for too long. Jingyin came over, looked at the fish, and nodded. The wound healed perfectly without any scar. Your control over chakra is already quite stable. So can I be done? Sato Fan asked. Done with what? Jingyin glanced at him with a hint of irritation. The mystical palm technique is just the foundation of medical ninjutsu. You haven't even mastered the basics yet, and you want to graduate. Sato Fan was taken aback. Then what else do I need to practice? Practice non-contact. Jingyin put down her teacup, took a piece of paper from a drawer, and placed it on the table. Lady Tsunade's mystical palm technique can treat patients without touching them. Try it. Place your hand above this paper, and use chakra to tear it in half. No contact, just chakra. Once you can do that, you can learn the chakra scalpel next. Sato Fan placed his hand above the paper. Chakra flowed from his palm, covering the paper. The edges of the paper began to curl, but it didn't tear. He increased his chakra output, and the paper was flattened against the table. Not press but cut, Jingyin said. The healing principle of the mystical palm technique is to turn chakra into life signal. The cutting principle of the chakra scalpel is the same, turning chakra into a blade. Since you can already master life signals, blade shouldn't be difficult. Sato Fan adjusted the form of his chakra. The chakra gathered into a thin line in his palm. The line touched the edge of the paper, and the paper was cut, neatly as if by a knife. Sato Fan adjusted the form of his chakra. The chakra gathered into a thin line in his palm. The line touched the chakra thin line shot from his palm, hit the edge of the paper, and the paper was cut again, but the cut was a bit crooked. Take it slowly, Jingyin said. Every medical ninja builds up little by little. First practice to 10 centimeters, and within a month reach 20 centimeters. If you can do it, that's considered passing. Sato Fan nodded and continued practicing. Over the next week, Sato Fan spent every day in the hospital. But he still he was stuck. 10 centimeters was his limit. Any farther, and the chakra-thin line would scatter, unable to form a stable blade. He tried countless times, each ending in failure. Your chakra control precision isn't enough, Jing-in said, holding a notebook beside him. Non-contact chakra scalpel requires high-precision chakra to maintain the stability of the blade. Although your chakra precision has improved rapidly, it's still insufficient to support longer distances. Then what should I do? Keep practicing. There are no shortcuts. Jing-in closed the notebook. Sato Fan practiced for another 3 days. Finally, he managed to cut the paper at a distance of 20 centimeters without contact, though the cut was still a bit crooked and rough. Jing-in glanced at it, made a few notes in her notebook, then said, "All right. You've mastered the mystical palm technique and the chakra scalpel. Next up is practical application. The Konoha hospital receives injured patients every day. Starting tomorrow, you'll officially take on patients. Begin with minor injuries, take it slowly, and you'll be watching." The next day, Sato Fan began seeing patients. His first patient was a genin with a cut on his finger from a kunai. Sato Fan used the mystical palm technique to heal the wound. In less than 10 seconds, the wound closed, leaving no scar. The genin stared at his finger wide-eyed. The genin repeatedly thanked him. The second patient was a female chunin with an arm burned by an exploding tag, extensive skin burns. Sato Fan used the mystical palm technique to repair her wound. The burned skin slowly recovered, turning from charred black to dark red, then from dark red to pink. But the new pink skin only covered half the burned area. Your chakra coverage isn't enough, Jing-in said beside him. The area of one palm covers only half the burn. You need to adjust the position of your hand and treat it in 2 stages. Sato Fan adjusted the position of his hand and covered the area again. This time the chakra covered the entire burned region. The chunin's arm returned to its normal color, leaving no scar. "Thank you. Thank you," the female chunin exclaimed with excitement. Sato Fan steadied her. "You're welcome. Rest for 2 days at home and avoid strenuous exercise." The female chunin left. Jing-yi made a few notes in her notebook, then said, "You treated 10 patients today. 9 were fully healed, 1 partially. That partial case was because your judgment of the wound was not precise enough. You missed a torn ligament. I noticed. Good." Jing-in closed the notebook. "Continue tomorrow." 2 weeks later, Tsunade came for the assessment. She walked into Jing-in's office and saw Sato Fan treating an old wound on a golden fish. The scar on the fish's back gradually faded under his palm, finally disappearing completely, with new golden scales growing in its place. Tsunade said nothing, just stood by and watched. Sato Fan returned the fish to the tank, turned around, and saw Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, healed well," Tsunade said, walking to the table and picking up the fish to examine it. Jing-in said, "You mastered the mystical palm technique and chakra scalpel in 2 weeks. Yes. What about non-contact? How far can you do?" Sato Fan extended his hand palm up. Chakra gathered in his palm into a thin line, shooting toward the paper on the table. The paper was cut, the incision neat. The distance between his hand and the paper was 20 centimeters. Tsunade nodded. "From today, you are a medical intern at Konoha Hospital. Jing-in will handle the paperwork. Your salary will be at the level of a special jonin." Sato Fan was stunned. "Special jonin? Your combat ability already exceeds the chunin level," Tsunade said, returning the fish to the tank. "You've also entered the door of medical ninjutsu, giving you the treatment of a special jonin, and once you truly learn all medical ninjutsu, you'll be a full special jonin. That's not too much." Sato Fan bowed. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." "Don't thank me," Tsunade said, turning to leave. "Your chakra control precision is better than I expected, and your talent for medical ninjutsu is higher than anticipated. Practice hard and don't waste it." The door closed. Jing-in took out a document from her drawer and handed it to Sato Fan. "This is your ID. Starting tomorrow, you'll come to the hospital every morning, and your afternoons are free. I've already informed the supplies department." Sato Fan took the internship card and looked at it. The photo was still the one from his promotion to chunin, wearing a chunin vest with a serious expression. Below his name was a line, "Official Medical Ninja of Konoha Hospital." He put the card away and left the office. Sunlight streamed into the corridor, making the floor gleam. Another promotion. Time to treat Tian and the others to barbecue. Upon leaving the hospital, Sato Fan was in high spirits. He had been granted the status of a special jonin and was now a fully fledged medical ninja at the Muyi Hospital. In less than a year, he had risen from a freshly graduated genin to this position. As a ninja of common birth, achieving such a feat was a testament to his relentless efforts. He patted the wallet in his pocket. The reward from an rank mission had left him quite well off. Time to treat everyone to a meal. He first went to find Tian. Tian was at the weapons shop organizing the shelves. When she saw Sato Fan enter, she put down her work with a delighted smile. "Captain, what brings you here today? Are you looking for me? Are you free tonight? I'm treating you to grilled meat." Tian's eyes lit up. "You're treating a date?" I've joined the Muyi hospital as a full medical ninja. Just celebrating. Really? Tian walked over and gave him a once-over. When did you learn medical ninjutsu? Just recently. Lady Jing-in, Lady Tsunade's trusted secretary, taught me personally. Tian laughed. Then we definitely need to celebrate properly. Alright, I'll go call Ning Xiai and Shaoli. 6 o'clock at Grilled Meat Q. Tian froze instantly, so it wasn't just the two of them. Sato Fan then went to find Ming Ren. Ming Ren was at the training ground practicing the Rinnegan. His hands were covered in blisters. When he saw Sato Fan approach, he stopped. Sato, what brings you here? I'm treating you to grilled meat tonight. I've joined the Muyi hospital, celebrating. Ming Ren was taken aback. You're in the hospital? Are you injured? Not as a patient, but as a doctor. I've learned medical ninjutsu, and now I'm a medical ninja at the Muyi hospital. Ming Ren's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. You? A medical ninja? You can actually heal people, eh? Hold out your hand. Ming Ren extended his hand, and as a green glow emerged, the blisters on his palm healed rapidly. There, don't push yourself too hard. And don't forget, 6 o'clock. Ming Ren scratched his head and chuckled. Alright, I'll come. I've got nothing tonight anyway. Can I bring Shaoling? If you want to go ahead. Such a hopeless simp. Then I'll call her. Ming Ren turned and ran, but after 2 steps he spun back. What time was it again? 6 o'clock at Grilled Meat Q. At 6 in the evening in the private room of Grilled Meat Q, Sato Fan had just arrived. Ning Xiai and Shaoli were already there. The four had barely sat down when the door slid open and Ming Ren walked in followed by Shaoling. Sato, we're here. Ming Ren plopped down opposite Sato Fan, while Shaoling sat beside him and offered her thanks. Sato Fan picked up the menu. Let's order. The door slid open again. Ding Xiai poked his head and spotted Ming Ren, and his eyes gleamed. Ming Ren. Sato, you're here too. Ding Xiai, you're here for grilled meat too. Ming Ren stood up. I came with Lu Wan. Ding Xiai turned back and called out, Lu Wan, Ming Ren, and the others are here. Lu Wan strolled in through the doorway, hands in his pockets, his expression as languid as ever. There are so many people. Let's switch to a bigger room. Why switch? Let's just push the tables together. Ming Ren patted the seat beside him. Ding Xiai, sit here. Ding Xiai sat down without ceremony and immediately started flipping through the menu. Lu Wan took a seat next to Ning Xiai and nodded at Sato Fan. Sato, I heard you joined the Muyi hospital. Lu Wan cast him a glance and didn't press further. The door slid open yet again. He poked his head and saw the room full of people and froze for a moment. Lu Wan cast him a glance and didn't press further. The door slid open yet again. He poked his head and saw the room full of people and froze for a moment. Why are there so many people? You walked in followed by Chu Tian and Ji Nai. Chu Tian kept her head down, her cheeks flushed, and murmured a soft, excuse me, before taking a seat in the corner. Ji Nai slipped in silently and sat down without a sound, his presence so faint that the waiter almost missed him when taking orders. Chu Tian, sit over here. Shaoling patted the seat beside her. Chu Tian shuffled over and sat next to Shaoling, her eyes constantly stealing glances at Ming Ren. Ming Ren was busy wrestling the menu away from Ding Xiai and didn't notice at all. You joined the scuffle and the three of them were a chaotic mess. I want pork belly. Ding Xiai shouted. I want beef tongue. Ming Ren shouted. I want short ribs. You shouted. Lu Wan sighed. Will you three calm down? Order one at a time. Ning Xiai sat across from them watching the three fight over the menu, his cool demeanor betraying a hint of disdain. Shaoli sat beside Ning Xiai, arms crossed, his expression serious. A youth reunion should be full of energy. Tian poured a cup of tea for Sato Fan and whispered, Captain, is your wallet thick enough? Those guys have huge appetites. If you're short, I've got some. Oh, the aura of a little rich girl. Don't worry. This is our first get-together since graduation. I've got enough for everyone. Sato Fan raised his teacup and took a sip, smiling. The meat arrived. A full table piled high with plates stacked on plates. The grill sizzled with oil. Ding Xiai was the first to move, grabbing 5 slices of pork belly and laying them on the grill. He flipped them twice, picked them up, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. Delicious. Ming Ren and you refused to be outdone. Each grabbed a pile of meat, cramming the grill so full it was overflowing. That's mine. Ming Ren yelled. I grabbed it first. You yelled. Don't fight. There's plenty more. Ding Xiai mumbled, his mouth full of meat. Lu Wan picked up a slice of beef tongue, but before it was even fully grilled, a pair of chopsticks snatched it away. He looked at the three of them and sighed. Tian grilled the meat and handed a piece to Sato Fan. He leaned over to Ning Xiai and lowered his voice. Ning Xiai, did you see that? I saw it. Ning Xi's voice was calm. He leaned over to Ning Xiai and lowered his voice. Ning Xiai, did you see that? I saw it. Ning Xi's voice was calm. The Byakugan was burning with the flames of gossip. Jinai sat at the very edge, a plate of meat in front of him. He grilled slowly, ate slowly, his presence so faint that when the waiter came to add charcoal, he nearly mistook him for an empty chair. Sato Fan looked at the crowd around the table and suddenly smiled. It was a genuine, heartfelt joy. He recalled half a year ago when he was still a genin in charge of the warehouse. Back then he thought he would continue like this forever, hiding his talent, coasting through life, waiting for the Fourth Ninja World War to end, and then finding a quiet place to retire. But somehow, without realizing it, he had started fighting alongside his comrades, saving lives, and treating others to meals. He was no longer the invisible man hiding in the corner. He had friends, he had comrades. It was his strength that gave him the confidence to stand by their side. Otherwise, as an ordinary genin, he would have gone out of his way to avoid these children of fortune when taking on missions. Look at Kakashi. He took Ming-Rin and the others on strength missions without a second thought, while as a team leader, even a crank mission was a heart-pounding ordeal. He raised his teacup and stood up. Come, let me toast to all of you. To all of us. May we still be here in this same old place eating grilled meat together next year. Ming-Rin raised his teacup and stood up. Sato, when did you get so polite? You haven't even let me thank you for treating us. Tian raised her teacup and stood up. Captain, congratulations on your appointment at the Muyi Hospital. Ning Xiai raised his teacup and stood up. Congratulations. Shaoli raised his teacup and stood up. Sadakin, long live the youth of a medical ninja. Luwan raised his teacup and stood up. Congratulations. Ding Xiai, with meat still in his mouth, mumbled a congratulations, without pausing his chopsticks. You raised his teacup and stood up. Sato, you can heal injuries now. Then from now on, if I or Akamaru get hurt, well, come to you. You can all come to me if you're injured. It'll definitely heal you. Sato Fan patted his chest. Chu Tian held her teacup and whispered a soft congratulations, her face still flushed. Xiaoying also stood up and gave a small smile. Sadakin, congratulations. Jinai held his teacup without speaking, but he raised it high. A dozen cups clinked together, producing a crisp ringing sound. Cheers. The meat was finished, and they ordered 3 more rounds. Ding Xiai alone devoured 5 plates of pork belly, Ming-Rin 4 plates of beef tongue, and 3 plates of short ribs. When it came time to pay, Sato Fan pulled out his wallet and settled the bill. 68,000 Rio. Goodness, almost a third of it was quietly contributed by Chu Tian. The Crown Princess Dobe had such a talent. Maybe the Hyuga clan didn't feed her enough, which was why she seemed so weak as a child. Malnutrition. A small amount of money didn't bother him. What did this mean to him? He didn't care about money at all. The happiest time was still when he was in charge of the warehouse. After the meal, they stepped out of grilled meat queue. The night breeze brushed against them, carrying the coolness of early autumn. The streets were quiet, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. Ming-Ren let out a burp and patted his belly. Tian stood beside Sato Fan and said softly, Captain, I had a wonderful time today. Me too. Ning Xiai walked over and glanced at Sato Fan. Captain Sato, I'll head back now. Shaoli walked over and gave a thumbs up. Sadakin, keep training tomorrow. Alright. Ming-Ren, Chu Tian, Jinai, Xiaoying, Lu Wan, and Ding Xiai said their goodbyes and left one by one. Their figures disappeared around the street corner. Tian stood next to Sato Fan. They'll walk you home. Sato Fan turned to Tian. Tian smiled, then turned and started walking. Sato Fan followed her. Their shadows stretched long behind them. Over the course of more than a month, Sato Fan had firmly established himself at Konoha Hospital. Every morning, without fail, he would appear at the hospital, change into his white coat, don his forehead protector, and begin his rounds of consultations. Initially, he only dared to treat minor injuries, but then Shizen allowed him to try moderate wounds, and eventually, he even took on severely injured patients. Dr. Sato, the wound on bed 3 has reopened. Dr. Sato, the emergency room has a patient injured by lightning release. Dr. Sato, a young ninja, got himself blown up while playing with an explosive tag. As the number of patients increased, his mastery of the core medical ninjutsu, the mystical palm technique, reached perfection so much so that even Shizen marveled at his medical talent. Word spread among the ninja community that Konoha Hospital had gained a highly skilled medical ninja. Dr. Sato. Dr. Sato, Lady Tsunade requests your presence at the Hokage's office. This last statement was not from a nurse, but from Shizen. Sato Fan had just finished treating a patient, and his white coat was still stained with blood. Sato Fan was taken aback. Lady Shizen, what is it? You'll find out when you get there. Shizen handed him a folder. This is your monthly work report. Bring it along. Sato Fan took the folder, removed his white coat, changed into his Chunin vest, and left the hospital. Along the way, several Chunin he knew nodded to him in greeting, and he returned the gesture. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat behind her desk, a pile of documents spread before her. When she saw Sato Fan enter, she looked up and pointed to the chair opposite her. Sit. Sato Fan sat down and placed the work report on the desk. Tsunade did not look at it. Instead, she leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. You've performed well at the hospital. Shizen has told me everything. I was only doing my duty. Your duty? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You've treated over 70 patients in a month, 6 of them with severe trauma. You have fully met the qualifications of a medical ninja. Sato Fan remained silent, waiting for more. Your medical ninjutsu has improved rapidly, Tsunade said. Shizen tells me you've mastered the mystical palm technique, healing wound destruction, and the chakra scalpel. That's all thanks to your wisdom, Lady Tsunade, and Lady Shizen's excellent teaching, Sato Fan said humbly, waving his hand. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Tsunade's eyes were burning with intent. She had originally had no interest in taking disciples, finding it too troublesome. Not long ago, Sakura had begged her so earnestly that she had relented and accepted her, and she was still in the probationary period. Unexpectedly, Sato Fan had come from behind and displayed astonishing talent in medical ninjutsu. One sheep or two, it made no difference. Tsunade now had the mind to take him on as well. Sato Fan was stunned. Disciple? Yes, didn't you say last time you wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from me? Tsunade's face flushed slightly, and she frowned. She had taken the initiative to accept him as her student, yet this brat was still hesitating. Lady Tsunade, my master. Sato Fan quickly bowed. Initially, he had only wanted to learn a couple of medical ninjutsu and hide out at Konoha Hospital, contributing to the village while staying safe, never expecting that the life force transformation would be so powerful. His medical ninjutsu talent had actually led Tsunade to take him as her disciple. Such a strong leg to cling to. He had to hold on tight. Even the heavenly foot of pain couldn't kick him away. My techniques include the strength of 100 and the Byakugo series. Do you want to learn all of them or something else? Sato Fan stroked his chin. He had worked hard to cultivate lightning release and even obtained the lightning blade for that purpose. For now, he didn't lack offensive power. With his progress in medical ninjutsu, his fine-level chakra control had already allowed him to glimpse the Chidori, and he hadn't yet mastered the lightning blade techniques. As for the strength of 100, he wasn't sure if he had any talent for it. It felt too bold and didn't suit his style. Biting off more than one could chew was a risk. The Byakugo series, on the other hand, was a top-tier auxiliary secret technique, just like the lightning release chakra mode. The Byakugo series. What kind of techniques are they? Sato Fan feigned ignorance. Tsunade crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and spoke slowly, her tone carrying both the authority of a Hokage and a hint of pride. Listen well, kid. The Byakugo series is the masterpiece of my medical ninjutsu. The seal, this mark on my forehead. Ordinarily, I store a vast amount of chakra bit by bit in here. Accumulated over the years, the power I've saved is enough to turn the tide of battle. Without this, the rest of the series is out of the question. The Byakugo technique. It is the ultimate state of fully mastering and normalizing creation rebirth. With the seal, constantly released wounds heal automatically, chakra flows endlessly, no hand seals needed, no hesitation. As long as the Byakugo is active, you are effectively immortal. No matter how the enemy attacks, they cannot kill me. Sato Fan's heart raced with excitement. The ability of immortality, what a wonderful power. But the Byakugo technique is not something you can learn just by wanting to. Tsunade stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to him. It requires a massive accumulation of chakra, precise control over the body, the yang release nature, and a profound understanding of life. Your chakra reserves are sufficient, your control is adequate, you've practiced medical ninjutsu well, so yang release is certainly not a problem. As for your understanding of life, later you'll study under Shizun human anatomy, meridians, acupuncture points, internal organ locations, toxicology, pathology, and trauma management to build up your knowledge base. Sato Fan's smile froze. Did he have to go through graduate level studies just to learn a jutsu? Could he back out now? Tsunade saw his expression and couldn't help but chuckle, then turned serious. Since you are my disciple, you must study hard. If you disgrace me, The chair she was gripping shattered into pieces. Downstairs, Yamashiro Aoba and Izumo Kamizaki sighed. This was the 8th chair this month to be destroyed. Familiar with the routine, they brought in a new one and cleaned up the mess. Understood. A large bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as Sato Fan nodded repeatedly. Tsunade pulled a letter from her drawer and tossed it in front of him. Hayakawa Shosha has specifically requested you. Sato Fan picked up the letter and scanned it. The handwriting was Hayakawa Shimo's scrawled but clear in content. A request for Konoha to dispatch Chunin Sato Fan to the Hayakawa Shosha's Konoha office to discuss an urgent commission. Konoha's cooperation with the Hayakawa Shosha is going well. Since he specifically named you, I can't refuse. Clean yourself up and pay them a visit. Sato Fan asked, Lady Tsunade, what is it about? I don't know. He said it's a business secret, but since he's only calling for a Chunin, it can't be anything too serious. He promised a 20% discount on the next shipment if you resolve it for him. As my disciple, you should naturally contribute to the village. Go on. He had just become a disciple and was already being sold out. Looking at Tsunade, who was acting like a capitalist, he could only silently accept. Yes, master. Be careful. Tsunade glanced at him. Hayakawa Shimo may be a partner, but he is a merchant. In a merchant's eyes, there is only profit, no friends. If things look bad, look out for yourself. Understood. Sato Fan put the letter away, stood up, bowed, and left the office. Emerging from the Hokage building, Sato Fan headed straight to Konoha Hospital to request leave. Shizun was seated in her office, organizing medical records when he pushed the door open. She set down the folder in her hand casually and asked, Lady Tsunade summoned you. What was it about? She accepted me as her disciple. Shizun paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Congratulations. Lady Tsunade rarely takes on apprentices voluntarily. You're the second. The first was Sakura. The first was me. Shizun pointed at herself. Sakura is still under probation, She's not considered a formal disciple yet. You've overtaken her. With that, she pulled a thick notebook from her drawer and handed it over. This is the basics of human anatomy, meridians, acupoints, organ locations, plus toxicology, pathology, and wound treatment. Since she's taken you on, these are mandatory studies set by Lady Tsunade. Take it first, and come to me if you don't understand anything. Sato Fan took the notebook and flipped through it casually. The pages were filled with dense notes and hand-drawn anatomical diagrams. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Senior Sister Shizen, how long will it take to learn all this? Depends on your comprehension. This was all compiled by Lady Tsunade herself. It took me a full 2 years back then. Shizun gave him a thorough once-over and said bluntly, you have talent in medical ninjutsu, but there's no shortcut to theoretical knowledge. Memorize it thoroughly. Sato Fan stuffed the notebook into his backpack and let out a resigned sigh, then turned to business. By the way, I need to go on a mission. The Hayakawa Trading Company specifically requested me, and Lady Tsunade instructed me to head over. Understood. I'll arrange for someone to take over your current duties. After clarifying everything with Shizen, Sato Fan left the hospital and went straight home. Sato Yumiko was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen while Sato Ryo sat in the living room reading the newspaper. Hearing the door open, he immediately put down the paper and looked up. Why are you back so early today? I need to go on a mission. Came back to grab some things. What mission? Not sure yet. Lady Tsunade assigned it. Heading to the capital of the Land of Fire. Sato Ryo was silent for a moment, then simply warned in a deep voice, be careful in everything. Sato Fan nodded in acknowledgement, turned to his own room, closed the door, and bent down to drag out a sealing scroll from under the bed. With hand seals, he unsealed the scroll. The Tenku Ryuzo armor instantly covered his entire body. He fastened the Thunderblade Kiba wrapped in thick bandages to his waist. The blade had edges on both sides, making it difficult to carry, so he had to secure it tightly with bandages. Once fully prepared, he stepped out of the room. Sato Yumiko immediately poked her head out of the kitchen, still holding a spatula. Xiaofan, why not eat before you set off? No, I'm in a hurry. Then be extra careful on the road. Worry filled her eyes, and she couldn't help adding another reminder. It's just a business negotiation in the capital, not a combat mission. It's fine. Sensing her concern, Sato Fan reassured her gently. Sato Yumiko finally nodded and returned to the kitchen. Sato Ryo stood up, walked to the entrance, watched his son change shoes, and said in a low voice, come back early. Got it. Leaving the house, Sato Fan headed straight for the village gate. On the way, he encountered a few familiar chunin and exchanged nods with them. He didn't slow his pace and soon reached the village entrance. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kimizuki were on duty at the gate. Seeing him approach, Kotetsu waved first. Sato heading out on a mission. Yeah, here's the mission scroll. Sato Fan handed over the scroll. Izumo examined it carefully, stamped the clearance seal, and returned it. Safe travel. Sato Fan gave a nod of acknowledgement and walked out of Konoha's main gate. He quickened his pace away from the village, and only after confirming that no one was around did he stop and take a deep breath. This armor from the Land of Snow possessed an ability he had never tried before, flight. In addition to defense and chakra enhancement, it could soar through the air. Back then, Fuka's armor had the power of flight, and the set he now wore was the same model acquired from the bounty exchange. Sato Fan closed his eyes and slowly channeled his chakra into the armor. Instantly, he felt a tightness across his back, and a pair of mechanical wings unfolded gradually. The chakra force field beneath the wings steadily lifted his body, and his feet left the ground. Hovering about a meter above the ground, he tentatively pushed his chakra forward, and his body glided smoothly for several meters at a decent speed, far more stable than he had imagined. He decided to increase his chakra output, and the sapphire on the armor instantly blazed with brilliant light. His entire body shot through the air like an arrow released from a bowstring. The shadows of trees on both sides of the road blurred past in a frenzy. The wind howled in his ears, and his hair was blown back entirely. He adjusted his body angle slightly, and veered off the main road into the open wilderness. The sensation of flight was utterly different from running on the ground. When running, the earth supported his feet, giving a sense of solid stability. But in flight, there was nothing beneath him. Only the wind mingled with chakra buoying his body. It felt light and ethereal, yet the weight of the armor made it strangely reassuring. He soared over golden rice fields, through dense forests, and across rivers. From high above, the scenery of the Land of Fire unfolded before his eyes. Rice fields stretched like golden carpets, rivers like silver ribbons, forests like emerald velvet. The warm sunlight bathed him in comfort, while a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Sato Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder people yearned for flight. This feeling of overlooking the world was truly exhilarating. After flying for a full hour, the distant walls of the Land of Fire's capital finally came into view. The towering thick walls were built of bluish-gray stone, gleaming with a dull luster under the sun. At the city gate, people bustled to and fro, merchants with carts, travelers on the move, while guards meticulously checked every passerby. Sato Fan immediately withdrew his chakra and descended slowly in a secluded open area outside the city. The moment his feet touched the ground, his legs felt slightly weak. After all, it was his first flight, and a hint of acrophobia lingered while his chakra reserves had been mostly depleted. He took a moment to adjust, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked leisurely toward the city gate. After entering the city, he turned down 2 streets, and the signboard of the Hayakawa Trading Company appeared before him. A black plaque with gold characters still as imposing as ever, unchanged from the past. Sato Fan pushed open the door. The clerk behind the counter immediately recognized him and hurriedly bowed. "Lord Sato, you've arrived. The president is waiting for you on the 2nd floor." He gave a slight nod and went straight upstairs. Hayakawa Shimo's office was at the end of the corridor. The door left ajar, and the sound of pacing came from within. Sato Fan raised his hand and knocked. Hayakawa Shimo turned his head sharply, and upon seeing him at the door, the anxiety on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by a joyful expression as he hurried over. "Lord Sato, you're finally here." Hayakawa Shimo grasped his hand tightly, his tone urgent. "I've been waiting for you I was delayed on the road." Sato Fan withdrew his hand nonchalantly and took a seat. "Let's get straight to the point." Hayakawa Shimo immediately closed the door, tightly drew the curtains, then turned and pulled a file from the drawer, slapping it onto the table. His expression turned grim. "To be honest with you, my upstream supplier, something's happened." Sato Fan took the document, didn't even flip through it, and placed it directly on the table. "The supplier? It's the craftsman village of the craft country." Hayakawa Shida instinctively lowered his voice, casting a wary glance at the door. Lord Sato should be well aware that most of the ninja tools used by the shinobi of the 5 great nations come from the craftsman village. The craftsmen there devote themselves entirely to developing tools which cost a fortune. I have no talent for craftsmanship, but I understand business, so I was sent to raise funds. The Hayakawa Trading Company is essentially the public face of the craftsman village. Sato Fan nodded slightly. He knew this well enough. The craftsman village was the arsenal of the ninja world, from kunai and shuriken to explosive tags and sealing scrolls. 8 out of 10 pieces of equipment used by the 5 great nations shinobi came from this place. The Hayakawa Trading Company had risen so swiftly within a year. It wasn't just thin margins and high volume, but such a solid backing behind it. What happened in the craftsman village? Hayakawa Shida sighed, then pulled another photo from the drawer and slid it across the table. The photo showed a village built into a cliff, dense with houses and bristling with chimneys, with several large factory buildings towering in the distance, exuding a rough, industrial feel. This is the craftsman village. 3 months ago, 4 radicals emerged from within, calling themselves the 4 celestial beings. Hayakawa Shida tapped 4 points on the photo. They stole the 4 legendary tools left by the founder Qingming. The infinite void armor, the dragon eye extendable sword, the dual peacock swords, and the light folding sword. Each of these items has the power to turn the tide of battle. Sato Fan raised an eyebrow. Turn the tide. The infinite void armor can automatically absorb an opponent's chakra, offering immense defense, making its wearer nearly invincible. The dragon eye extendable sword can lengthen or shorten at will, and even transform into a dragon, attacking autonomously without the wielder's guidance. The dual peacock swords can control the wind and deflect wind techniques, a fatal counter to wind-style users. As for the light-folding sword, its blade of light is said to be indestructible. Hayakawa Shida paused, his tone growing heavier. The 4 celestial beings plan to use these 4 tools to resurrect the craftsman village's founder Qingming through a sacrificial ritual. When he was alive, he dreamed of conquering the ninja world with his tools. If resurrected, he will surely declare war on the 5 great nations immediately. Declare war. Sato Fan sneered inwardly. These people had quite the nerve. They're just talking big. They haven't even set foot outside the craft country. Hayakawa Shida shook his head with a bitter smile. But the trouble is, the 4 celestial beings have taken control of the entire craftsman village, completely cutting off supplies to the outside. This will affect our cooperation with Konoha. Moreover, although the craftsman village is known as the arsenal, it has always been feared and suppressed by the 5 great nations. No one can tolerate a hidden village that possesses such powerful weapon-making technology, but lacks the corresponding strength to back it up. That's exactly why the 4 celestial beings are in such a hurry to resurrect Qingming. Once Konoha learns of the internal strife in the craftsman village, the Land of Fire might seize the opportunity to send a large army under the guise. Hayakawa Shida's voice dropped to a whisper. Why me? Why not just issue a mission to Konoha and send a jonin? And what makes you think I can pull this off? Hayakawa Shida looked up at him, his eyes carrying the shrewdness unique to a merchant. This matter must not come to the attention of Konoha's high command. Once Konoha learns of the internal strife in the craftsman village, the Land of Fire might seize the opportunity to send a large army under the guise of helping quell the rebellion. Then the entire village's craftsmen would be controlled, turned into puppets. The 5 great nations are already eyeing the situation, hungrily held back only by mutual checks. We can't give them an excuse. So you want me to act as a private individual representing the Hayakawa Trading Company, not Konoha? Exactly. Hayakawa Shida immediately pulled out a commission letter and pushed it across the table. The reward has nothing to do with Konoha. I give you my personal word. After this is done, you may choose any 3 of Qingming's tools. I, Hayakawa Shida, mean what I say. Sato fan stared at the letter for a long silence. These 4 tools were of little use to him, but choosing 3 for Tintin would greatly boost her strength. You haven't told me why you think I'll help you instead of reporting to the village. I am after all a Konoha shinobi. Hayakawa Shida narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. I am a merchant. I never misjudge people. From our dealings, I know you're different from those rigid shinobi. You're flexible in your approach. You may have been transferred to the medical department now, but I promise. As long as the cooperation between the Hayakawa Trading Company and Konoha continues, your intermediary fee won't be reduced by a single coin. And the money I previously invested in you will be written off. Sato fan looked at the smiling tiger before him, inwardly grumbling, sounds nice, but he just thinks I'm easy to co-opt. And his judgment is spot on. Let me ask again, what makes you think I can stop them? I'm just a chunin. Hayakawa Shida spoke with confidence. Being well-informed is a merchant's duty. Your defeat of the wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai has already spread throughout Konoha. And even Raiga Kurasuki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, died by your hand. The thunder sword Kiba now hangs at your waist. The 4 celestial beings are only at chunin level, relying entirely on their tools. With you taking action, success is— Sato fan grumbled inwardly, this information is so exaggerated. In that fight with Raiga, I never really attacked. He was already defeated on his own. He said no more, folded the commission letter, tucked it into his pocket, and stood up. He'll take the mission. Hayakawa Shida instantly breathed a sigh of relief, bowed deeply, and said, Thank you, Lord Sato. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. Don't thank me yet. Sato fan paused at the door. When it's done, not a single coin of what's owed to me will be missing. Of course. I guarantee it. Also give me the detailed information on Kingming's tools. I need to study them in advance. Having said that, Sato fan turned and walked out of the Hayakawa Trading Company. Standing on the street, he instinctively recalled the original plot. The craftsman village, the 4 celestial beings, the founder Qingming. This was a side arc before the Shippuden era, and he remembered it well. In the original story, a few Konoha genin had dealt with these people. Then again, Konoha genin were never to be judged by norm. Now that the 4 celestial beings had taken control of the craftsman village, barging straight in was too risky. He recalled that they were originally supposed to capture Gaara from the Sand Village. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to head to the route leading from the craftsman village to the Sand Village and set up an ambush in advance. The armor's flight function reactivated, silently gliding over the city wall. The night wind brushed against his face, cool and refreshing. He resolved to bring a mask like Kakashi's next time. He flew for about half an hour before stopping above a valley. This valley was the only path to the artisan village, flanked by steep cliffs with a narrow dirt road in the middle, barely wide enough for a horse-drawn cart. He landed on a boulder above the valley and peered down. The dirt road, bathed in moonlight, wound through the valley like a gray-white. This place was perfect for an ambush. Sato fan took out explosive tags from his backpack and affixed them one by one to the rocks on both sides of the cliff. He placed 20 tags, each hidden in the crevices of the rocks, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. A steel wire was stretched above the road, one end connected to the explosive tags, the other tied to a rock on the opposite side. He then set up a second wave behind the wire kanai with explosive tags inserted into the soil of the road and covered with withered grass. If the first wave failed to kill those who charged in, would step on the kanai, triggering the second explosion. After finishing, he retreated behind a rock above the canyon, crouched down, held his breath, and waited for his prey. After waiting for 2 whole days, on the 3rd day, just as the sky began to pale, Sato fan could no longer contain his impatience and was about to head to the artisan village to scout when footsteps echoed from the canyon. The footsteps were heavy, as if made by someone in armor treading on the dirt road. Sato fan peeked out from behind the rock, for people emerged from the other end of the canyon. The one in front was young, with blue hair and green eyes, wearing a purple sleeveless tight suit paired with loose gray trousers, a long white scarf around his neck, and a flippant, ostentatious stride. Rinnegan, the youngest of the 4 celestial beasts. On his back was a sword with a dragon motif engraved on the scabbard, the Rinnegan extendable sword. The second was a stout, bulky figure clad in heavy metal armor. The surface of the armor was covered in dense, tiny holes like a honeycomb, the infinite hole armor. Each of his steps was heavy, solid. Tsuko, the defensive backbone of the 4 celestial beasts. The third walked in the middle of the group, lightfoot, constantly scanning the surroundings. She was the only female of the 4 celestial beasts. Kajaka, tall and slender, with a cold and exquisite face, hands in her pockets, 2 swords strapped to her back, the Kajaku twin blades. The last one walked at the rear, wearing a purple jacket, brown hair combed back, distinct dark eyeliner beneath his eyes, and a surly expression. On his back was a white longsword. Hoki, the leader of the 4 celestial beasts. Sato fan's hand rested on the detonation cord of the explosive tags, waiting for them all to enter the kill zone. Rinnegan was the first to step into the center of the explosive tags. Sato fan triggered the wire, igniting the fuses of the explosive tags. Boom! 20 explosive tags detonated simultaneously. Flames shot into the sky, rocks splintered, and the entire canyon was illuminated as if it were daylight. Ryugen's body was hurled by the shockwave, slammed into the cliff, rebounded, and crashed to the ground. His tight suit was torn in several places, revealing a bloody, mangled body. He struggled to stand, but his legs wouldn't obey. He barely propped himself up halfway before collapsing again. Ambush! Kajaku shouted, her hands already gripping the hilts of her twin blades. A second explosion followed as the explosive tags on the kunai detonated, sending shrapnel flying. Ryugen's body was pierced by several kunai, blood spurting from the wounds and splattering on the ground. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only a gurgling sound escaped his throat before he lay still. One of the 4 celestial beasts was down. Kajaku drew her twin blades, which emitted a pale blue-white light. She crossed her arms and swung, summoning a fierce wind to disperse the smoke and dust, her eyes scanning for the attacker's location. But in doing so she revealed her. Sato Fan gave her no chance. Lightning release, chakra mode, fully activated lightning, surged from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. The sapphire on his armor blazed brilliantly. His figure vanished from behind the rock, appearing before Kajaku with a body flicker technique. In his right palm a blinding ball of lightning coalesced, Raikiri. The difference between Raikiri and Chidori was its silence, no need to run to build momentum, and its superior piercing power. Raikiri pressed into Kajaku's chest, lightning penetrating her body, and bursting out from her back, a mist of blood exploding in the air. Kajaku's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if to ask, "Who are you?" But before the words could leave her lips, her body went limp and collapsed into a pool of blood. The second, Tsuko reacted swiftly. The moment Kajaku fell, he had already assumed a defensive stance. The tiny holes on the infinite hole armor lit up simultaneously, forming a pale blue chakra shield that enveloped him entirely. His bulk, enhanced by the armor and shield, made him look like a moving fortress. "Whoever you are, come out." Sueko's voice was deep and angry. Sato Fan didn't reply. He pulled out a dozen smoke bombs from his pouch and smashed them on the ground. White smoke exploded, instantly engulfing the canyon. Sueko's vision was blocked, but he didn't panic. The defense of the infinite hole armor gave him absolute confidence. He stepped steadily, searching for the enemy in the smoke. However, Earth release Headhunter Jutsu. His body sank into the ground. Sato Fan silently moved beneath. Tsuko reached out from the earth, grabbed Sueko's ankle, and yanked forcefully. Tsuko was pulled entirely into the earth, leaving only his head exposed above ground. The defense of the infinite hole armor was useless against Earth release. The armor could block attacks, but not control. He struggled to free himself, but Sato Fan's hand was already on top of his head. "The armor's defense is impressive," said Sato Fan. "But next life remember to wear a helmet." Lightning erupted from his palm, the current surging through Sueko's body. Sueko's body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, blood foam dripped from his mouth, and then he went limp, dangling in the earth like a half-buried log. Hoki stood at the back, listening to his 3 companions fall silent. In less than a quarter of an hour, his face turned as white as paper. His hands trembled, the black longsword swaying in his grip, the light on its blade flickering unsteadily. "You? Who are you?" Hoki's voice quivered. Sato Fan had no interest in answering. He wasn't some villain who had to catch. He pulled out another dozen smoke bombs from his pouch and hurled them one after another at Hoki. Layers of white smoke exploded, completely obscuring Hoki's vision. Then he flew into the air. Hoki swung his refractive sword blindly, the light blade slashing wildly in the white smoke, cutting rocks in half, splitting the ground with deep furrows. But Sato Fan was in the air, holding the advantage of aerial supremacy. The flight function of the snow country armor fully activated. He hovered midair about 50 meters above the ground. He drew the lightning blade from his waist, the lightning on its blade dancing with a crisp crackle. He raised the lightning blade above his head, pouring lightning release chakra from his palm into the blade. The lightning extended along the edge, shooting toward the sky. He released a high-voltage current electric field into the sky, ionizing the air artificially, creating a thundercloud channel. Lightning summoning. The first bolt of lightning struck down, followed by another, and another into the smoke. Silver-white lightning slammed into Hoki's body. His body jerked violently, his purple jacket torn open, with a large hole, flesh and blood mangled. He didn't fall, he was still swinging his sword wildly. The light blade of the white longsword flew everywhere, but never reached Sato Fan in the air. The second lightning bolt struck. Hoki's body swayed, he dropped to one knee, thrusting the longsword into the ground to support himself. Blood flowed from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, but he still struggled to stand. The third, fourth, and fifth lightning bolts. Sato Fan didn't stop. He summoned lightning one after another until there were no more screams from the canyon, until the white smoke dissipated, until Hoki's body lay prone on the ground motionless. The 4 celestial beasts all eliminated. Sato Fan descended from the sky, stood beside Hoki's corpse, and glanced down. Hoki's face was charred black by lightning, his purple jacket torn to shreds, the refractive sword stuck in the ground beside him, its light extinguished. He bent down, picked up the longsword, weighing it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He then retrieved the Kajaku twin blades lying side by side next to Kajaku's corpse. He picked them up, the blades were cold with a faint breeze flowing around the edges. Then he went to Ryugen's corpse and picked up the Ryugen extendable sword. Sueko's infinite hole armor. For ninja tools, all recovered. Sato Fan stored the ninja tools properly. Then he walked to the top of the canyon, collected the remaining explosive tags and wire, and cleaned up the traces. After finishing, the sky was already bright. He stood on the rock, gazing at the 4 corpses in the canyon. The 4 celestial beasts, 4 Chunin, relying on a few ninja tools to revive Saimai and declare war on the 5 great nations. Their ambition was vast, yet they were annihilated by him alone. Was he too strong now, or were they too weak? They had bullied their way with the power of ninja tools, forgetting that tools were ultimately lifeless. If the user was incompetent, even the strongest tools were useless. Sato Fan turned around and flew toward the capital. Sato Fan flew back to the capital city when it was almost noon. He landed outside the city. It was too conspicuous in broad daylight, so it would be better to walk in. He patted off the traces of battle on his clothes and walked towards the city gate. The guard samurai had just changed shifts, yawning, and paid no attention to him at all. At the entrance of the Hayakawa commercial firm, the door was not yet open. He knocked twice, and from inside came hurried footsteps. The door opened and Hayakawa Shida stood at the entrance wearing a crumpled kimono, his eyes red, and hair disheveled, evidently having not slept well in the past few days. Upon seeing Sato Fan, his eyes lit up briefly but quickly dimmed. He looked him up and down, his lips trembling. "Lord Sato. Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Sato Fan walked in and sat down on a chair. The 4 celestial beings have been completely wiped out. Hayakawa Shida was stunned. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as if frozen in place. Then he quickly adjusted to his usual shrewd expression. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Lord Sato. As expected of the genius ninja who killed the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, defeating the 4 celestial beings was a piece of cake for you." Although inviting Sato Fan was only a hopeful attempt, Hayakawa Shida had planned to ask Konoha for help if Sato Fan failed. After all, between losing the village and being controlled, the latter was better. But the merchant's gambling nature made him choose Sato Fan, and now he had hit the jackpot. Sato Fan waved his hand to interrupt Hayakawa Shida's flattery. "Dragon Eye, Peacock, Water Tiger, and Treasure Turtle. I disposed of the 4 bodies directly." Sato Fan took off 4 ninja tools from his waist and placed them on the table. These are their tools: Dragon Eye Extendable Sword, Peacock Twin Swords, Infinite Whole Armor, and Light Refracting Sword. Hayakawa Shida's hands trembled. He walked to the table and picked up the Peacock Twin Swords. These were the ninja tools left by the founder Saimai. Although Hayakawa Shida held no high regard for Saimai, this was the first time he had touched these relics, and he was extremely excited. "Lord Sato, you don't know, after the 4 celestial beings took control of the craftsman village, they locked up all the craftsman ninjas in the village. I couldn't contact them, and I don't know if they are alive or dead. I thought the village was finished." Hayakawa Shida put down the ninja tools and bowed deeply. "Lord Sato, your great kindness and virtue Hayakawa Shida will never forget. If you have any orders in the future, I will go through fire and water no matter what. Don't rush to thank me." Sato Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. "This is just a commission between us. I brought the items. You promised me earlier I can choose 3 at will." Hayakawa Shida straightened up, looked at the ninja tools on the table, then at Sato Fan. "Of course, these ninja tools are also a disaster in the village. If another 4 celestial beings appear one day, it would be unbearable. Well, keep one as a memorial for the founder. Have you made your choice?" "Yes, I have." Sato Fan pointed at the Peacock Twin Swords. "This one I'll take. As for the other 2, I need your help. Please speak." Sato Fan pushed the Dragon Eye Extendable Sword and the Infinite Whole Armor in front of Hayakawa Shida. "These 2, along with my Snow Country armor, I want to fuse into one ninja tool armor. Contact the craftsman ninjas of the craftsman village to see if it's possible. Of course, you've already paid the reward. I have money. If there's a cost, let me know, and I'll pay myself." He had seen in the original story that Treasure Turtle fused several ninja tools into one, indicating that the craftsman village possessed such technology. As his own progress grew, the Snow Country armor's usefulness was diminishing. He dared not gamble on its defense. After all, in the original story, it was broken through by Naruto's Rinnegan, a colorful Rinnegan with special effects. Hayakawa Shida was silent for a while, then picked up the Infinite Whole Armor and examined it carefully. The defensive power and chakra absorption ability of the Infinite Whole Armor are indeed complementary to the Snow Country armor. The Snow Country armor enhances chakra, allows flight, and provides defense, while the Infinite Whole Armor can absorb the opponent's chakra and reduce injuries. Fusing the 2 together would greatly enhance defense and endurance. The deformation ability of the Dragon Eye Extendable Sword, if integrated into the armor, might give the armor the ability to transform or extend, as expected of someone from the craftsman village. Although he went into business, due to insufficient talent, his insight was still top-notch. After all, without such knowledge and vision, he could not have become the company president. He raised his head and looked at Sato Fan. "Leave this matter to me. The craftsman village owes you a great debt. The elders won't refuse this small favor. However, I can't make decisions for them, but I will do my best to get a discount for you, Lord Sato." Sato Fan shook his head. "He'll pay for it myself. The craftsman village has just recovered and needs funds to operate. Let it be the proper amount. You've already given me the mission reward, there's no need for this. Hayakawa Shida opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed it back. He had originally thought to curry favor with Sato Fan, since if the four celestial beings were easy to deal with, the craftsman village would not have been controlled. This young man had great potential. If he could bind him tightly and invest early, he would surely be useful in the future. But unexpectedly, he didn't accept the favor and was also a cautious one. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, once the craftsman village is stable, I will go there personally and have them send the best craftsman ninja to forge it for you. Sato Fan stood up and strapped the peacock twin swords onto his back. Then he'll be off. After you handle the craftsman village matter, come back early to prepare the goods for Konoha. The supply must not be interrupted. By the way, if Konoha asks you, what will you say about why you sought me out? Certainly. Now that the four celestial beings have been dealt with and the internal turmoil in the craftsman village has been quelled, you can directly report that I invited you to retrieve the ancestral ninja tools stolen by the traitorous four celestial beings. Sato Fan nodded to indicate that he understood. Leaving the Hayakawa commercial firm, he reached out and touched the peacock twin swords on his back. This was specially chosen by him for Tenten. The peacock twin swords were lighter, suitable for a girl. The twin swords came with the wind release attribute. Swinging the sword could unleash wind blades, wind whirls, and gales, and could even reflect wind release. If she had these two swords during the Chunin exams, Temari would definitely lose. Moreover, they could blow away explosive tags, disperse smoke, and control the airflow on the battlefield. With an extremely fast attack speed, they excelled at mid to close range suppression. Paired with Tintin's mid to long range ninja tools, her strength would increase significantly, and her shortcomings would be compensated. He already had the lightning sword, so he didn't need a weapon. He walked towards the city gate. After leaving the city at a deserted place, he subconsciously wanted to take off, only to remember that he had given the armor to Hayakawa Shida. He just didn't know if the craftsman ninjas of the craftsman village could actually fuse the Dragon Eye extendable sword, the infinite whole armor, and the snow country armor together. If the fusion succeeded, his combat power would be formidable against ordinary Jonin. As for the likes of God of Might Guy and Senior Kakashi, hey, aren't we from the same village? The stronger my teammates, the safer I am. Looking at the distance back to the village, he let out a deep sigh. Truly, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. He had better hurry and run, or he would miss dinner. Without the armor, he felt insecure. Once back, he would stay in the Konoha hospital and not leave the village until he mastered the Byakugo series. By then, with the cockroach-like body from the Byakugo series, it would be hard to die, even if he wanted to. After returning to Mu Yi's Watung Fan, went directly to the Huaring building. At the entrance, Feng Shun and Lei Shun were squatting like two guardian deities, each holding a bag of red bean cakes, their faces covered with crumbs. Seeing Watung Fan approaching, Feng Shun grinned, revealing a mouthful of red bean paste, while Lei Shun raised the pastry in his hand as a greeting. Watung Fan took out 2 boxes of yokan he had bought in the capital and handed them over. Feng Shun took the box, opened it, and his eyes lit up. Lei Shun also leaned in, and the two brothers waved their arms and cheered with oh sounds, making a racket like two bears fighting. Quiet, came the reprimand from Gang Shou in the office. Feng Shun and Lei Shun immediately froze as silent as cicadas and obediently retreated to the doorway, not even daring to eat the yokan. Watung Fan smiled and pushed the door open. Gang Shou was sitting behind her desk with a pile of documents spread out before her and a pen in her hand. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over Watung Fan and pausing on the peacock double swords at his waist. The twin swords were one black and one white, with exquisite cloud patterns carved on the scabbards, gleaming with a dull metallic luster under the light. Clearly not ordinary weapons. Are the matters with the Zhaochuan Trading Company settled? Gang Shou put down her pen and leaned back in her chair. All settled. What did he ask you to do? Gang Shou's voice was not loud, but her tone carried an earnestness that brooked no evasion. Others could not casually inquire about mission details, but as the Hokage and the newly appointed master of Watung Fan, she naturally had to clarify. In her eyes, those merchants were rarely decent, as she didn't want her newly accepted disciple to be duped and still help count the money. Watung Fan sat down on the chair and placed his backpack by his feet. The Zhaochuan Trading Company's upstream supplier is the Gongjiang village. Several traders emerged in the village, stealing the 4 national treasure ninja tools left by the ancestor Qing Ming and taking control of the village. Zhaochuan Xia was afraid that the situation would escalate and affect the supply, so he asked me to handle it. Gang Shou raised an eyebrow and tapped her fingers lightly. He trusts you quite a lot, huh? Not issuing an official mission, but specifically requesting you a Chunin to handle it. The situation in Gongjiang village is rather special. Watung Fan's tone was calm. This is an internal issue of theirs that they don't want the 5 great nations to intervene in. Zhaochuan Xia sought me out because he had dealt with me several times and trusted me. Moreover, I went as a private individual, not representing Mu Yi, so if the matter was resolved, it wouldn't escalate into a diplomatic dispute. Gang Shou was silent for a moment, then took a document from her drawer and tossed it onto the desk. It was a leave record submitted by Jing In, which read, personal leave, business in the capital, with the date and duration written vaguely. This is what Jing submitted. The record of your leave that day. Make sure to fill in the leave form later. Gang Shou paused, her tone carrying a hint of warning. From now on, have less to do with those merchants. They never get up early without profit. Out today, they call you brother, tomorrow they'll sell you out for gain. Yes, I've caused you worry, master. The test was passed as what Tung Fan's words were 9 parts truth and 1 part lie, and Gang Shou found nothing amiss. Gang Shou snorted. You certainly know how to flatter. So Tung Fan took out the peacock double swords from his backpack and placed them on the desk with both hands, the twin swords lying side by side. These are the captured ninja tools, one of the national treasures of Gongjiang village, the peacock double swords. Zhao Chuanxia said they were a gift to me as compensation for this private mission. Gang Shou picked up one sword, grasped the hilt, and gently drew it. The blade was entirely silver white, as thin as a cicada's wing, with a faint breeze flowing around the edge, emitting a subtle hum. She flicked the blade with her finger, producing a clear and melodious sound like that of wind chimes. Tung Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyelids twitched. My dear teacher, please don't snap it. Gang Shou sheathed the sword again, placed it on the desk, and pushed it back. The swords are good. The village's compensation will be handled with the Zhaochuan Trading Company. Since this is your own reward, keep them for yourself. Next time you capture ninja tools of this level, let me see them first. Don't casually accept gifts from merchants. Yes. Gang Shou did not press further about the ninja tools and changed the subject. When will the Zhaochuan Trading Company supply resume? Within 10 days. The Gongjiang village needs time to clean up the remnants of the 4 Tianxiang people. Once stable, it will resume. Gang Shou nodded and pushed the peacock double swords a bit closer. Next time something like this happens, let me know in advance. You are a ninja of Mu Yi, not Zhao Chuanxia's private enforcer. If he requests you, that's fine, but you must inform me so the village can back you up if trouble arises. Tung Fan looked up, met Gang Shou's eyes, and his tone became more serious. Yes, but at that time the Zhaochuan Trading Company's supply had already fallen short. I was worried that a prolonged delay would affect Mu Yi's reconstruction progress, so I took the liberty of going first. Next time I will definitely report in advance. His expression was sincere, his gaze firm, with an air of everything for the village, as if he only needed the word loyalty carved on his forehead. Gang Shou looked at him for a few seconds, a slight smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Regardless, the fact that her disciple cared so much for the village showed that the will of fire had been well taught, and it brought honor to her as his teacher. She waved her hand, her tone softening considerably. Go on. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, come to learn the 100 healings art. I will teach you personally. Don't be late. Tung Fan stood up, put the peacock double swords back on his back, bowed, and turned to leave the office. The moment the door closed, he heard Feng Shen muttering loudly outside, Yokan. Delicious. Lei Shen echoed, delicious. Then another reprimand, shut up. The corridor fell silent. Exiting the Hua Ying buildings, Tung Fan touched the twin swords on his back and headed toward Tian Tian's weapon shop. Tian Tian was organizing the shelves. Hearing footsteps, she turned around and saw Tung Fan. Her eyes lit up, but soon she puffed out her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips. Captain, haven't seen you in days. On another mission. Seriously, every time you leave the village without telling me, you make my bento go to waste. Tian Tian's tone was full of complaint, but the concern in her words was unmistakable. Tung Fan quickly apologized and said a few nice words, and Tian Tian's tense face relaxed, a smile returning to her lips. Alright, I forgive you. Tung Fan walked to the counter, unfastened the peacock double swords from his back, and placed them on the counter with both hands. This is a souvenir for you. Tian Tian was stunned. She looked down at the 2 swords, her fingers gently tracing the patterns on the scabbards, then looked up at Tung Fan, her eyes full of disbelief. This is the peacock's soaring double swords. Her voice trembled slightly. You know it. Tung Fan was surprised, not expecting Tian Tian to even know the full name. I sell ninja tools, remember. Tian Tian picked up one sword and gently drew the blade, producing a faint hum. Her eyes widened even more. I've seen it in records. The national treasure of Gongjiang village, capable of controlling wind direction, rebounding wind release, and even riding the wind for short flights. That's why it's called the peacock's soaring double swords. This is a legendary level ninja tool completely unavailable on the market. Carefully sheathed the sword, she looked up at Tung Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said with emotion, Captain, did you obtain this from your mission? Such a precious ninja tool, are you really giving it to me? I already have the Thunderblade, and these twin swords would just gather dust. You take them and use them to improve your strength, UITLL, make you safer on future missions. Tian Tian was so moved that tears were welling up in her eyes, but at these words the corner of her mouth twitched, and she muttered inwardly. Couldn't you just say it's specially for me? She wiped the corner of her eye and smiled anyway. Thank you, Captain. Aren't we friends? Swords are meant to be used, not enshrined. Use them well, don't waste them. Tian Tian nodded vigorously, hugging the peacock double swords like a treasure. I will cherish it. After all, this is the first gift you've ever given me, Captain. Zhuotung Fan looked at her and smiled. I'll treat you to ramen tonight to celebrate my mission completion. Great. Tion's eyes curved into crescent moons. At 2 o'clock the next afternoon, Sato Fan arrived punctually at the Hokage building. The gatekeepers Feng Shun and Lei Shun were absent, likely off foraging somewhere. In the office, Tsunade was shoving a stack of documents into Shizun's arms, who accepted them with a look of utter resignation. These are for today, these are for yesterday, and these are for the day before yesterday. Tsunade pointed to the remaining few on the desk. These are not urgent, you can look at them tomorrow. Shizun wept. Lady Tsunade, where are you going again? I'm taking this kid for training. Tsunade gestured with her chin towards Sato Fan. The 100 healings technique isn't something you can learn by sitting in an office. Shizun cast a glance at Sato Fan, her eyes filled with resentment, then carried the documents away. Apologies, senior sister Shizun. If this were a fantasy novel, you'd have already earned a death sentence, but seeing your misery, I'll let it slide. We're even. Tsunade emerged from behind the desk wearing a gray training uniform, her golden hair tied in a ponytail, far more agile than when she wore her Hokage robe. She gave Sato Fan a cheerful once-over. Follow me. The two left the Hokage building, crossed several streets, and headed toward the village outskirts, with Sato Fan trailing behind. Once outside the village gate, Tsunade did not take the main road, but turned onto a narrow path. The path grew increasingly narrow, the trees on either side denser, and the light dimmer. After about 15 minutes they reached an area enclosed by barbed wire. At the entrance hung a wooden sign with the words Training Ground No. 44. Unauthorized personnel, strictly prohibited. Sato Fan was taken aback. This was the Forest of Death, the site of the second stage of the Chunin exams, which he had never entered before. Tsunade pushed open the barbed wire gate and walked in. Sato Fan followed, immediately sensing a difference as he entered. The forest air was damp and cold, carrying the smell of rotting leaves. The dense canopy blocked most of the light, leaving only a few scattered rays of sunlight that fell through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The soft humus underfoot muffled all sound. Tsunade stopped beneath a large tree and turned around. Do you know why I brought you here? Because it's quiet. Because this is the forest created by the first Hokage, my grandfather, using wood release. Tsunade leaned against the trunk, arms crossed. This place has been long infused with wood release chakra, giving it an extraordinary life force, which is why those giant beasts live here. It's beneficial for your training, and since the practice can be quite noisy, this spot won't disturb others. Sato Fan nodded. A forest this large created by human hands. Well, it was the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. Perfectly normal. Tsunade took a piece of paper from her pouch and handed it to him. This is the technique diagram for the Shrank Auxiliary Sealing Technique in Seal. Look it over first, and I'll explain afterward. Sato Fan took the paper, which depicted a complex sealing pattern, layer upon layer of lines like a labyrinth with a diamond-shaped mark at the center. He stared at it for a few seconds. His mind went blank. Understand it? Tsunade asked. No. Tsunade snorted. Good. If you had understood it, my decades of training would have been wasted. She straightened up from the tree and walked over to him. The 100 Healings series is in Shrank Forbidden Technique. Its core comprises Een Seal for energy storage, creation, rebirth, for self-healing, and 100 Healings for full body activation and enhancement. The Een Seal is the foundation. It's like a battery. She pressed a finger to his forehead. The essence of the Een Seal is to gradually store chakra. You don't use daily, concentrating it at this spot on your forehead. Tsunade traced a diamond on his forehead. The more you store, the stronger the seal. When you've accumulated enough, a diamond-shaped mark will appear on your forehead. Once the mark is formed, you release it with Een Seal release to provide the energy for creation, rebirth, and 100 healings. The principle is to use Een release to accumulate chakra in the forehead over a long period, and used chakra won't dissipate. It usually takes 3 years for the mark to stabilize. For me, it took about 2 years. Tsunade withdrew her hand. Your chakra reserves are substantial, and your physique is good. If you're quick, 2.5 years. Once the mark first stabilizes, you won't need that long. Often a month is enough to fill it. If your chakra reserves are exceptionally large, you could even finish earlier. 2 years. That long. Do I also need Een release? I don't have Een nature chakra, do I? The Een Seal itself doesn't require Een nature chakra, but its principle belongs to the Een release system of sealing techniques. I don't have Een nature chakra either. Tsunade took a small cloth pouch from her waist pouch and tossed it to him. Inside are specially made sealing tags. Every day inject your excess chakra into a tag and feel the process of chakra condensing at your forehead. Once you can gather chakra to your forehead without a tag, you'll have mastered the basics of Een Seal. Sato Fan opened the pouch. Inside were a stack of thin yellow paper slips, each bearing a simplified sealing pattern. He picked one up and tried to channel chakra into it. The paper glowed briefly, then went dark. Nothing happened. Don't rush. Tsunade leaned back against the tree. This isn't something you can learn in a day or two. Practice for a while, I'll take a nap. With that she closed her eyes, leaning against the trunk, finally having an excuse to dump all the work on Shizun. She intended to rest well. Her breathing soon became... Sato Fan sat cross-legged on a rock, sealing tag in hand. First tag. The chakra didn't reach his forehead, spreading all over his palm. Second tag. The chakra moved toward his forehead, but dispersed halfway. Third, fourth, fifth. He tried over a dozen, not one succeeded. Tsunade opened her eyes and glanced at him. Your condensation point on the forehead is off. It's not the exact center. It's slightly higher just below the hairline. She reached out and tapped his forehead again. The forehead center is the main hub of human chakra, where spiritual energy chakra and will converge. You need sufficiently precise chakra control to condense the Yin seal. That's why only elite medical ninja can master it. Sato Fan adjusted the condensation point and tried another tag. This time chakra traveled from his palm along the meridians, reached his forehead, and paused at the spot Tsunade had indicated. He felt a slight warmth there. I can feel it, Sato Fan said. Keep going, Tsunade replied, closing her eyes again. Sato Fan continued practicing. One tag after another. He used up the tags and took more from the pouch. The warmth on his forehead grew more pronounced from a mild heat to a noticeable burn, but the mark never appeared. After about 4 hours of practice, he had used up most of the tags and the sky began to darken. Tsunade opened her eyes and checked the sky. That's enough for today. Same time tomorrow. Sato Fan stood up, his legs a bit numb and stretched. The spot on his forehead still tingled. He touched it and felt something pulsing beneath the skin like a faint heartbeat. Same place tomorrow. Sato Fan asked. Every day at 2 in the afternoon, don't be late. Tsunade turned and walked out of the forest. For an entire week, Sato Fan immersed himself in the forest of death. In the mornings, he trained in lightning cutter and lightning blade technique, while the chakra mode had become second nature to him. At 2 in the afternoon, Tsunade arrived punctually at the forest of death, each time clutching a fresh stack of sealing tags. She walked up to Sato Fan, handed him the tags, then leaned against a large tree, closed her eyes, and within 5 minutes her breathing steadied. She would take a nap, check his training progress, and then dash off, likely to gamble judging by her excited expression. This routine repeated daily. Sato Fan accepted the sealing tags one after another. The heat on his forehead had transformed from a searing burn into a warm pulsation, like a small flame flickering just beneath the skin. He channeled his chakra upward along the meridian, stopping at the center of his forehead and guiding it to condense at the exact spot Tsunade had indicated. He reached up and touched his forehead, sensing that the area was more sensitive than the surrounding skin, as if something had taken root. He replaced the tag and continued. The sealing tags were consumed rapidly, dozens per day. Gradually, whenever Tsunade pulled out sealing tags from her pouch, her hand trembled slightly, and her eyes betrayed an indescribable pain. Sato Fan had no idea how much each sealing tag cost, but from Tsunade's expression, they were clearly not cheap. Master Tsunade, are these sealing tags very expensive? One day he finally couldn't help but ask. Tsunade shot him a glare. Just focus on your training, don't worry about the cost. Sato Fan fell silent. He had been about to offer to pay himself, but now he saved the trouble. On the 7th day, Tsunade came without any sealing tags. She walked up to Sato Fan, gave him a thorough once-over, and paused, her gaze on his forehead. Lean your head forward. Sato Fan leaned in. Tsunade extended her index finger, pressed it against the center of his forehead, and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, withdrew her hand, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. You've entered the gate. Tsunade leaned against the tree, arms crossed. The foundation of the Yin seal has been laid. From now on, you need to store chakra into it every day. The more you store, the stronger the seal. Once your mark stabilizes, you can practice creation rebirth and the 100 healings technique. Creation rebirth. The 100 healings series has 3 stages. Tsunade held up one finger. First stage, the Yin seal, store chakra. Second stage, creation rebirth. Release the stored chakra all at once, accelerating cell division to heal any injury. Third stage, the 100 healings technique. The seal spreads across the entire body, enabling automatic no-hand sign self-healing and dramatically boosting physical constitution, strength, speed, and endurance. It also allows large-scale group healing and preserves youth. She looked at Sato Fan, her tone turning serious. The principle of creation rebirth is simple. Use chakra to forcibly accelerate cell division, healing wounds in seconds. But the cost is a shortened cell lifespan. The more you use it, the shorter your life. That's why I made you read those medical texts. Not just to save others, but to learn how to save yourself. If you don't even understand your own cell lifespan, you'll only drain yourself dry. Sato Fan was silent for a moment. What about the 100 healings technique? The 100 healings technique minimizes the consumption of creation rebirth, Tsunade said, her voice calm. It reduces your lifespan loss. The more chakra you store in the Yin seal, the less lifespan you consume. If you can store enough, using the 100 healings technique might cost only a few days, hours, or even minutes, or nothing at all. That's also called creation rebirth 100 healings. Automatic instant no-hand sign regeneration without interrupting combat. But that's just one of its abilities. Surge in strength and speed chakra floods the entire body, greatly enhancing taijutsu and destructive power. Wide-range healing. And delaying aging, keeping your combat power at its peak. It is the ultimate culmination of my medical ninjutsu. Sato Fan recalled the Tsunade from the original story. During Pain's invasion, she activated the 100 Healings technique alongside the Katsu clones, saving the entire village at the cost of massive chakra and lifespan, then collapsed unconscious. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, she activated the 100 Healings technique, was cut in half by Uchiha Madara, yet survived stubbornly holding on until her body was reattached. It wasn't just her luck, it was because her Ein seal had stored enough chakra, and the 100 Healing seal was automatically What extraordinary vitality! Learn Creation Rebirth and the 100 Healings technique once your Ein seal stabilizes. Tsunade pulled a thin notebook from her pouch and tossed it to him. This is my training notes. Read it first and ask me if you don't understand. But don't rush to practice. First, solidify the foundation of the Ein seal. Sato Fan caught the notebook and opened the first page. Tsunade's handwriting was messy, but every stroke was forceful as if carved into the paper. The core of Creation Rebirth is not healing, it's regeneration. Healing helps the body recover on its own. Regeneration replaces the bodhi's recovery. Healing doesn't consume lifespan, a regeneration does. So the accumulation in the Ein seal determines how many times you can use Creation Rebirth. He closed the notebook and stuffed it into his bag. Alright, I should head back. Tsunade turned and walked toward the edge of the forest, then stopped after a few steps. I've taught you everything I can. The rest depends on your own effort. Shizen has been complaining nonstop lately. Too much work. I need to get back or she might resign. Sato Fan's mouth twitched. Sister Shizen, you have my sympathy. Getting buried under a pile of documents by Tsunade every day while managing the hospital. Indeed, no easy task. He silently bowed to Shizun in his heart. Tsunade left and Sato Fan stood in the forest of death, watching her figure disappear into the shadows of the trees. He sat cross-legged and resumed training. Though he had entered the gate of the Ein seal, it was still far from stable. He needed to store chakra into it every day until the diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Only then could he learn Creation Rebirth and the 100 Healings technique. This was a grind that required patience, not haste. In the days that followed, Sato Fan's life became extremely regular. In the mornings, he treated patients at Konoha Hospital. In the afternoons, he trained in the Forest of Death. In the evenings, he studied Tsunade's notes and medical texts, unwavering. His hospital work did not suffer due to training. His reputation at Konoha Hospital grew, and more patients came to see him. Ninja, civilians, the elderly, children, all kinds of patients. Shizun said his medical ninjutsu had surpassed most medical ninjas. Sato Fan knew it wasn't his own ability, but owed thanks to Ramura's life force transformation. That white light not only doubled his chakra, but also made his bodhi's perception of life extraordinarily acute. Whenever he used the mystical palm technique, he could feel the cells of the wound speaking to him, telling him where it hurt, where it itched, and where it needed repair. He wished he could catch Ranmaru and do it again, though he had no idea if it would still work. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. That was a bloodline limit, not a roadside fruit to be plucked at will. Besides, Ranmaru had gone off with Shinko to Waknoshire. The world was vast. Where would he even look? Forget it. After all, he wasn't some kind of demon. When Mingren came to find Zhuotung Fan, it was dusk. Zhuotung Fan had just walked out of the hospital, still wearing his white coat, holding a stack of medical records. He had been at the hospital all day, 2 surgeries in the morning, and over a dozen patients in the afternoon. He was so busy that he ate lunch standing up in his office. Jingyin told him that he was pushing himself too hard, and advised him to rest. He agreed verbally, but the next day, he came as usual. It wasn't that he was particularly dedicated. He had discovered that when he was busy, the medical books he read daily combined with practice helped him understand faster. By treating patients himself, he accumulated experience rapidly, making swift progress. Xiaoying could barely treat patients with ordinary external injuries. Ming Ren was squatting on the steps at the entrance wearing a bright orange tracksuit, hands in his pockets, head lowered, lost in thought. His shadow was stretched long by the setting sun, trailing on the stone path like a lonely tail. Beside him lay a bulging backpack with its zipper half open, revealing a few crumpled clothes and a bag of instant noodles. Ming Ren looked up, saw Zhuotung Fan, stood up and grinned. Zhuotung, I've been waiting for you. Let's go. He'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. What's wrong? Nothing. Ming Ren turned and walked forward, hands in his pockets. I just feel like having ramen. Zhuotung Fan looked at him without speaking. He noticed that Ming Ren's steps were slower than usual, his shoulders drooping, not as straight as before. Clearly something was on his mind. A straightforward person really couldn't hide things. At Ichiraku Ramen, the owner Shodo was wiping the table. Seeing Ming Ren enter, he smiled and greeted him. Ming Ren, yes, extra large bowl of chashu ramen, extra green onions. Ming Ren sat at the counter and patted the seat beside him. Zhuotung, hurry up and sit. Ming Ren leaned on the table, his face pressed against the cool wooden surface, staring at the curtain behind the counter, lost in thought. Ming Ren, Zhuotung Fan spoke. What's really going on? Being so brooding isn't like you. Ming Ren was silent for a moment, then straightened up, crossing his hands on the table. The pervy sage said he wants to take me out for training. His voice was low, not his usual loud tone. We're leaving tomorrow. Zhuotung Fan already knew about this. Gangsho had mentioned it to him last week, saying that Ziyi planned to take Ming Ren out for training for an indefinite period. Maybe a year, maybe two, maybe longer. Because combined with the intelligence Zhuoteng Fan had obtained from Hei Chu Lei, Ziyi had tracked down an organization he had been observing for a long time. Xiao. Ziyi would be away gathering intelligence, and wouldn't return for a short while, so he would take Ming Ren along to cultivate and enhance his strength, because he believed Ming Ren was the child of prophecy. Where to? I don't know. The pervy sage says, well, go wherever the road takes us. Ming Ren lowered his head, tracing circles on the table with his finger. He said my current strength isn't enough, that I still can't beat real strong opponents. He said he wants to improve my strength and help me control the Nine Tails chakra. Isn't that a good thing? Ming Ren didn't answer. The noodles arrived, an extra-large bowl of chashu ramen steaming hot, with a generous layer of chashu pork and green onions scattered on top, vibrant green. Ming Ren picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a big mouthful of noodles, and mumbled while eating. Zhuoteng, do you think him useless? Zhuoteng Fan was taken aback. What do you mean? I couldn't even keep Sasuke here. Ming Ren's voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the bubbling of the soup pot. I promised Xiaoying I would bring Sasuke back, but I couldn't. It's been so long and I haven't found any trace of Sasuke or Orochimaru. Actually, I know that even if I find him with my current strength, I can't do anything. Zhuoteng Fan was silent for a moment. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. What's the use of doing my best? Ming Ren looked up at Zhuoteng Fan, his eyes slightly red. I did my best and still lost. I did my best yet couldn't bring him back. I did my best. And he still left. Now I'm going training with the pervy sage, which means I can't go look for Sasuke for a long time. I promised Xiaoying. I broke my promise. Zhuoteng Fan didn't know how to answer. Was the child of prophecy seeking comfort from him? Do you know why I learned medical ninjutsu? Zhuoteng Fan said. Ming Ren shook his head. Because I was weak. In our graduating class we too were the dead last. Zhuoteng Fan's voice was calm. I'm a civilian. No bloodline limit, no enormous chakra, like you know clan's secret. Just when I was transferred to logistics, and thought I would live an ordinary life, I met Xiaoli. A person with no talent for ninjutsu became a ninja solely through taijutsu. The effort he put in was not just shouting youth slogans, he sweated more than all of us. After Xiaoli was crippled by what AI Luo, I saw him as lost and confused as you are now, but I could do nothing. Then Lady Gangsho gave him a hand, and allowed him to become a ninja again. That's when I saw the meaning of medical ninjutsu. With medical ninjutsu, I wouldn't be powerless at such a moment. Ming Ren looked at him without speaking. I'm not trying to comfort you. Zhuoteng Fan picked up his teacup and took a sip. I just want to say, although everyone has their own path, sometimes that path becomes confusing and needs someone to give a hand. Sasuke has strayed off the path, and only you can pull him back. But where is your medical ninjutsu? Now Lord Ziyi is willing to take you for training and enhance your strength. Only then will you have the chance to knock some sense into him and bring him back. A brief broken promise is for the sake of fulfilling the promise. Xiaoying will understand. Ming Ren was silent for a long time. He picked up his chopsticks, finished the remaining noodles in the bowl, and drank all the soup. He put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and his expression was a bit more relaxed than before. Zhuoteng, you sometimes talk like teacher Irika. Then it seems I shouldn't have joined Konoha Hospital. Oh, I should have gone to the Ninja Academy. Ming Ren laughed out loud. Uncle Shodo, another bowl. I'm going training tomorrow, so I want to eat my fill today. The two left the ramen shop. It was already dark. Zhuoteng, I'm heading back now. I have to travel tomorrow. Ming Ren turned and walked a few steps, then stopped without looking back. Zhuoteng, do you think I can bring Sasuke back? Yes. Why are you so sure? Because you are Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become Hokage, right? Ming Ren was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Zhuoteng, you and Sasuke are my best friends. I promise you here that I will master my medical ninjutsu and bring Sasuke back. Zhuoteng Fan stood at the entrance of the ramen shop, watching Ming Ren's silhouette disappear into the night. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Takenjutsu was really not for humans. He indeed had no talent for it, but at least he managed to convince him. He learned medical ninjutsu purely to stay alive, and of course if he had the ability, helping others was a side benefit. Ziyi suddenly emerged from some corner, clapping Zhuoteng Fan on the shoulder heartily. Kid, well done. I was planning to guide Ming Ren myself since I saw he was in a bad state, but I didn't expect you to be so good with words. I had high hopes for you back then, and I never thought you'd become Gangsho's disciple. Old Tianzhong would be very pleased. Lord Ziyi, you flatter me. Without your help, I might still be managing the warehouse and logistics. Zhuoteng Fan replied. Ziyi glanced at him. Gangsho is not one to give me face. Becoming her disciple is your own ability. But since you acknowledge my favor, then take good care of your master. The future of Konoha ultimately depends on you. Alright, I won't say more. On my last day in Konoha, I need to collect some inspiration for my book. Watching Ziyi walk away, he wanted to remind him that the current Hokage was his master Gangsho. If he got caught by the telescope technique, had better be careful not to get beaten to death. After all, with her medical skills, as long as she didn't kill him, she would definitely beat him within an inch of his life. Ming Ren leaving the village was an important time node. Tung Fan knew that when he returned, everything would begin. The Shao organization would start moving, and a year later Pei and would invade. Then the Fourth Ninja World War would be waiting not far ahead. He needed to become stronger in these 3 years. 3 days after Naruto left, the atmosphere in the Hokage Tower had dropped to freezing point. Sato Fan had no idea what was happening, but he could sense something unusual from Shizun's expression. When Shizun emerged from the Hokage's office, her face was pale, and the documents in her arms trembled slightly. She saw Sato Fan in the corridor, opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed the words, and hurried away. Sato Fan stood in the corridor, gazing at the closed office door for a moment before turning and heading downstairs. As he stepped out of the Hokage Tower, he ran into Section Chief Yamada. Yamada was smoking a cigarette, his expression far more serious than usual. Section Chief Yamada, long time no see, Sato Fan greeted proactively. After all, he was his former superior. Little Sato, are you looking for Lady Tsunade? Yamada lowered his voice. It was no secret that Tsunade had taken on Sato Fan and Sakura as disciples. What's wrong? I wanted to ask my teacher about training. Lord Danzo is here. Yamada exhaled a puff of smoke. He's been in Lady Tsunade's office for nearly an hour and hasn't. Sato Fan said nothing. I heard it's about Uzumaki Naruto. Yamada flicked the ash off his cigarette. Danzo doesn't agree to let Naruto leave the village with Jiraiya for training. He says the Jinchuriki shouldn't leave the village. Lady Tsunade disagrees, and they had a heated argument. Sato Fan nodded, didn't press further, exchanged pleasantries with Yamada, and turned to walk toward the hospital. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was even more tense than it appeared outside. Danzo sat opposite Tsunade, his right eye wrapped in bandages, his left eye half up and fixed on her. His cane stood on the floor, and his fingers tapped lightly on the head of the cane, one tap after another, as if pressing relentlessly. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado also sat nearby. Tsunade, I'll ask you once more. Danzo's voice was calm, but every word carried an oppressive weight of authority. Why did you let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leave the village? First of all, you should address me as the 5th Hokage. He needs training. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. Jiraiya is the best teacher. Training can be conducted within the village. Danzo's finger paused. Is the training ground of Konoha not large enough? Or are the shinobi of Konoha not qualified to teach him? Are you questioning my decision? I am questioning your judgment. Danzo's voice turned cold. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a strategic resource of the village, not your disciple that you can just let wander freely. If something happens to him out there, if the Nine-Tails is taken by the enemy, can you bear that responsibility? Tsunade slammed the table, making the documents jump. Shimura, Danzo, you listen to me carefully. Tsunade's voice was not loud, but every word struck like a nail into the ground. Naruto is not just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is a shinobi of Konoha, a disciple of Jiraiya, and a shinobi of my village. He is training to become stronger to protect the village. He is not your pawn, not a beast you keep caged. Danzo said nothing, just stared at Tsunade. As for responsibility, Tsunade stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to him. I am the Hokage. I will bear all the responsibility. The office fell into a long silence. The two advisors, seeing the standoff grow so tense, stepped in to mediate. Alright, Danzo is also thinking of the village. Yes, Tsunade, you should show respect to your elder. Danzo, since Naruto has Jiraiya with him, nothing major should happen. It's done now, let it be. Danzo stood up, leaning on his cane, and walked toward the door. After a few steps, he paused without turning back. That Chunin named Sato Fan, is he your new disciple? Tsunade's back stiffened. What do you mean? He had a long talk with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before he left. Danzo's voice was very calm. I want to know what they talked about. That's his private matter. When it involves the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there is no private matter. Danzo pushed open the door. I will have a talk with him. The door closed. Tsunade turned around, staring at the closed door, a hint of anger in her eyes. She walked back to her desk, picked up a pen, wrote a few words on a document, then put it down. She reached for the teacup on the table. The tea had gone cold, but she didn't drink. Shizun, she called. Shizun pushed the door open. Lady Tsunade, go tell Sato Fan to be careful these few days. Danzo might come for him. Shizun hesitated. He's just a Chunin, why would Lord Danzo? Because he is close to Naruto. Tsunade set down the teacup. Danzo won't let go of anyone who might know Naruto's whereabouts. Tell him not to pick a fight with Root, but if Root makes a move as my disciple, he doesn't need to hold back. Shizun opened her mouth, seemed about to say something, then swallowed it, nodded, and withdrew. Sato Fan received the notice from Shizun at the hospital. Shizun called him into the office, closed the door, and relayed Tsunade's words exactly. Sato Fan listened, said nothing, just, don't take this lightly. Shizun's voice was urgent. Root will do anything, especially Lord Danzo. Every time I see him, I understand. Sato Fan stood up. Thank you, senior sister Shizun. Shizun sighed. Just be careful yourself. Sato Fan left the hospital. Instead of heading straight home, he took a stroll through the streets. He noticed he was being followed, not by the Umbu, but by Root's men. Black cloaks, white masks, light footsteps, but they couldn't elude his perception. He stopped at the entrance of an alley and turned around. Come out. Two figures emerged from the alley. They wore masks and black cloaks with short swords at their hips. They stopped in front of Sato Fan, and one of them spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. Sato Fan, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Without the Hokage's order, I'm not going. The two root members exchanged glances. Lord Danzo's orders are not to be refused. I am a disciple of Lady Tsunade, not a subordinate of Lord Danzo. Sato Fan looked at them, his tone calm. He invites me, though I can decline. Then don't blame us for being impolite. They moved simultaneously. Short swords flashed, one attacking from the left, and one from the right aiming for Sato Fan. Fast, precise angles, perfect coordination, trained killing machines. The lightning release chakra mode activated instantly, lightning enveloping his body. Sato Fan vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the left root member. Leaf whirlwind. His right leg struck the back of the man's neck. The man grunted and collapsed. The other root member's short sword was already thrusting at Sato Fan's waist. Sato Fan grabbed his wrist. The man froze and Sato Fan's right fist slammed into his abdomen. The fist carried lightning current piercing through the black cloak. The man's body stiffened and he fell to his knees. In less than 3 seconds both were down. Sato Fan hadn't used lethal force. He deactivated the lightning, crouched down, and removed their masks. Two young faces expressionless, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been drained. He tossed the masks onto them, stood up, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. He took a few steps, then paused without looking back. Go tell Lord Danzo that I am just a medical ninja. I don't meddle in politics. If he wants to know about Naruto, he should ask Lady Tsunade. No one answered behind him. Sato Fan quickened his pace and disappeared around the corner. Deep underground at Root's headquarters. Danzo sat behind his desk with 2 reports spread before him. One was an intelligence report on Naruto's departure from the village, the other was an investigation report on Sato Fan. He stared at them for a long time, then closed the reports and placed them on the table. Interesting. Danzo's voice was low. Tsunade's disciple, a medical ninja with no weak combat ability. Lightning release, chakra mode, snow country armor, and the lightning sword Kiba. I never expected Konoha to produce such a figure quietly. Is Root's intelligence just eating stale rice? He picked up his cane, stood up, and walked to the wall, gazing at the map of Konoha village. Let it be for now. He is Tsunade's disciple, though I cannot touch him yet. The root member behind him knelt on one knee, silent. Continue surveillance. Do not engage. Just know what he does every— Yes. The root member vanished. Danzo stood before the map, his finger tapping on the location of Konoha Hospital, then moving to the Hokage Tower. Tsunade, the disciple you've taken. He is somewhat interesting. He turned around and vanished into the darkness as he had done all his life. News from Zhao Chuanxiao arrived on a gloomy afternoon. Sato Fan had just stepped out of the operating room, his white coat still stained with blood, when a sealed scroll was handed to him by a quiet attendant. It had been sent by the Zhao Chuan Trading Company, addressed personally to him, to be opened only by his hand. The wax seal on the scroll bore the distinctive hammer mark of the artisan village, a clear sign that this was no ordinary delivery. He took the scroll, returned to his office, closed the door, drew the curtains, and undid the sealing technique. With a puff of white smoke, a brand new set of armor materialized on the desk. The metallic luster of the black-blue surface was deeper than before, and the sapphire on the chest plate had been replaced by a dark red beast head, like congealed blood. Its eyes shimmered faintly in the dim office. The overall lines of the armor were more fluid than before. The shoulder guards widened, 2 silver-white metal strips adorned the forearm guards, and movable scales were added to the knee joints of the leg guards. The entire set of armor did not look like the mass-produced snow country armor, it was more like a custom-made work of art. Beside the armor lay a letter in Zhao Chuanxia's handwriting, neat and precise, unlike his usual scrawl. Lord Sato Fan, I have fulfilled my mission. The snow country armor, the infinite void armor, and the dragon eye extendable sword. 3 ninja tools have been successfully fused. The artisan ninja of the artisan village spent 3 months and discarded 5 sets of molds to perfectly merge the properties of the 3 ninja tools. Named Heavenly Void Dragon Elephant Armor, the new armor retains the flight and chakra amplification functions of the Snow Country armor, integrates the chakra absorption and trauma reduction abilities of the Infinite Void armor, and the Dragon Eye extendable sword's transformation ability is embedded into the backplate. Blades can spring out during combat to extend and assist in battle. Additionally, the artisan ninja added a buffer layer inside the chest plate to reduce the impact of blunt force strikes. This endeavor consumed considerable resources of the artisan village and 3 months of sleepless toil by 3 elders. The funds you left have been exhausted. May your martial fortune flourish. Respectfully, Zhao Chuanxia. Sato Fan folded the letter, placed it in his pocket, and picked up the armor. The surface of the chest plate was covered with fine hexagonal patterns, less obvious than the original honeycomb of the Infinite Void armor, but he could feel the unevenness when he touched it. As his fingertips traced across, they sensed its cold sharpness. He took off his coat and put on the armor. The armor clung to him like a living thing, automatically tightening to fit perfectly. The beast head on the chest glowed once, and a warm stream of chakra flowed from the armor into his body, then returned circulating in a continuous loop. He could feel the armor adapting to his chakra frequency, as if a new organ was syncing with him. He then tested the flight function. His feet left the ground, his body hovered, and he floated more than a meter high in the office. The flight was more stable than before, and chakra consumption was reduced by nearly half. The chakra absorption ability of the infinite void armor seemed to assist in flight, allowing him to absorb an enemy's chakra during battle to replenish his own. He floated around the office a few times, then landed, removed the armor, stored it back in the ceiling scroll, and tucked it into his backpack. Over the next few days, Sato Fan conducted an experiment. Every day, he wore the armor while treating patients. The first patient was a gravely injured, unconscious genin. Sato Fan placed his hand on the wound, activated the mystical palm technique, and simultaneously triggered the armor's absorption function. He could feel a faint stream of chakra flowing from the patient's body into his palm, traveling through the armor into his own body, and then being absorbed by the Ein seal. It worked. The infinite void armor's ability could absorb an opponent's chakra to replenish oneself. Even the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku could be absorbed. Previously, he had to painstakingly condense chakra through cultivation, but now he could directly absorb others' chakra. This was the ninja world's version of the Northern Dark Divine Art. After a week of experiments, he understood the pattern of the armor's absorption. The efficiency was directly proportional to the severity of the patient's wounds. The more severe the injury, the higher the absorption rate. The patients would become slightly weaker from the chakra absorption, but since they were already hospitalized, it was no great harm. He touched his forehead and felt that the diamond-shaped mark was clearer than a few days ago. Previously, storing chakra daily was like pouring water into a cup, drop by drop, agonizingly slow. Now the pour rate had suddenly increased from a trickle to a stream, from a stream to a brook. Master Gangsho said it would take 2.5 years to accumulate enough, but at this rate maybe 1 year would suffice. A month later, Gangsho came to the Forest of Death to check his progress. She walked up to Sato Fan, reached out, pressed her finger on his forehead, and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and withdrew her hand. "What have you done?" Gangsho's voice was calm, but her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. "Nothing much. Just storing chakra." Sato Fan's expression was natural, his tone plain. Gangsho stared at him for a few seconds, then pulled her hand back. "The progress of the Ein seal is faster than expected. At this rate, another year of training, and it will stabilize. Yes, I owe it all to your guidance, Master Gangsho." Sato Fan did not elaborate. Gangsho did not ask further. She turned and walked away. When she reached the edge of the forest, she stopped without looking back. "Whatever you're doing, watch your limits." "Yes." Gangsho left. Sato Fan stood in the Forest of Death. The new armor's absorption function worked not only in the hospital, but also during training. The ambient chakra in the Forest of Death was far denser than elsewhere, perhaps due to the lingering effects of the first Hokage's would release or the life force emitted by the giant beasts in the forest. The armor was automatically absorbing this ambient chakra. The rate was slower than when treating patients, but it was continuous, running 24 hours a day without pause. He sat cross-legged. The faint blue glow on his forehead grew brighter, transforming from a firefly's light to a... He opened his eyes and touched his forehead. The time had been greatly shortened, meaning he could begin training the 100 healings technique earlier, which filled him with more confidence for the coming great battle. He stood up, drew the lightning blade, and began practicing the Chidori stream. In truth, it was just using the properties of the lightning blade to assist in unleashing a technique similar to the Chidori stream. Why not use a tool if it helps? He trained until the sun dipped westward, then stopped. Exiting the Forest of Death, the sky was nearly dark. The streetlights were on, casting a dim yellow glow on the cobblestone path, stretching shadows long. He quickened his pace. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, he glanced through the curtain. He stood for a moment, then turned and continued walking. It had been nearly half a year since Naruto left. He wondered where he was and what he was doing. Lord Jiraiya's guidance must be excellent. When Naruto returns, he should be so strong that no one would recognize him. And he too must become strong enough before that day comes. Ming Ren's departure. Daily life in Mu Yi. After Ming Ren left Mu Yi, the village gradually shed its previous turmoil and regained a surface calm. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Zhuo Tongfan's life was simple and routine, filled entirely with 2 things: hospital consultations and dedicated cultivation. In the mornings, he held clinic hours at the Mu Yi hospital, receiving all kinds of injured and sick patients. In the afternoons, he went alone to the Death Forest to focus on accumulating chakra and honing his ninjutsu. In the evenings, he returned home and buried himself in medical texts to study medicine. His life followed a strict 3-point routine with no extra waves, yet it was extraordinarily fulfilling. The progress of his Ein seal cultivation was far faster than anticipated. The new Heavenly Hollow Dragon Elephant armor could quietly absorb the scattered chakra overflowing from patients during consultations, continuously nourishing itself. As a result, the Ein seal mark on his forehead grew clearer and deeper day by day. Gangsho would occasionally come to check his cultivation progress. Each time her fingertips brushed across his forehead, she would feign a stern hum, but the corner of her mouth would unconsciously lift slightly. Any discerning person could see she was extremely satisfied with Zhuo Tongfan's progress. Jing Yin had said more than once that Zhuo Tung Fan was now the new pillar of the Muyi Hospital. As his body continued to grow and mature, the sustaining tempering effect of the lightning release chakra mode on his physique gradually became evident. Zhuo Tung Fan's manipulation of chakra scalpels grew increasingly steady and precise, and his chakra control had reached what Jing Yin called the level of a medical jonin. One morning Jing Yin specifically called him into her office. "Sit." Jing Yin pointed to the chair across from her, casually pushing aside the towering piles of documents on her desk, her expression unusually serious. "There's something I need to tell you." Zhuo Tung Fan sat down as instructed, and saw Jing Yin take an appointment letter from a drawer and gently push it in front of him. "From today you are officially my deputy." Zhuo Tung Fan was taken aback, picked up the appointment letter, and carefully examined it. It clearly stated his name, position, and specific scope of responsibilities: assist Jing Yin in managing the hospital's daily affairs, lead the formulation of treatment plans for critical patients, and guide newly recruited medical ninja. At the bottom of the document was the bright red seal of the Hokage's office, along with Gang Shou's forceful, slightly messy signature. "Jing Yin Sr. This. It wasn't my idea. It was decided personally by Lady Gang Shou." Jing Yin leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. "Your medical skills have long been qualified and your daily management ability has been tested. It's time for you to shoulder heavier responsibilities. From now on, when I'm not here, you will be fully responsible for all matters of the medical squad." Zhuo Tung Fan was silent for a moment, then confessed, "I'm only a special jonin. My seniority might not hold up when managing other medical ninja." He had indeed been promoted to special jonin early due to his exceptional medical skills. Most of the 12 rookies of his generation had also passed the exams and become chunin one after another, except for Ming Run, who was still training outside with Zilai Yi and had not yet returned. "You need to remember clearly you are Lady Gang Shou's direct disciple." Jing Yin stood up, walked to the window with her back to him, her tone deepening. "The Muyi Hospital has never been a place where seniority rules. The capable take their place. Your abilities are seen by everyone in the hospital. The ninja world is inherently led by geniuses. As long as no one questions your medical skills, you can perform your duties with peace of mind. Moreover, there are some things you should know. Lady Gang Shou is promoting reforms in the village." "Reforms?" Zhuo Tung Fan's brow furrowed instantly. This word had always been accompanied by considerable turmoil. Jing Yin turned around, looked at his expression, and sighed softly. "Lady Gang Shou wants to change the long-standing 3-man squad formation into 4-man squads with 3 combat ninja and 1 dedicated medical ninja to reduce mission casualties. But this encountered tremendous resistance. The 2 high-ranking advisors have already sided with Tuanzong. They are village elders. Even as Hokage, Lady Gang Shou cannot act arbitrarily. Since the previous incident, Tuanzong has been trying every means to infiltrate the Muyi Hospital. As Lady Gang Shou's disciple, you should step up and share this pressure." Zhuo Tung Fan said nothing more, rapidly sorting out the stakes in his mind. Gang Shou was secretly cultivating her own power to fight against these old stubborn conservatives. From her attitude toward Lu Wan, it was clear that the Nara clan strategy department had already sided with the Hokage. The Ino Shikacho trio had always been interdependent. Now with himself and Jing Yin firmly controlling the hospital, and the Umbu already under the direct command of the Hokage, Tuanzong and his faction had only the administrative affairs and the root organization left in their hands. No wonder they had formed a coalition to oppose Gang Shou. Power indeed could make people deeply obsessed. At their advanced age, they should be enjoying their twilight years, yet they insisted on clinging to power and endless strife. He had originally wanted to hide in the hospital, cultivate in peace, and hone his strength, but in the end he was swept into the eye of the storm of high-level power struggles. Fortunately, Tuanzong did not dare to act too recklessly within the village for now. He was waiting for an opportunity to completely overthrow Gang Shou, while Gang Shou was also waiting for her own power to be fully consolidated, waiting for Ming Ren to grow up quickly, waiting for Zilai Yi to bring back core intelligence from the Akatsuki organization. This game of hidden undercurrents would not be decided in a day or two. Having figured out all the connections, Zhuo Tung Fan no longer hesitated. He folded the appointment letter and put it into his backpack, then looked up at Jing Yin. "Then from now on, please take care of me, Jing Yin Sr." Regardless, he would accept this promotion first. At least he had become part of the hospital management, and his salary and benefits would increase accordingly. As for the trouble from Tuanzang's side, he would deal with it as it came. He was not without means to respond. Seeing that he accepted readily, Jing Yin's face showed a gratified expression. "One more thing. Lady Gang Shou specifically instructed that your Yin seal progress has far exceeded her expectations. At this rate of cultivation, it will be fully formed in another 6 months. At that time, she will personally teach you the creation rebirth technique." "Understood. Thank you, Chief Jing Yin," Zhuo Tung Fan said as he stood up, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate teasing. Jing Yin was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly stop calling me senior?" "In the workplace, I should address you by your title," Zhuo Tung Fan replied with a perfectly serious expression. Jing Yin looked at him momentarily speechless, and could only shake her head helplessly. Walking out of Jing Yin's office, sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, brightening the floor. The air was filled with the hospital's distinctive smell of disinfectant mixed with the faint herbal fragrance drifting from the end of the hallway. Several nurses pushing care carts passed by him, all voluntarily stopping to nod and greet him, which was enough to show his reputation and popularity in the hospital. Zhuo Tongfan smiled and responded to each of them, not pausing his steps, and headed straight for the ward area to begin handling his current medical duties. In the afternoon, as usual, he went to the death forest. Arriving under the large tree where he usually trains, Zhuo Tongfan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated. After quietly accumulating chakra for a while and adjusting his state, he stood up, drew the lightning blade, and began honing his lightning release techniques. Since obtaining the heavenly hollow dragon elephant armor, the efficiency of absorbing and converting chakra had greatly increased, significantly shortening the accumulation period of the Yin seal. This allowed him to devote more energy to refining his lightning release. He had already mastered the lightning cutter to perfection, and with the lightning blade, he could effortlessly use the Chidori sharp spear. Moreover, with the lightning blade's powerful lightning attracting properties, he could completely replicate the ninjutsu Kirin with much less chakra consumption than Zuizhu. This technique, recognized as the ultimate lightning release, was fundamentally about drawing natural lightning and combining it with extreme shape transformation. He had long memorized the key points of Kakazai's lightning beast Fang technique, which served as a ready reference, making his training naturally twice as effective with half the effort. The lightning blade Fang trembled slightly in his palm, brilliant lightning leaping continuously along the blade, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Zhuo Tongfan raised the lightning blade high above his head, pouring a steady stream of lightning release chakra from his palm into the blade. Lightning blade technique, falling thunder. The lightning surged upward along the blade, tearing an ionization channel through the air. Even though the sky above was clear and cloudless, it still drew a thick bolt of lightning crashing down from the heavens. The falling lightning rapidly condensed into a canine-shaped lightning beast in midair, its body cloaked in dazzling silver-white light. Its forehooves stepped on empty air as it charged violently toward the giant tree ahead. With a thunderous roar, the towering tree was split in two in an instant, its charred cross-section emitting wisps of black smoke. The air was filled with the ozone smell left by the lightning. Watching the fading traces of the lightning beast, Zhuo Tongfan nodded with satisfaction. The power of this technique was even greater than he had anticipated. Moreover, with the lightning blade serving as a lightning conduit, it bore most of the chakra consumption, greatly improving his endurance. He continued training until the setting sun slanted and the sky gradually darkened. Only then did he stop, stretched his sore and stiff limbs, and turned to leave the death forest. When he returned home and pushed open the door, the sound of bubbling stew came from the kitchen, and the rich aroma of braised meat immediately assailed his senses. Zhuotung Meizi was busy at the stove while Zhuotung Lu, as usual, sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. The middle-aged man always seemed to be particularly attentive to all matters in the village. "You're back." Zhuotung Meizi heard the sound and poked her head out of the kitchen, her face full of smiles. "Your mother ran into Chief Jingyin today and heard about your promotion. She went to the market specially to buy groceries and made a table full of good dishes to celebrate for you." "You're back." Zhuotung Meizi heard the sound and poked her head out of the kitchen, her face full of smiles. "Your mother ran into Chief Jingyin today and heard about your promotion. She went to the market. Dinner will be ready soon. Go wash your hands first," Zhuotung Meizi said, holding the spatula, turning to remind him. Zhuotung Fan smiled and agreed, washed his hands, and sat down at the table. Soon Zhuotung Meizi brought the prepared dishes to the table one by one: braised beef, fried shrimp, tempura, pan-seared sori, accompanied by delicious miso soup and refreshing pickled radish. The table was full, brimming with the warmth of home. "Actually, it's just assisting Jingyin Sr. in managing the hospital. It's not really a promotion, just more responsibilities," Zhuotung Fan said as he picked up his soup bowl and took a sip of hot soup. "That's still a sign of how much Lady Gang Shou and Jingyin value you and a recognition of your ability," Zhuotung Lu said, pouring himself a glass of sake, and then preparing to pour for Zhuotung Fan. "Work hard at the hospital from now on, and don't let down their trust. The child is still young. Don't let him drink too much," Zhuotung Meizi said as she walked over, lightly tapping Zhuotung Lu's hand with a reproachful tone. "He's already capable of standing on his own and shouldering heavy responsibilities. How is he still young?" Zhuotung Lu said with a smile, raising his glass towards Zhuotung Fan. "Come, Xiao Fan, your father toasts you." In his parents' chatter there was nothing but unconcealed pride and concern. A warm feeling surged in Zhuotung Fan's heart, and he didn't find it annoying. He raised his glass, lightly clinked it with his father's, and took a small sip. After dinner, Zhuotung Fan helped his mother clear the dishes before returning to his room. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the deepening night outside and silently calculated the time in his mind. Mingren had already been away from the village for half a year. In another 2 years that boy would return. The Yin Seal creation rebirth, the 100 healings, and the lightning release Kirin. These powerful abilities all required him to settle his mind and gradually hone them into his own strength with time. The undercurrents in Mu Yi would only grow more turbulent. The high-level power struggles, Tuanzang's lurking schemes, the Akatsuki's menacing gaze. The future from 6 months later. Deep within the forest of death beneath that massive tree, Sato Fan sat cross-legged with eyes closed. The diamond-shaped mark on his forehead had fully formed. Tsunade stood before him, arms crossed, staring at his forehead for a long time. It's done. Sato Fan opened his eyes and looked up at her. The Yin seal has formed. Tsunade extended a finger, pressed it against his forehead, closed her eyes for a few seconds, then withdrew her hand. From now on you can release the seal, at any time, unleashing the chakra you've stored for 2 years all at once. Then I can learn the subsequent techniques. Sato Fan was thrilled. Yes, and next is creation rebirth. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips. Did you read the training method I gave you? Sato Fan nodded. Master Tsunade, I've already memorized the training notes. I started reading them as soon as you gave them to me. I remember every word. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Memorized. The core of creation rebirth is not healing, but regeneration. Healing is helping the body recover on its own. Regeneration is recovering for the body. Healing does not consume lifespan, but regeneration does. Therefore, the accumulation in the Yin seal determines how many times you can use creation rebirth. Usage method: release the Yin seal, unleash the accumulated chakra all at once, guide it to the injured area, forcibly accelerate cell division, and make the wound heal in an instant. Side effects: accelerating cell division shortens cell lifespan, and frequent use can cause premature aging of the body. He recited it verbatim. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then a slight smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Good memorization. But knowing it and doing it are two different things. Knowing how to swim and actually jumping into the water are not the same. So, Sato Fan had a sense of foreboding. Exactly. Tsunade flexed her wrists. The best way to train is to get injured and then heal. There's no shortcut. Sato Fan watched her flexing her wrists. Master Tsunade, are you planning to? The next training is to get beaten up. Tsunade's tone was calm, as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Starting today, every afternoon here'll hit you for an hour. You practice creation rebirth on your own body. If you survive, you'll have mastered the basics of creation rebirth. Sato Fan's mouth twitched. Survive? Without another word, Tsunade took off her Hokage robe, threw it onto a nearby tree, and walked over to stand before Sato Fan. Are you ready? Sato Fan stood up, stretched his limbs, and took a deep breath. Ready. Release the seal. Sato Fan closed his eyes. Chakra surged from the Yin seal on his forehead. The seal released, and the stored chakra poured out like a flood, breaking through a dam, flowing through his meridians, and spreading throughout his body. A green glow emanated from his skin, as if his entire body was enveloped in chakra. Tsunade gave him no time to adapt. Her fist was already upon him. Monster strength punch. The fist slammed into Sato Fan's chest. He was sent flying backward like had been hit by a truck, crashing into a large tree, leaving cracks in the trunk. He slid down, landing on one knee. His chest was in agony, at least 2 ribs were broken. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. He took a deep breath and guided the chakra to the injured area. Creation rebirth activated. The fractured ribs reknitted within seconds, the shattered cartilage healed, the torn muscle fibers repaired. The pain shifted from sharp to dull, from dull to mild, and then vanished. He stood up and touched his chest. The ribs had mended, his breathing was smooth, and the blood at his mouth had stopped. He looked down at his hands, his fingers were trembling slightly, his body adapting to the rhythm of injury and repair. Tsunade stood a few meters away, watching him with a hint of appreciation. Good recovery. Again. Sato Fan gritted his teeth and assumed a defensive stance. Tsunade's fist came again. This time it struck his arm instead of his chest. The force was slightly lighter than before, but his left arm was hit. The sound of bone cracking was especially clear in the quiet forest. His arm drooped, useless. He clenched his teeth, guided chakra to his left arm, and the bone healed within seconds. His arm could move again. Too slow. Tsunade's voice came from ahead. It took you 2 seconds from injury to start of repair. In 2 seconds an enemy could cut off your head. The prerequisite for using creation rebirth in combat is to start repair at the moment of injury, not after injury, but simultaneously with injury. You should have felt this when practicing Yin healing wound destruction. Sato Fan said nothing, just stared at Tsunade's fist. Tsunade's third punch landed on his shoulder. This time, the instant the fist touched his skin, he guided the chakra to his shoulder. The bone crack and repair occurred almost simultaneously. The pain lasted less than half a second before vanishing. Before Tsunade's fist had even withdrawn, his shoulder was already healed. Tsunade withdrew her fist and looked at him. This punch was good. Keep it up. The first day's training lasted an hour. Sato Fan didn't know how many punches he had taken or how many times he had healed. His ribs broke 3 times, his arms broke 5 times, his shoulders shattered twice, and his leg bones cracked 4 times. Each time he guided the chakra to repair at the moment of injury. The speed grew faster, from 2 seconds to 1, from 1 to half a second, from half a second to almost imperceptible pain. When Tsunade stopped, the sun had already moved westward. That's enough for today. Tsunade put on her Hokage robe, glanced at him. Continue tomorrow. Sato fan leaned against the large tree, drenched in sweat, his clothes stained with blood in several places, but his body bore no wounds. Creation rebirth had healed all injuries, leaving not even a scar. But the pain of being struck by her fist remained in his body like countless needles embedded in his memory. Master Tsunade. Sato fan's voice was a bit hoarse. Did you learn it the same way back then? Tsunade's lips curled. No, I had no teacher. I figured out this technique on my own, and I've wanted to test this method for a long time. She turned and walked away, reaching the edge of the forest before stopping without looking back. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, be on time. Yes. Sato fan leaned against the tree, closed his eyes, and gasped for air. The Yin seal on his forehead had been resealed. The chakra he had stored for 2 years was partially depleted today, what remained was enough to last a few days. He needed to master it quickly, otherwise if his chakra ran out, one casual punch from Master Tsunade could really kill him. The second day, the third day, the fourth day. Each day followed the same routine. Tsunade brutally beat him. Sato fan healed himself. The force of her punches grew heavier each day, and the number of injured areas increased. As a result, Sato fan had to work overtime every day, absorbing patients' chakra to replenish the Yin seal. The patients would have to bear the burden. Sato fan didn't know how he had endured it. His body was repeatedly tormented in the cycle of injury and repair, his nerves oscillating between pain and numbness. But the speed of creation rebirth grew faster and faster, from repair after injury, to repair at the moment of injury, and from repair at the moment of injury, to repair before injury. It was no longer conscious anticipation, but an instinctive reaction of the body. Before Tsunade's fist even touched his skin, chakra had already surged to that spot. On the 5th day, when Tsunade stopped, she said, "You've passed." Sato fan was overjoyed. Finally passed. Tsunade leaned against a tree, arms crossed. The core of creation rebirth is not treatment, but anticipation. Your body has learned to send chakra to the right place before injury occurs. This is more important than merely repairing wounds. After all, in battle, having to divert attention to healing. My technique is not so cumbersome. Sato fan touched his forehead. The chakra in the Yin seal was nearly depleted. Then what's next? Next is the 100 healings. Tsunade looked at him. The 100 healings is to release the stored chakra, allowing the 100 healings mark to spread across the entire body, achieving automatic regeneration without hand seals and enhancing all attributes. I don't need to help you train anymore. Just try to cover the mark yourself, you'll understand. Creation rebirth is complete. Once your chakra is fully stored, come find me at the Hokage building. With that she left. Sato fan stood in the forest of death, watching her silhouette disappear into the shadows of the trees. He touched his forehead. With the absorption ability of the armor, Heavenly Dragon Elephant Armor, the speed of storing chakra was several times faster than before. He had already condensed it. For the first time, it would take less than a week to fill it. Once again, the patients would have to bear the burden. The chakra accumulation was even faster than anticipated. Critically wounded patients yielded the most chakra to absorb, while minor injuries provided less. Once as a warehouse keeper, he drained blood from the storage. Now as a doctor, he siphoned chakra from patients. Regardless, he was still a good person. The patients would even thank him for it. But not every severely injured patient allowed him to drain freely. They needed their chakra to survive. Sato fan selected those who were unconscious and whose chakra was dissipating. By absorbing a portion of the scattered chakra, he not only avoided hindering their recovery, but actually helped stabilize their vital signs. The patient recovered and his Yin seal was filled, a win-win situation. A week later, the Yin seal was replenished. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was reviewing documents. Seeing Sato fan enter, she set down her pen, leaned back in her chair, and her gaze paused on his forehead. Already Tsunade nodded, certain the boy had some unknown method. She pulled a map from a drawer and spread it on the desk. Perfect timing. I have a mission for you. Sato fan stepped forward and looked down at the map. It marked the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, where it met the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Earth. Several red circles were drawn along the border with annotations like Iwagakure, unrest, and disappearances. The situation in Iwagakure has been unstable lately. Tsunade tapped the map with her finger. Unidentified shinobi have appeared at the border, suspected to be IWA reconnaissance units. We've already lost 2 patrols. No bodies, no trace. The Jonin Beiyuan of the northwestern border garrison has requested reinforcements from the village. You need me at the front line? Sato fan asked. I need you to investigate. Tsunade leaned back. No frontal confrontation. Just find out who they are, their objective, and their troop deployment. Team Kurenai has the best tracking and reconnaissance in the village, perfect for this task. I've already sent Kurenai to lead Team 8 on this mission. Sato fan was taken aback. Then why did you call me? You're going too. Tsunade looked at him. You know about my push for the Foreman Squad system. Danzo has been watching closely. For this mission, he publicly proposed sending a medical ninja along, saying it would be a good example of the disciple of Lady Tsunade and a test of the Foreman system. Tsunade's tone carried a hint of coldness, but she quickly suppressed it. Shizune is too busy with her duties and Sakura is still training the Een seal. She's too green. That leaves only you. Team Kurenai has 3 capable members. Shino Aburame's insects can scout, track, and relay covert communications. Kiba Inuzuka's sense of smell is even better than the Byakugan in certain situations. And Hinata's Byakugan can see through disguises and ambushes. But Team Kurenai has no medical ninja. If someone gets injured deep in the border, they'd have to retreat. You need to test the Byakugan in real combat. Danzo gave you an excuse, and I see no reason to reject it. Sato Fan fell silent. Danzo's proposal was clearly sending him out, not out of kindness, but to get him away from the village. Yet Tsunade was right, he did need real combat experience. He had mastered the basics of the Byakugan, but whether he could actually use it on the battlefield remained uncertain. An intelligence-gathering mission allowed for retreat at any time. With his current strength, unless he encountered a cage-level powerhouse, his ability to control the air alone would make many foes hesitate. I've already spoken to Kurenai, Tsunade said, standing up. Meet at the village gate tomorrow at 8. Bring your medical supplies, Kurenai will handle the rest. Understood. Sato Fan left the Hokage building to prepare for the mission. The next morning he arrived at the village gate. Dawn had yet to fully break. The morning mist was thick, obscuring the distant Hokage rock into a faint silhouette. He wore a dark gray coat with the Tiankong Longxiang armor underneath. The beast's head on his chest pressed cold against his skin. The Thunderblade was strapped to his back, and his backpack held medical supplies and several sealing scrolls. His entire gear screamed one word: luxury. Within a quarter of an hour, Team 8 arrived. Kurenai Yuhi led the group, wearing a black jonin vest, her black curls falling over her shoulders. Her crimson eyes stood out vividly in the mist. She nodded at Sato Fan in greeting. Hinata Hyuga followed behind Kurenai, dressed in a cream-white coat, her forehead protector tied around her head. Seeing Sato Fan, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured a soft, "Satokin, long time no see," her voice barely audible. The young girl had begun to develop, showing the first signs of maturity. Kiba Inuzuka walked beside Hinata with Akamaru, now a full-grown dog, ears perked straight. Kiba grinned at Sato. "Sato, I heard you're now Lady Tsunade's disciple. I'm so jealous." "Yeah, just lucky. I have a bit of talent in medical." Kiba gave a thumbs up. Shino Aburame walked at the rear, wearing a high-collared jacket, his sunglasses covering most of his face. He said nothing, nor did he nod. If not for a small insect crawling on his collar, Sato Fan might have thought a tree stood there. "Everyone's here. Let's move out." Kurenai's command was crisp and decisive. "Move out." The group exited the village gate and headed northwest along the main road. After walking for a while, Kiba sidled up to Sato Fan and lowered his voice. "Sato, I heard Lady Tsunade beat you up for a whole week." Sato Fan's mouth twitched. "How did you know?" "Sakura told me. She said you went to the hospital limping every day, then bounced back the next day, definitely training some amazing technique." Kiba chuckled. "What does it feel like to take a punch from Lady Tsunade? Why don't you try it yourself?" Faced with Kiba's teasing, Sato Fan suggested that those who try will know. "I'd like to live a few more years. My sister and mom really admire Lady Tsunade's strength." Kiba shrank his neck, and Akamaru mimicked the gesture. Hinata, walking ahead, overheard their conversation and couldn't help glancing back. Her gaze lingered on Sato Fan for a moment before shifting away, her ears tinged red. She also admired Lady Tsunade and hoped to ask Sato Fan for an autograph. Tsunade held immense authority in the hearts of female shinobi in Konoha. Kurenai walked at the front, remaining silent. Her steps were steady, her eyes scanning the surroundings, occasionally stopping to check the map. After nearly 4 hours, she stopped under a large tree by the roadside and turned around. "Rest for 15 minutes. The group sat down under the tree. Hinata took out her water flask and handed it to Kurenai, who affectionately patted Hinata's head. Kiba pulled out a bag of special dog food, poured some into his hand, and Akamaru jumped down to eat. Kiba also tossed a few pieces into his own mouth. Shino leaned against the tree, eyes closed, with a beetle from his collar crawling onto his shoulder, motionless. Sato Fan took out his own water flask and took a sip. He glanced at Shino. His insects were no ordinary bugs. They were Kikechu, the secret technique of the Aburame clan. These insects could be used for reconnaissance, tracking, attack, defense, and even long-distance intelligence transmission, the most effective scouting tools on the battlefield. Despite their unappealing appearance, they were incredibly practical. Shino had achieved a record of 7 wins and 3 draws in the series, earning the title of the undefeated insect master. Unfortunately, the Aburame clan's techniques were not taught outsiders and required cultivation from childhood. At first, Sato Fan had considered learning them, but now he no longer needed to. Kurenai stood up, brushing the dust off her pants. "Move out. We need to reach the border garrison camp before dark." The group rose and continued their journey. The sun shifted from east to west, and as dusk approached, the outline of a camp appeared in the distance. The border garrison camp. The border garrison camp was far more rudimentary than Zhuotungfan had imagined. A dozen tents were scattered across the hillside, encircled by a crude fence of wooden stakes and barbed wire. At the center of the camp stood a flagpole where the banner of the Fire Country flapped vehemently in the night wind. Several campfires smoldered their flames, casting flickering shadows onto the tents, revealing the silhouettes of people moving inside. Shiri Hong led them to the camp entrance where a man in a jonin vest approached. He was in his 30s with an old scar running from his forehead to his chin, sharp eyes, and steady strides. "Jonin Shiri Hong, you've worked hard." Jonin Beiyuan nodded to Hong, his gaze sweeping over the group behind her before pausing on Zhua Tengfan. "And this is a medical ninja, Zhua Tengfan, disciple of Lady Tsunade." Shiri Hong gave a brief introduction. Beiyuan extended his hand, and Zhua Tengfan shook it. Beiyuan's palm was rough with thick calluses on the tiger's mouth, marks left by long-term sword handling. "Come inside and talk." The group followed Beiyuan into the largest tent at the camp center. Inside, a folding table bore a map and several documents. An oil lamp hung from the tent ceiling, its flame flickering gently, casting the shadows of the group onto the canvas. Beiyuan pointed to several marked spots on the map and began to explain the situation. The first patrol disappeared here, near Outpost 3 along the border. The second was here 5 kilometers north, toward the waterfall country. His finger moved across the map. Both patrols were composed of 5 members, including 2 Chunin and 3 Jinin. They disappeared 3 days apart. After the first patrol vanished, I sent a search team. They found nothing. No signs of a struggle, no blood, no bodies. And the second? Hong asked. The same result. Beiyuan straightened up. Nothing. It was as if they had vanished into thin. I judge that the enemy includes at least 1 Jonin-level ninja skilled in concealment or barrier techniques capable of subduing a 5-man squad without leaving a trace. Could it be ninja from Awagakure? Hong asked. Beiyuan was silent for a moment. Hard to say. The other side of the border is indeed Iwa's territory, but things have been unsettled there lately. Our intelligence indicates internal issues in Awagakure. Some people have also disappeared. The third Suchikage is in poor health, and his disciples are vying for power. Under such circumstances, they are unlikely to have the energy to provoke us. So it might be a third party. Hong frowned. Uncertain. That's why I requested reinforcements from the village. Someone needs to infiltrate the other side and get a clear picture. Beiyuan looked at Shiri Hong. You seem the most suitable. With the Hyuga's Byakugan, the Aburame's insects, and the Inazuka's ninja dogs, infiltration and reconnaissance should be no problem. Shiri Hong nodded and turned to Jinai. Jinai, how far can your insects reach? 10 kilometers, but that's the limit. They can only sense presence, not find details. Jinai's voice was calm. That Hong looked at Chutian. Chutian's Byakugan could see up to 1 kilometer, and with Ya and Shawan's sense of smell, it was sufficient. Enough. Shiri Hong stood up. We'll rest here tonight, and set out at dawn. Jonin Beiyuan, please prepare 3 days' worth of rations and water for us. No problem. The group had dinner in the camp and returned to their tents to rest. Zhua Tengfan lay in his sleeping bag, staring at the tent ceiling. The wind seeped through the gaps, carrying the dry scent of the wilderness. Truly uncomfortable. Tomorrow they would infiltrate the border. Conserving energy was paramount. The next day before dawn, the group set out. Beiyuan escorted them to the edge of the camp and pointed in a direction. 10 kilometers north from here, there's a river. Cross it, and you'll be at the border. The opposite side is the junction of the waterfall country and the rock country. The terrain is complex. Be careful. Hong nodded and led the group into the morning mist. Jinai walked at the front, his collar covered in kikechu, which formed a thin dark cloud around his body. Chutian walked behind Jinai, the veins of her Byakugan bulging, as she continuously scanned the surroundings. Ya and Shiwan walked beside her, Chawan's nose constantly sniffing the air. Zhua Tengfan walked in the middle of the group. As a medical ninja, he needed to be in the safest position. After nearly 2 hours, the forest grew denser and the light dimmed. The ground changed from earth to gravel, then to moss-covered slippery rocks. The air was thick with the damp smell of decay mingled with the scent of soil and moss, like walking into the stomach of some enormous beast. Crossing this river means we're at the border. Jinai stopped and pointed to a small river ahead. It was about 10 meters wide with a gentle current, but deep, unfathomable water. The group waded across the river. The water was bone-chillingly cold. Once ashore, Jinai's insects dispersed into several streams, flying in different directions. No human chakra reactions within a 5-kilometer radius, Jinai said. Shiri Hong nodded. Proceed deeper. After another hour, the forest suddenly thinned, replaced by a rocky terrain. Enormous rocks stood like tombstones on the ground, covered in moss and lichen. The ground was pitted and uneven, littered with gravel and fissures. Some crevices were bottomless, exuding a damp chill. The wind howled through the rocks, producing a low moan, like someone weeping. Chutian's Byakugan suddenly widened. The veins at the corners of her eyes bulged, and her pupils shrank to pinpricks. Someone's there. Before she finished speaking, kunai flew out from behind the rocks. Over a dozen kunai arced through the air in dense trajectories, covering the entire area. Their blades caught the pale light seeping through the clouds, glittering with cold points. Shiri Hong reacted the fastest. Her body sidestepped as 3 kunai flew past her, embedding into the rock behind her with sparks flying. Jinai's body was enveloped by a cloud of insects. The kunai struck the insect cloud, were caught by the kikechu and deflected. Jinai's body was enveloped by a cloud of insects. The kunai struck the insect cloud, were caught by the Kakachu and deflected. None could harm him. Chutian crossed her arms in front of her. Kunai grazed her sleeves, tearing the fabric, but not drawing blood. Zhuotengfan did not dodge. He slammed his palms on the ground. Earth release. Earth-style wall. As one of his primary affinities, though he practiced lightning release, more his earth-nature transformation, had made considerable progress. Now the earth-style wall had the hardness of steel. The kunai ricocheted off the wall, clattering to the ground. The first wave had barely ended when the second arrived. 5 figures in deep blue uniforms charged from behind the rocks, their forehead protectors bearing a cloud pattern. Kimogakure ninja. Their speed was impressive and their coordination was seamless, clearly not ordinary genin. The one leading the charge was tall and muscular, wearing a sleeveless top that revealed his powerful arms. His hair was pale yellow, bristling like a hedgehog, his face expressionless, his eyes cold. His target was clear, Zhuotengfan. As the 5 ninjas burst forth, the battlefield was cleaved into several fragments. Kurenai confronted the one wielding twin short swords. The blade light swirled like snowflakes, and Kurenai's body wove through the onslaught, each dodge a hair's breadth from disaster. Her jinjutsu remained unusable. She could only await an opening. That ninja, evidently aware of Kurenai's prowess, employed high-frequency attacks to deny her any chance to cast illusions. Kurenai was not flustered. She waited for the opponent's attacks to wane and reveal a gap. Even if it lasted only a fraction of a second, her jinjutsu would seal the victory. Kiba and Akamaru faced the hulking ninja. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and a faint yellow chakra coated his fists. Not earth release, but a hardening technique Kiba had never seen. His fist slammed into the ground, blasting a crater and sending debris flying. Kiba dodged while Akamaru leaped from above and lunged at the man's leg from the side. The man reacted with astonishing speed, kicking Akamaru away. The dog yelped, tumbled through the air, and landed with a... Kiba charged, his claws raking at the man's chest. The man raised an arm to block, leaving only white scratches on his skin, not even a break. Shino's insects entangled one ninja, who possessed little strength, but remarkable speed, constantly evading the swarm's encirclement. Shino merely let the swarms slowly tighten the noose. The insects wove a vast black net in the air, gradually compressing inward. The ninja attempted several breakouts, but each time the insect net drove him back. The insects left bite marks on his body, slowly devouring his chakra. Hinata's situation was the most perilous. Her opponent wielded a chain with an iron ball at its end which whirled through the air in arcs, sealing off all her escape routes. She barely dodged 2 strikes, but the third caught her shoulder, sending her sprawling. Picking herself up, blood trickling from her lips, the veins of her Byakugan remained visible, proving she could still fight. Hinata! Kiba shouted, wanting to rush over, but the colossal figure blocked his path, driving a fist down that split the... Zhuotengfan had no time to check on the others. The yellow-haired ninja was already before him, fists wreathed in lightning speed, even greater than before. Gritting his teeth, Zhuotengfan crossed the lightning blade in front of him to block the first punch. Lightning clashed with a piercing crackle and sparks flying. He was knocked back 2 steps, his hands numb. Good reflexes, the ninja spoke, his voice low and condescending. How long have you been training in the lightning release chakra mode? Zhuotengfan did not answer. His lightning blade swept horizontally, lightning coalescing along the edge into an arc that aimed for the man's waist. The man leaped back, the arc grazing his clothes and leaving a scorched trail on the ground. The man glanced down at the burn mark on his garment and curled his lips slightly. Strong enough, but too slow. His body vanished from the spot. Not the body flicker technique, but high-speed movement enhanced by the lightning release chakra mode. Zhuotengfan's eyes could not track that speed, but his body reacted instinctively. The lightning blade shifted to the left, and the man's fist slammed into the blade's body. Zhuotengfan was knocked back several paces, nearly losing his grip on the lightning blade. His hand split open again, blood dripping down the hilt, as healing injury destruction activated, mending the wound within seconds. Regenerated. The man eyed the mark on his forehead, a glint of admiration in his gaze. Tsunade's disciple, indeed impressive. But you shouldn't have stolen our chakra mode. How did the Cloud Village ninja recognize him? Zhuotengfan's heart raced, instantly on alert. This man knew about his lightning release chakra mode, his creation rebirth, and that he was Tsunade's disciple. These were not things one could deduce from a brief skirmish on the battlefield. Someone had fed him intelligence. Someone had betrayed Zhuotengfan's information to the Cloud Village. Who are you? Zhuotengfan asked. Taida. The man flexed his wrist, lightning re-engulfing his body. A jonin of the Cloud Village. Your lightning release chakra mode is well practiced. Few in our village even master it, but compared to my lightning, it's still far inferior. Taida charged again, faster than before, the lightning around his fists even brighter. Zhuotengfan no longer met him. He weaved among the rocks, using the terrain to evade Taida's attacks. Taida's fists shattered rocks, sending rubble flying. Zhuotengfan emerged from the debris, thrusting the lightning blade at Taida's back. Taida spun around, blocking the blade's tip with his forearm. Lightning danced on the edge, but could not penetrate. The skin under the lightning release chakra mode was as hard as iron. Nice blade, Taidao remarked, glancing at the white mark on his arm. Pity the user is too weak. His knee drove into Zhuotung Fan's abdomen, and before he could dodge the blow, doubled him over. The chest plate of the heavenly aperture dragon elephant armor absorbed most of the impact, but his internal organs still suffered shock. Healing injury destruction activated, repairing damaged cells within seconds. Taidao's fist came again, smashing into Zhuotung Fan's back, flattening him to the ground and creating a shallow crater. Taidao did not press the attack. He stepped back, watching Zhuotung Fan rise. How many more times can your regeneration work? How much chakra do you have left? Taidao asked. Zhuotung Fan remained silent, channeling the heavenly aperture dragon elephant armor to absorb the residual lightning release chakra Taidao had left in his body. The armor worked autonomously, drawing in the lightning chakra and converting it into nourishment. Taidao tilted his head. Your armor can absorb chakra too. Interesting. You've brought more surprises than I expected today. Zhuotung Fan wiped the blood from his mouth and straightened up. Who told you I would be here? Taidao smiled. What do you think? Shimura Danzo. Taidao's smile didn't waver, but his eyes flickered. That fleeting evasion, Zhuotung Fan caught it. He knew the name Shimura Danzo. Zhuotung Fan's heart sank. Danzo had proposed he accompany the team. Danzo knew about his lightning release chakra mode. Danzo had channels to contact the Cloud Village. The Cloud Ninja on the border were not a coincidence. Someone had informed them in advance, told them Konoha would send a small squad, and that among them was a medical ninja named Zhuotung Fan, who wielded the lightning release chakra mode. They weren't here to execute a mission. They were here to capture him. Or kill him. What deal did Shimura Danzo make with you? Zhuotung Fan tried to extract more information. Taidao did not answer. His lightning flared up again. Save those questions for the King of Hell. Sato Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his body, and tightened his grip on the thunderblade. Several shallow fist marks had appeared on the dark red beast head chest plate of the heavenly whole dragon elephant armor. The armor had shielded him from most of the damage. Had it been the pre-upgraded Snow Country armor, it would have been unable to withstand the blow. He looked up at Taidao, whose lightning glow had dimmed slightly, and whose breathing had grown more rapid. Clearly his stamina was also waning. Yet his gaze remained as cold as ever. What deal did Shimura Danzo make with you? Sato Fan asked again. Taidao did not answer, preventing Sato Fan from obtaining. He charged forward, lightning flickering, and drove his knee towards Sato Fan's chest. The speed was too great for Sato Fan to dodge. The chest plate of the heavenly whole dragon elephant armor blocked the knee, but the impact still reached his internal organs. Sato Fan was sent flying, crashing into a rock that shattered into several pieces. He slid down, landing on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Healing wound destruction. The damage to his organs was repaired within seconds. He stood up and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. How long can your lightning release chakra mode last? How many more minutes can your chakra sustain? I'm a medical ninja. I can take a beating. How long can your recovery last? Taidao looked at the sweat on his forehead. How much chakra do you have left for your healing? Sato Fan did not answer. He still had the chakra from his seal untouched, and many other techniques he had yet to employ. The key issue was that Taidao was not alone. He had 4 subordinates. Although Hong's side held the advantage, they could not dispose of their opponents in a short time. Ya and Chiwan were suppressed by that colossal creature. Jinai's insects seemed unable to eliminate the enemy anytime soon, and Chutian's shoulder was injured, her movements noticeably slower than before. If they delayed any longer, someone in Team Hong might get hurt. Not might, would. Sato Fan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Hong Sensei, he shouted to her, his voice echoing among the rocks. Yui Hong was locked in combat with the Cloud Ninja, wielding twin short swords. Hearing Sato Fan's voice, she feigned an attack and retreated a few steps. What is it, Satokin? You all go, I'll hold them off. Yui Hong narrowed her eyes. Do you know what you're saying? They are after me. Sato Fan stared at Taidao, who stood still watching him. They came for me. I'll lead them away. They are stronger. You need to retreat now? The mission is complete. Deliver the information about the Cloud Village to the border garrison and ask them to support me. Yui Hong was silent for 2 seconds. Her gaze swept between Sato Fan and Taidao a few times, then she looked at Jinai and Chutian. The situation was indeed far from optimistic. Ya's face was full of reluctance. Chawan's ears drooped and several wounds had appeared on his body. Jinai had recalled some of his insects, and both his chakra and the insects were heavily depleted. Chutian was clutching her shoulder, her face, pale, clearly injured. I'm not leaving. Ya's voice carried anger. We're teammates. How can we abandon a teammate? Ya's right. Chutian's voice was soft but firm. We cannot abandon Satokin. Jinai said nothing, but his insects did not retract. The insect cloud remained scattered around. Though a little moved, Sato Fan still urged them. If you don't leave, I can't leave either. My armor has flight capability. They can't catch me. But if you're here, I can't abandon you. You're not helping me, you're holding me back. Yui Hong was silent for a long time. She looked into Sato Fan's eyes. He did not flinch. His gaze was calm, not bravado but genuine conviction. Go. Retreat. Yuhi Hong made the decision on the spot, showing the decisiveness of a jonin. Hong sensei, you called out in surprise. I said go. Yuhi Hong's voice suddenly rose. You obey the order. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but seeing Hong's expression, he swallowed his words. He picked up the injured Shiwan and followed behind Hong. Jinai's insects retracted the black insect cloud, shrinking into his collar. Chutian took one last look at Sato Fan, her eyes slightly red, but she knew staying would be useless. She turned and followed Hong. The four figures disappeared behind the rocks. The sound of footsteps faded, soon drowned out by the wind. Taida and his four men watched them leave without any intention of pursuing. His gaze remained fixed on Sato Fan. You're loyal, letting them go while you stay to die? Who said I'm going to die? Sato Fan sheathed the thunderblade behind his back and worked his stiff neck. It's just that they would hold me back. Taida was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, you plan to take on all five of us alone. After the laughter came anger at being underestimated. Then try it you. With that he unleashed his full power and charged at Sato Fan, the others following suit. The flight function of the heavenly whole dragon elephant armor activated, lifting Sato Fan into the air. Taida's lightning-wreathed fist came hurtling toward his chest. Sato Fan's body suddenly rose higher, and Taida's fist grazed the soles of his feet, striking nothing but air. Sato Fan flew to a height of 10 meters and looked down at Taida. Taida looked up, the disdain in his eyes gone. This kid could fly. Why wasn't that in the intelligence? You can fly high, but no matter how high you can't escape my lightning release. Lightning release, thundercloud. A thundercloud appeared in the sky, continuously dropping lightning strikes at Sato Fan. Sato Fan did not retaliate. He flew in the opposite direction of Hong and the others' retreat, giving them enough time to escape. Taida stopped, looked up at Sato Fan, and finally a reluctant expression appeared on his face. Kid, run this time. The Cloud Village will definitely recover its secret technique. Unexpectedly Sato Fan stopped, stared at them, and gave them the middle finger. The Cloud Ninja, long seasoned by Killer Bee's antics, could not mistake the meaning of that. The other four looked at Taida. So what do we do? Chase him. I don't believe he can stay in the air forever. Use lightning release. Taida's nerves were taut, clearly enraged. This kid could have escaped, but instead chose to taunt them. Yes. The group chased after Sato Fan, continuously unleashing lightning release techniques, but with little effect. Suddenly two techniques collided near Sato Fan, exploding into a cloud of smoke. Nice. They cheered. But Sato Fan emerged from the smoke and gave them another middle finger and flew onward. Enraged, the five of them pursued without a second thought. Sato Fan watched them coming, a slight smirk on his lips. Humph, these brutes from the land of lightning. Sato Fan flew ahead, pursued by 5 cloud ninjas. The night wind howled in his ears, and the moonlight cast a pale glow over the desolate wilderness. He flew at a moderate pace, just fast enough to keep Tadao and his men within sight of his back, yet always a step ahead. Tada's lightning release chakra mode had been activated for some time. His breathing grew increasingly ragged, and the lightning's glow had dimmed considerably. The other 4 cloud ninjas were no better off, too, were already gasping for air. Sato Fan flew over a stretch of rocky terrain. The landscape shifted beneath him with more rocks and fewer patches of vegetation. The air grew dry, carrying a scent of earth. He knew he had crossed the border of the waterfall country and entered the territory of the boundary line marked on the map was long past, and ahead lay the patrol zone of the rock shinobi village. He slowed his pace and began to descend. A line of figures appeared ahead, about a dozen in number. They wore earth-yellow uniforms, and the emblem on their forehead protectors was the shape of a rocky mountain. Rock shinobi of the Awagakure. They patrolled the border, scattered in small groups behind rocks. The light of a campfire flickered on their faces, revealing some who were already dozing off. Without hesitation, Sato Fan flew toward the line of figures, drew his lightning blade, and channeled lightning release chakra from his palm into the blade, causing it to glow with lightning. Lightning blade technique, falling thunder. Several bolts of lightning shot from the tip of the blade, arcing through the air and striking near the campfire. A thunderous explosion erupted, scattering rocks and sending debris flying. Enemy attack. The rock ninjas sprang to their feet instantly. A dozen of them drew weapons simultaneously. Some began forming hand seals, others looked toward the direction of the lightning. They spotted Sato Fan in the air, and also Tada pursuing him from behind. Lightning release. The leader's expression darkened, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Men from Kumogakure. All hands on alert. The Earth Country and the Lightning Country had been enemies for generations, having fought bitterly in the Third Great Ninja War, and border skirmishes still occurred from time to time. Every rock ninja had an ingrained sensitivity to lightning release. Sato Fan did not stop. He threw 2 more lightning balls. One exploded on the ground before them, the other struck a rock to their left. Rocks shattered and dust billowed, forcing the rock ninjas back a few steps. Chase that flying one, the leader shouted. A dozen rock ninjas charged out simultaneously, unleashing earth-release ninjutsu at Sato Fan in the air. Earth dragon bullets, earth spears, and various techniques exploded midair, filling the sky with mud and rock like a miniature landslide. Sato Fan dodged left and right, flying back toward Tada and his men. Tada spotted the group of rock ninjas from afar, and his expression twisted with fury. That brat is trying to lure the rock ninjas to us. One of his subordinates shouted, his face tense. Retreat. Tada gritted his teeth and ordered, don't get into a conflict with the rock ninjas. They turned to flee, but Sato Fan had already flown back from above, his lightning blade gleaming once more. Lightning release, lightning, Fong sharp spear. A spear of lightning shot from the blade's tip, extremely piercing like a silver-white lance aimed at Tada and his men. After a long chase, the roles of attack and defense had reversed. Sato Fan smirked faintly. If you dare stop and fight me. Tada dodged and halted, turning to glare at Sato Fan. You. Sato Fan ignored him and threw 2 more lightning balls toward the rock ninjas. The lightning balls exploded in front of the rock ninjas, filling the air with dust. The rock ninjas were enraged, their pace quickening as they pursued even more fiercely. Cloud ninjas. They're cloud ninjas. The rock ninja leader identified Tada's uniform, his face turning completely grim. Humogakure operatives have infiltrated our border. Capture them all. Let no one escape. A dozen earth-release ninjutsu struck simultaneously. Captain, what do we do? A cloud ninja shouted. Tada clenched his teeth, glanced back at the approaching rock ninjas, then looked up at Sato Fan in the air. That guy has rock ninjas behind him, so he can only fly toward us. Kill him first, then retreat. Tada's voice came through gritted teeth. Everyone concentrate fire, and bring that flying one down. The 4 cloud ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously, lightning release chakra gathering in their palms, lightning flickering. Lightning release false darkness. Lightning shot from all their palms towards Sato Fan in the sky, weaving into a net that sealed off all his escape routes. At the same time, the rock ninjas behind him unleashed earth release techniques. Earth dragon bullets rising from the ground and hurtling toward his back. Caught between 2 fronts, there was no escape. Sato Fan's body was struck simultaneously by lightning and earth dragon bullets. Boom! Lightning exploded, dust billowed, and the air filled with the smell of scorched earth and rust. We got him, a cloud ninja cheered. The dust cleared. Sato Fan's body turned into a puff of white smoke and a shadow clone. Tada's eyes widened. He didn't know? Earlier, amid the smoke stirred up by the lightning release, Sato Fan had already created a shadow clone, while his real body used the transformation technique to become a bird and escape the battle. Retreat! Tada shouted, turning and running. But it was too late. A dozen rock ninjas had already surrounded them. Earth release ninjutsu pounded in from all directions. Earth dragon bullets, earth flow walls, earth spears. Exploding on the ground, mud and rocks surging like waves. The 4 cloud ninjas were forced back-to-back, lightning release and earth release clashing in the air, with explosions ringing out continuously. One cloud ninja was struck by an earth dragon bullet, sent flying into a rock, coughing up blood. His body slid down, lying motionless on the ground. A second cloud ninja was impaled through the thigh by an earth spear, collapsing with a scream, struggling to rise before being pinned down by rock ninjas. A third cloud ninja was trapped between earth flow walls, unable to move, his chakra sealed by the rock ninja's sealing technique. The 4th cloud ninja fought desperately, lightning flickering around him as he repelled 2 or 3 rock ninjas. But his chakra was nearly depleted, the lightning grew dimmer and weaker. A rock ninja rushed from the side and struck him on the temple. His vision went dark and he collapsed. All 4 cloud ninjas were taken down. Tada stood in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by rock ninjas, breathing heavily, covered in wounds, his clothes torn in several places, blood streaming from his forehead and blurring his left eye. His gaze was filled with unwillingness. Sato Fan. Tada turned, activating his lightning-released chakra mode. He charged toward the direction with the fewest rock ninjas, rampaging straight ahead, trading injuries for injuries, and managed to break through, fleeing into the distance. The rock ninja leader raised his hand. Don't chase. The rock ninjas stopped, watching Tada's silhouette vanish into the night. One escapee won't cause any trouble. The leader crouched down to examine the 4 cloud ninjas lying on the ground. Take the bodies and prisoners back. Humogakure operatives infiltrating our border. This must be reported to the Tsuchikage immediately. The rock ninjas carried the corpses and captives, disappearing behind the rocks. Taida had no idea how long he had been fleeing. The ground beneath his feet had shifted from hard, jagged gravel to soft soil, and further ahead, it was replaced by rolling grasslands. The rock shinobi pursuing him from behind had finally stopped chasing, yet he dared not slow his pace, nor could he bring himself to halt. The lightning-release chakra mode he had maintained for so long had long since completely collapsed. The flickering lightning on his body had all extinguished. His entire frame felt as if it had been torn apart, and then hastily reassembled. Every step he took tugged at the countless wounds, large and small, across his body, sending searing pain radiating through his limbs and bones. Finally, utterly exhausted, Taida could no longer support himself. He staggered over to a thick tree, leaning against it, gasping for air in ragged breaths. The rough bark dug painfully into his back, but he was beyond caring. All he felt was a fiery burning in his chest, and every breath carried a metallic. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending dirt and gravel flying. Hatred and resentment churned in his chest. Zwa, tongue, fan. He gritted his teeth, forcing the name out syllable by syllable, each word dripping with suppressed fury. When the Cloud-Hidden Village had sent him on this mission, everyone believed it was a trivial task. The target was merely a 14-year-old special jonin from Mai. Though he mastered the lightning release chakra mode and had learned medical ninjutsu under one of the Sanin Tsunade, he was still just a special jonin. Their mission was to hunt him down to prevent the leakage of lightning-related secret techniques. Taidao, an elite jonin of Cloud Hidden accompanied by 4 elite special jonin, should have had the task in the bag. But reality struck him like a harsh slap. That my brat not only toyed with them, but also set a trap that resulted in the deaths of all 4 of his comrades, leaving Taidao alone to flee like a beaten dog. Taidao forced his tottering body upright. He had to find a hidden spot to rest, recover his depleted chakra, and figure out a way to contact the village to report everything that had happened. This mission's catastrophic failure must be known. That my brat named Zwatung Fan was far more dangerous than the intelligent. He had barely taken a difficult step when a blinding flash of lightning suddenly blazed overhead, hurtling down with a shrill whistling sound. Taidao's instincts as an elite jonin were far beyond ordinary. His body reacted in an instant, leaping sideways. The lightning grazed his shoulder and slammed into the ground, blasting open a crater with debris and dust scattering. The intense current spread through his shoulder, instantly numbing his entire arm, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He jerked his head up, staring at the direction from which the lightning had come. Zwatung Fan leaped down from the high canopy, landing steadily before Taidao. In his hand, he gripped a lightning blade, its edge crackling with sparks that emitted crisp, dangerous sounds. His breathing was steady, his demeanor calm. Clearly he had been waiting at ease. You? Taidao's pupils contracted sharply as he spoke in disbelief. You've been following me all along. What else? Zwatung Fan casually thrust the lightning blade into the ground beside him, crossing his arms over his chest. His tone was flat, but carried an undeniable pressure. Did you think you could escape? Taidao gritted his teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. He quickly scanned his surroundings, confirming that there was only Zwatung Fan and no other Mai ninja lying in ambush. But even so, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. His own chakra was nearly depleted. He could no longer activate the lightning release chakra mode. His body was covered in wounds, his combat power reduced to less than a tenth. Across from him, Zwatung Fan was in perfect condition, his chakra abundant, his lightning stable, completely at ease. You planned this from the very beginning. Taidao's voice was low and hoarse, filled with belated fury. You deliberately lured us into rock shinobi territory, using them to eliminate my men. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Zwatung Fan was non-committal, a faint trace of sarcasm in his tone. Sure enough, people from Lei Country are as rough as the rumors say. They'll give you a chance. Zwatung Fan stared at him intently. Do you have the subsequent lightning release armor? If you confess, honestly, it'll spare your life. The only response was a cold silence. Zwatung Fan spoke slowly, his voice calm without a ripple. You don't need to confess. As his words fell, blinding lightning began to gather in his right palm, the current crackling, the glow growing brighter. Taidao stared at the familiar lightning, his heart sinking. This, Raikiri, the signature technique of Mui's #1 technician Hatake Kakashi, Raikiri. As a fellow elite jonin renowned in the ninja world, he knew Kakashi's intelligence thoroughly. He was all too familiar with the power and characteristics of this technique. The form and fluctuation of this lightning at this moment were unmistakably Raikiri. Losing 1 elite jonin and 4 special jonin in a single stroke. Cloud Hidden Village will never let you go. Taidao roared in unwilling despair, his voice filled with hopelessness and venom. You never intended to let me leave alive from the start, did you? Zwatung Fan's lightning grew fiercer, his tone still calm. Even if I let you go today, Cloud Hidden Village won't stop there. That's a matter for later. Zwatung Fan's eyes turned cold, his voice unwavering. For now, dying here is enough for you. With those words, he moved, charging straight at Taidao with Raikiri in hand. The dazzling lightning cut through the air with a sharp roar, about to pierce Taidao's chest in an instant. Just as the lightning was about to touch his body, Taidao's face twisted into a hideous snarl. All the remaining power within him exploded at that moment. You little brat, don't underestimate me. I am after all an elite jonin of Cloud Hidden Village. Raikiri plunged into Taidao's chest with blinding light, but Zwatung Fan was startled to find that his arm was tightly locked by the tensed muscles of his opponent's chest, unable to move. He struggled to pull his arm free, but Taidao's strength was astonishing. He couldn't break the grip. Watching Zwatung Fan's frantic struggle, a cruel grin curled at the corner of Taidao's mouth. His left hand clamped down on Zwatung Fan's arm, while his right hand gathered the last shred of remaining power, raising it high. Want to kill me? Then come to hell with me, brat. My mission is finally complete. His fist, carrying all his remaining strength, drove towards Zwatung Fan's head with a whistling bang. A muffled sound and smoke burst in all directions. Taidao's grin froze instantly, his pupils contracting violently. Before him was no longer Zwatung Fan. The figure he had struck was merely a dissipating shadow clone. The real Tung fan landed gracefully from above, stood firm, and looked at him expressionlessly. Sorry, I was a bit far away just now. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. With that, he didn't hesitate, directly launching a finishing blow. Taida stared at the calm, arrogant my brat before him. An uncontrollable wave of grief and frustration surged within him. A mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed, spurting out violently. Then his head dropped, and he was completely still. Dead. Tung fan frowned slightly. To ensure absolute certainty, he immediately pulled the lightning blade from the ground, aimed at Taida's body, and executed a lightning release lightning fawn. The blinding current pierced through the body instantly. Still not satisfied, he raised his hand again, summoning a bolt of lightning that crashed down, scorching Taida's corpse to a charred black, leaving no trace of life. He stared at the carbonized body, confirming that there was no possibility of revival or counterattack. Then he slowly sheathed the lightning blade, and the lightning around him gradually subsided. This chase and counterkill had finally come to a complete end. Sato fan stood beside Taida's charred corpse, casting one final glance downward. 5 Jonin-level combatants. They truly thought highly of him. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained the complete version of the lightning release armor. Taida had never relented, even unto death. The Jonin of Yunin village were stubborn to the bone. He had to admit that much. Sato fan's body tensed instantly. The lightning sword was back in his hand, arcs of lightning dancing along the blade. Sato fan's body tensed instantly. The lightning sword was back in his hand, arcs of lightning dancing along the blade. He spun around, his gaze sweeping toward the source of the sound. 4 figures emerged from behind the rocks. The man at the forefront had white hair and crimson pupils, clad in an oversized high-collared coat, wrapped with 3 belts. He appeared no more than 30 years old, his gait unhurried, his demeanor elegant, as if strolling through his own garden. Behind him followed 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, wearing matching black uniforms, their faces expressionless, their steps synchronized like disciplined soldiers. One of them carried another person on his back, a figure with a drooping head, unconscious, clothed in tattered garments, his face obscured. Sato fan stared at the white-haired man in the lead, his mind racing. White hair, crimson pupils, high-collared coat, 3 belts. Sato fan stared at the white-haired man in the lead, his mind racing. White hair, crimson pupils, high-collared coat, 3 belts. A rogue ninja from my once a close friend of the 3 ninjas, Zilai Gangsho and Dashyuan. The developer of the Kugen no Jutsu, possessing 4 bloodline limits: Steel Release, Swift Release, Storm Release, and Dark Release. In the original setting, he was a Jonin of Mai of unremarkable talent. Unable to accept mediocrity, he researched forbidden techniques. The Kugen no Jutsu allowed him to fuse and devour others, exponentially boosting his power. He was discovered by the 3rd Hokage and fled into exile. Later, upon learning that Kakashi had obtained Obito's Sharingan, he conceived the idea of using the Kugen no Jutsu to seize the bloodline limit. He placed a puppet curse on Kakashi, seeking to claim the Sharingan as his 5th and final bloodline limit. Sato fan's heartbeat accelerated. He knew he was no match for this opponent. Bei Luha's strength was formidable even among cage-level ninjas. With 4 bloodline limits, the defensive power of Steel Release made even the lightning sword unlikely to break through. Swift Release's speed was beyond his ability to even touch. Storm Release and Dark Release integrated offense and defense. If not for the fact that in the movie Naruto was the only true god, and everything could be solved by a single Rinnegan in a canonical setting, he would undoubtedly be on par with the 5 Kage. Even at full strength, he could not possibly fight him. He did not know whether Bei Lu, who had already absorbed all 4 bloodline limits at this point. Best not to take the risk. Mind-racing Sato fan took a deep breath, sheathed the lightning sword at his back, and dispelled the lightning aura around him. My special Jonin Sato fan pays respects to Senior Bei Lu Hu. He clasped his hands in a formal bow, his posture precise, his demeanor respectful. Bei Lu Hu halted, tilting his head, his crimson pupils gleaming in the moonlight. You know me. His gaze swept from Sato fan's face to the lightning sword, then from the sword to the heavenly whole dragon elephant armor. Chidori. Bei Luha's voice was not loud, but each word was distinct. Was that Kakashi's Chidori you just used? Originally Bei Lu, who had not intended to reveal himself. But upon seeing the signature technique of Kakashi, the ninja he had designated as his final bloodline, he became intrigued and decided to inquire about Kakashi's current situation. Sato fan did not deny it. Yes. Do you know Kakashi? Senior Kakashi once guided me in lightning release. Oh. Bei Luha's tone was flat, impossible to discern as praise or otherwise. Kakashi's disciple. No, I am a disciple of Lady Gangsho. Bei Luha's expression shifted. Gangsho, Zilai, Dashyuan. These 3 names meant too much to him. They were his peers, his friends, and also his pursuers. After the 3rd Hokage discovered his experiments, it was the 3 ninjas who were sent to eliminate him. Gangsho. Bei Lu, who repeated the name softly, a hint of ineffable emotion in his voice. Is she well? Lady Gangsho is now the 5th Hokage. She is doing very well. Sato fan's voice carried a touch of appropriate respect. She often speaks of you. Bei Lu, who raised an eyebrow. Oh, speaks of me. Yes. Sato fan's tone was earnest. She said that among the ninjas of her generation, you were the most intelligent, but you strayed onto the wrong path. Of course this was a fabrication. Gangsho had never mentioned Beiluhu to him. But he knew that Beiluhu along with Gansho Zilai and Dashawan were all disciples of the third Hokage. He understood that Beiluhu's feelings toward the three ninjas were complex, a mix of resentment, jealousy, and lingering camaraderie. A little emotional appeal to bridge the gap would not hurt. Beiluhu was silent for a long time, the moonlight casting shadows on his face, his white hair rustling faintly in the night breeze. You do have a way with words. Sato Fan breathed a sigh of relief. From Beiluhu's tone it seemed he would not cause trouble. It's not just words. Senior, you have always been my idol. A commoner who through his own ability became a disciple of the third Hokage and developed a forbidden technique. I am also a commoner, and I know the difficulty. Lady Gangsho said I reminded her of you, and she did not want me to go down the wrong path, so she took me as her disciple and personally taught me. Sato Fan lifted his head, meeting Beiluhu's eyes with a sincere gaze. After Lady Gangsho took charge of she has been searching for you who were forced to leave the village back then. She hopes you can return. Beiluhu said nothing. Though he did not know if the young man spoke truth or falsehood, the words were pleasing to hear. The third Hokage is dead. Sato Fan continued. Now Mai is under Lady Gangsho's rule. If you are willing to return, Lady Gangsho would be overjoyed. Beiluhu's lips twitched slightly, a complex emotion flickering across his face. Return. His voice was very soft. There is no going back. Sato Fan did not press further. He knew Beiluhu was speaking the truth. The Kugen no Jutsu required constant experimentation and fusion. Beiluhu's hands were stained with too much blood. Even if Gangsho was willing to accept him, others in Mai would not. Moreover, Beiluhu's goal was no longer to return to Mai. It was to become an immortal, invincible, all-powerful ultimate ninja and unify the ninja world. Ambition, once it swelled, could never be contained again. Whether you return or not, Sato Fan's voice was calm. The gates of Mai will always be open to you. Beiluhu stared at him for a few seconds, then asked with a smile tinged with appreciation. What was your name again? Sato Fan. Beiluhu stared at him for a few seconds, then asked with a smile tinged with appreciation. What was your name again? Sato. The three turned and followed Beiluhu into the darkness. Sato Fan stood still, watching the direction they had vanished, lingering for a moment until he was certain they were truly gone. He turned and sprinted toward Mai. Damn, that was too close. Indeed, flattery could get you through anything. By the way, who was that person they were carrying on their back? According to the timeline, there was still over a year before he would declare war and fuse 5 bloodline limits. That must have been a captured bloodline ninja. Steel released no carry from the land of Earth. No wonder there was turmoil in the land of Earth. It was all Beiluhu's doing. Sato Bon had been running toward the leaf camp for about an hour when the sky began to pale. He stopped, took a gulp from his canteen, and leaned against a tree to catch his breath. Though the healing wound destruction had repaired most of the damage, the consecutive battles and flight had drained his strength. He dared not fly along the border, lest he reveal his trail. Yuhi, Kurenai, and the others should have reached camp by now. He straightened up and continued on. The day grew brighter, morning mist flowing at his feet, while distant hills loomed faintly through the haze. This mission had only been to infiltrate the border and investigate the disappearance of patrols, but he never expected to stumble into an ambush by Cloud Ninja. 5 Cloud Shinobi with a clear target, him Sato Bon. Thinking back, those missing patrols were likely the handiwork of these Cloud Ninja, meant to create chaos and cover their true purpose for infiltration. No need to worry about the target not coming, because Shimura Danzo would deliver him. Truly considerate service. After running for about a quarter of an hour, several figures appeared ahead. Sato Bon slowed his pace, his hand resting on the thunderblade at his waist. The morning mist was too thick to make out faces, but the figures moved swiftly in a disciplined formation. Kurenai Zensei, he called out. The figures halted simultaneously. The one at the front turned, her crimson eyes glaring. Sato. Kurenai's voice held a hint of surprise, but quickly steadied. You're all right. I'm fine, Sato Bon replied, walking up to stop before her. What about the Cloud Ninja? Kurenai asked. Already dealt with, Sato Bon said without elaboration. They clashed with Rock Ninja at the border. All 5 died. I escaped in the chaos. Kurenai looked at him in astonishment, her gaze sweeping over him. She didn't press further. Every ninja had their methods, not to be pried into lightly. But inwardly she knew. A man who could shake off 5 Jonin-level Cloud Shinja alone was no longer just the logistics medic she had once thought him to be. He had earned the right to be treated as an equal. You told us to call for reinforcements. By the time we reached camp, Jonin Kitahara had already led a team out. Kurenai stepped aside, pointing behind her. The rest are still following. Sato Bon followed her gaze. Through the mist, he could see about a dozen figures rushing toward them. At the front was Jonin Kitahara, clad in his wrinkled Jonin vest, the old scar on his face standing out starkly in the morning. Behind him followed a dozen Chunin and Jinin spread out in a loose formation, advancing along both sides of the road. Jonin Kitahara heard there were 5 Cloud Ninja, Kurenai explained. Fearing we might be intercepted again, he personally led the rescue. We walked ahead to scout, worried you might not keep up. Come, let's meet up with Jonin Kitahara first. When Jonin Kitahara saw Sato Bon, the tension on his face visibly eased. Having his superior's disciple go missing in his jurisdiction was no small pressure. Glad you're safe. Jonin Kitahara clapped him on the shoulder. Kurenai said you stayed behind alone to hold them off. I thought. He didn't finish. Just lucky, Sato Bon said with a smile. Surviving is a skill in itself. Let's head back to camp. The group turned and walked toward the camp. Kitahara led the way, Kurenai walking beside him, the two speaking in low tones. Jonin Kitahara, the disappearance of the patrols can be confirmed now. Kurenai's voice was quiet, but Sato Bon could hear clearly. It was the work of those cloud ninja. They infiltrated the border partly to capture Sato, partly to eliminate our eyes and ease their operations. Kitahara was silent for a moment, then nodded. I thought Rock Village was just restless lately. Who'd have thought they'd have time to mess with our patrols? So Cloud's been fishing in troubled waters. He'll make it clear in my report. Kiba sidled up to Sato Bon, his face full of curiosity. Did you really take out all those cloud ninja? I didn't kill them, Sato Bon repeated his story. They ran into a rock patrol and fought. Kiba opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. He glanced at Sato Bon, a new light in his eyes, something that hadn't been there before. A complex emotion welled up within him. This former classmate who had walked the same path from the academy could now face 5 Jonin-level enemies alone and emerge unscathed. Hinata walked beside Kurenai, occasionally glancing back at Sato Bon with a hint of concern. At the camp, Jonin Kitahara dismissed his men and led Kurenai and Sato Bon into the tent. The oil lamp inside the tent still flickered its flame, trembling in the morning breeze. Jonin Kitahara stood before the map, his finger tracing a line along the border. Cloud ninja operating on our border, knowing your exact route, and setting up an ambush. That means someone inside the leaf is feeding them information. Kitahara's brows were tightly knit, his expression grim. He'll make this clear in my report. You all go rest. He'll reinforce patrols along the border. Kurenai nodded and led Sato Bon out of the tent. They ate breakfast in the camp. Sato Bon ate quickly, downing his bowl of porridge in a few gulps, then devouring 6 rice balls. Kiba watched his eating habits, his mouth twitching. How many days have you gone hungry? Ran all night. How could I not be hungry? Kiba said nothing more, but handed him one of his own rice balls. After breakfast, they packed up and prepared to leave. Kitahara saw them off at the camp gate, nodding to Kurenai. Kurenai's NCI, please pass a message to the Hokage for me. He'll keep a close watch on the border. Whatever Cloud's scheme is, they want succeed. Understood. They left the camp and headed back along the same path. Sato Bon was deep in thought. Once back, he absolutely wouldn't leave the village. The Cloud Village had lost 5 Jonin. They wouldn't let it go. A second wave, a third wave would come sooner or later. And that old dog Shimura Danzo was sharpening his knife behind the scenes. He needed to let Tsunoda's NCI know about this. Damn it, did they think he had no temper? Matters of life and death had touched Sato Bon's bottom line. For now, with his strength insufficient, all he could do, the appearance of Kakazu was an unexpected variable. That level of opponent was beyond his reach for now. But the fact that Kakazu had let him go after just a few words was something he hadn't anticipated. Maybe he could leverage that. At least the mission was a success. The truth behind the missing patrols uncovered, the infiltrating Cloud Ninja, eliminated Kurenai's squad, returned safely, and his own role as a medical ninja trial was flawless. Once back, he'd take a well-deserved break. In the twilight hour, Sato Fan and his team finally returned to Konohagakure. Kurenai Yuhi dismissed the 4 of them to disperse, heading alone to the Hokage's office to report the mission's progress, while Sato Fan strode directly toward the Hokage Tower. On the way, he encountered several familiar Chunin who nodded in greeting. He responded with courtesy, his pace never faltering. He needed to report the full account of the mission to Tsunade as soon as possible. This matter had to be clarified. The corridors of the Hokage Tower were exceptionally quiet, only his footsteps echoing through the empty space. Approaching the door of Tsunade's office, Sato Fan raised his hand and knocked. Come in. Tsunade's voice came from within, tinged with an unmistakable weariness. Sato Fan pushed open the door. The usual guards Fujin and Reijin were absent, leaving only Tsunade alone in the office. She sat behind the desk, a thick stack of documents piled before her, pen in hand, with a half cup of cold tea at the corner of the table. Clearly she had been buried in paperwork all day, not even stopping for lunch. Seeing Sato Fan enter, Tsunade set down her pen, leaned back in her chair, and cast a calm glance over him. Back. Yes, Tsunoda's NCI. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat stifling. Through a gap in the window, let in the evening breeze, rustling the papers on the desk. We encountered people from Kumogakure this time. 5 Jonin led by one named Taida who specialized in the lightning release. Sato Fan cut straight to the point. They had scouted our mission schedule in advance and set up an ambush midway. Their target was me. Either capture or eliminate. Tsunade's hand holding the pen paused. They knew your itinerary ahead of time. Yes. They knew I had mastered the lightning release chakra mode, that I was your student, and that I could use medical ninjutsu. Sato Fan met her gaze, his tone resolute. I have never revealed any of these things outside the village. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then set down the pen, folded her hands on the desk, and tapped her fingertips lightly against the edge. Do you have evidence? No concrete proof, but during the fight the leader Taida accidentally let slip. He clearly knew the name of Danzo Shimura. However, I have no witness to corroborate this. Sato fan's voice was calm. But Kitahara, the jonin of the border garrison, will submit an official report. It has already been confirmed that the missing patrol team was the work of these Kumogakure ninja. They infiltrated the border, first to target me, second to eliminate our informants. They knew our operational plan thoroughly. In fact, we were deliberately lured into the ambush. Tsunade remained silent for a long time. Sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, casting a slender beam on the floor, and the air itself seemed to grow stagnant. 5 enemy jonin. How did you escape? Tsunade's tone was unreadable. I have the ability to fly, so I had Kurinai Yui Senpai lead Team 8 in a retreat, while I drew the Kumogakure ninja into the Iwagakure patrol zone. Sato fan did not elaborate on the details. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have long been sworn enemies, who once the Iwagakure ninja spotted the Kumogakure forces they would not let it go. Amid the chaos of their skirmish, I eliminated the remaining enemies. Chaos. Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. In the melee, 4 Kumogakure ninja were killed on the spot. The leader Taidao managed to break through, but was mortally wounded. I pursued, and finished him off. Sato fan recounted this as if it were a trivial matter. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, a barely perceptible curl at the corner of her mouth, then her expression returned to sternness. You are quite adept at leveraging circumstances. I'm not as powerful as you, sensei. When I can't win through sheer strength, I have to think of alternative methods. Tsunade did not press for further details. Kumogakure won't let the loss of 5 jonin slide. Don't leave the village for now, stay on standby at the hospital. It's safer inside the village than outside. Understood. That suited Sato fan perfectly. One more thing. Tsunade turned to face him seriously. You said they knew your itinerary in advance. Do you suspect Danzo? You must understand that this is no simple accusation. Danzo is a village elder. Sato fan did not give a direct answer. To be able to ambush us precisely on our path means someone leaked the intelligence beforehand. There are very few people with access to such classified information. You sensei can make your own judgment on the matter. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I will handle this personally. Remember, do not provoke Danzo on your own. You are no match for him yet. I know. Sato fan hesitated for a moment, then added, also while evading the Kumogakure pursuit, I overheard some intelligence about Iwagakure. What intelligence? Lately there have been disturbances within Iwagakure. Ninja have been disappearing. And those missing are no ordinary shinobi, they are all wielders of bloodline limits. Sato fan deliberately lowered his voice. What I heard is that one of the missing is an Iwagakure jonin from the Explosion Corps, who possesses a special bloodline limit that can turn his body as hard as steel. Steel release. Tsunade's brow furrowed instantly. Bloodline limit users were always the core combat power of each village. Except for Kirigakure, every village guarded them fiercely as treasures. The exact name of the bloodline is uncertain, but the ability is indeed as described. Within Iwagakure, suspicions are growing that some force is specifically hunting bloodline limit users. Sato fan watched Tsunade's expression and spoke slowly. The recent turmoil in the Land of Earth is likely connected to this. The office fell into silence again, leaving only the ticking of the wall clock, its sound exceptionally clear. Someone is hunting bloodline limit users. Tsunade murmured, her expression grave. Yes. Sato fan said no more. I felt it necessary to inform you of this. Tsunade nodded slowly. This intelligence is valuable. I will have someone verify it immediately. Keep this matter confidential for now. Do not mention it to anyone. Yes. Tsunade returned to her desk, took out a sheet of paper, quickly wrote a few lines, stamped it with the Hokage seal, and handed it to Sato fan. This is the reward for this mission. Well done. Under the pressure of pursuit, you still managed to gather intelligence. It will be evaluated as an strength mission, and the bonus will be deposited directly into your account. Strength. Sato fan took the paper, folded it, and placed it in his pocket, then bowed. Go back and rest well. Report to the hospital, as usual, tomorrow. While you were away, Shizun has been swamped with work. Tsunade waved her hand. Sato fan acknowledged, stood up, sheathed the lightning blade behind his waist, bowed once more, and turned to leave the office. As he left the Hokage's office, Danzo, let's see how you handle this now. He had leaked the matter of Mino, wondering if he could alter the course. Well, whatever. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. A mere medical ninja like himself didn't need to worry. On the third day after Sato fan's report, Tsunade convened a high-level meeting of the village. In the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Hokage building, the core decision-makers of the village were seated on both sides of the long table, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Tsunade sat at the head of the table with the report submitted by the border garrison's Jonin Kitahara spread before her, and beside it lay the organized transcript of Sato fan's dictation. Kohei Udatane and Hamura Midokado sat on her right, the 2 village elders wearing expressions as placid as still water, revealing no emotion at all. Danzo Shimura sat opposite his right, eye wrapped in thick bandages, his left eye half open, his gaze heavy and fixed on the teacup on the table, exuding an aura of cold rigidity. Shikaka Nara took a seat beside Tsunade, and Section Chief Yamada also attended the meeting, shrinking into the corner among the imposing jonin clad in his wrinkled vest, utterly inconspicuous. Without any superfluous pleasantries, Tsunade tossed Kitahara's report to the center of the long table. The sound of paper striking the surface shattered the silence of the room. 5 jonin from the Cloud Village infiltrated the border of the Land of Fire, ambushed the 8th Squad, and the medical ninja Sato fan. All 5 Cloud Ninja were ultimately killed. Tsunade's voice was not loud, but each word was distinct, landing in everyone's ears. This matter requires an Konoha Uchiha picked up the report, flipped through a couple of pages, then placed it back on the table, her tone indifferent. The Cloud Ninja's unauthorized border incursion is a blatant provocation. You should lodge a diplomatic protest directly with the Cloud Village, not interrogate your own people here. A protest? Tsunade let out a cold laugh, her gaze piercing. They knew the 8th Squad scheduled their route, and even the personnel composition of the team. With only the Cloud Village's intelligence network, that would be utterly impossible. Hamura Mitokado took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. You mean someone within the village leaked the information? Not someone. Some people. Tsunade's eyes locked directly onto Danzo across the table, her tone icy. Danzo remained silent, his left eye calmly meeting Tsunade's gaze, his expression as unruffled as a stagnant pool. Konoha Uchiha frowned slightly and asked sternly, Tsunade, do you have evidence? The transcript of Sato fan's statement makes it clear. The leading Cloud Ninja knew his name, knew he was my disciple, and even knew he could use the lightning release chakra mode. Tsunade pushed another document to the center of the table. Such information could never be gleaned on the battlefield. Moreover, before that Cloud Ninja died, he uttered a name. The conference room fell instantly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What name? Hamura Mitokado put down his teacup, his expression growing more serious. Danzo Shimura. Tsunade's voice was as cold as ice. The moment the words fell, the room erupted in murmurs. Danzo's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, then smoothed again. He looked up at Tsunade, his tone eerily calm. You would believe the dying ravings of an enemy ninja. I don't believe him, but I believe my disciple. Tsunade met his gaze without flinching, her eyes resolute. Your disciple. Danzo repeated those 2 words, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. A 14-year-old Tokubetsu jonin. His one-sided account counts as evidence. His words alone cannot serve as evidence, but Kitahara's report can. Tsunade stood up, bracing her hands on the table, leaning forward slightly, her full presence unleashed. The time and location of the patrol squad's disappearance, the confidential departure schedule of the 8th Squad. Only a handful of people knew these details. You happen to be one of them. And what a coincidence that the Cloud Ninja's dying words specifically named you. Danzo fell silent, his aura growing darker by the moment. Konoha Uchiha coughed lightly and interjected to mediate. Tsunade Danzo is a village elder who has rendered countless services to the village. You cannot accuse him based solely on an enemy ninja's last words. I am not accusing him of betraying the village. Tsunade lowered her voice, her eyes sharp. I merely want to understand why the Cloud Village knew our every move. Hamura Mitokado set down his teacup and said gravely, this matter requires a thorough investigation. We cannot reach a conclusion based on a single statement. Investigation. Tsunade looked at the 2 advisors, her tone laced with sarcasm. Let Danzo investigate himself. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point, the air itself seeming to solidify. Shikaka Nara kept his head down, his pen gliding across his notebook, without pause, never once looking up, remaining aloof from the fierce confrontation. Danzo slowly rose, leaning on his cane, and walked toward the door without a word. Danzo. Tsunade's cold voice stopped him. I haven't finished. Danzo halted, his back to the group, not turning around. From today onward, all actions of the Root organization must be Tsunade's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a hammer. Without my orders, Root is not to act independently, not to contact any forces outside the village, and not to interfere in any military operations of the Leaf. Danzo slowly turned around, glaring at Tsunade, his voice barely containing his fury. Are you trying to disband Root? Not disband it, but put Root in its proper place. Tsunade's eyes were icy, her tone resolute. I am not my teacher who allowed Root to slip out of the Hokage's control. Danzo was silent for a long time. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance, but ultimately said nothing. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the wall clock, oppressive and agonizing. Fine. Danzo finally spoke, his voice calm, but with a barely concealed resentment. All Root operations will be reported to the Hokage. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds before continuing with her orders. Furthermore, from today onward, you are not to approach my disciple, not to come near the 8th Squad, and not to contact anyone involved in this mission. Fine. Danzo bit out the word, pushed open the conference room door, and strode out. The thud of his cane against the floor was heavy and deep, one strike after another gradually fading away. The door closed, leaving the conference room in utter silence. Konoha Uchiha sighed softly and said helplessly, Tsunade, you were too impulsive. Impulsive? Tsunade sank back into her chair, her expression still simmering with anger. 5 Jonin set an ambush and my disciple almost died. You call that impulsive? Considering that he was my grandfather's disciple and has contributed to the village, I let him off without charging him with treason. That's already lenient. Hamuramito Kato stood up and said firmly, this matter ends here. Danzo has conceded. Do not pursue it further. Tsunade said nothing, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. A moment later she opened her eyes and looked at the two advisors. In this trial of the foreman squad system, the fact that Kurenai Yuhi and her team escaped unscathed from an ambush by 5 Jonin proves that the inclusion of a medical ninja can significantly enhance the squad's survival rate. I propose that this resolution be passed to vigorously develop the village's medical ninja system and improve the related logistical equipment. With that she gazed steadily at Koharu Utatane and Hamuramito Kato, her eyes unwavering. The two elders exchanged a wordless glance and finally nodded. Agreed. The logistics and administrative departments will fully support the Hokage's decision. They sighed inwardly, looking at the spirited, sharp-tongued Tsunade before them, their hearts full of complex emotions. Danzo, old friend, this is the last time we can help you. We hope you will not make another mistake. Meeting adjourned. Shikaku Nara closed his notebook, gave Tsunade a slight nod, and filed out with the other Jonin. Koharu and Hamura were the last to leave. At the door Koharu paused and turned back to look at Tsunade. Tsunade, Danzo is not your enemy. Her tone was earnest. The enemies of the Leaf have always been outside the village. We should unite. The door closed slowly, leaving Tsunade alone in the conference room. She sat in the seat of honor, silent for a long time. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her face, but revealing no emotion. She picked up the report on the table, her mind clear. This offensive had forced Danzo to retreat, the two elders unable to openly shield him before the assembled Jonin. It had curbed his influence, successfully brought Root, which had operated beyond the Hokage's control, back under her jurisdiction, and pushed forward the new squad system and medical reforms. It was a sweeping victory. Still, this only restored Root to the state of control it had during the third Hokage's era. The next step was to see if Danzo could stay in line. If he dared to err again, she would have a legitimate reason to dismantle that organization she had long been displeased with.